10 Gods Chapter 2403 to Chapter 2455. Above the fifth dimension was the Hotian realm. Stepping out of the ancestral Lord Sea domain, the great ferocious beast was infinitely close to the Hotian realm. Its killing intent was incomparably pure, as if it was born for slaughter. It was so terrifying that even Lin Tian found it hard to suppress it. Fate, reincarnation, primordial, inverse, star creation, dark light, and indestructibility. With 7 laws in his body, fighting the great ferocious beast with 5 tails reminded him of Wu Yi. At this moment, if Wu Yi was here and played the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song for him, his battle prowess would immediately undergo a drastic change. At that time, he would definitely be able to suppress the great ferocious beast. Roar! The great ferocious beast roared, and its 5 tails swayed once more. A destructive wave of blood rolled in the sky and began to condense above its head. A small ball of destructive light appeared. Following that, the bloody light in the sky surged, and the ball of light gradually grew larger and larger. A destructive aura began to surge, and it rapidly grew stronger. Such a scene caused the expressions of all the cultivators in the distance to change. Following the appearance of the ball of light, an extremely terrifying killing intent suppressed all directions, causing even the sky to tremble violently. Lin Tian, retreat. Even you won't be able to block this attack. Run! Yu Yaoxi and Lu Aoxian shouted at the same time. At this moment, Lin Tian naturally felt how terrifying the ball of light formed by the great ferocious beast was. It felt as if it could easily destroy a part of the universe with a single strike, and it instantly made him feel the threat of death. However, his expression didn't change, and he didn't show any intention of retreating. At this moment, he couldn't retreat, because if he did, Yu Yaoxi, Lu Aoxian, and the others behind him would definitely die instantly. He could still barely block this destructive ball of light, but Yu Yaoxi, Lu Aoxian, and the others definitely couldn't. Weng, 9-colored holy light intertwined and gradually grew stronger. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to the limit, and the 7 laws boiled, pushing his battle prowess to the limit at this moment. Right at this moment, the void in the distance distorted, and a spatial gate opened. A group of figures stepped out from it. A familiar aura immediately entered his senses, causing him to turn his head and look in that direction. Wu Yi's white clothes were whiter than snow. Ruoxian followed beside her. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others followed behind her. Little Taichu, Wuxing crocodile, and white tiger floated in the air, all of them entering his field of vision. Father! Ruoxian's eyes were intertwined with 9 special saint runes as the law of space and time intertwined around her. She happily waved at Lin Tian. It's really here. It had been a long time since she last saw her father, so she was very happy. Then, she naturally noticed that Lin Tian's body was heavily injured, and the great beast behind Lin Tian. She was immediately moved. Father, you're injured. What is that? The moment they stepped into the 5th dimension, Wu Yi looked in this direction, gave her the coordinates, and told her that Lin Tian was here. Then, she used the law of space and time to reach this place at a speed faster than the ancestor of the 5th dimension. Kid, what the hell did you do? Wuxing crocodile saw the terrifying great beast and sensed the terrifying blood ball condensed by the great beast. He immediately widened his eyes. This doesn't look good. Beside him, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others' expressions also changed. At this time, they could naturally sense the great beast's terror. What's going on? At this time, the girls were worried about Lin Tian's injuries, but they were also surprised by the scene in front of them. It's fine, Lin Tian was surprised and happy to see them here after such a long time. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Wu Yi. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking that it would be great if Wu Yi was here. Then, a moment later, Wu Yi really did come. This made him feel that this was a romantic surprise. Wu Yi nodded. She looked at the scene in front of her and didn't ask anything. She knew very well what Lin Tian needed at this time. Thousand snow flew out. She was as calm as ever, and the gentle sound of a flute drifted out. The gentle sound of the flute caused strands of light to drift out from all directions, cleansing the world of the mortal world. In an instant, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. The reincarnation forging spiritual art in his body resonated with the sound of Wu Yi's flute, causing his reincarnation origin to shine brightly. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly soared by more than 500 times. At this moment, the world trembled because of his aura, and it seemed like the sky would collapse in the next moment. It was also at this time that the destructive ball of light condensed by the great evil reached an astonishing degree. Its diameter was about 300 meters. As it roared, its 5 tails swayed, and a huge ball of light pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the destructive blood-colored ball of light pressed down on Lin Tian. The void in all directions was instantly annihilated, and it took a long time for it to recover. Violent gales swept up wave after wave, blowing the black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead into a mess. Facing this destructive ball of light, Lin Tian was incomparably calm. He raised his right hand slightly, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared. This was his eldest senior brother's technique. It could seal people, demons, and everything. At this moment, he used it to block in front of him. Rumble, the destructive blood-colored ball of light fell and crashed into the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. After trembling slightly for a moment, it was directly annihilated. This scene caused the faces of the Yu family's patriarch and the other experts of the 5th dimension to change. The destructive blood ball from before was the most terrifying attack that the great ominous beast had ever unleashed since they had seen it. However, Lin Tian, who had previously struggled to deal with the great ominous beast's ordinary attacks, was now able to easily block such a terrifying attack from the great ominous beast. Compared to before, his aura is completely different. It's as if he's become a different person. The all-beginning patriarch said. The Yu family's patriarch nodded. He paused for a moment, then looked at Wu Yi, who was playing the flute in the distance. It seems, it has something to do with her flute music. That's it. The Heaven Guidance Divine Palace's patriarch said. Yu Yaoxi and Lu Aoxian also guessed that Lin Tian's sudden change had something to do with the flute music. They had already noticed Wu Yi's sudden appearance. At this moment, as the gentle flute music floated in the air, Lin Tian's battle prowess skyrocketed, causing an earth-shattering transformation. Their gazes fell on Wu Yi. So beautiful. Yu Yaoxi murmured. Beside her, Lu Aoxian also looked at Wu Yi in a daze. One of them was known as the 2nd pearl of the 5th dimension, while the other was known as the 1st pearl of the 5th dimension. All this time, they had absolute confidence in their looks. But now, as they looked at Wu Yi from afar, they were stunned. They couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own inferiority. How could there be such a beautiful person in the world? At this moment, even though they were all women, they were instantly captivated. They looked at Wu Yi from afar. Not only did Wu Yi have a flawless face, but she also had an indescribable temperament. She gave them the feeling that she wasn't a mortal, but a true fairy. She is, looking at Wu Yi from afar, then looking at Lin Tian on the other side, the 2 women's gazes couldn't help but fluctuate. At the same time, the other cultivators in the 5th dimension couldn't help but be stunned. Wu Yi was as calm and gentle as ever as the flute music lingered in the air. Strands of the reincarnation tribulation song floated in the air. The flute music didn't have any effect on the others, but to Lin Tian, it was like the holy music of heaven and earth. Along with the flute music, his aura reached an extremely shocking level. Roar! The great beast roared. Its eyes were crimson red. As its 5 tails swayed, it once again condensed the destructive blood-red ball of light from before. This time, the blood-red ball condensed at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a ball of light with a diameter of 300 feet. The scene was somewhat terrifying. The destructive aura seemed to be able to easily obliterate everything. Facing this destructive ball of light, Lin Tian was still very calm. The injuries on his body were instantly healed. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the great beast in the blink of an eye. He didn't make any complicated movements. He simply raised his hand and punched out. Compared to the 100,000 feet tall great vicious beast, he was as tiny as a grain of sand. However, a simple punch was enough to cause the great vicious beast to tremble violently. With a bang, it was sent flying over 10,000 feet away. Blood splattered across the sky. The destructive glowing ball had also scattered along with the great vicious beast. This scene caused the old ancestor of the Yu family, old ancestor of the myriad beginning ancestor and the others to tremble in fear. That great vicious beast was clearly so terrifying a moment ago, sweeping through everything in its path. However, at this moment, it was sent flying 1,000 zhang away with a single punch from Lin Tian. This change was too sudden. His current combat strength, everyone was shocked. They all knew that it wasn't that the great beast had become weak, but that Lin Tian had become stronger. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. Roar. In the distance, the great beast roared and stood up again. The blood-red light around its body became even more terrifying and ruthless. With a bang, the blood-red light intertwined, majestically, and bombarded toward the great beast. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a large amount of reincarnation sword light slashed out, accurately destroying everything. Then, he took a step forward and appeared directly above the great ferocious beast's head in the blink of an eye. With a thought, the complete reincarnation diagram immediately intertwined. The mighty reincarnation power intertwined with the endless reincarnation light and covered the great ferocious beast. The great beast trembled violently and struggled violently, trying to break free from the reincarnation diagram. However, although the reincarnation diagram was shaking, it didn't dissipate. It firmly pressed down on the great beast. The reincarnation diagram rotated, and the reincarnation light soared. Unparalleled brilliance enveloped the great beast, completely imprisoning it in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the reincarnation diagram pressed down. It was vast and majestic, causing large cracks to appear on the great beast's body. Blood flowed out continuously, and it seemed like it was going to be finished soon. However, in the next moment, he paused for a moment, and the reincarnation diagram suddenly stopped pressing down. "I won't kill you. I'll keep you for its use," he muttered to himself. With a thought, the reincarnation sword slashed out of his body, emitting boundless reincarnation light. The divine inscriptions on it also lit up, and together with his reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, it enveloped the great beast. With a whoosh, it was sucked into the reincarnation sword. The five-tailed ominous beast was very powerful and terrifying. Moreover, during the battle, Lin Tian discovered that after it left the seal of the ancestral sea region, it could even borrow the endless killing aura in the world to grow. It was much more powerful than most ordinary holy spirits. It would be a pity to kill it just like that. He thought for a moment and decided to temporarily suppress it in the reincarnation sword. After that, he would use the law of reincarnation to control it, allowing it to gain some intelligence and intelligence. Then, he would use it as the guardian beast of the immortal court of the fifth dimension. In this place, there were still traces of destructive aura intertwining in the air, but the space had calmed down. It disappeared? That ominous beast, was suppressed? In the distance, the cultivators of the fifth dimension were slightly stunned. They were in a daze, and then, they suddenly became excited. It was suppressed. It was suppressed. A few days ago, the ominous beast appeared and rampaged through the fifth dimension. No one could stop it. Countless creatures suffered, and large areas of rivers and mountains were destroyed. But now, at this time, this terrifying ominous beast was suppressed. It was suppressed by Lin Tian. The peace of the fifth dimension was restored at this moment. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with shock and gratitude. They were shocked by Lin Tian's strength and grateful for Lin Tian for suppressing the ominous beast. If Lin Tian did not suppress the ominous beast, they did not dare to imagine what would have happened. That would have been too terrible. "Daddy!" A cheerful voice sounded. When Ruoxian saw that the five-tailed ominous beast was suppressed by Lin Tian, she flashed over and clung to Lin Tian with sparkling eyes. "I heard a lot about Daddy from Elder Mu Wenyang. Daddy, you're too awesome." Under Lin Tian's orders, Mu Wenyang brought back a bunch of immortal pills, precious medicines, and natural treasures. At the same time, he told Ruoxian and the others everything he knew about Lin Tian in the fifth dimension, including how he reached the pure yang realm from the early stage of the profound heaven realm, how he killed the ancestor of the fifth dimension with his pure yang cultivation, and how he controlled the 5 laws of the fifth dimension. Ruoxian and the others now knew about these things. "Oh, not bad. Lin Tian rubbed Ruoxian's head and said with a smile. It was also at this time that Wu Jiyu, and the others arrived one after another. Brat, you're amazing. Wuxing Crocodile also learned about Lin Tian's achievements in the fifth dimension from Mu Wenyang. He looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue. Freakishly strong. Yeah. The White Tiger and Little Taichu spoke one after another. As expected of the descendants of those two existences. A pleasant voice drifted over as a graceful woman with silky black hair approached. She was very beautiful. Lin Tian looked at the woman and was stunned. Little Violet? You. The woman in front of him was about the same height as Wu Yi, but her aura and appearance had not changed. Naturally, he could recognize that she was the Violet Fairy. However, the Violet Fairy used to be about the same height as an 11 or 12-year-old child, but now she was different. I can grow up too. How are you now? The Violet Fairy giggled. In the past, in terms of height, she had always been like a child. This was related to her life origin, and also to the overly domineering great void god slaying Tao that she had cultivated since she was young. Now, as her cultivation reached the Tao conversion level, everything had been sorted out by her, and her height had returned to that of an ordinary person. Yes, you're even prettier. Lin Tian smiled. As expected of my sister. She's really beautiful. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Su Shu, Shui Yi, and the others also spoke one after another. Although they had seen the Violet Fairy's transformed appearance before, it did not stop them from praising her now. Big sister is the most beautiful fairy in our race. Ziyu had been following beside the Violet Fairy all this time and was very obedient. She hugged the Violet Fairy's arm and was rather proud. She then looked at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes filled with worship. Elder brother, you're even more amazing. You've only been in the fifth dimension for a year and you're already able to look down on it. She naturally knew about Lin Tian's achievements in the fifth dimension. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tian chuckled. Then, he looked at Wu Yi and walked to the front of Wu Yi. Just a moment ago, I was thinking that it would be great if you were here. He smiled and said, it's really great that you can come. On this day, if not for Wu Yi's arrival, he would not have been able to do anything to this great beast and could only retreat in the end. Wu Yi smiled and appeared very gentle. It's good that I was able to help you. You were a great help, Lin Tian said with a smile. Other than being perfect, the phrase good wife was also prepared for you. Wu Yi did not say anything, but the smile on his face deepened. Father, you're so mushy. Ruoxian teased. Lin Tian raised his hand and knocked her head. He scolded with a smile, your father is just speaking the truth. The whole family was happy and harmonious. Lin Tian and Wu Yi chatted with Jiyu and the others about other things. After half an hour, when they were almost done chatting, the Yu family ancestor, all beginning ancestor, and the others walked over. Little brother, we really have to thank you this time. The Yu family ancestor said. For the entire fifth dimension, this is a huge favor. All beginning ancestor also said, if it wasn't for little brother, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seniors are too polite. This junior was not the only one who acted. Suppressing it was the result of everyone's joint efforts. Lin Tian said courteously. When he said this, the Yu family ancestor and all beginning ancestor couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was it really the result of everyone's joint efforts? Little brother, don't be so modest. The ancestor of the Heaven's Guide Divine Temple said, to be honest, we were able to come here because of little brother's influence. If little brother had not stepped forward bravely, we would never have come to resist the great evil. Even if we came, what was the actual purpose of it? Nothing at all. Instead, we were a burden to little brother. Later on, little brother even had to use some of his saint energy to protect us. Suppressing the great evil is all thanks to little brother. As he said this, he paused and looked at Wu Yi. If we really want to talk about someone else's contribution, it should be this young lady. That's right. The 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion ancestor nodded and also looked at Wu Yi who was beside Lin Tian. When the great evil appeared, it massacred the entire fifth dimension, causing countless lives to suffer. In the beginning, none of them had any thoughts of resisting the great evil. They all tried their best to retreat because that great evil was too terrifying. It was not something they could fight against. The reason why they came here in the end was because of Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who came from the fourth dimension, stood up for the peace of the fifth dimension. At that time, they felt extremely guilty, which was why they came here. But here, they really didn't do anything. It was Lin Tian blocking the great evil at the front, and Lin Tian being able to suppress it in the end. They all knew that it was definitely related to Wu Yi's flute music. Thus, if they really wanted to talk about who should take the credit for suppressing the great evil, then other than Lin Tian, it could only be Wu Yi. Lin Tian smiled and said, since everyone put in effort, everyone should have some credit. This credit belongs to everyone. He was unyielding, but he was never arrogant when handling matters. The all-beginning ancestor and the others were slightly stunned. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Little brother, your breadth of mind is truly admirable. The Heaven Guidance Divine Palace's ancestor sighed. Although Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the pure sun realm, his battle prowess was definitely the strongest in the fifth dimension. No one in the fifth dimension could stop him. Moreover, he also controlled the all-beginning, Tao-defying, dark light, star creation, and indestructible laws of the fifth dimension. He could be said to be the strongest person in history. Yet, he was so humble. Lin Tian, she is. Beside the all-beginning ancestor, Lu Aoxian spoke at this time. She looked at Lin Tian, and then at Wu Yi, somewhat evasively. Beside the Yu family's ancestor, Yu Yaoshi also looked at Lin Tian. My wife, Wu Yi, Lin Tian said with a smile, then knocked on Ruoxian's shoulder. This is our daughter, Ruoxian. Lu Aoxian's eyes flickered imperceptibly. There was a trace of sadness and disappointment in the depths of her eyes. So you already have a wife and daughter. She paused for a moment, then looked at Wu Yi and Ruoxian. They are both so beautiful. Yu Yaoshi didn't say anything. However, the change in her expression was similar. There was also a trace of disappointment in the depths of her eyes. The all-beginning ancestor and the Yu family's ancestor looked at their respective holy daughters and sighed inwardly. How could old antiques like them not see that their disciples and descendants had some special feelings for Lin Tian? They already knew when Lin Tian was being chased by the Xiang family's ancestor. At that time, when they found out about this, they all hoped that their disciples and descendants would be together with Lin Tian. This was because no matter how they looked at it, they were extremely satisfied with Lin Tian. They even felt that no one in their generation could compare to Lin Tian. In the past, they all felt that with the conditions of their respective disciples and descendants, although they were far from comparable to Lin Tian, they were still the number 1 and number 2 pearls of the fifth dimension. Therefore, the chances of them being together with Lin Tian should be relatively high. But now, after seeing Wu Yi, they no longer had this thought. Their disciples and descendants were all very outstanding and beautiful. However, how could they compare to Wu Yi? If they were to compare their disciples and descendants to Wu Yi, it would be like comparing a speck of dust to the moon. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, their disciples and descendants couldn't compare to Wu Yi. In fact, even Lin Tian and Wu Yi's daughter, Ruoxian, couldn't compare to their disciples and descendants. How could their disciples and descendants get in with Wu Yi and Lin Tian? It was impossible. As they looked at Wu Yi, they couldn't help but sigh helplessly. How could there be such a perfect person in this world? Wu Yi understood the meaning behind Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian's expressions, but he didn't say anything. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others also understood. Their eyes flickered as they glanced at Lin Tian. Daddy, you're not being honest. Ruoxian pulled Lin Tian over and whispered to him. Lin Tian nearly choked when he heard his precious daughter's words. How was he dishonest? However, he didn't refute her. He simply knocked Ruoxian's head. With the five-tailed beast suppressed, the matter here could be considered settled. He had a brief discussion with the Yu clan's patriarch and the others before bidding farewell. He left with Wu Yi and the others, heading for the large planet where the Immortal Court was located. Yifeng Tian and the other immortal soldiers and generals followed behind Lin Tianyi, heading back to the Immortal Court. Only the Yu clan's patriarch, the Divine Palace of All Beginnings patriarch, the Heaven Induction Temple's patriarch, and the 100 Saints Treasure Pavilion's patriarch were left. Everyone looked in the direction Lin Tian had disappeared in and sighed. They, the fifth dimension, were saved by someone from the fourth dimension. Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian looked in the direction Lin Tian had left in a daze. The disappointment in their eyes deepened. They both had special feelings for Lin Tian and were attracted to Lin Tian. However, after seeing Wu Yi, they understood that there was no chance between them and Lin Tian. There was no way they could get in between them. The Yu clan's patriarch and the All Beginnings patriarch looked at their disciples and descendants. They exchanged glances and sighed. Let's go back. The Yu clan's patriarch said. This place was in ruins. There was still a lingering aura of destruction. The group left one after another. Lin Tian brought Wu Yi and the rest. At this time, they were already very far away. Oh right, where are my senior brothers? What about the white pighead and the others? He asked Wu Yi. Only Wu Yi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Little Tai Chu, Wuxing Crocodile, and the white tiger had come to the fifth dimension. His 9 senior brothers weren't here, and neither were Bai Ziki and the others. We're just here to see you. Your senior brothers and the others are cultivating in the spacetime chaos zone. Wu Yi said. The spacetime chaos zone was left behind by the human king when he left the four-dimensional world. It was extraordinary. With the immortal pills, treasured medicines, and natural treasures brought back by Lin Tian, everyone had reached the Tao conversion realm. Now, they were tempering themselves in the spacetime chaos zone. As Ruoxian wanted to visit her father, she brought along Ruoxian and the others. Little Taichu also missed Lin Tian. When he, Wuxing Crocodile, and White Tiger heard that Wu Yi was bringing Ruoxian and the others to the fifth dimension to visit Lin Tian, they all came together. The spacetime chaotic domain left behind by Grandmaster is truly amazing. It's clearly just a simulation of countless living beings, but the power of those living beings is at least at the level of the ninth dimensional realm. It's of great help to our cultivation. Ruoxian said. I know. Lin Tian smiled. Before entering the fifth dimension, he had entered the spacetime chaos zone. Naturally, he knew how extraordinary it was and how shocking it was. He chatted with Wu Yi and the others along the way. Soon, they arrived at the large planet where the Immortal Court branch was located. Father, you want to establish the Immortal Court in the fifth dimension? You want to spread the Immortal Court throughout the fifth dimension? Ruoxian asked. Lin Tian nodded and smiled. If possible, I want to spread the Immortal Court all the way to the ninth dimension. He was the one who established the Immortal Court. To him, it was naturally very important. It was equivalent to another child of his. Therefore, he naturally hoped to make the Immortal Court stronger and more famous. Then, when will we announce our Immortal Court to the fifth dimension? And recruit more members? Now, although the Immortal Court branch was established here, it had not been announced to the fifth dimension. No one in the cultivation world of the fifth dimension knew about it. There's no hurry. We'll do it later. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed Ruoxian's head. Then, he looked at Wu Yi and the others and said, I don't have anything to do now. Since you're all here, why don't we explore the fifth dimension together? He had been separated from Wu Yi and the others for a year. Although it was not a very long time, it was actually not short either. Now that he saw them again after a year, there was nothing special. He wanted to go with Wu Yi and the others to explore the fifth dimension. As for announcing the Immortal Court to the fifth dimension, he had his own plans. He would do it later. Sure. Wu Yi chuckled. Then let's go. Lin Tian smiled and took her hand. He called Ruoxian, Ji Yu, and the others. Not long after returning to the Immortal Court, they left again and went to various corners of the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension was made up of countless stars and a vast central world. He had been in the fifth dimension for a year now, so he had a good understanding of it. On this day, he brought Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the rest to the central world. They walked through the various stars in the fifth dimension and then walked to the central world. They simply walked through some empty corners. Most of the time, he took them to some ordinary mortal places in the fifth dimension and saw many ordinary mortals. Compared to the ordinary mortals in the fourth dimension, the ordinary mortals in the fifth dimension were all very strong. Although they did not have any cultivation realm, their auras were very extraordinary. It's just as Grandmaster said. They are clearly ordinary people, but they have at least the battle strength of a sea of consciousness. Ruoxian whispered. The difference in dimensions is indeed very big. Lin Tianandao. This was actually the first time he saw ordinary mortals in the fifth dimension. Although he had learned from an old drunkard that ordinary mortals in the fifth dimension had at least the battle strength of a sea of consciousness and a lifespan of 1,000 years, he could not help but sigh when he saw them with his own eyes. However, this sigh only lasted for a moment. Then, he led Wu Yi and the others to other places. Almost at the same time, the news of him bravely stepping forward to suppress the great calamity in the fifth dimension was spread by many cultivators and quickly spread throughout the fifth dimension. We were saved by the person from the fourth dimension. In the fifth dimension, countless cultivators were stunned. They clenched their fists and their eyes flickered. The top orthodoxy of the fifth dimension, the Xiang family, released the great calamity to harm all living beings for the sake of the seven sex artifact. After the great calamity was born, no one in the fifth dimension dared to stop it. However, Lin Tian, a person from the fourth dimension, stepped forward bravely and fought to protect the fifth dimension. In the end, he suppressed the great calamity. How clear was this contrast, at the same time, how ironic was this. In the past, they looked down on the beings from the fourth dimension and thought that they were countless levels higher than them. However, they were now saved by Lin Tian, who came from the fourth dimension. This made them all feel ashamed. Everyone in the fifth dimension began to reflect. They had looked down on the fourth dimension in the past, which was a huge mistake. Lin Tian. In the fifth dimension, the cultivators could not help but say these two words seriously and solemnly. This was the benefactor of the entire fifth dimension. These two words were deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the cultivators in the fifth dimension. Time passed day by day. Lin Tian led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others to various corners of the fifth dimension. Most of the places he led them to were relatively sparsely populated. Walking with them like this was like a simple trip, which made him feel exceptionally comfortable and warm. After that, 7 days quickly passed. When he led the group past another immortal mountain, a powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body. His essence, energy, and spirit were strengthened by a lot, and his cultivation reached the peak of the pure yang stage. Kid, you didn't seem to have cultivated for the past few days. How did you suddenly break through? Wuxing Crocodile stared at him with wide eyes. In the past 7 days, Lin Tian had been traveling with them. It was completely a simple trip and he did not cultivate at all. However, at this time, he suddenly reached the peak of the pure yang stage from the middle stage of the pure yang stage. This really surprised it. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others also looked at Lin Tian. Oh, my soul root has already been unsealed 5 times. Even if I don't actively cultivate, the spiritual power of heaven and earth will automatically enter my body to temper my body and improve my cultivation. He naturally did not need to hide anything from these people in front of him. Previously, I was not far from the peak of the pure yang stage. During the battle with the great evil beast, although I was injured, I also gained a lot. After a few days, I naturally reached the peak of the pure yang stage. As soon as he said this, the group was immediately moved. Even if you don't actively cultivate, your cultivation will improve on its own? White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air and then cursed, "You damn pervert, how are the other cultivators supposed to live? Daddy, you're so amazing." Ruoxian's eyes lit up and were filled with admiration. Lin Tian smiled. It's okay, it's okay. After that, he led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others to other corners of the fifth dimension. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed. 1 month later. On this day, he brought Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others back to the branch of the Immortal Court. After returning to the Immortal Court, he called Yifeng Tian and gave him some instructions. He asked Yifeng Tian to take the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals to complete the task. Then, he brought Wu Yi and the others to the depths of the Immortal Court branch. The holy spiritual energy here was very dense. We will cultivate here for a while. I will demonstrate the 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension for you. Try to control them. He said to Wu Yi and the others. In the depths of the immortal Lyceum, the Holy Spirit Chi in this place was extremely extraordinary. While he was cultivating by himself, he was also diverting some of his attention to explain the 5 types of 5-dimensional laws: myriad beginning, Tao-defying, star creation, dark light, and undying. He explained in depth how to control them, as well as their various wonderful uses. Just like that, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. No, I can't control them. Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. Yeah. Little Taichu's head was loose. It's too difficult. Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others shook their heads. Even Ruoxian was no exception. In 3 months, although Lin Tian personally demonstrated the 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension and analyzed them in depth, it was still difficult for them to touch the 5 types of laws. Wu Yi was very calm. At this time, there were strands of starlight interweaving outside her body, which seemed slightly weak. This caused Lin Tian's eyes to light up slightly, and then he smiled. As expected of little Yi, he imitated the way the Violet Fairy used to address Wu Yi. After 3 months, under his demonstration, Wu Yi clearly controlled the laws of the 5th dimension. Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others were shocked when they saw the starlight outside Wu Yi's body intertwining. As expected of Sister Wu Yi, Su Shu said. Mother is so powerful. Ruoxian's eyes were bright. In these 3 months, Lin Tian had personally practiced the 5 types of 5th-dimensional nomological laws for them. They had not even touched the slightest bit of concept and did not understand it at all. However, Wu Yi had grasped the star creation nomological laws in these 3 months. This was too shocking. Wu Yi chuckled. The starlight outside her body became denser. Clearly, her control of the star creation law was gradually becoming more proficient. Continue. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi and said gently, our little Yi can also grasp all the 5th-dimensional laws. Wu Yi's aptitude and comprehension ability were too shocking. She could grasp the star creation law in 3 months. He believed that as he continued practicing, Wu Yi should also be able to grasp the other 4 types of 5th-dimensional laws. You guys should also continue to comprehend seriously, he said to Ruoxian and Jiyu. In the depths of the immortal court, the holy spiritual energy was extremely shocking. He continued to practice the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Boom! On this day, in the sky above the branch of the celestial court, a huge thunderbolt vortex appeared. The entire celestial court was shrouded in it immediately. A destructive aura came down mightily, as if it was going to annihilate the entire ancient planet. Outside Wu Yi's body, starlight intertwined and purple light flickered. There was also golden light and darkness. The surrounding Daos also trembled, as if they were conscious of fear and horror. Good. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. In a year's time, as he practiced the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws, Wu Yi had comprehended star creation, myriad beginnings, indestructible, dark light, and inverse Tao. He had mastered all 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws, and on this day, he stepped into the manifestation realm and attracted the manifestation heavenly tribulation. As expected of Princess Wu Yi. This is really, the white tiger trembled. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes widened. In 1 year, they had been seriously learning from Lin Tian. However, they still did not gain anything. Wu Yi, on the other hand, had grasped all the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws in just 1 year with Lin Tian's practice. This was really too shocking. What difference in dimensions? In front of this person, the so-called difference in dimensions is just like a decoration. The whooshing crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After coming to the 5th dimension, it had learned quite a bit. Since ancient times, other than Lin Tian, no one in the 5th dimension had been able to simultaneously control all 5 5th-dimensional laws. Being able to control one 5th-dimensional law was enough to cause the entire 5th dimension to boil with excitement. But now, Wu Yi had grasped all of them. Furthermore, she had grasped all of them within a year. Lin Tian did not need to be mentioned because Lin Tian was from the 9th dimension. His dimension was much higher than that of the 5th dimension. Wu Yi was a creature from the 4th dimension. But now, Wu Yi had easily surpassed all the creatures from the 5th dimension. The so-called difference in dimensions was not even comparable to air. Although this achievement was largely due to Lin Tian's earnest practice, it was still very shocking. Wu Yi believed that if it was a creature from the fifth dimension, even with Lin Tian's practice, they would definitely not be able to achieve this. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the rest had bright eyes. Their worship for Wu Yi could not be concealed. "Aya, mother, you are too dazzling," Ruoxian said mischievously. "However, your daughter is not too bad." As she spoke, golden light and purple light intertwined around her body. "The indestructible law and the law of all beginnings," Lin Tiantan smiled. "Not bad." Although his precious daughter's aptitude could not be compared to Wu Yi's, she was definitely extremely outstanding. He was not surprised that she had grasped the indestructible law and the law of all beginnings. This was because he had long sensed the aura of these two laws from her body. Bai Qiu jumped over and hugged Ruoxian. She was pleasantly surprised. "As expected of our family, Xianxia. Not bad. Awesome." Ji Yu, Shui Yi, and the rest also praised. Ruoxian was really amazing. She had never let them down. Ruoxian giggled. "Although I can't compare to father and mother, with some time, your daughter can also learn all 5 laws of the 5th dimension. Xianxia can definitely do it," Su Shu said. The others also nodded. They did not doubt Ruoxian's words at all. After all, Ruoxian had inherited Lin Tian and Wu Yi's bloodline. She definitely had the qualifications to grasp all the laws of the 5th dimension. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but roll his eyes. "Your family is going against the heavens." White Tiger also rolled his eyes. He really did not know what to say. Lin Tiantan smiled. He looked at his precious daughter with a doting gaze. Wu Yi's gaze was very gentle. After a pause, the heavenly tribulation in the sky dissipated. It was impossible to undergo the tribulation here. This was a branch of the immortal court. If she underwent the tribulation here, it would definitely destroy this place. "I know a suitable place to undergo the tribulation." Lin Tian smiled. He brought Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others away from this branch of the immortal court. Not long after, they arrived at a very empty desert on this ancient planet. There were no living creatures within several million miles of this place. It was very suitable for undergoing the heavenly tribulation. After arriving here, Wu Yi directly released her aura. The all-creation realm lightning tribulation immediately descended. With a rumbling sound, tribulation lightning continuously struck down. After an hour, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared. Wu Yi had stepped into the all-creation realm. Her essence, energy, and spirit had all undergone a shocking transformation. "Aya, I feel that not only has mother become stronger, but she has also become more beautiful." Ruoxian's words were very sweet. Wu Yi chuckled. She walked back from the center of the heavenly tribulation and rubbed Ruoxian's head very gently. Lin Tian's face naturally had a smile. He paused for a moment and said, "Oh, it's my turn now." As his words fell, the sky exploded with a rumbling sound. Another huge lightning vortex appeared, causing the space that had just regained its clarity to instantly darken again. A destructive aura covered the sky and covered the earth. In the past year, although he had spent most of his time practicing the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws for Wu Yi and Ruoxian, he had also spent some of his time on cultivation. 3 months ago, he could have stepped into the 5th-dimensional realm, but at that time, he hadn't. Only now did he step into the 5th-dimensional realm after Wu Yi had mastered all of the 5th-dimensional laws and passed through the Wanxiang realm's heavenly punishment. Only then did he step into the 5th-dimensional realm and trigger the lightning punishment. Heavenly tribulation. 5th dimensional realm? Brat, you. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. In the past year, Wu Yi had comprehended the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws and stepped into the all-creation realm from the peak of the Tao Revolution realm. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had stepped into the 5th-dimensional realm from the peak of the Pure Yang realm. During this process, Lin Tian had clearly been practicing the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws for them. How could he step into the 5th-dimensional realm just like that? How do you want the other cultivators to survive? White Tiger pulled a long face. he was so shocked by Lin Tian that he didn't have any temper left. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others were naturally shocked as well. Lin Tian's cultivation speed was simply too exaggerated. Lin Tian smiled and asked them to wait for him at the same place. Then, he stepped far away and truly attracted the fifth-dimensional realm lightning tribulation. Rumble, the fifth-dimensional lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Tribulation lightning bolts struck down one after another, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Soon, more than 4 hours had passed, and a total of 720 rounds of lightning tribulation had struck down. Only then did the fifth-dimensional heavenly tribulation dissipate. Rainbow auspicious clouds floated over, and pure rainbow light descended, enveloping Lin Tian's entire body. This rainbow light contained an extremely astonishing amount of heaven and earth might. Lin Tian circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and silently refined this heaven and earth might, using it to consolidate his fifth-dimensional realm cultivation. Only after several minutes had passed did the rainbow auspicious clouds dissipate. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. After stepping into the fifth-dimensional realm, his battle prowess had clearly undergone an earth-shattering change. He was much stronger than before. At this moment, he believed that if he had to deal with the great beast that had stepped out of the ancestral sea domain, he would definitely be able to suppress it with just a lift of his hand. After the fifth-dimensional realm, the Hotian realm, heaven realm, Xiantian realm, sixth-dimensional realm. He muttered to himself. He released his divine sense and examined his soul root. At the very least, I need to reach the Xiantian realm to be able to unlock the sixth seal on my soul root. His soul root was tyrannical in the past, and he needed a powerful cultivation base to support it. Only then would he be able to gradually unlock the later seals. Whoosh! 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 Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others all flashed over. Daddy, you are really too strong. Super strong. Ruoxian hugged Lin Tian's arm, her eyes filled with worship. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed Ruoxian's head. Then, he called Wu Yi to wait for him and quickly returned to the Immortal Lyceum. 3 days later, Yifeng Tian returned to the Immortal Lyceum and discussed some matters with Lin Tiandao. A faint light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He smiled and said to Yifeng Tian, "Thank you for your hard work." On this day, he called Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others to leave the Immortal Lyceum branch and enter the central world of the fifth dimension. Not long after, they arrived at a vast ocean and stepped into the center of this ocean. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge immortal island in the middle of the ocean. Ancient trees and immortal plants were everywhere, and there were many divine temples and treasure pavilions on the immortal island. It was extremely glorious, as if it was a miniature sacred world. This is? Ji Yu and the others were shocked. Lin Tianyi smiled. We are the main clan of the Immortal Lyceum in the fifth dimension. In the past year, before he practiced the laws of the fifth dimension for Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others, he asked Yifeng Tian to lead thousands of immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the Immortal Lyceum to do an important thing. That thing was to establish the main clan of the fifth dimension. This was the ancestral Lord Ocean. There were many intertwined super-large veins at the bottom of the ocean. The holy spiritual energy here was astonishing, and it was suitable to establish a great sect here. Moreover, the Seven Treasures ancestor sacrificed himself here to protect the world by sealing the great evil. He felt that this place had a very special meaning. It was very suitable to establish the main clan of the Immortal Lyceum in the fifth dimension here. The island in the center of this ocean was already destroyed when the great evil with 5 tails appeared. The immortal island in front of him was created by Yifeng Tian and the others. This task was not difficult for Yifeng Tian and the other immortal soldiers and generals. It was very simple. Yifeng Tian was at the peak of the Wanxiang realm, while the thousands of soldiers and generals were all at the Dao transformation realm. For such a group of experts to spend an entire year in the ancestral Lord Sea region, the fifth dimension's immortal court could be said to be extremely majestic and astonishing. Outside the island, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Shui Yi, and the others were all moved by the sight of the immortal court's various divine palaces. Too extraordinary, too magnificent. Come, let's go. Lin Tiandao. He led Wu Yi, Jiyu, Shui Yi, Sushu, Baiqiu, Violet Fairy, and Lin Xian to the island. Lord Immortal Emperor, Lord Wu Yi, Lord Jiyu. On the island, thousands of Dao Transformation Realm soldiers and generals waited outside the Immortal Court. When they saw Lin Tian and the others appear, they all bowed. No need for formalities. Lin Tian Dao. He had always been an easygoing person. He told the immortal generals not to be overly courteous, then led Wu Yi, Ruoxin, and the others into the Immortal Court. Once they entered the Immortal Court, the holy spiritual qi inside became extremely dense, much denser than outside. Clearly, Yifeng Tian had done something special to the Immortal Court's foundation. TSK, not bad, not bad. Wuxing Crocodile said. Yifeng Tian had led thousands of experts to spend an entire year building the fifth dimension's Immortal Court. It was indeed very majestic. Announcing the fifth dimension now? Recruiting new members of the Immortal Court? White Tiger asked. Jiyu, Baiqiu, Violet Fairy, and the others all looked at Lin Tian. No rush. There are still some things to do. Lin Tian smiled. On this day, in the Immortal Lyceum, with his fifth dimension realm cultivation base, he set up one powerful killing array after another around the Immortal Lyceum, interweaving all 5 types of laws of the fifth dimension within them. No one below the Hotian realm could act recklessly in this place. At the same time, he used the Dragon Burial scripture to set up a Dragon Burial formation at the bottom of the Immortal Court's sea region. He connected all 10 major veins to the Immortal Court, causing the holy spiritual qi here to increase exponentially. To the depths. He asked Wu Yi and Ruoxin to go deeper into the celestial court. Yifeng Tian and the others followed him. There was a very spacious area in the depths of the Immortal Court. It had a radius of about 300,000 feet. He brought Wu Yi, Jiyu, Sushu, and the others to this place. He drew the sword of reincarnation from his body and released the great ominous 5 tails. The 5-tailed great ominous beast was 100,000 feet tall. The moment it appeared, it gave off an extremely terrifying killing intent. With a loud roar, it shook the surrounding space. Even the sky trembled violently as if it would collapse in the next moment. Brat, it wasn't easy to suppress it. What are you doing? Wuxing Crocodile widened its eyes. The might of this great vicious beast was truly terrifying. Roar. The 5-tailed great demon roared ferociously, its murderous aura shaking the sky. In the next moment, it stared at Lin Tian, Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others. The blood-red murderous waves immediately pressed down on the group of people. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed. Lin Tian stepped forward and annihilated all the murderous waves. He arrived above the great vicious beast's head and pressed down with a finger. Compared to the 5-tailed ominous beast, his body was extremely small. However, as he stretched out his finger and pressed on the 5-tailed ominous beast's head, the 5-tailed ominous beast could not move at all and was directly suppressed. He looked at the great vicious beast. Dense reincarnation Dao patterns appeared in his right eye. The reincarnation Dao patterns moved slightly and streaked across with faint light. In an instant, the great vicious beast's huge eyes trembled slightly. A trace of light gradually appeared in its crimson eyes. Lin Tian withdrew his right hand from the great vicious beast's head. The endless reincarnation Dao patterns in his right eye also dispersed. The 5-tailed great vicious beast's huge eyes were no longer crimson red. It looked at Lin Tian, who was as small as a speck of dust. Its huge head stretched out, paused, and cautiously rubbed against Lin Tian. Such a scene caused the Wuxing Crocodile, the White Tiger, and the others to be moved. Even Wu Yi had a strange expression on his face. The 5-tailed great vicious beast was clearly so violent before, but now, it seemed to have turned into a gentle pet. Lin Tian stood in the void and patted the 5-tailed great vicious beast's head. Shrink your body a little. In the future, don't attack other living beings as you wish. Live in this place and guard this place. This will be your home in the future. Now, his reincarnation Dao was far more powerful than when he had just entered the 5th dimension. Just now, he had used his Rinnegan to awaken the 5-tailed great vicious beast's intelligence. At the same time, he had implanted a strand of reincarnation Dao into it. After that, this five-tailed great vicious beast, which was infinitely close to the Hotian realm, would completely obey his orders without any resistance. The five-tailed great vicious beast clearly understood his words. It nodded its huge head, and its body quickly shrank to about 3 inches. In the future, it will be the guardian beast of the fifth dimension immortal court, Lin Tian said to the group. The five-tailed great vicious beast was born from the endless filth between heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and was infinitely close to the Hotian realm. In the current fifth dimension, apart from him, no one could suppress it. Apart from him, the five-tailed great vicious beast was definitely an invincible existence in the fifth dimension. Moreover, this five-tailed great vicious beast could absorb all kinds of negative energies between heaven and earth to grow. It was stronger than many sacred spirits, and its capital was astonishing. With it guarding the fifth dimension immortal court, it would be absolutely safe in the fifth dimension. Such a terrifying existence is now the guardian beast of our immortal court. This is really, Mu Wenyang's group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals were both nervous and excited. In the fifth dimension, since ancient times, perhaps only their immortal court had such a guardian beast, right? Lin Tian raised his hand, and a top-notch fifth dimension artifact flew out and entered the immortal court, becoming the foundation artifact of the immortal court. At the same time, the Seven Stars Bible of the Seven Treasures ancestor, as well as the ancient scriptures of the Xiang family, various immortal pills, precious medicines, and powerful artifacts all flew out and entered the various treasured palaces of the immortal court. These would become the foundation of the fifth dimension immortal court. Originally, he had 8 fifth dimension artifacts. 7 of them belonged to the Seven Treasures ancestor, and the other belonged to the Xiang family. However, he had only placed 1 fifth dimension artifact in the immortal court. The rest were handed over to Wu Yi and Jiyu. At the same time, the Seven Stars Bible and the ancient scriptures of the Xiang family were also handed over to Wu Yi and the others. It's done. After doing all this, a faint light flashed through his eyes. At this point, the immortal court here was truly established. Feng Tian announced that our immortal court has officially established itself in the fifth dimension and is recruiting immortal soldiers and immortal generals. He said to Yi Feng Tian, "You don't need to have amazing aptitude or great strength. As long as you are righteous, kind, and righteous, you can join our immortal court." Yi Feng Tian nodded and called away some of the immortal soldiers and generals. He left the immortal court and announced in the name of Lin Tian to the fifth dimension. The immortal court was established in the ancestral sea region with Lin Tian as the immortal emperor and was recruiting immortal soldiers and generals. In the blink of an eye, this announcement spread quickly, causing the entire fifth dimension to be in an uproar. Immortal court? Created by that Lin Tian? The man who simultaneously grasped 5 types of fifth-dimensional laws, grasped the fourth-dimensional laws of fate, grasped the legendary reincarnation cycle, fought the great ferocious beast alone for the fifth-dimensional laws a year ago, and then suppressed it? The fifth dimension was greatly shaken, and countless cultivators were greatly moved. If it's really that person, I want to join. Me too. Simultaneously controlling 5 types of fifth-dimension laws and fate, controlling the legendary reincarnation cycle, suppressing the great evil and protecting the countless beings of the fifth dimension all by himself. To be able to join the legacy created by such a powerhouse is a great honor for us cultivators. In every corner of the fifth dimension, after hearing the announcement from Yi Feng Tian and the others, the cultivators became excited and rushed towards the ancestral sea region at an extremely fast speed. In the past year or two, Lin Tian's fame in the fifth dimension was simply too great. With his Tao Revolution cultivation, he could easily kill Wanxiang powerhouses. At the same time, he could control 5 types of fifth dimension laws, control fate, and even control the legendary reincarnation cycle. As a pure Yang cultivator, he could kill the ancestral lord of the fifth dimension, causing the entire fifth dimension to revere him. However, compared to Lin Tian's bravery a year ago to fight the great evil and protect the countless beings of the fifth dimension, all of this was nothing. The cultivators of the fifth dimension were not afraid of Lin Tian because of his strength, but more so because of Lin Tian's protection of the fifth dimension. With this kind of reverence, the cultivators of the fifth dimension all yearned to join the legacy of the immortal court created by Lin Tian. Even the rogue cultivators who didn't belong to any sect hoped to join the immortal court. At the same time, in the fifth dimension, the four top orthodoxies, the Yu family, the All Beginnings Technique, the Heaven's Guide Temple, and the 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion, as well as the other major orthodoxies, naturally knew about this matter. The eyes of all the higher-ups of the orthodoxies lit up. Men, prepare a generous gift and congratulate the immortal court. The legacy created by the benefactor of the fifth dimension will definitely be incomparably glorious. All elders and above in the orthodoxies, go and pay your respects. To the ancestral sea region. In the fifth dimension, the higher-ups of the major orthodoxies moved at the same time and headed towards the ancestral sea region. Ancestral sea region, whoosh. 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another. Countless cultivators came from all over the fifth dimension. In the center of the ancestral sea region, Lin Tian and Wu Yi stood side by side at the forefront, welcoming all the cultivators outside the immortal court. Welcome, everyone. He opened his mouth and said. On this day, within the fifth dimension, many major orthodoxies came to congratulate the immortal court. Countless cultivators came to join the immortal court because of its reputation. The ancestral sea region was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It could be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion in the history of the fifth dimension. On this day, countless cultivators of the fifth dimension joined the immortal court because of its reputation. In just one day, the number of new members of the immortal court in the fifth dimension had reached 10 billion. They were all gathered in the huge training field of the immortal court. Everyone held their heads high and stood in an orderly manner. They all looked at Lin Tian with longing and excitement in their eyes. Now, they were the disciples of the immortal court. Welcome to the immortal court. All orthodoxies have a certain order, and the immortal court is no exception. All disciples of the immortal court must remember the following points. Looking at the group of newly joined immortal soldiers and generals, Lin Tian spoke with a solemn expression. First, disciples of the immortal court are forbidden from killing each other. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the immortal court and severely punished. Second, disciples of the immortal court are forbidden from attacking ordinary mortals. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the immortal court and severely punished. Third, do not rely on your strength to bully other cultivators. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Of course, if someone bullies us for no reason, there is no need to endure it. We will return it 100-fold. These were the 3 core rules he set when he established the immortal court in the 10th dimension. The members of the immortal court must abide by them. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely released his 5th dimension cultivation base. At the same time, the transmigration law, destiny law, law of all beginnings, star creation law, Tao-defying law, dark light law, and indestructible law appeared together. Since he had established his orthodoxy and accepted disciples, he naturally had to display his strength. Then, he looked at Wu Yi beside him. This is. Within the immortal court, the aura emitted by Lin Tian and the laws intertwined by Wu Yi caused everyone's expression to change. Even the ancestors of the Yu family, All Beginnings Divine Palace, Heaven Induction Divine Palace, and 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion were shocked. He has already reached the 5th dimension? The Heaven Induction Divine Palace's ancestor looked at Lin Tian, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. A year ago, Lin Tian was still in the middle stage of the pure yang realm. But now, in just a year's time, Lin Tian had advanced from the middle stage of the pure yang realm to the 5th dimensional realm. This kind of cultivation speed was simply too terrifying and heaven-defying. At the same time, the 5th dimension ancestors of the 4 top orthodoxies were also shocked by Wu Yi. She has also mastered 5 5th dimension laws. Everyone in the 5th dimension knew that Lin Tian had grasped all of the 5th dimension's laws and reincarnation and destiny laws. Thus, they weren't surprised that Lin Tian had displayed all 5 5th dimension's laws and reincarnation and destiny laws. However, they never expected that other than Lin Tian, who had grasped all 5 5th dimension's laws, Wu Yi had also grasped all 5 5th dimension's laws. Another person who had mastered all 5 5th dimension laws had appeared. Moreover, they all came from the 4th dimension. This caused the ancestors of the 5th dimension to be shocked. At the same time, they began to suspect that creatures from the 4th dimension were actually much stronger than those from the 5th dimension. Yu Yaoxi and Lu Aoxian looked at Wu Yi, and their gazes couldn't help but fluctuate intensely. Previously, they felt that Wu Yi's beauty and temperament weren't something they could compare to. In terms of strength, they might be able to compete with Wu Yi. But now, they discovered that in terms of strength, they were still far inferior. The difference was like heaven and earth. Why does someone like her exist? Luo Xian muttered. Appearance, temperament, strength, no matter how one looked at it, there was not a single flaw to be found. This made her feel even more frustrated at this moment. In the past, she felt that she was already outstanding enough. But now, looking at Wu Yi, she realized that she was truly nothing. Yu Yaoshi didn't say anything. In the end, she could only sigh inwardly. Sometimes, it was truly impossible to compare people to one another. At the same time, within the immortal court, the other great sects that came to congratulate were also shocked. They were shocked by Lin Tian's current cultivation and were even more shocked by Wu Yi's control of 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension. The eyes of all the masters of the great sects couldn't help but twitch. In the immortal court's martial arts field, the 10 billion new immortal soldiers and immortal generals were also shocked and excited. Now that they had joined the immortal court, they were disciples of the immortal court. In their lineage, there were 2 people who controlled all the laws of the 5th dimension at the same time. What kind of feeling was this? Since ancient times, which power in the 5th dimension could compare to the immortal court? Lord Immortal Emperor. Lady Wu Yi. Lord Immortal Emperor. Lady Wu Yi. Lord Immortal Emperor. Lady Wu Yi. The immortal court was established in the 5th dimension, so naturally, Lin Tian had already introduced Wu Yi. At this moment, the 10 billion immortal soldiers and generals roared in unison. Their eyes and faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. On this day, the immortal court's grand occasion was extraordinary. Apart from the members of the major sects who came to congratulate the immortal court, all the other rogue cultivators who came here joined the immortal court. In just one day, the immortal court became the publicly recognized #1 inheritance in the 5th dimension. Lin Tian asked Ji Feng Tian and the several thousand immortal soldiers and generals who joined the immortal court at the beginning to lead the new members to the various regions of the immortal court. After settling them down, he thanked the major sects who came to congratulate the immortal court with Wu Yi and the others. On this night, the immortal court held a banquet to celebrate the establishment of the immortal court in the 5th dimension, as well as to thank the major sects who came to congratulate the immortal court. It wasn't until noon the next day that the major sects said their goodbyes and left. Feng Tian, bring some other immortal generals and set up some branches of the immortal court in the 5th dimension. Assign some people to manage them and collect all kinds of information and cultivation resources. On this day, he called Ji Feng Tian over. Every major sect had daily necessities such as the Baodan immortal medicine. Naturally, they had to earn these necessities. Therefore, apart from the main sect, there was a need to set up other branches. These branches would each perform their own duties, collect information from all directions, and earn all kinds of cultivation resources. Yi Feng Tian nodded and immediately got to work. He transferred over 10 million members of the immortal court from the main sect in the 5th dimension. Within a month, hundreds of branches of the immortal court were set up in every corner of the 5th dimension. At the same time, branches of the immortal court were also set up in the endless stars outside the central world. Then, a large number of members of the immortal court were assigned to these branches. Under their arrangements, they were given important positions in each department. After that, the immortal court of the 5th dimension developed even faster. In just 2 months, all aspects of the immortal court were on the right track. Lin Tian nodded inwardly. Naturally, he was very satisfied with the progress. In the following days, he didn't cultivate. Together with Wu Yi and Luo Xian, he wandered around the 5th dimension for several more months. After several months, he prepared to head to the 6th dimension. With his current cultivation in the 5th dimension, he could tear open the heaven and earth gate that led to the 6th dimension. The holy spiritual chi in the 6th dimension was definitely denser than the 5th dimension. It was more suitable for cultivation. If he went to the 6th dimension to cultivate, his cultivation would improve much faster than if he stayed in the 5th dimension. He had to work hard to improve his strength and fight his way to the 9th dimension. His master's wife, and parents were all waiting for him in the ninth dimension. He was sure that something big had happened in the ninth dimension. Perhaps his master's wife, and parents were all engaged in a long battle in the ninth dimension. He had to become stronger as soon as possible, understand reincarnation, and participate in the battle in the ninth dimension. Be careful, Wu Yi said. She knew that after establishing the immortal court of the fifth dimension, Lin Tian would go to the sixth dimension to cultivate. This was because she knew that Lin Tian was eager to go to the ninth dimension to see his parents and master's wife. Going to the sixth dimension would allow Lin Tian to become stronger faster and ascend to the ninth dimension faster. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the rest naturally understood this as well. They all spoke one after another, and their words were very simple. They all asked Lin Tian to be careful. Although it was simple, the concern they contained was very strong. I hope you can dominate the sixth dimension in a short period of time. Is 5 years enough? Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. If it was an ordinary person who ascended to the sixth dimension with a fifth dimensional realm cultivation base, not to mention dominating the sixth dimension, it would take an endless amount of time for them to reach the peak of the sixth dimensional realm. There was even a possibility that they might not even be able to reach the peak of the sixth dimensional realm, let alone dominate the sixth dimensional realm. That was just a dream. However, Lin Tian wasn't an ordinary person. With Lin Tian's current potential after unsealing the fifth layer soul root, it felt that if Lin Tian cultivated seriously after reaching the sixth dimension, the possibility of him dominating the sixth dimension within 5 years was really not a pipe dream. The possibility of him dominating the sixth dimension could be said to be infinitely high. I'll try my best. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything too absolute. After all, he hadn't really ascended to the sixth dimension yet. There were many things that were difficult to say. Master Crocodile believes in you, Wuxing Crocodile said. Master Tiger also believes in you, White Tiger said. Yeah. Little Taichu said with a childish voice, expressing the same meaning as Wuxing Crocodile and White Tiger. They could transform into human form long ago, but they didn't do so. They had always maintained their beast form to cultivate. If they continued to cultivate in this form, compared to cultivating in human form, it would be easier for them to gather power. Lin Tian nodded. On this day, he handed over a lot of things to Yifeng Tian and handed over the fifth dimension immortal court to him. Then, he chatted with Wu Yi and the rest for a long time before leaving. He tore open the gate of heaven and earth in the Zhujunxi region. Be careful. Safety is the most important thing at all times. Wu Yi and the rest sent him off. Their words were still as simple as before. Just like when Lin Tian went to the fifth dimension from the fourth dimension, none of them wanted to go with Lin Tian to the sixth dimension. This was because they were too far away from Lin Tian. If they really followed Lin Tian to experience the world, it was very likely that they would be a burden to Lin Tian. As such, they could just stay in the sixth dimension and cultivate in peace. This would allow Lin Tian to cultivate with more ease. Roar. In the depths of the immortal court, the five-tailed great ominous beast rushed into the sky. It didn't rush out of the immortal court and let out a long roar towards Lin Tian. It seemed that it knew that Lin Tian was going to leave today and sent him off with such a roar. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi and the rest and nodded seriously. Then, he waved at the five-tailed great ominous beast that was born in the immortal court. Then, he took one last serious look at Wu Yi and Ji Yu before he stepped into the gate of heaven and earth and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The gate of heaven and earth disappeared with him. Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the rest quietly looked in the direction he left. After a few breaths, the group returned to the main immortal court. Inside the tunnel of heaven and earth, darkness enveloped everything. Lin Tian was in the tunnel of heaven and earth that led from the fifth dimension to the sixth dimension. He couldn't sense anything and everything was silent. He appeared to be very calm as he calmly waited to enter the sixth dimension. Time passed by slowly. He couldn't sense how much time had passed. Only the darkness continued to persist. Rumble, suddenly, the tunnel of heaven and earth shook violently as if a great earthquake had occurred. Lin Tian was shaken to the point of shaking. Moreover, the violent shaking continued and didn't stop. It was as if the tunnel of heaven and earth would collapse in the next moment. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change. He was now in the tunnel of heaven and earth. Once the tunnel of heaven and earth collapsed, the consequences would undoubtedly be very terrible. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer great injuries. Rumble, the tunnel of heaven and earth continued to shake violently. Darkness drowned everything as various chaotic and terrifying air currents rushed in. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp went numb. He immediately used all his strength to support the reincarnation divine domain, the reincarnation diagram, and the undying law to resist the incoming air currents. It wasn't until more than 100 breaths later that the tunnel of heaven and earth slowly stopped shaking. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of him. A powerful force intertwined and shook him out of the tunnel of heaven and earth. Here? He frowned. The space around him was dusky, and he could see many large stars. The atmosphere was very dull, and there were many broken continents floating in the air. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the air were very thin. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for him to be in the sixth dimension. It was even to the extent that Lin Tian noticed something even more shocking. He actually couldn't sense the flow of time here at all. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation of holy energy came from afar. There were dozens of them. Lin Tian looked in that direction, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately rushed over. He was now in the fifth dimension, so his speed was naturally very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed several million kilometers. In front of him was a huge piece of land. It was somewhat broken, and there were dozens of people fighting on it. The spiritual energy they emitted was very astonishing. The weakest among them was at the peak of the fifth dimension, and the strongest was at the initial stage of the Hotian realm. He couldn't help but be startled. What exactly was this place? The spiritual energy in the air was clearly very thin, but there were so many fifth dimension experts here. Moreover, there were even Hotian realm experts above the fifth dimension. Boom! 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 The dozens of people belonged to two different camps. They were fighting each other. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams could be heard from time to time. Soon, about half an hour had passed, and the fighting stopped. There were only 7 people left. 5 of them were at the initial stage of the Hotian realm, and the other 2 were at the peak of the 5th dimension. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their injuries were not light. You want to snatch the clues of the sect's holy relic from our hands? You're courting death. Unfortunately, more than 10 of our clansmen died. Casualties are unavoidable in such a battle. They chatted for a while and then walked away. Lin Tian hid behind a huge rock, and his heart trembled slightly. The sect's holy relic, what was that? It felt like the holy relic they were talking about was in this space, and those people had come for it. Bang! Suddenly, the space shook violently, and a muffled bang was heard. This muffled sound was like the beating of a heart that had been magnified countless times. It caused the countless planets and broken lands in this space to tremble violently. The rock that blocked Lin Tian's figure even cracked apart under the tremors, instantly exposing Lin Tian. Who are you? The 7 people from before had not gone very far. Their expressions changed slightly due to the muffled sound in this space, but in the next moment, they discovered Lin Tian. Their expressions changed again, and all of their gazes instantly swept over. One of them narrowed his eyes and said, "He doesn't seem to belong to any of those orthodoxies. A rogue cultivator? A 5th-dimensional loose cultivator dares to come here and fight for that thing? Kill him." The eyes of the 7 were cold, and one of them directly attacked. Being at the peak of the 5th dimension, he casually slashed out with his sword. With a clang, a blazing killing sword slashed towards Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand and shattered the killing sword with a single slap. Indiscriminately killing without any reason? His eyes narrowed slightly. The cultivation world was very cruel. Many times, there was no need for a reason to kill. He was very clear about this point, but he still couldn't help but ask. After all, when he was young, he grew up in a mortal village. The eyes of the person who attacked turned cold. He was clearly dissatisfied that he couldn't kill the initial stage 5th-dimensional Lin Tian with a single strike. He immediately took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This time, he directly raised his hand and slapped towards Lin Tian's head. For a moment, the surrounding space was directly annihilated. Facing the other party's attack, Lin Tian didn't say anything. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the other party's wrist. Immediately after, he didn't show any mercy. His right hand fiercely shook, and a majestic force interweaved, directly shattering the other party. His spirit was also annihilated. With his current fifth-dimensional cultivation and the unsealing of his soul root, he could even kill an initial stage Hotian expert, let alone an injured peak fifth-dimensional cultivator who wasn't at his peak. Killing this person was easier than chopping grass. In front of him, the other 6 middle-aged men's eyes narrowed. A peak fifth-dimensional cultivator of their bloodline had actually been killed by the initial stage fifth-dimensional Lin Tian in a short instant. Although that person had suffered heavy injuries and wasn't at his peak condition, he was still comparable to an expert in the middle stage of the fifth dimension. Facing an initial stage fifth dimension cultivator, he should have been able to easily crush and kill him. But now, the result was the exact opposite. Immediately after, the 6 men's eyes became even colder. Lin Tian had actually killed one of their clansmen just like that. The 6 men all revealed ruthless killing intent. One of the initial stage Hotian experts personally suppressed Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the pressure of the Hotian realm pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He directly slapped out. With his current strength, he didn't fear even an initial stage Hotian expert who was in perfect condition, let alone an initial stage Hotian expert who had suffered heavy injuries from the previous battle. Wang. As his large hand pressed down, the law of creation, the law of all beginnings, and the law of dark light interweaved and destroyed everything. With a whoosh, the attack launched by the attacker was broken. Immediately after, he was firmly slapped. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Just like the previous person, this person's body collapsed and his spirit was also annihilated. You. How is this possible? This time, the expressions of the other 5 experts all changed. At the beginning, when the peak fifth-dimensional cultivator was killed by Lin Tian, they were already shocked. But now, they didn't expect that one of their initial stage Hotian experts would be so easily killed by Lin Tian. Let's go. One of them said and ordered the other 4 to retreat. Then, they turned into 5 blazing rays of light and shot into the distance. At this time, the combat strength that Lin Tian had displayed had caused the hearts of these 5 people to palpitate. Among them, an early Hotian realm powerhouse had actually been killed so easily. From this, it could be seen just how great the disparity was between them and Lin Tian. Even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to block Lin Tian. In such a situation, they could only flee. Lin Tian's expression changed. He condensed the Tao reversing divine sword in his hand and raised it. Clang! Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, 4 rays of sword light flew straight out and pierced through the 4 people, destroying them in both body and spirit. Then, he moved with the samsara steps. His speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he appeared in front of the last person and directly suppressed him. Stop. Stop. Don't kill me. I'm from the Pei family. This person was at the initial stage of the Hotian realm and had been seriously injured in the previous battle. At this time, he was suppressed by Lin Tian and the other members of his family were all killed by Lin Tian. For a moment, he was extremely horrified. Lin Tian did not say anything to the other party. He directly entered the other party's sea of consciousness with his powerful divine thought and searched his sea of consciousness. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. He learned a lot. He withdrew his divine thought and killed this person in one blow. These people wanted to kill him, so he naturally would not show mercy. 3-dimensional heaven and earth, 3-dimensional heart. His eyes moved slightly. From this person's sea of consciousness, he learned what this space was. It was actually a 3-dimensional heaven and earth. There were no living creatures in this 3-dimensional heaven and earth. There was no flow of time. Everything was eternal and was very empty. At the same time, this world did not have terrifying fundamental laws like the 4-dimensional heaven, 5-dimensional heaven, 6-dimensional heaven, 7-dimensional heaven, 8-dimensional heaven, and 9-dimensional heaven and earth. There was only one core foundation, which was called the 3-dimensional heart. The 3-dimensional heart was many times more important to this 3-dimensional heaven and earth compared to the 4-dimensional heaven and 5-dimensional heaven and earth. In the 4-dimensional heaven and 5-dimensional heaven and earth, controlling the 4-dimensional heaven and earth would only increase one's strength by many times. However, the 3-dimensional heart was different. As long as one could obtain the 3-dimensional heart, they would be able to control this vast 3-dimensional heaven and earth and take it away. The people he had just killed were from the Pei family in the 6-dimensional heaven. It was a top orthodoxy in the 6-dimensional heaven, and there was a 6-dimensional realm expert in the family. They came to this 3-dimensional heaven and earth for the 3-dimensional heart. At the same time, other than the Pei family, several other top orthodoxies in the 6-dimensional heaven and earth had also come to this world. Originally, the difficulty of obtaining the 3-dimensional heart was about the same as controlling reincarnation. It was not because the process of obtaining the 3-dimensional heart was dangerous, but because the 3-dimensional heart's existence was too hard to find. Even the legendary supremes of heaven and earth would find it difficult to find the 3-dimensional heart in the 3-dimensional heaven and earth. However, some time ago, there were super experts in the 6-dimensional heaven who discovered that there was a shocking vibration coming from the 3-dimensional heaven. It was similar to the beating of a human heart. The vibration seemed to be coming from the 3-dimensional heart in the 3-dimensional heaven and earth. It seemed that they could use this opportunity to find the 3-dimensional heart. Hence, countless experts rushed here. After all, obtaining the 3-dimensional heart meant obtaining the entire 3-dimensional heaven and earth. The significance of controlling a real world was extremely shocking, and the benefits one could obtain would definitely be boundless. The 3-dimensional heart means controlling the 3-dimensional heaven and earth. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Now that he thought about it, when he was heading to the 6-dimensional heaven and earth, the sudden change in the tunnel might be related to the vibration of the 3-dimensional heart. This might be the will of the heavens. Now that he had accidentally arrived here and learned about this, he immediately decided that he must obtain the 3-dimensional heart. After obtaining the 3-dimensional heart, he would gain control of this world. After that, he could return to the 4-dimensional heaven and earth to control the law of time and use it to deduce this world. At that time, he would be able to create the flow of time in this world, raising the level of this world to a whole new level and making the power of this world much more powerful. At that time, he would have a real world with the flow of time. Lin Tian had obtained some clues about the 3-dimensional core from the Pei family's knowledge sea. It was located at the center of the rumbling in this world. He paused for a moment before heading toward that direction. That location was very far away from where he was now, so he increased his speed to an extremely fast speed. Bang! Not long after he stepped out, the rumbling sound from before resounded again, causing the entire world to rumble. The eastern region. He muttered to himself and increased his speed. After that, every once in a while, another rumbling sound would resound in this world, causing the stars to tremble. After an unknown amount of time, a huge black hole appeared in front of him and swallowed everything around it. The rumbling sound in this world seemed to be coming from this black hole. He arrived at this place. At this time, there were many cultivators outside the black hole. They were all very energetic and were fighting with each other. Boom, 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 the battle was intense. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams could be heard from time to time. Among them, the weakest was at the peak of the 5th dimension, while the strongest was at the peak of the heaven stage. Pei family, Blissful Island, Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion, Xianxia sect, Haoyue Divine sect, Heartless Hall. Lin Tian didn't approach them. He looked at them from afar and recognized that the cultivators fighting belonged to 6 different orthodoxies. These 6 orthodoxies were the 6 most powerful forces in the 6 dimensions. He had obtained a lot of information from the spiritual sea of that cultivator from the Pei clan, so it was only natural for him to recognize which orthodoxies these people belonged to. Bang! At this time, another rumbling sound came from the black hole not far away, causing the entire 3-dimensional world to tremble. At the same time, there were other powerful saint energy emanating from the black hole. There were innate level fluctuations. There was a sixth-dimensional aura. There was no doubt that the three-dimensional core should be inside the black hole. Moreover, there were sixth-dimensional and Xianxia realm cultivators among them. A gleam of light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He did not stop at all as he shot straight towards the black hole. The three-dimensional core might be inside the black hole, and there were already powerful cultivators fighting for it. It would be bad if it fell into the hands of others. He had made up his mind to obtain the three-dimensional core. It was very important. Who? Outside the black hole, the six orthodoxies were fighting each other. They were all trying to prevent other orthodoxies from entering the black hole. At the same time, they were also trying to kill off the other orthodoxies as quickly as possible so that they could enter the black hole to help the other experts of their orthodoxies. At this time, Lin Tian's direct charge into the black hole was seen by the cultivators in this place. Immediately, it attracted a large number of killing lights, each of which was extremely sharp. Lin Tian moved with the duality steps, sidestepping and evading all the killing rays. There were heaven realm experts among these cultivators. With his current fifth-dimensional realm cultivation, even if he unsealed his fifth-level soul root, he still wouldn't be a match for heaven realm experts. Therefore, he didn't plan to fight them head-on. Instead, he dodged their attacks with his nimble footwork and extremely fast speed. Then, he opened his Eye of Destiny with his back facing the crowd and used the teleportation ability of his Eye of Destiny. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the entrance of the black hole and stepped inside. Damn it! Outside the black hole, the crowd of cultivators was furious. A mere early-stage fifth-dimension cultivator had actually rushed into the black hole right under the noses of all the experts present. At this moment, the cultivators of the six top orthodoxies looked at each other and temporarily stopped fighting. They were all on guard as they entered the black hole one after another. The cultivators of the six top orthodoxies could all see that Lin Tian didn't belong to any of the six orthodoxies. Although his cultivation was only at the fifth-dimensional realm and was nothing compared to the upper echelons of their respective orthodoxies who had entered the black hole, there was a possibility that he could become a variable. They couldn't just ignore him like this. At the very least, they had to enter the black hole and inform the other people of their orthodoxies who had entered the black hole. At this time, Lin Tian had already entered the black hole. The space inside the black hole was incomparably dark, and there were occasional flashes of lightning. Bang! A muffled sound came from the center of the black hole. It was unknown how far away it was from his current position, but all living things were rumbling along with it. A glint flashed across his eyes as he immediately stepped forward and headed toward the center of the black hole. At the same time, he tried his best to conceal his aura and engraved all kinds of formation patterns inside the black hole. There were killing formations, illusory formations, and various other formations that were used to obstruct the people of the six top orthodoxies who were chasing after him. He believed that after he entered the black hole, the people of the six top orthodoxies would definitely chase after him. These large-scale killing formations and illusory formations were created by him after he unsealed his fifth-layer soul root. They were extremely extraordinary. The killing formations were enough to easily kill a mid-stage Hotian realm expert, and the illusory formations were powerful enough to interfere with a mid-stage heaven realm expert. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hinder a mid-stage heaven realm expert for dozens of days. After that, he continued to head toward the center of the black hole. Not long after, he finally arrived at the center of the black hole. Boom! In front of him, 24 figures were fighting. 6 of them were sixth-dimensional realm experts from the 6 top orthodoxies, including the Pei family. The other 18 were Xianxia realm experts and were the supreme elders of the 6 top orthodoxies. The 24 people, 6th-dimensional versus 6th-dimensional, Xianxia versus Xianxia, were all trying to get closer to the center of the black hole. There, a light ball about an inch in diameter was suspended in the air, surrounded by blazing electric arcs. Bang! The light ball trembled slightly. Although it was very small, the vibration was extremely loud. Lin Tian used the law of all beginnings to make his body almost invisible. His aura and figure were difficult to detect. He hid in a corner and looked at the light ball from afar, his eyes shining brightly. There was no doubt that this light ball was the so-called three-dimensional core. Just by looking at the three-dimensional heart from afar, he could already sense that it was extraordinary. Everything in this world seemed to exist because of it. The lightning arcs around it were even more frightening, as though they could destroy everything. He looked at the three-dimensional core with bright eyes, but at this time, he didn't move and quietly hid in a corner. Currently, there were 24 people in front of him. 6 of them were sixth-dimensional realm experts, and the other 18 were Xianxia realm experts. No matter what, he couldn't resist them. His strength and speed were far inferior to theirs. If he rushed out now, he would be courting death. On the way to this place, he had set up many killing and illusion formations. If the other cultivators outside the black hole chased after him, they would be able to stop him for dozens of days. Now, it was better for him to hide in this place. When the 24 people's saint energy was almost exhausted and their battle prowess dropped, he would go out and fight for the three-dimensional core. Boom! 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 In front of him, the battle was intense. The auras of Xiantian realm experts and sixth-dimensional experts were constantly fluctuating, annihilating everything in their path. The ancestors of the 6 top orthodoxies approached the three-dimensional core again and again. Their tyrannical sixth-dimensional strength trembled and destroyed the blazing electric arcs around the three-dimensional core. However, the lightning arcs were also quite frightening. They were like the guardians of the three-dimensional core, and when they were destroyed by the 6 of them, the 6 sixth-dimensional realm ancestors suffered heavy injuries one after the other. The passage of time was unclear. The 6 sixth-dimensional realm experts and the other 18 Xiantian realm experts fought fiercely. Their auras were getting weaker and weaker, and their battle prowess was getting further and further away from their peak state. Lin Tian used the law of all beginnings as a cover and quietly hid in the dark. After a period of time, when he felt that the 24 people's battle prowess wasn't enough to threaten him, he finally walked out of the dark and began to attack. Using the samsara steps, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the three-dimensional core. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. Pei family's ancestor and the others were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they saw Lin Tian suddenly rushing out, they were all shocked. "You're courting death." The 6 sixth-dimensional realm experts said the same thing and attacked at the same time. 6 rays of light shot towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. He dodged all the attacks and arrived in front of the three-dimensional core in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and grabbed it. The three-dimensional core was only an inch in diameter. The terrifying electric arcs around it were also destroyed by the 6 sixth-dimensional realm experts. Lin Tian directly grabbed the three-dimensional core in his hand. However, at this time, the three-dimensional core trembled. A majestic force intertwined and shook him away. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood flowed out in the air. Furthermore, a powerful force spread through the web between his thumb and forefinger, spreading to the other parts of his body. Intense pain immediately appeared. It was as if his body was going to be disintegrated by this powerful force in the next moment. This caused him to be shocked. He immediately activated his majestic saint energy and the Reincarnation Sutra to neutralize this powerful force. The Pei family's ancestor and the other 5 top-grade orthodoxies patriarchs were also shocked. The eyes of the other 18 Xiantian realm experts flickered. Lin Tian had already grasped the three-dimensional core, but now, he was actually shaken away by it. Did the three-dimensional core have a strong repulsive force? The 24 people looked at the three-dimensional core and coldly glanced at Lin Tian. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. The Pei family's ancestor suddenly used a great technique and increased his speed, rushing towards the three-dimensional core. Don't even think about it. The other 5 sixth-dimensional realm experts also moved. At this time, they didn't care about Lin Tian. Naturally, they couldn't just watch the Pei family's ancestor take the three-dimensional core. They all rushed towards him. Outside Lin Tian's body, holy light intertwined as the Reincarnation Sutra quickly circulated and repaired his body that was damaged by the three-dimensional core. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on the three-dimensional core. The will of heaven and earth? A majestic force landed on his body and spread throughout his body. Lin Tian felt something special. The force was no ordinary force, and it was extremely difficult to neutralize it. He felt that the force that fell on his body was a supreme will, the will of the third heaven. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra was circulating rapidly, and the nine-colored holy light interweaved on the surface of his body. However, it was difficult to neutralize the force in a short period of time. His body was still being destroyed, and it was even spreading toward his origin and spirit. He couldn't help but frown. Boom! In front of him, the holy energy surged. The Pei family's patriarch and the patriarchs of the sixth dimension from the other 5 top orthodoxies were fighting for the heart of the third dimension. However, they were obstructed and interfered with by the other 5 patriarchs, making it difficult for them to catch the heart of the third dimension. It was also at this moment that the other 18 Xiantian realm powerhouses in this space all looked at Lin Tian. The eyes of the 18 of them were filled with coldness and murderous intent. At this moment, they were all pressuring Lin Tian. Just now, Lin Tian had hidden in the dark and suddenly attacked the heart of the third dimension. He had almost succeeded, and this made these people very unhappy. They stopped fighting and prepared to kill Lin Tian first. "You're courting death," one of them said coldly. Outside Lin Tian's body, 9-colored holy light interweaved and pressed toward the 18 people. He didn't panic at all. Although these people were all in the Xiantian realm, after the previous fierce battle, their combat strength was at most comparable to the early Hotian realm. This kind of combat strength was not worth mentioning to him at all. He didn't even look at the 18 people. His gaze fell on the heart of the third dimension, and he stared at it seriously. When the 18 people saw this, their expressions became even colder. It was obvious that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. A mere 5th dimension cultivator was too arrogant. One of them immediately attacked Lin Tian, and a mass of murderous light slashed toward him. Lin Tian was healing himself with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He dodged the attack while his gaze was still fixed on the heart of the third dimension. Threads of light intertwined in his eyes as he stared at the three-dimensional heart even more seriously. Seeing that Lin Tian had not been harmed, the person who had made the move had a slightly gloomy expression on his face. His expression instantly became even colder. "Worm," this person said coldly, and an even stronger killing aura swept towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 17 people also attacked together. All kinds of killing lights intertwined and pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian took a simple step forward and dodged all the attacks. It was also at this moment that a muffled thump rang out, and the three-dimensional heart shuddered again. It began to move on its own, and spatial vortexes appeared around it before slowly disappearing into the heart of the three-dimensional heart. The Pei family's ancestor, the Blissful Palace's ancestor, and the other 4 great forces' ancestors were visibly shaken. They immediately stopped fighting and reached for the three-dimensional core at the same time. Traces of the three-dimensional heart were extremely difficult to find. This time, it was completely due to a special reason. They did not know why the three-dimensional heart had appeared in the black hole and caused a vibration, which made it traceable. Once it disappeared, it would be almost impossible to find it again in the future. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Seeing that the three-dimensional heart was about to disappear into the spatial vortexes, he no longer hid his strength. 9 black moons appeared in his left eye, and endless reincarnation patterns appeared in his right eye. The Eye of Destiny and the Reincarnation Eye opened at the same time. He then used the Eye of Destiny to teleport. It was an ability that surpassed extreme speed. He instantly passed by the Pei family's ancestor, the Blissful Palace's ancestor, and appeared in front of the three-dimensional heart again. Buzz! He raised his hand and reached for the three-dimensional heart again. This time, his reincarnation eye shuddered slightly. Origin reincarnation light intertwined in his right hand and landed directly on the three-dimensional heart. The origin reincarnation light immediately enveloped the three-dimensional heart. The three-dimensional heart contained the three-dimensional will of heaven and earth. With a bang, it vibrated again and knocked Lin Tian away again. In the next moment, the spatial vortexes intertwined, and the three-dimensional heart disappeared into them. Cracks appeared on Lin Tian's right hand from the vibrations, and blood flowed out. However, the will of heaven and earth did not spread to other parts of his body like before. The power that contained the will of heaven and earth was blocked by the reincarnation force, and the wounds on his hand quickly healed. The three-dimensional will of heaven and earth that had wreaked havoc in his body was gradually obliterated by the reincarnation force. Reincarnation? Shocked voices rang out. In the black hole, the Pei family's ancestor, the Blissful Palace's ancestor, and the other 4 six-dimensional realm ancestors all looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes widened as they recognized the origin reincarnation light around Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian had actually controlled the reincarnation force, the legendary reincarnation force, a force that even the ancient supremes of heaven and earth could not control, was actually controlled by someone. At the same time, the other 18 Xiantian realm experts were also shocked, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. They were people from this six-dimensional world, and there were many ancient books that recorded the history of the world. Naturally, they were very familiar with the reincarnation force. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The Pei family's ancestor's eyes were filled with greed and excitement, and he directly grabbed at Lin Tian. Almost at the same time, the Blissful Palace's ancestor and the other 4 six-dimensional realm ancestors also grabbed at Lin Tian. At this moment, the way they looked at Lin Tian was countless times more intense than the way they looked at the three-dimensional heart. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about the disappearance of the three-dimensional heart, and they did not reveal any trace of disappointment or disappointment. At this moment, they discovered the reincarnation force. It was definitely not something the three-dimensional heart could compare to. Once they suppressed Lin Tian, who carried the reincarnation force, they would be able to obtain the legendary reincarnation force. Wishful thinking. Lin Tiantan said coldly. He was very clear about what these people were thinking. They wanted nothing more than to suppress him and seize his reincarnation force. This kind of thinking was extremely naive. Could they control the reincarnation force? Could they bear the reincarnation force? It was simply impossible. This was not his wishful thinking. His teacher, the human king, had once said that in this world, except for him, no one else could control the reincarnation force. They did not have the potential to bear the reincarnation force, and forcefully bearing it would only lead to death. The reason why Luanhui King could control the reincarnation force was that he was a saint spirit born from the reincarnation force. He was completely unique among unique, and he was born with some reincarnation force. Even so, the reincarnation force he was born with was his limit. No matter what he did, it would be difficult for him to control more reincarnation force, because he was far from having the potential to continue controlling and bearing more reincarnation force. If he forcefully controlled it, he would die in the end. Now, he could give some of his reincarnation force to others to use in battle. This was not a problem, but if someone wanted to suppress him and transfer the reincarnation force from him to themselves, it was purely courting death. Even if it was a heaven and earth supreme level existence, if they did so, they would be looking for trouble and would definitely die. Looking at the 6 people rushing towards him, he did not make any unnecessary movements. His Rinnegan eye slightly shook, and he cast out the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique. In just a split second, the 6 sixth-dimensional realm experts' footsteps suddenly stopped, and an illusion appeared in their minds. They saw their own divine souls being pulled into a purgatory space, and countless malicious ghosts and vengeful spirits madly tore at their divine souls. Illusion technique? Break! The 6 people roared, and in the blink of an eye, the reincarnation purgatory was shattered. Although they were not at their peak state, they still had the strength of a peak Hotian realm expert. Naturally, it was not very difficult for them to escape from the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique. After all, Lin Tian, who had cast out the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique, was only at the early 5th dimensional realm. However, almost at the instant when they escaped from the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique, Lin Tian made another move. His Rinnegan eye slightly shook, and a vast reincarnation heavenly river was forcefully opened, and mercilessly pressed down. Chi! 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 As the reincarnation heavenly river pressed down, the surrounding space was instantly annihilated inch by inch under the reincarnation force. The 6 people's expressions changed, and they quickly cast out their great techniques to meet the reincarnation heavenly river. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation heavenly river was destroyed. Almost at the same time, whooshing sounds could be heard, and one figure after another rushed to this place. Ancestor, there's a 5th dimensional realm expert. These people belonged to the 6 great orthodoxies of the 6th dimensional realm. Previously, they had chased Lin Tian into this black hole, but were blocked by Lin Tian's killing formation and illusion formation. It was only now that they arrived at this place. One of the experts from the Pei family opened his mouth to speak, but he immediately stopped talking when he saw Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who had broken into this place, was already fighting with a big shot from their family. More importantly, at this time, this person saw that Lin Tian's body was surrounded by the legendary reincarnation light. He actually had the Rinnegan eye. At the same time, the other cultivators were also shocked. Lin Tian looked at these people, and his eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, there were Heaven Realm experts who had rushed in, and their battle strength was not depleted by much. With such a group of people gathered together, he was definitely not a match for them. However, there was no fear on his face. His Rinnegan eye trembled slightly, and he directly opened up a turbulent reincarnation sea of blood. This was another ability of the Rinnegan eye. As his control of the path of reincarnation deepened, he had recently mastered this ability. As soon as the reincarnation sea of blood appeared, it was vast and intimidating. Boundless waves of blood surged, completely drowning the surrounding space in an instant. In this place, except for him, all the cultivators were instantly covered by the reincarnation sea of blood. "Goodbye," he said calmly. As the reincarnation sea of blood covered these people, his eye of destiny trembled slightly, and he continuously used his teleportation ability, disappearing in an instant. The Pei family's ancestor and the others attacked with all their might, and in a few breaths' time, the reincarnation sea of blood shattered. However, Lin Tian was no longer there, and even his aura was difficult to detect. Damn it! The group of people was incomparably shocked and furious. He should still be in this world. Find him. You must find him. The Pei family's ancestor shouted. The ancestor of the 5 top-tier orthodoxies, including the Bliss Palace, also gave the same order. Lin Tian left the black hole, and continuously used his Eye of Destiny to teleport. Soon, he was extremely far away, and he landed on a huge planet. The planet was relatively barren, and the spirit chi was not very dense. There were no living creatures on it. The 3-dimensional heart can sense one's location. Lin Tian stayed on the planet and avoided the people from the Pei family and the other 6 top-tier orthodoxies. He took a short break and left. After being sent flying by the 3-dimensional heart for the first time in the black hole, he began to study the 3-dimensional heart carefully. Then, he used the light of reincarnation to envelop the 3-dimensional heart for the second time. Although he was still sent flying by the will of heaven and earth contained within the 3-dimensional heart, he left a reincarnation mark on the 3-dimensional heart. Therefore, even though the 3-dimensional heart had disappeared without a trace in the black hole, he could still sense its location with the reincarnation mark he left on it. It was easy to find it. He left the planet at a fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived in front of a huge abyss. He stood at the edge of the abyss and paused for a moment before stepping into the abyss. The abyss was not dark at all. There was a lot of green vegetation, and many of them were plants he had never seen before. Overall, the environment in the abyss was very good. It was like a small celestial realm. He arrived at the bottom of the abyss and took a few simple steps. Soon, he arrived at the center of the abyss. In front of him, there was a slightly spacious area. A ball of light with a diameter of about an inch lay horizontally with arcs of electricity intertwined around it. It was the 3-dimensional heart. Lin Tian arrived and looked at the 3-dimensional heart in front of him. His eyes shone with a faint light as he walked forward. Soon, he was about 10 feet away from the 3-dimensional heart. Looking at it at a close distance, he could feel how extraordinary it was. The 3-dimensional heart trembled, and the arcs of electricity around it sizzled. It became even more terrifying. Lin Tian smirked, and his eyes looked deep. He did not directly grab the 3-dimensional heart. Instead, he sat down cross-legged about 10 feet away from it and cultivated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. At the same time, he was distracted and focused on comprehending reincarnation. The 3-dimensional heart contained the will of heaven and earth of heaven and earth. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to forcefully take the 3-dimensional heart. Even a powerhouse in the seventh-dimensional realm would not be able to do it. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated while comprehending reincarnation. He used the reincarnation imprint on the three-dimensional heart and the law of reincarnation to communicate with it, allowing his aura to fuse into the three-dimensional heart at an extremely slow speed. In this manner, time passed. It was unknown how much time had passed, but in this abyss where the spirit chi was not very dense, his cultivation base had advanced from the initial fifth dimension to the middle fifth dimension. His control over the Tao of reincarnation had also become even more astonishing. 10%. On this day, a bright light flashed in his eyes. After unsealing 5 layers of his soul roots, he had put in great effort to comprehend reincarnation. Now that his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the fifth dimension, his control over reincarnation had become even stronger. He now controlled 10% of reincarnation. To be able to control 10% of the cycle of reincarnation, this was absolutely shocking. I'm still 90% away from full control. I need to work harder. He muttered to himself. The origin reincarnation light circled around his body. He paused and stopped cultivating. He stood up and looked at the three-dimensional heart. Looking at the three-dimensional heart, he took a step closer to it. The three-dimensional heart trembled slightly. There were no longer any shocking rumbles like before. The repulsive force was no longer as intense as before. However, there was still a feeling of being close to it. Just a little bit more. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the past period of time, he had been cultivating about 10 feet away from the three-dimensional heart. He had used the law of reincarnation to communicate with the three-dimensional heart, allowing his aura to fuse into it. His compatibility with the three-dimensional heart had increased by a lot. Now, he was able to get closer to the three-dimensional heart without any precautions. However, it was still very difficult to obtain the three-dimensional heart in this place. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He paused for a moment and stopped more than a meter away from the three-dimensional heart. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating again. At the same time, while cultivating, he continued to comprehend reincarnation. He used the law of reincarnation to communicate with the three-dimensional heart. In other places in the third dimension, ancestor, I didn't find him. The three-dimensional sky is too big. In terms of space size, it's not the slightest bit smaller than our sixth-dimensional sky. In fact, it's even vaster. Without any clues, even a supremacy of heaven and earth would probably, he should have left this world by now, right? After all, the three-dimensional heart has completely disappeared. He came here for the three-dimensional heart. Without the three-dimensional heart's trace, he has no reason to stay in this world. The Pei family and the other top orthodoxies had been searching for Lin Tian in the third dimension. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. Regarding this, the sixth dimension realm ancestors of the top orthodoxies had cold expressions on their faces. Continue searching. The experts of the top 6 orthodoxies were located in 6 different locations in this world. Currently, they were not fighting. Although the ancestors of the top 6 orthodoxies had lost the three-dimensional heart's trace, they had become even more obsessed with Lin Tian. For the time being, they were unwilling to leave as they felt that Lin Tian was still in this world. Therefore, they ordered the experts of their respective orthodoxies to continue searching for Lin Tian. In the third dimension, below the abyss, Wang. Outside of Lin Tian's body, strands of 9-colored holy light intertwined. His essence, energy, and spirit increased bit by bit, and his cultivation level increased bit by bit. However, the speed of improvement was not fast. This was because the density of spirit energy in the third dimension was far inferior to that of the fifth dimension. Even the fourth dimension was far inferior. Currently, cultivating in such a world, even if his aptitude and potential were extremely terrifying after unsealing the fifth-level soul root, would still be greatly reduced compared to cultivating in the fourth dimension or fifth dimension. After all, although a cultivator's aptitude and potential were important to increase his cultivation level, the cultivation environment was equally important. However, aptitude and potential were far more important than the cultivation environment. Even so, his speed of improvement was not fast. This was only relative to his own cultivation speed in the fifth dimension. Compared to other cultivators in the fifth dimension, his cultivation speed in the harsh environment of the third dimension was still frighteningly fast. There was no flow of time in this world, so he did not know how much time had passed. He could only silently cultivate and comprehend reincarnation. At the same time, he used the reincarnation imprint on the third dimension heart to communicate with it. Just like that, another period of time passed. Once again, a majestic force rushed out from his body, and his cultivation level reached the peak of the fifth dimension. At the same time, his control over the reincarnation laws had clearly become even more astonishing. The reincarnation light around his body was much thicker than when he was in the middle stage of the fifth dimension. It was also at this time that he stood up once again. He looked at the third dimension heart in front of him and slowly walked towards it. Outside the third dimension heart, strands of lightning intertwined. It was extremely terrifying and contained astonishing destructive power. It was enough to injure even a sixth dimension expert. However, at this time, as he approached it, the lightning arcs that were powerful enough to injure a sixth dimension expert did not attack him. This was because during this period of time, he had been using the reincarnation laws and the reincarnation imprint on the third dimension heart to fuse his origin energy into the third dimension heart. He had already fused a lot of his origin energy into the third dimension heart. Looking at the third dimension heart in front of him, he took a deep breath. His right hand intertwined with the origin reincarnation light and grabbed the third dimension heart. Soon, his right hand, which was covered with the origin reincarnation light, grabbed the third dimension heart. This was the third time he had grabbed the third dimension heart. The third dimension heart trembled, and the will of the world erupted, wanting to blast him away. However, the trembling of the will of the world this time was clearly much weaker than the previous two times. Although it was repelling him, the repulsive force was clearly not as strong as before. This was because too much of his origin energy had already been fused into the third dimension heart. He looked at the third dimension heart. Gradually, his eye of destiny and Rinnegan opened at the same time. The aura of his entire body was completely unleashed. Wang! The incomparably pure reincarnation light buzzed. It was an existence that was even more vast than the will of the world. Strands of reincarnation light wrapped around the third dimension heart, causing the repulsive force of the third dimension heart to gradually weaken. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the three-dimensional heart stopped vibrating and did not reject him at all. It was completely enveloped by his law of reincarnation and entered his body with a whoosh. In an instant, the third dimension heart entered his body. After circling around his body once, it arrived at his origin. Immediately, his body trembled slightly. As he stood in the world, he only felt that everything in the world had become extremely clear. Even places that were boundlessly far away, where even his consciousness could not reach, he could sense them extremely clearly. He used his mind slightly, and the huge rocks in the abyss started to move according to his mind. They clearly did not have any consciousness, but they actually floated towards the east when he used his mind to move them. It was as if they had a life of their own. It was as if they could sense his mind and move according to his mind. He left the abyss and arrived above it. He looked at the huge silent stars extremely far away and used his mind to make them spin. The huge stars that had been silent all this time immediately started to spin slowly like a top. He looked even further away and used his mind to create a black hole. Thus, a black hole was created in the next moment. It swallowed the surrounding light, air, and everything else. At that moment, his eyes shone brightly. The third dimension heart was completely under his control. Now that he could control the third dimension, he could completely control this world. Now, he had undoubtedly become the master of the third dimension. This made him, who had an extremely profound state of mind, unable to hide his excitement. After all, this was a real world, it was a world. Not a world. Spiritual chi, all of you, surge. He muttered to himself as his eyes flashed with light. In an instant, the third dimension trembled slightly. Spiritual chi surged in every corner of the boundless world. Then, one could see that the spirit chi that was not very dense in various places gathered together and turned into beams of spirit chi. They were dense and dazzling as they quickly rushed over. Wherever they passed, there would be sounds of the air being torn apart. At the same time, this fluctuation naturally attracted the attention of the Pei family and other orthodoxies that still existed in this world. What? What's going on? The spiritual chi of this world is automatically gathering in the same direction. What's happening over there? All the cultivators from the 6 top orthodoxies of the 6th dimension heaven who had entered this world could not help but be moved when they saw this scene. Even the 6th dimension realm great ancestors of the 6 orthodoxies were no exception. Their expressions changed involuntarily. Let's go and see. Spiritual energy surged, and Tao power surged from every corner of the 3-dimensional world. Gradually, a huge sea of spiritual Tao power gathered around Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy around Lin Tian was turbulent, and an astonishing amount of Tao energy was intertwined within it. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He immediately circulated the Reincarnation Sutra to absorb the spiritual energy and Tao energy for cultivation. In this 3-dimensional world, the spiritual energy and Tao energy in the air were much thinner than in the 4-dimensional and 5-dimensional worlds. It was definitely not a good place for cultivation. However, even though the spiritual energy in the air was thin, if all the floating spiritual energy were to be gathered together, it would undoubtedly be majestic and awe-inspiring, just like the current scene. Buzz. As he circulated the Reincarnation Sutra to absorb the spiritual energy and Tao energy, his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly increased. At the same time, his cultivation base also rose little by little. From the peak of the 5th dimension, his cultivation base rapidly moved toward the Hotian realm. Time did not exist in this 3-dimensional world, and he could not feel it. He absorbed the spiritual energy and Tao energy in this place and silently cultivated. It did not take long for him to reach the end of the 5th dimension. At this moment, swooshing sounds could be heard as groups of figures rushed over from 6 different directions. The patriarchs of the Pei family and Bliss Palace, who had stepped into this world from the 6th dimension, followed the flow of spiritual energy and rushed to this place. In an instant, they saw Lin Tian, who was surrounded by boundless spiritual energy. It's you. Everyone was visibly moved. The Pei clan's great ancestor, the Bliss Palace's great ancestor, and the others all revealed looks of greed. Lin Tian controlled reincarnation. In their eyes, he was an extremely heaven-defying saint treasure. In the blink of an eye, 6 6th-dimensional experts rushed toward Lin Tian. At this moment, they completely ignored the spiritual energy and Tao energy rushing toward them from different directions in the 3-dimensional world. Rumble. As of now, the 6 of them had already recovered to their peak and possessed 6th-dimensional battle prowess. As they moved, 6 6th-dimensional auras rushed towards Lin Tian in a grandiose manner. A large portion of the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly dispersed by the impact. Lin Tian stood in the center of the boundless spirit chi. Looking at the 6 people pressuring him, there was not the slightest bit of fear or concern in his expression. "Get out," he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of heaven and earth appeared beside the 6 of them, sucking them in and disappearing. After obtaining the 3-dimensional heart, he was now the master of this world. At this moment, he directly expelled the 6 of them. "You guys get out too." He swept his gaze across the other people from the 6 great orthodoxies. With a single thought, hundreds of gates of heaven and earth appeared horizontally, expelling everyone. Immediately after, the entire 3rd heaven was sealed by him, making it impossible for these people to enter again. After this, I have to familiarize myself with how to use the greater power of heaven and earth to attack. He muttered to himself. Now that he had the 3-dimensional heart, he could control this world to do many things. However, he was still not familiar with controlling the power of heaven and earth in battle, so he could not do it in a short period of time. Therefore, he only expelled the Pei family's ancestor and the others from this world, making it impossible for them to enter again. If he could familiarize himself with controlling the power of heaven and earth in battle, then he would not have to expel those people just now. They would all be killed by the power of heaven and earth in this world. After all, the strongest in that group was only in the 6th-dimensional realm. Cultivators of that level would definitely not be able to withstand the power of the entire 3rd heaven. After all, this was a real greater heaven and earth. He took a deep breath and ignored these people. He guided the boundless spirit chi in this world and continued to cultivate. Buzz. 9 colored saint light intertwined on the surface of his body, gradually becoming brighter. His essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation were all rising at a relatively fast speed. Just like this, time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, a rumble suddenly resounded in the sky. An enormous lightning vortex interweaved together and appeared. Within it, black lightning bolts connected together and crackled. It was an extremely terrifying sight. "It's coming." He raised his head and looked at the thunder vortex directly above his head. He was not afraid at all. His gaze was very calm. Now that he had stepped into the Hotian realm from the fifth dimensional realm, he attracted the Hotian realm lightning punishment. Boom! Thunder rumbled and rolled, and the destructive aura became stronger and stronger. In response, Lin Tian was very calm. He quietly waited for the lightning punishment to fall. The heavenly tribulation was brewing. Not long after, the first round of lightning punishment immediately fell. Lin Tian was not afraid. He allowed the first round of lightning punishment to fall on his body. Just the pure power of his flesh shattered the first round of lightning punishment and turned into faint light that scattered. He did not care at all. With a slight thought, he drew the reincarnation sword out of his body and transcended the heavenly tribulation with him. This was his only original divine weapon. After experiencing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, this original divine weapon would become stronger and stronger. The sky exploded. Soon, the main lightning punishment struck down one after another. In the blink of an eye, after more than 1,000 rounds of lightning punishment fell, the Hotian realm lightning punishment finally came to an end. The 7-colored auspicious clouds intertwined, and strands of 7-colored light fell down, enveloping him. The number of lightning punishment has increased. Is it related to the control of the three-dimensional heart? He muttered to himself. In the beginning, he only had a few dozen rounds of lightning punishment at most. Later, the number of lightning punishment increased. Now, there were more than 1,000 rounds of lightning punishment. Although the process did not hurt him at all, it still made him quite speechless. In the past, he was still lamenting about the tribulation realm at the end of the cultivation path. Every small step he took, there would be 1,000 layers of lightning punishment. But now, he had just stepped into the Hotian realm and the number of lightning punishments had already exceeded 1,000. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. He repaired the reincarnation sword that had been shattered by the heavenly tribulation and put it back into his body. He used the power of the 7-colored auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation to consolidate his cultivation. Then, he used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he guided to continue his cultivation. His essence, qi, and spirit continued to rise, and so did his cultivation base. Time did not exist in this three-dimensional heaven and earth. He couldn't feel the passage of time, and didn't know how much time had passed. After an unknown period of time, another lightning vortex appeared above Lin Tian's head. After entering the Hotian realm, he had absorbed endless spiritual power and Tao power from this heaven and earth. On this day, he entered the heaven stage. Bam! A thunderous boom resounded in this area. At this moment, as soon as he entered the heaven stage lightning punishment appeared, exuding an extremely terrifying destructive aura. Come on. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the heaven stage lightning tribulation that was hovering over his head. It was a simple word. At the same time, he took out the reincarnation sword and prepared to go through the tribulation with him. Immediately, with a loud boom, the first round of lightning punishment fell straight down. Following that, the main lightning punishment struck down one after another, turning this place into a sea of lightning punishment. After an unknown period of time, more than 1,000 heaven stage lightning punishments fell, and the heaven stage lightning punishment dissipated. In the sky, 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared as usual, sprinkling 7-colored light all over the sky. The 7-colored light was very pure and very beneficial. Lin Tian took the initiative to absorb and refine it with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to stabilize his heaven stage cultivation base. Soon, the 7-colored auspicious clouds dissipated. With a thought, he repaired the shattered reincarnation sword and put it back into his body. It's about time, he said to himself. All of a sudden, no more spiritual energy came from the three-dimensional heaven. He had stepped into the lesser heaven stage from the fifth-dimensional realm in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, even though he had stabilized his realm with the help of the rainbow-colored auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation, he still felt that it would be better for him to stop advancing his realm for the time being. At the very least, he needed to rest for a few months. Otherwise, if he continued to guide the spiritual energy in the three-dimensional heaven, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the sixth dimension. After all, he could now mobilize all the spiritual energy in the three-dimensional heaven and earth to cultivate. With the spiritual energy in the three-dimensional heaven and earth, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the sixth dimension. As for the vast spiritual energy and Tao energy in the three-dimensional heaven, he did not need to worry about it, because things like spiritual energy and Tao energy would be regenerated after being consumed in the three-dimensional heaven and earth. However, it would take a long time to recover. The more he consumed, the slower it would be to recover. This was another main reason why he did not continue to consume the spiritual energy and Tao energy in the three-dimensional heaven and earth. After all, if he wanted to control time and evolve the three-dimensional heaven and earth, he would have to cooperate with the spiritual energy and Tao energy in the three-dimensional heaven and earth. If too much of the spiritual energy and Tao energy in the three-dimensional heaven and earth were consumed, the evolution would become much more difficult. Next, I'll go to the four-dimensional heaven and earth and control the law of time, he muttered to himself. Now that he had unsealed the fifth layer soul root, it would not be difficult for him to control the law of time. Immediately, he glanced around. With a slight thought, the three-dimensional heaven and earth trembled slightly. Then, in an instant, it turned into nothingness and disappeared into the three-dimensional heart in his body. At the same time, he appeared in a small world in the four-dimensional heaven and earth. As far as the eye could see, the small world was very ordinary. It had mountains and rivers, rich spiritual energy, and birds could be seen circling in the distance. He stood in this small world. A gentle breeze blew and landed on his face, making him feel very comfortable. Immediately, he did not leave this place. He stood in place, closed his eyes slightly, and silently comprehended the law of time. Just like this, time passed minute by minute. Soon, 10 days had passed since he appeared in this world. 10 days later. On this day, strands of time fluctuations intertwined outside his body and gradually became stronger. It actually took 10 days. He was a little surprised. When he unsealed the fifth layer soul root, it only took him 7 days to comprehend the fifth dimensional law of creation, undying, and dark light. But now, it took him 10 days to comprehend the eternal divine path of the four-dimensional heaven and earth. It seems that the power of time is quite special. Although the power of time was not dimensional laws, it was still very shocking and had a special power. In fact, Lin Tianyi had long known that the power of time was not simple, but this time, he was even more clear about it. It took him only 7 days to comprehend the five-dimensional laws, but 10 days to control the power of time. Just this point alone was enough to show how extraordinary this power was. Perhaps its offensive power can't be compared to the four-dimensional and five-dimensional laws, but it has a great significance to the existence of heaven and earth. He muttered to himself. Including the four-dimensional world and the world above it, every corner of every world had the flow of time. Just this simple point caused these worlds to have an essential difference in level from the three-dimensional world. He stood here and controlled the law of time. For the time being, he did not think too much about it and directly found a remote valley in this world. The spiritual energy in the valley was thin, and the vegetation was not very lush. It could be said that it was deserted. He set up layers of grate arrays outside, enough to prevent Xianxia experts from entering. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the valley and went into seclusion. Now, he had put away the entire three-dimensional world and stored it in the three-dimensional heart of his life essence. Now that he was in seclusion here, he sent his soul consciousness into the three-dimensional world of the heart of his life essence and formed a soul consciousness incarnation. His consciousness avatar stood there. This world was filled with continents and intertwined stars, but the space was incomparably silent. There was no flow of time here, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to seem like a boundless region of death. He stood in this world with his consciousness incarnation and paused for a moment. Then, he immediately mobilized the law of time, causing strands of the law of time to surge to every corner of this world, imprinting the traces of time in this world. For a time, the world trembled slightly. Wherever the law of time passed, this world was like a withered tree receiving spring. Lin Tian controlled this world. At this time, he could naturally feel that this world was beginning to change. This caused his eyes to involuntarily intertwine with wisps of light. He was very satisfied with this change. It was not different from what he had expected. Imprinting the law of time in this world and evolving it could indeed change this world. After that, as time passed, as it slowly evolved, this world would definitely undergo a qualitative change. The perfect world can be integrated into this, he muttered to himself. He had a perfect world with magnificent mountains, rivers, and vegetation. Now that he controlled the three-dimensional world, there was no need to leave a perfect world alone. At this time, with a slight movement of his mind, he pulled the perfect world into the three-dimensional world. Under his mind, it began to merge with the three-dimensional world. A perfected perfect world was extraordinary. Although it was not comparable to a greater world, when he integrated this perfect world into this three-dimensional world, it became a catalyst for him to evolve this three-dimensional world to a certain extent. Under the imprint of the law of time, the speed of change in this world suddenly increased by tens of thousands of times. One could see that in this vast and boundless three-dimensional world, the originally silent stars began to emit starlight one after another. Many huge continents began to change, evolving into a world. There was also a strong aura of life intertwining. Gradually, the endless stars turned into a starry sky, and the continents turned into small worlds, and extremely large worlds. The law of time spread to every corner of this world at an even faster speed. Then, the law of time was perfectly imprinted in this world. This caused Lin Tian's eyes to shine with a bright light. Good. The integration of the perfected perfect world became a catalyst for him to evolve the three-dimensional world. It helped him imprint the law of time into this world very quickly. After that, he didn't need to evolve it on his own. The law of time imprinted in this three-dimensional world would evolve on its own. It wouldn't take too long for this three-dimensional world to truly possess time. Time would flow in every corner of this world, and at that time, the three-dimensional world would undergo a qualitative change. Next, I need to familiarize myself with how to mobilize the power of heaven and earth in this world to fight. The power of a true greater world was undoubtedly very terrifying. If he could now control the power of heaven and earth in this three-dimensional world and mobilize it at will, then even if his cultivation base was only at the heaven stage, he could easily kill a sixth-dimensional realm powerhouse. After all, although a sixth-dimensional realm cultivator was powerful, it was impossible for them to be stronger than a three-dimensional world. He stayed in this three-dimensional world with his divine sense incarnation and silently comprehended and deduced. In the blink of an eye, an entire month passed by. 1 month later, with a slight thought, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the three-dimensional world and condensed into an astonishing divine sword of light that floated in front of him. He simply held it in his hand. Sword of heaven and earth. He muttered to himself, and his eyes became extremely bright for a moment. After a month, with the potential of unsealing the fifth-layer soul root, he finally understood how to mobilize the power of heaven and earth in this world to fight. At this time, the sword of light in his hand was formed by the power of heaven and earth in the three-dimensional world. Moreover, it contained an extremely majestic power of heaven and earth that could definitely kill an ordinary sixth-dimensional realm powerhouse. Looking at this sword of light, he couldn't help but smile slightly. After pausing for a moment, with a slight thought, the sword of heaven and earth in his hand gradually dispersed. Then, he watched as this world continued to evolve under the catalysis of the path of time and the perfect world. His divine sense incarnation dispersed and turned into his divine sense origin and left this world. The next moment, in reality, in the valley, he opened his eyes, and a wisp of bright light flashed in his eyes. With a hiss, the space in front of him was annihilated. Let's go back and take a look. The three-dimensional world would evolve on its own. Now that he had returned to the four-dimensional world, it was a good time to go back to the 10 Directions ancient star to take a look. Speaking of which, before leaving the 5-dimensional world, Wu Yi said that he would bring Xiaoyu and the others back to the 10 Directions ancient star soon. He muttered to himself, I don't know how long it has been in the three-dimensional world. I wonder if they have returned. After pausing for a moment, he left this place in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he appeared in the starry sky and calmly walked toward the 10 directions ancient star. Then, he met a few cultivators. Now, there was only one universe and one starry sky left in the four-dimensional world. The starry sky he was in now was the last primordial universe, the primordial starry sky. He went forward and mentioned a time point that was the same as when he left the five-dimensional world. Under the shocked and respectful gazes of the cultivators, he asked them about the time interval between that time and now. He said that he was training in a special space where he couldn't feel the specific flow of time. It has been about 13 years since the time you mentioned. A few cultivators answered seriously, their expressions extremely respectful. As a cultivator in this primordial universe, everyone now knew about Lin Tian, the immortal emperor of the immortal court. If it weren't for Lin Tian, the primordial universe would have ceased to exist. Thank you. Lin Tian was very polite. He thanked them and then left. In the starry sky, there were stars everywhere. Silver starlight intertwined and scattered in all directions. 13 years. I was delayed in the three-dimensional world for 13 years? He muttered to himself, that's not too long. After knowing that he was delayed in the three-dimensional world for 13 years, he was certain that Wu Yi and the others must have returned to the 10 directions ancient star. Immediately, he quickened his pace and disappeared on the spot with a single step. The next moment, he appeared outside an ancient star. The ancient star wasn't very big, but it was colorful and gave off a very hazy and mysterious feeling. It was the 10 directions ancient star. Once again, he arrived outside the 10 directions ancient star. He didn't step in immediately. Instead, he stared at this inconspicuous star. His teacher, the human king, was the king of the 9th dimension. He had once projected his soul into the 4th dimension just for this ancient star. He had once said that this ancient star did not belong to this world, and it was of great significance to him. At this time, he carefully observed this huge star. Unfortunately, he still didn't gain anything. It was still hazy. After a pause, he didn't care much about it. He stepped straight into the ancient star and entered the 10th heaven. The 10th heavenly realm was vast and boundless. There were no majestic mountains or turbulent rivers. There was only lush green grass growing everywhere. When a gentle breeze blew past, the grass in this heavenly realm swayed with the wind. He didn't stay here for long. He tore open a space portal and headed towards the 9th heaven. However, in the next moment, when he stepped into the space portal, his whole body suddenly trembled. Tilting his head, he looked at the vast 10th heaven, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Just now, his heart palpitated. Just a moment ago, when he was about to step into the space portal and enter the 9th heaven, an incomparably strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. At that moment, in his divine sense, the 10th heaven seemed to have undergone some kind of shocking upheaval. It became vast to the extreme, countless times larger than the three-dimensional, four-dimensional, and five-dimensional worlds that he knew. That feeling made him feel that the three-dimensional world, the four-dimensional world, and the five-dimensional world he knows are like sand in front of the 10th heaven. Extremely bright holy light burst out from his eyes, and a majestic divine sense swept across the entire 10th heaven. However, at this time, when he carefully explored the 10th heaven with the full strength of his heaven stage cultivation base, he couldn't feel anything at all. The strange feeling just now had already disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian furrowed his brows, unable to remain calm. The palpitating feeling he had a moment ago disappeared in an instant. No matter how hard he tried to search, he couldn't find any clues. He couldn't find the same feeling again. He stood firmly on the spot, unwilling to give up. His divine sense spread out in all directions once again. In the blink of an eye, a full day passed. He had been searching here for a full day, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Perhaps, with his current middle heaven level cultivation, he was still far from reaching the level where he could understand this ancient star. That strange feeling just now, perhaps it was just like what his master had said back then, the strange feeling that Luanhui Wang had felt from this ancient star. It only lasted for an instant. After that moment, he couldn't sense anything anymore. However, although he didn't have the same feeling he had a day ago, he was certain that the importance of this ancient star was related to the 10th heaven. He stared at this heaven for a moment, then tore open a space portal and stepped into the 9th heaven. After entering the 9th heaven, he quickly returned to the immortal court. In the immortal court of 10 directions, as he expected, Wu Yi and Ji Yu were both there. He returned to the 10 directions ancient star the 2nd year after he left the 5th dimension. "Daddy, how's your training in the 6th dimension these years?" Seeing Lin Tian return, Ruoxian was the happiest. She hugged Lin Tian's neck and asked Lin Tian. At the same time, she acted coquettishly and showed off. "Daughter has mastered all 5 types of 5th dimension laws." As she said that, outside her body, the law of all beginnings, the law of creation, the law of Tao defying, the law of indestructibility, and the law of dark light appeared, intertwining with each other. Lin Tian was not surprised by this. After all, his precious daughter's cultivation aptitude had always been very astonishing. In the past 10 years or so, he had personally demonstrated the 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension. It was very normal for Ruoxian to be able to control 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension at the same time. However, although he was not surprised, he still praised her. Then, he patted Ruoxian's head and said with a smile, "I haven't gone to the 6th dimension yet. There was an accident and I fell into the 3rd dimension." As he spoke, he briefly told Ruoxian, Wu Yi, and Ji Yu about how he accidentally entered the 3-dimensional world. At the same time, he didn't hide the fact that he controlled the 3 dimensions heaven and earth from them. For a moment, all the women were shocked. "You control a real world?" Bai Qiu glared at him. "Really?" Shuiyu was shocked. Ji Yu, Sushu, the Violet Fairy, Lin Shi, and Xianxia were also shocked. Even Wu Yi's eyes flickered slightly. They knew that Lin Tian had previously controlled a perfect world. That was already shocking enough. But now, Lin Tian had actually controlled a whole world? A whole world, what kind of thought was this? Lin Tian nodded. At this time, they were in the depths of the immortal court. The surroundings were very spacious. He simply showed them a part of the 3-dimensional world and said, "Time doesn't exist in the 3-dimensional world. When I returned to the 4-dimensional world, I controlled time. Now, I branded it with the Tao of time. After a period of time, it will undergo a great transformation." Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others were shocked. They could not help but gasp. Lin Tian really controlled a real world. To be able to control such a real world, the significance of the future path of cultivation could be said to be incomparably astonishing. The benefits they could think of were simply too many. As expected of Daddy. "You're so amazing." Ruoxian's eyes were full of stars. Her face was full of admiration. Lin Tianyi smiled and rubbed Ruoxian's head. He asked Wu Yi and the others about the whereabouts of Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, Ling Yun, Wuxing Crocodile, and the White Tiger. At the same time, he also wanted to visit his 9 senior brothers in the Human King Valley. It had been a long time since they last met. "My brother, Fanning Xiong, and the others have all gone to the 5th dimension to cultivate," Bai Qiu said. "Your 9 senior brothers have also gone to the 5th dimension." Lin Tianwei was stunned. He did not expect that his 9 senior brothers and Baiziki had all gone to the 5th dimension. He still wanted to meet up with them. However, he did not think too much about it. Later, he would bring Wu Yi and the others to the 5th dimension to find them. "Let's go to the lower heavens?" he said to them with a smile. In the 10 directions ancient star, there were many elders and old friends of his in the lower heavens. He wanted to go to the lower heavens to see these elders and old friends, and then go to the 5th dimension to find his 9 senior brothers and Baiziki. N. Wu Yi nodded. Ji Yu, Sushu, and the others naturally nodded. They either had relatives or masters in the lower heavens, so they would usually go back to visit. "Let's go," Lin Tian said with a smile. On this day, he took Wu Yi and the others out of the immortal court and went to the lower heavens to see their elders and old friends. He gave them many immortal treasures and stayed in the Burning Sun sect for about half a month before returning to the 9th heaven. After dealing with some matters in the immortal court, he took Wu Yi and the others out of the 10 directions ancient star and prepared to go to the 5th dimension. However, at this time, just as he tore open the heaven and earth gate to the fifth dimension, a familiar man appeared in the distant starry sky. He walked towards the 10 directions ancient star, holding the hand of a 5-year-old child. Pervert Ling Lin Tian's expression changed. The man was none other than Ling Yun. Ling Yun naturally saw Lin Tian, and his expression changed slightly. Lin Tian. He walked forward and looked at Lin Tian, revealing a somewhat forced smile. After pausing for a moment, he said to the little boy, "Call me Martial Uncle." The little boy was very obedient. He looked at Lin Tian and said crisply, "Hello, Martial Uncle." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. This is, at the same time, beside him, Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others looked at the little boy and Ling Yun, and their expressions changed slightly. Ling Yun nodded. "My child, Ling Jing." Lin Tian's expression changed again. Even though he had already guessed it, hearing Ling Yun say it personally still shocked him. This was indeed Ling Yun's descendant. They really are father and son. Ji Yu and the others' expressions changed slightly. Ruoxian took a step forward, squatted down in the starry sky, and extended her hand to the little boy. "Little fellow, come to sister." Little Ling Jing looked up at Ling Yun, and after getting Ling Yun's permission, he let go of Ling Yun's hand and quickly came to Ruoxian. Little Ling Jing, who was only 5 years old, should not have been able to survive in the starry sky, let alone walk in it. However, Ling Yun's cultivation was strong enough, and he was already in the manifestation realm. With special means, the little fellow could walk in the starry sky as if it was flat ground. "Good boy." Ruoxian patted little Ling Yun's head affectionately, and took out a large pile of celestial and holy fruits for the little fellow to choose from. "Thank you, sister." Little Ling Yun was very polite. Lin Tian looked at the little fellow, and then looked at Ling Yun. He paused, and then asked, "What happened?" In the past, although Ling Yun was lustful, he was straightforward and bright. But now, he seemed very depressed and dispirited. He did not need to think too much to know that something must have happened to this pervert, and it must be something big. Otherwise, he would not be like this. "Where is the little fellow's mother?" He looked at Ling Yun, and asked again. Instinctively, he felt that Ling Yun's current change should be related to little Ling Jing's mother. Ling Yun trembled slightly, and opened his mouth, but did not say anything, and his expression became even more dispirited. Looking at him like this, Lin Tian was completely sure that Ling Yun's dispiritedness was definitely related to little Ling Jing's mother. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was not because little Ling Jing's mother had died, but because she was obviously still alive. "If you have something to say, say it. Between us brothers, what can't we say?" He looked at Ling Yun, and said, "If you have any difficulties, say it, and we will face them together. Along the way, when have we ever been afraid of anything or anyone?" Ling Yun was a good friend that he had made a long time ago. They had fought side by side and bled together. Now that he saw Ling Yun, who was once straightforward and bright, suddenly become so gloomy and dispirited, he naturally couldn't just ignore it. Ling Yun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not say anything. Lin Tian frowned, and did not continue to ask Ling Yun. Instead, he squatted down in front of little Ling Jing, and smiled warmly, and said, "Little fellow, where is your mother?" Little Ling Jing looked at Lin Tian, and then at his father, and then at Lin Tian, and said softly, "Mother, she is locked up." As he said that, the little fellow's little face showed some grievance. "They said that I am a bastard, and locked mother up. They chased father and I out, and did not allow us to go in, and did not allow us to see mother." Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he vaguely guessed something. Ruoxian at the side, as well as Ji Yu and the others behind, were also moved. Lin Tian rubbed little Ling Jing's head, and with a slight thought, a piece of jade floated out. He injected a wisp of reincarnation force into it, and then hung it around little Ling Jing's neck. "Senior uncle, what is this?" Little Ling Jing seemed to be somewhat curious. "Senior uncle is giving you a meeting gift. Before you reach the Xiantian realm, wear it all the time, and it will protect you from all evil," Lin Tian said with a smile. The jade itself was an all-creations level protective treasure, and after he injected a wisp of reincarnation force into it, it became even more extraordinary. Not only could it sustain little Ling Jing's physique, it could also play the role of protecting him, and even Xiantian-level masters would find it difficult to harm him. Little Ling Jing had not yet stepped on the path of cultivation, but he was Ling Yan's descendant after all, and naturally knew many things about the path of cultivation. After hearing Lin Tian's words, his eyes instantly became very bright, and he knew how extraordinary the jade around his neck was. "Thank you, senior uncle." In the face of Lin Tian's questioning, Ling Yan finally revealed a lot of things. 10 years ago, he, Baiziki, and the others went from the 4th dimension to the 5th dimension to train. Unexpectedly, just a few months after he stepped into the 5th dimension, he encountered a storm in a celestial mountain in the 5th dimension and was swept into the 6th dimension. Then, he met a woman in an ancient region in the 6th dimension. Her name is Shui Jing the current generation's holy maiden of a large family in the 6th dimension. Because of the storm in the 6th dimension, he accidentally entered the ancient region in the 6th dimension to train. However, he met with an accident. The ancient region was sealed due to special reasons, and it was difficult for anyone to leave. It was also under those circumstances that he met Shui Jing for the first time. At that time, Shui Jing was severely injured, with one foot in the gates of hell. It was at that time that he saved Shui Jing. Then, the two of them trained together in the sealed ancient region. In other words, that situation could no longer be considered as training. The sealed ancient region was filled with all sorts of dangers. They had fought for survival in that ancient region. After that, sparks of affection gradually appeared between them, and they ended up together. The ancient region was sealed for 7 years. The two of them lived in the ancient region for 7 years, and in the process, they had little Ling Jing. The name Ling Jing came from him, and his name came from Shui Jing. After they stepped out of the ancient region, Shui Jing happily brought him and little Ling Jing back to the Shui family. She introduced him and little Ling Jing to her father, the head of the Shui family, and other important figures of the Shui family. However, when they found out that he was from the 4th dimension and his cultivation, the Shui family directly chased him and little Ling Jing out of the Shui family, and completely denied their relationship with Shui Jing. Originally, the Shui family wanted to kill him and little Ling Jing. In the eyes of the Shui family, the beloved daughter of their bloodline actually had a child with a creature from the 4-dimensional world. This was a complete disgrace to the family, and they couldn't allow such a disgrace to remain. However, at that time, Shui Jing had threatened the Shui clan's clan head with his life. In the end, the Shui clan's clan head compromised and did not kill the father and son duo. He only chased them out of the Shui clan and warned them not to mention their relationship with Shui Jing to anyone. After that, the gate of heaven and earth that led from the 6th dimension to the 4th dimension was also opened by the Shui family. The moment it was opened, the father and son were forcefully pushed into it. It was obvious that they wanted to chase him and little Ling Jing out of the 6th dimension as soon as possible. If the father and son were not in the 6th dimension, the higher-ups of the Shui family would feel more comfortable. As for Shui Jing she was imprisoned by the Shui family's family head. For the time being, she was not allowed to take a single step out of the Shui family's residence. After hearing this, Lin Tian fell silent. It's fine as long as he's still here. It's not a big deal. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Ling Yan's neck, just like how his teacher had done to him in the past. Make some preparations. We'll go with you and bring little Ling Jing's mother back. Ling Yan trembled slightly, and then smiled bitterly. The Shui family is a big family, and there is a powerful innate stage existence in the family. It doesn't matter. What's the big deal about Xiantian? Even if there is a 6th-dimensional existence in the family, we will still bring her back. Lin Tian. On this day, he brought Ling Yun and little Ling Jing back to the immortal court in the 10 Directions Ancient Star temporarily. He didn't go to the 5th dimension for the time being. He made some preparations in the immortal court in the 10 Directions Ancient Star before opening the gate of heaven and earth to the 6th dimension. Of course, this kind of preparation was not for battle. With his current strength, he could easily kill a 6th-dimensional realm expert. Therefore, there was no need for him to fear the Shui family, which only had Xiantian realm experts at most. These preparations were made with more than 1,000 heaven-level weapons and a large number of heaven-level baodan. These were the betrothal gifts he prepared for Ling Yin to bring Xue Jing'er back. After all, Xue Jing'er was still a member of the Xue family. If possible, the best way was naturally not to fight with the Xue family. It would be best if he could bring Xue Jing'er back peacefully. For this trip, he, Ling Yun, and little Ling Jing naturally had to go. Ruoxian, Wu Yi, and the rest also followed along. Stepping through the gate of heaven and earth to the sixth dimension, there were no accidents this time. They quickly stepped on the land of the sixth dimension. As far as the eye could see, towering sacred mountains were connected to each other. Astonishing celestial streams were connected to each other. The holy spiritual qi in the air was frighteningly dense. It was far from what the fourth dimension could compare to. Even the fifth dimension couldn't compare to it. However, at this time, the group didn't pay too much attention to the magnificence of the sixth dimension. Lin Tian asked Ling Yin about the location of the Xue family and directly led the group there. He was now at the mid-heaven stage, and his cultivation base was very strong. He led the group of people forward, and before long, they arrived at a stretch of immortal mountains. Inside the mountains, ancient palaces were built one after another, and the atmosphere was very shocking. This was the Xue family. In the sixth dimension, it was the second-tier force under the six top orthodoxies. When they arrived and saw the Xue family in the celestial mountains from afar, Ling Yan's eyes couldn't help but shine. Xue Jing'er was inside. Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder and walked into the celestial mountains. Soon, they arrived in front of the Xue family's main gate. When they came close to the Xue family, the holy spiritual qi in the air intertwined. At the same time, it was also mixed with an extremely majestic aura. It was as if a terrifying demonic beast that could destroy heaven and earth was lying inside. It made one's heart tremble involuntarily. Lin Tianyi and his group arrived at this place. Naturally, they were immediately discovered by the Xue family's experts guarding outside the Xue family. Then, the Xue family's people saw Ling Yun. "It's you." The matter between Ling Yun and Xue Jing'er was very big. The people outside the family didn't know, but the people inside the family were very clear. "We spared you and your father before, and you still dare to come? Get lost immediately. Otherwise, this time, our family will not show any mercy." Outside the Xue family's main gate, the Xue family's experts guarding the gate looked at Ling Yun and little Ling Jing with cold eyes. Moreover, these people had undisguised disdain on their faces. This was because Ling Yun was a creature of the four-dimensional world, and his cultivation was far weaker than theirs. He was only in the manifestation realm. On the other hand, the weakest of them was already in the Hotian realm. Ling Yan's expression was ugly. He clenched his hands and said, "I'm here to pick up Jing'er." Outside the Xue family's residence, the Xue family's disciples were stunned at first. Then, they laughed. Their eyes were even colder, and their disdain was even stronger. One of them stepped forward and said, "Jing'er? You're just a lowly native of the four-dimensional world. How dare you call our saintess that?" This person walked towards Ling Yin step by step, completely ignoring Lin Tian and the others. It was as if he didn't care at all. Soon, he was in front of Ling Yun and said coldly, "I'll say it one more time. Get lost from the Xue family's front gate. Otherwise, don't blame us for crippling you. Even though the saintess threatened to kill you, she never said that we couldn't cripple you. Just say a few words, don't go too far." Beside him, Lin Tian spoke and interrupted this person. His indifferent gaze landed on this person. "Ask your family's head to come out. Just say that Ling Yun of the four-dimensional world is here to formally propose marriage." The face of the Xue family's expert who was interrupted instantly darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Tian and said, "Who do you think you are?" As he said this person suddenly trembled and stopped talking. This was because Lin Tian's gaze had become even colder. Facing Lin Tian's indifferent gaze, this person suddenly felt as if he was being strangled by the Grim Reaper. His soul couldn't help but tremble violently, and a fear that came from the depths of his bones was born. Outside the Xue family's courtyard, the other Xue family's disciples naturally noticed this person's change. They couldn't help but frown. "Xue Ming, why are you?" The few of them walked forward together. Then, they met Lin Tiantan's cold gaze, and all of them couldn't help but tremble violently. At this moment, all of them instinctively felt a sense of fear. It was as if Lin Tian was an ancient demon that was about to destroy the world. Please ask your family's head and the others to come out. Ling Yun of the four-dimensional world is here to formally propose marriage to the Shui family. Lin Tian spoke again. Even though his gaze was indifferent, his tone was more courteous. The few Shui family's disciples guarding the courtyard trembled slightly. Then, someone rushed into the Shui family's courtyard. Lin Tian patted Ling Yun's shoulder and waited outside the Shui family's courtyard. With his current strength, he could definitely force his way in. However, he naturally wouldn't do so at this time. He was here to propose marriage to the Shui family for Ling Yun. He naturally had to follow the proper etiquette. Time flew by, and a quarter of an hour passed. Many people walked out from the Shui family. There was a middle-aged man and 9 elders. All of them were at the heaven realm. The middle-aged man at the front was the head of the Shui family, and the other 9 elders were the grand elders of the Shui family. At the same time, behind the 10 elders, the other experts of the Shui family walked out as well. All of them had cold expressions on their faces. The group of people walked out together. Their auras were extremely strong, and they suppressed the void in all directions. Lin Tian looked at this group of people walking out. He seemed very calm. They are really strong. Ruoxian whispered. Now, her cultivation was at the all creations realm. To her, this group of people was naturally very strong. Little Lingjing was held by Ruoxian. His gaze fell on the head of the Shui family. He called out crisply, "Grandpa." "Shut up." The head of the Shui family was dressed in a golden robe. Hearing this, he glanced coldly at him. "I am not your grandpa." Little Lingjing was only 5 years old. Being shouted at, he was instantly frightened. His grip on Ruoxian's hand tightened. Ruoxian saw that the little guy was frightened and was instantly dissatisfied. She looked at the head of the Shui family angrily. "Whether you admit it or not, this is your grandson. He is the descendant of your daughter. The little guy is only 5 years old. He is still a child. You are already so old. Why are you being so fierce to a child?" The head of the Shui family's face turned cold. A little cultivator at the all creations realm dared to speak to him in such a tone. He opened his mouth and was about to reprimand her. Ling Yun walked out and bowed respectfully to the head of the Shui family. "Senior, this Junior and Jing are truly in love. Please grant us our wish. This Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. In the future, I will." "Definitely." "Shut up." The head of the Shui family was about to reprimand Ruoxian when Ling Yun spoke. His gaze immediately fell on Ling Yun. He said coldly, "You stole my daughter's virginity. I have already given you enough face by letting you go earlier. Now, you dare to barge in again. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Instantly, a majestic mid-heaven level aura landed on Ling Yun's body, causing him to tremble violently. Under such pressure, he was unable to move for a moment, and even his face turned pale. The head of the Shui clan narrowed his eyes and rested his gaze on Lin Tian. The pressure that he had exerted on Ling Yun had actually been silently dispersed by Lin Tian in an instant. "A heaven stage cultivator? Who are you?" The head of the Shui clan asked coldly. At this moment, he saw through Lin Tian's cultivation base. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Senior, I'm afraid you've never heard of the master of the immortal court. However, I'm quite famous in the 4th dimension and the 5th dimension. Our immortal court is also very famous." He said, "Ling Yun is my brother, and also a sect master of the immortal court. He and your daughter are in love with each other. I hope you can grant them their wish." "Of course. The immortal court will do as you say." As he spoke, his thoughts flickered, and the precious weapons of the 1,000 sects appeared. They were all heaven-grade precious weapons forged by him using the all-creation-grade precious weapons of the immortal court. They were forged using the potential of the unsealed 5th-level soul root. Each of them was comparable to a peak-level heaven-grade precious weapon. After that, a large number of heaven-grade Baodan appeared. They were also forged by him, and each of them was extraordinary. "These are the betrothal gifts I prepared for the immortal court." Thousands of precious weapons intertwined with each other, glittering with divine light. Every single one of them was intertwined with an extremely frightening pressure. Countless precious pills were laid out in front of them, and every single one of them was surrounded by an extremely astonishing medicinal fragrance. It was as if every single one of these precious pills could bring back the dead. The expression of the head of the Xue clan changed. At the same time, the expressions of the other experts of the Xue clan also changed. Even though they were all at the peak of the heaven stage, the pupils of the 9 Xue clan grand elders instantly shrank. In the entire Xue family, there were no more than 100 mid-heaven grade artifacts in total, and all of them were low-grade mid-heaven grade artifacts. But now, Lin Tian actually took out more than 1,000 mid-heaven grade artifacts, and the aura exuded by each artifact was comparable to a peak mid-heaven grade artifact. Moreover, the large number of Baodan pills made the upper echelons of the Xue family palpitate. Such a large number of Baodan pills was of a much higher grade than the Xue family's Baodan immortal pills. Lin Tian actually gave such a gift to Ling Yun. Even in the 6th dimension, only the 6 top orthodoxies would be able to take out such a huge betrothal gift without a frown. "Senior, are you satisfied?" Lin Tian said to the head of the Xue clan. Xue family head's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ling Yun, then at Lin Tian. What kind of person was this friend of Ling Yun, the so-called master of the immortal court? In his opinion, Lin Tian should be someone from the 4th or 5th dimension like Ling Yun. However, his cultivation was at the heaven grade. Moreover, he was so generous, casually taking out thousands of peak heaven grade precious weapons and a large number of Baodan pills as betrothal gifts for Ling Yun. It was also at this time that the first Grand Elder beside him made his move. Holy light intertwined, and directly swept up the thousands of heaven-grade artifacts and the heaven-grade pellets in front of him, and stored them in a spatial container. Great Elder, you, Xue family head's eyes narrowed. Accepting Lin Tian's betrothal gifts meant that he had agreed to the marriage. Ling Yan's face lit up when he saw this. He had the same thought as Xue family head. The first Grand Elder of the Xue family had agreed to the marriage between him and Xue Jing'er. Lin Tian smiled and said, "This is a joyous occasion. Seniors, please invite Miss Jing'er out. Little Ling Jing misses her very much." "Stop." The first Grand Elder of the Xue family said indifferently, "What joyous occasion? Our family has not agreed to the marriage between Jing'er and Ling Yun. Jing'er's chastity has been taken, and she has given birth to a son for him. These precious weapons and Baodan pills are compensation to our Xue family. From now on, our Xue family and Ling Yun do not owe each other anything. You may leave." Ling Yan's expression changed immediately. At the same time, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others frowned. They were extremely uncomfortable with this person's words. Lin Tian's face darkened. He looked at the first Grand Elder of the Xue family and said, "Senior, don't be too rude." Seeing that the other party had accepted his betrothal gift for Ling Yun, he originally thought that the other party had agreed to the marriage between Xue Jing'er and Ling Yun. Logically speaking, accepting the betrothal gift was equivalent to agreeing to the marriage. However, the first Grand Elder of the Xue family had said such words after accepting the betrothal gifts. The first Grand Elder of the Xue family's face turned cold when he heard Lin Tian's words. He looked at Lin Tian icily and said, "Junior, as you said just now, I have never heard of your immortal court or the master of the immortal court. Now, take the Ling brat, that little bastard, and the others and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite and keeping all of you here." Lin Tian's face turned cold. "Keeping all of us here? Can you do it?" He took a step forward, and a majestic aura spread out. The first Grand Elder of the Xue family trembled violently and staggered back a few feet. He slammed into a wall of the Xue family with a loud bang, causing the wall to crack. With his current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to annihilate the Xue family. However, when he came to propose marriage for Ling Yun, he had been extremely polite and courteous. However, the first Grand Elder of the Xue family actually chased them away after accepting the betrothal gift. He even threatened them. Did he really think that they were pushovers who could be bullied as he pleased? The first Grand Elder of the Xue family was pushed back. His face turned pale as he looked at Lin Tian with anger and shock. He was furious because Lin Tian had actually dared to attack him. He was shocked because Lin Tian-san's aura was simply too powerful. Lin Tian-san was clearly only at the early stage of the heaven stage, but he was able to easily force him, who was at the peak of the heaven stage, to retreat. Just that aura alone was enough to make his spirit tremble slightly. For a moment, he felt as if he would be unable to resist. Lin Tianlin glanced coldly at the first Grand Elder, and his gaze landed on the master of the Shui family. Senior Shui Jing is your daughter. As a child, she should maintain absolute respect and filial piety towards you. As her father, you have the right to make her respect and be filial to you. However, even if you are her father, you have no right to dictate her marriage and life. At this time, his gaze landed on the master of the Shui family. Your daughter is in the family. Please ask her to come out. We will listen to what she has to say. If she says that she doesn't love Ling Yun and little Ling Jing anymore, we will turn around and leave. The Thousand Sect Mid-Heaven artifact weapon and Baodan will be a gift from the Immortal Court to the Shui family. He continued, if she says that she still loves Ling Yun and little Ling Jing, then we will take her away today. It will be useless even if you gather everyone in the sixth dimension. The master of the Shui family's expression immediately turned ugly. Lin Tian had suddenly become so domineering at this time. The faces of the other experts from the Shui family turned cold as well, their faces darkening. Lin Tian actually dared to say such words in front of the Shui family's main gate. He was too arrogant. It was also at this time that a cold voice sounded. An old man with white hair and beard stepped out from the depths of the Shui family's residence. It will be useless even if you gather everyone in the sixth dimension? This old man wants to see how much weight you have. In the blink of an eye, the old man landed outside the Shui family's residence. Ancestor. The master of the Shui family immediately bowed. At the same time, the other Shui family experts also followed suit and bowed. The first Grand Elder of the Shui family had already walked back. He looked coldly at Lin Tian and said to the Shui family's ancestor, Ancestor, this child is too arrogant. We must not let him off so easily. The Shui family's ancestor's eyes were cold. He was at the early Xianxia realm. He naturally knew about the matter between Ling Yun and Shui Jing of his bloodline. Then, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Even if we gather everyone in the sixth dimension, we still won't be able to stop you from taking someone away from my Shui family? He looked at Lin Tian with a cold gaze. There was a kind of coercion in his gaze. Yes. Lin Tian was neither humble nor arrogant. The Shui family's ancestor immediately laughed, but his laughter was a little cold. Ignorant fool, you dare to speak so arrogantly when you are only at the heaven realm. This old man really doesn't understand where you get the courage to say such words. As he spoke, his face became even colder. His Xiantian realm aura suddenly pressed down on Lin Tian. In this place, the space was directly enveloped by this Xiantian realm aura, and the void was distorted. Facing this Xiantian realm aura, Lin Tian did not have the slightest fear. Then I'll show you where my confidence comes from. He said coldly. He had done all the necessary etiquette. It was impossible for this bloodline to be high above them and suppress them. His majestic aura was vast and mighty. He took another step forward, and his majestic aura was fully displayed. In an instant, the Shui family's ancestor's aura was completely shaken off. Then, with a bang, the Shui family's ancestor was forced back. The Shui family's ancestor was shocked. He was a Xiantian realm expert, but he was actually forced back by Lin Tian, who was only at the heaven realm. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword interrupted the Shui family's ancestor. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the Tao-defying law condensed into a sword. In a single step, he appeared in front of the Shui family's ancestor. The Tao-defying divine sword fell straight between the Shui family's ancestor's eyebrows. The Shui family's ancestor trembled. With Lin Tian's sword pointed between his eyebrows, the Shui family's ancestor's face suddenly turned pale. He immediately felt the threat of death, and the divine soul in his sea of consciousness could not help but tremble. He did not dare to move at all. He felt that if he moved carelessly, Lin Tian's sword would immediately pierce through his head, and then shatter the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. The Shui family's ancestor and the other Shui family's experts saw this scene and were all shocked. Ancestor. The group of experts from the Shui family burst forth with powerful auras as they rushed forward at this time. Get lost. Bam. 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 All the experts of the Xue clan were sent flying at the same time. They all crashed into the main gate of the Xue clan, groaning in pain. The experts of this lineage looked at Lin Tian, and for a moment, all of their faces turned slightly pale. Among them, there were 9 grand elders, all of whom were at the peak of the heaven stage. The head of the Xue clan was at the middle heaven stage, and the rest of the elders were at the peak of the lesser heaven stage. How terrifying was the combined attack of such a group of people. However, they were all knocked back by Lin Tian's aura, and each of them was seriously injured. What kind of battle prowess was this? He's so strong. Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Although she had long known that her father was very powerful, she still couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. With the Dao reversing divine sword pointed at his forehead, the patriarch of the Xue clan took the opportunity to retreat while Lin Tian pushed the head of the Xue clan and the others away. He was so fast that he retreated into the Xue clan in the blink of an eye, bringing the head of the Xue clan and the others with him. Junior. In the Xue clan, the patriarch of the Xue clan looked at Lin Tian with a gloomy face. For a moment just now, he was suppressed by Lin Tian, and he had a feeling that he couldn't compete with him. This made him very uncomfortable. After all, he was at the early stage of the greater heaven stage, while Lin Tian was at the early stage of the heaven stage. He was a stage higher than Lin Tian. Under such circumstances, he actually had such a feeling when facing Lin Tian just now. This made him angry and shocked at the same time. The faces of the other experts of the Xue clan were also gloomy. The Xue clan had been established in this world for countless years. In the 6th dimension, only the 6 top orthodoxies could suppress them. However, now, a heaven stage cultivator from a lower world had actually forced them to retreat into the main gate of the Xue clan. This was a disgrace. When had the Xue clan ever been humiliated like this? Lin Tian held the Dao-defying divine sword in his hand and looked coldly at the Xue family patriarch and the others who had retreated into the Xue family. He knew what these people were thinking. It was none other than the Xue family's defensive killing formation and Khanate-level treasures. Once they stepped into the Xue family would be a natural battlefield for the Xue family. He didn't say anything. He carried the Dao-defying divine sword and walked straight into the Xue family. Lingyan followed behind him and stepped in together. Ruoxian held little Lingjing's hand while Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others stepped into the Xue residence together. The Xue clan patriarch's face darkened. They retreated into the Xue clan. The Xue clan was protected by a peak innate level protective matrix and a treasure weapon. The Xue clan was the best place for them to fight. But now, Lin Tian had stepped in directly. Junior. You sure are arrogant. The Xue clan patriarch said coldly. He didn't believe that Lin Tian didn't know that there was a powerful defensive formation in the Xue clan. He was sure that Lin Tian could have guessed it. But even so, Lin Tian stepped in directly at this time without any hesitation. He didn't put the Xue clan in his eyes at all, he stared coldly at Lin Tian. With a thought, endless killing patterns appeared in the Xue clan. Boom, monstrous killing intent surged. He immediately activated the Xue clan's defensive killing formation. At the same time, a seal flew out from the depths of the Xue clan, emitting a blazing holy light. Khanate level killing formation, Khanate level seal. Anyone below the peak innate level who dares to barge into the Xue clan must die. He said coldly. As he finished speaking, as if to show his majesty, the endless killing formation boiled, emitting an even more terrifying murderous aura. At the same time, the Khanate level seal also emitted an immortal light. The majestic Khanate aura suppressed all directions. When such an aura appeared, Jiyu, Baiqiu, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Such an aura was truly terrifying. However, they didn't care or fear it at all because they knew how powerful Lin Tian was now. This level of killing formation and seal couldn't suppress Lin Tian now. Even a 6th-dimensional realm expert was no threat to Lin Tian now. Lin Tian held the Dao-defying divine sword, his eyes indifferent. In his hand, the Dao-defying divine sword vibrated. Strands of special light intertwined from his body and attached to the divine sword. Then, without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and slashed with the sword. Clang, following an ear-piercing sword hum, the boundless killing patterns trembled violently and shattered with a sizzling sound. At the same time, the Khanate level seal trembled violently and was swept thousands of feet away with a bang. It landed in the depths of the Shui clan's mountain range and shattered a large mountain range. Such a scene made the patriarch of the Shui clan and the others tremble violently. Their expressions changed drastically. That was the Guardian Slaughter Formation and the divine artifact of their clan. When combined together, its might was sufficient to suppress anyone below the peak of the congenital realm. Yet now, it was actually so easily slashed apart by Lin Tian and blasted flying the divine artifact. Lin Tian held the Tao-defying divine sword and pressed toward the patriarch of the Shui clan and the others. Now, do you think I'm strong enough? The combination of the Shui clan's grand spell formation and their divine weapon was indeed very powerful. He wouldn't be able to withstand it if he relied on his own battle prowess. After all, he was only at the early heaven stage. However, there was a real three-dimensional world in his body. Just now, he had mobilized the power of heaven and earth of the three-dimensional world and attached it to the Tao-defying divine sword. In this way, he had defeated everything with a single slash. Facing Lin Tian, the patriarch of the Shui clan and the others couldn't help but tremble. They became even more furious and couldn't help but step back. The patriarch of the Shui clan gritted his teeth. After a short pause, he seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and said in a cold voice, "Junior, you'll have to pay the price." As soon as the words left his mouth, an ancient token appeared in his hand. He shook the ancient token, instantly activating a small formation on it, and a portal appeared. This ancient token was given to the first Grand Elder of the Blissful Island by the previous patriarch of the Shui clan because he had done the first Grand Elder of the Blissful Island a great favor. The first Grand Elder of the Blissful Island had promised the previous patriarch that if the Shui clan was in trouble, he could activate the teleportation formation on the ancient token, and he would be able to come to the Shui clan's aid in an instant. The first Grand Elder of the Blissful Island was infinitely close to the sixth-dimensional realm, and there were few who could match him in the sixth-dimensional realm. It could be said that this ancient token was the Shui clan's greatest trump card, and now, it was on display. Buzz. The space portal opened horizontally, interweaving with dazzling divine light. Then, in the next moment, an elder stepped out. The old man was wearing a silver robe, and his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely vigorous. Naturally, the pressure he emitted was shockingly strong. "Senior." The Shui clan's patriarch immediately greeted him. Although he was also a Xianxia realm expert, he was extremely respectful towards this old man. This was because this old man was at the peak of the Xianxia realm, and he was the first Grand Elder of the Blissful Island. The Blissful Island was one of the top 6 orthodoxies in the sixth-dimensional realm, so this old man's status could be said to be extremely high. The Shui clan's patriarch and the other Grand Elders of the Shui clan also stepped forward and bowed. They all knew about the ancient token. The rest of the Shui clan didn't know about the token, but they naturally recognized the silver-robed old man and knew his identity. In addition, all the important figures of the Shui clan were bowing, so they also hurriedly bowed and greeted him. The silver-robed old man looked at the Shui clan's patriarch and said calmly, "I owe the Shui clan a favor. This time, you called me here to help the Shui clan, and we are even." Then, he said, "Tell me, what kind of trouble do you need me to solve?" "Senior, thank you for coming here to help." The Shui clan's patriarch bowed again, then pointed at Lin Tian and said to the silver-robed old man, "This child has trespassed into the Shui clan. Senior, please suppress him and the people who came with him." Originally, on this day, as long as he agreed to Ling Jinger and Ling Yun's marriage, he believed that Lin Tian would stop and make peace with the Shui clan. He didn't need to waste the ancient token, which was the Shui clan's biggest trump card. However, he didn't want to choose the former because it was too embarrassing. If he gave in, where would the Shui clan's face go? Therefore, he directly took out the ancient token and called for the silver-robed old man's help. The silver-robed old man was the first Grand Elder of the Blissful Island, and he was infinitely close to the sixth-dimensional realm. He believed that he could definitely suppress Lin Tian. The silver-robed old man glanced at the Shui clan's patriarch indifferently, then looked at Lin Tian who the Shui clan's patriarch was pointing at. "It's him." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed as he saw Lin Tian's face clearly. It's you. Lin Tian looked at the silver-robed old man and sneered, what a coincidence, right? He recognized the silver-robed old man as soon as he appeared. Back in the three-dimensional world, when he used the Tao of reincarnation, the silver-robed old man tried to kill him. At the same time, there were other powerful cultivators from the Blissful Island, the Pei clan, the Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion, the Xianxia sect, the Vast Moon Divine sect, and the Heartless Hall. However, these people didn't have the slightest advantage at that time. This scene shocked the Shui clan's patriarch and the Shui clan's patriarch. Senior, you know him? He asked. The Shui clan's patriarch and the others also looked at the silver-robed old man. I know him. Of course I know him. The silver-robed old man's eyes shone brightly. Juniors of the Shui clan, you have made a great contribution this time. Very good. Very good. Very good. Lin Tian was the person who controlled the Tao of reincarnation. When they were forced to leave the three-dimensional world, they had been searching for Lin Tian's whereabouts. Unfortunately, their efforts were to no avail. However, they didn't expect to see Lin Tian in the Shui clan's residence after being summoned by the Shui clan's patriarch. This was an unexpected surprise. Boundless pressure surged out, suppressing all directions. The silver-robed elder sneered and closed in on Lin Tian. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, he was really excited. He never thought that he would meet Lin Tian in the Shui family. In his eyes, Lin Tian represented reincarnation. How valuable was reincarnation? Infinitely valuable. It was a power that even the supreme beings of heaven and earth feared. What do you mean? Make a great contribution? Senior. The ancestor of the Shui family was puzzled. The patriarch of the Shui family and the supreme elder of the Shui family also had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, the silver-robed old man arrived in front of Lin Tian and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the big hand with the pressure of a peak Xiantian realm expert fell in front of Lin Tian and sealed the space around Lin Tian, leaving no room for Lin Tian to dodge. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised the Tao-defying divine sword in his hand, and strands of light flowed out of his body and attached to the sword. He raised his hand and slashed down casually. The light that flowed out of his body and attached to the Tao-defying divine sword was the power of the three-dimensional world in his body. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and a sharp sword light burst out. Mixed with the power of the three-dimensional world, it was as if nothing could stand in its way. With a poof, the silver-robed old man's hand was instantly crushed. Immediately after, the sword light he slashed out didn't slow down at all. It continued to press forward and landed directly on the old man's body. With a poof, the old man was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. During the whole process, there were no screams. The silver-robed old man's body exploded, and his soul was also shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. Following this scene, the entire Shui family fell into a dead silence. Everyone in the Shui family, including the Xiantian realm ancestor, was stunned. Then, they all trembled. The first supreme elder of the Blissful Island, a powerhouse who was infinitely close to the sixth-dimensional realm, was killed by Lin Tian with a single strike. He didn't even have the chance to scream. How is this possible? Shui family's old ancestor's face turned pale as he looked at Lin Tian in shock and fear. Lin Tian is only at the early stage of the heaven realm, so how could he kill the silver-robed old man who was infinitely close to reaching the sixth-dimensional realm? How was that possible? Ling Yan's eyes flickered violently. Even though he knew of Lin Tian's background and knew that Lin Tian was very strong, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Lin Tian, who was only at the early stage of the heaven stage, kill the silver-robed old man, who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Only Wu Yi and Ji were not shocked. They knew that Lin Tian controlled a large part of the real heaven and earth. They knew that Lin Tian had used the power of a three-dimensional heaven and earth to kill the silver-robed old man who was infinitely close to the sixth-dimensional realm. Lin Tian tilted his head. Holding the Tao-defiant divine sword, his gaze once again fell on the Shui family patriarch. Now, what do you say? The silver-robed old man was from the Blissful Island, and he wanted to suppress Ling Yun and seize his reincarnation. Naturally, Ling Yun wouldn't show him any mercy and directly killed him. However, the Shui family was different. Shui Jing'er was from the Shui family, and he came to propose marriage for Ling Yun. Naturally, he wouldn't kill the main members of the Shui family. Otherwise, how would Ling Yun face Shui Jing'er in the future? The Shui family patriarch looked at Lin Tian with an ugly expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said to the Shui family patriarch, "Let Jing'er out." They couldn't defeat Lin Tian. The protective formation of the Shui family patriarch was destroyed, the divine weapons were swept away, and the silver-robed old man who was infinitely close to reaching the sixth-dimensional realm was killed. What else could they do? How could they resist? The Shui family patriarch and the grand elders all had ugly expressions on their faces. The Shui family patriarch left personally and soon returned with a young woman. The young woman was wearing a long green dress. Her figure was slim and graceful, and her appearance was also very beautiful. However, she looked a little haggard, and there were traces of tears on her face. "Mother!" Little Ling Jing was being held by Ruoxian. Seeing the young woman walk out, he immediately cried out in surprise and pounced over. Jing'er? The young woman was naturally the holy maiden of the Shui family, Shui Jing'er. Seeing little Ling Jing pouncing over, she was both surprised and delighted. She was brought out by the Shui family patriarch, but she wasn't told what happened here. Squatting down, she hugged little Ling Jing who had pounced over. While she was pleasantly surprised, she couldn't help but cry. This was her own flesh and blood. Originally, because of her family, she thought that she wouldn't be able to see her own flesh and blood for the rest of her life. She didn't expect to see her again so soon. Seeing Shui Jing'er, Ling Yun was naturally excited. His body couldn't help but tremble as he walked over. "Jing'er." His voice was trembling. "Ling Yun." Shui Jing'er was also excited. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and all kinds of other emotions. The family of three hugged together in the Shui family. At this moment, no one in the Shui family dared to disturb them. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he saw Ling Yun's family reunited from afar. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Yun. That lecherous fellow had tears in his eyes now. Thus, he could clearly feel how sincere and strong Ling Yun's love for Shui Jing'er was. At the same time, from Shui Jing'er's attitude towards Ling Yun and little Ling Jing, he could see that she loved Ling Yun and his son deeply. Ling Yun and Shui Jing'er reunited. The family of three was excited and surprised. It was only after dozens of breaths that they calmed down. He pulled Shui Jing'er to Lin Tianyi and the others and introduced Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the others to Shui Jing'er. At the same time, he also told Shui Jing'er that he had returned to the Shui family this time with Lin Tian's help to pick her up. "Big brother Lin, thank you." "Thank you." Shui Jing'er thanked Lin Tian Dao. "Ling Yun often mentioned you in the past. Ling Yun and I are brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. So, you're welcome," Lin Tian said with a smile. Shui Jing'er was undoubtedly deeply in love with Ling Yun. Now that they were reunited, he was naturally happy for Ling Yun. Shui Jing'er looked at Wu Yi and Ji Yu and thanked them one after another. She lowered her posture and was very polite. "Miss Jing'er, you're welcome. We're not outsiders. It's best that you can reunite with Ling Yun and little Ling Jing." Wu Yi's voice was gentle. That's right. Ruoxian agreed. They were all smiling, but on the other side, the expressions of the Shui family members were not so good. Everyone, including the Shui family patriarch, had a gloomy expression. Especially the Shui family patriarch. His face was the most ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. Today, the Shui family had lost all face, and the cause of all this was his daughter. "Father." Shui Jing'er naturally saw the Shui family patriarch's expression. "I'm sorry, father." Jing'er knows that you're angry, but Ling Yun and I are truly in love. Please grant us our wish, okay? The difference in cultivation level and region is really not important. Ling Yun is a good person. He saved Jing'er's life before. Without him, Jing'er would have died long ago. He will definitely treat Jing'er and the child well. She looked at the Shui family patriarch with anticipation, then looked at the Shui family patriarch and the grand elders of the Shui family. "Patriarch, elders, please grant us our wish. Senior, please grant us our wish." Ling Yun said. At this time, he did not say much. He only bowed 90 degrees, and his words were filled with sincerity and sincerity. Grandfather. Little Lingjing looked at the Shui family patriarch timidly. Although he had been yelled at by the Shui family patriarch previously and was afraid of him, he still spoke again at this time, looking at the Shui family patriarch with anticipation. The Shui family patriarch's face was ashen. He clenched his fists and looked at the Shui family patriarch and the others. The Shui family patriarch's expression was also extremely ugly. He looked at Lin Tian, then at Ling Yun and Shui Jing'er. With a cold expression, he said sarcastically, "Do you still need to seek the approval of us old fellows now? Do you still have the right to decide now?" As he said that, he looked at Shui Jing'er. "Let's go. Let's go. Just pretend that you're not part of the Shui family." Shui Jing'er's face was pale. Patriarch, now, she could be together with Ling Yun. However, how could she feel good about the Shui family patriarch's words? Lin Tian glanced at the Shui family patriarch. "Are you unhappy?" He looked at the other party and said, "I know what you and the rest of your clan are thinking. You think that the Shui clan is very strong because you established your clan in the 6th dimension and are second only to the 6th dimension. Therefore, you think that Ling Yun, who came from the 4th dimension and is only at the manifestation realm, isn't worthy of the saintess of your clan. You think that we, Ling Yun, are trying to climb up to your clan, right? It's fine, it's not a big deal. You used the strength of the Shui family to determine the status of the saintess of your family. Then, we will use the strength of the immortal court to determine Ling Yun's status." Looking at the Shui family patriarch, he said, "I will represent the immortal court in this battle. I will show you who has a higher status between the saintess of your family and Ling Yun of the immortal court. I will show you that the Shui family is nothing in front of the immortal court." Feelings had nothing to do with the difference in status and cultivation. He didn't want to say such words, nor did he want to compare the status of Ling Yun and Shui Jing'er. However, the Shui family patriarch still didn't approve of the marriage between Shui Jing'er and Ling Yun. He still looked down on Ling Yun and still felt that Ling Yun was trying to climb up the social ladder of the Shui family. That was why he said such words. He wanted to use absolute strength to completely crush the arrogance of the Shui family patriarch and the rest. He wanted the entire Shui family to recognize Ling Yun from the bottom of their hearts. He wanted them to truly acknowledge the marriage between Shui Jing'er and Ling Yun. Inside the Shui family patriarch and patriarch Shui looked at Lin Tian. Everyone trembled in shock. They clearly saw Lin Tian's Rinnegan. Lin Tian actually controlled the legendary reincarnation? That was a power that even the ancient paragons couldn't control. That was a power that would be truly invincible once cultivated. This was an unparalleled temptation to anyone in the world. At this time, Lin Tian actually revealed reincarnation without any scruples and spread this news to the entire 6th dimension. He publicly challenged the Pei family and the other top 6 orthodoxies in the 6th dimension and challenged everyone in the 6th dimension. One person wanted to challenge the entire 6th dimension? Was he crazy? Shui Jing'er was shocked. Even though Ling Yun often mentioned Lin Tian to her, he didn't mention that Lin Tian controlled the reincarnation Dao. She only found out now that Lin Tian actually controlled the legendary reincarnation Dao. Moreover, she didn't expect that Lin Tian would actually challenge the entire 6th dimension at this time. She also knew that Lin Tian was doing this for the sake of Ling Yun and her. However, this was too dangerous. After all, Lin Tian was challenging the entire 6th dimension. Lin Tian, this is too dangerous. You. Ling Yan also revealed a worried expression. It's fine, it's no big deal. Lin Tian smiled and said to Ling Yun. Then, he looked at the patriarch of the Shui family, the head of the Shui family, and the group of grand elders. Let's go. Go to Maguang Wasteland and witness it. With that, he turned around and headed towards Maguang Wasteland with Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others. Ling Yan and Shui Jing'er had worried expressions. Shui Jing'er held little Ling Jing's hand and followed. The Shui family patriarch and the others were shocked. Then, they gritted their teeth and followed. The 6th dimension was vast and boundless. The hundreds of thousands of divine consciousness imprints that Lin Tian sent out from the Shui family spread throughout the entire sixth dimension. Soon, one cultivator after another saw these divine consciousness imprints, and it didn't take long for them to spread throughout the sixth dimension. That's the Rinnegan? He really controlled reincarnation? He controlled that legendary power? Reincarnation, once mastered, is truly invincible power. This power. In the sixth dimension, the cultivation world was in an uproar. Why did he expose himself? Using such a divine sense imprint to make the entire sixth dimension focus on me? Is there some kind of trap? Otherwise, wouldn't he be stupid? Is he going to challenge the entire sixth dimension? Is he crazy? Many cultivators were puzzled by Lin Tian's actions. However, these doubts were quickly forgotten. This was because reincarnation was the most important thing. With the divine consciousness imprints spread out, pairs of eyes in different corners intertwined with greed and excitement. One after another, powerful cultivators moved and headed towards Muguang Wasteland. At the same time, in the sixth dimension, the Pei family, Blissful Island, Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion, Xianxia sect, Haoyue Divine Sect, and Heartless Hall, the higher-ups of the six top orthodoxies moved immediately. They stepped out of their clans and headed towards Muguang Wasteland. The six top orthodoxies had been searching for Lin Tian's traces recently, but to no avail. They didn't expect Lin Tian to expose his whereabouts and challenge them. Muguang Wasteland in the sixth dimension, the terrain was flat and empty. There were no green plants within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, only withered yellow grass. Lin Tian had already arrived here after leaving the Shui family. He stood quietly at the center of Muguang Wasteland. The periphery of Muguang Wasteland was surrounded by many mountain ranges. The Saint Spirit Qi between the mountains was extremely rich. Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others stood quietly at the top of an immortal peak, looking at Lin Tian in the center of Muguang Wasteland. The Shui family's patriarch, and supreme elders had also followed them here. They were also on the same immortal peak, looking at Lin Tian in Muguang Wasteland from afar. One person challenging the entire sixth dimension. Does he really think he can stop the entire sixth dimension? He's courting death. The Shui family's patriarch whispered, but his eyes couldn't help but fluctuate. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart when he heard that Lin Tian had control over reincarnation and that Lin Tian had exposed reincarnation and challenged everyone in the sixth dimension. Old man. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Even if he's only a mid-heaven realm cultivator, my father can still crush the entire sixth dimension. Ruoxian glared at the Shui family's patriarch. The Shui family's patriarch was extremely dissatisfied with Ruoxian's tone and attitude, but he didn't dare to do anything now. This was Lin Tian's daughter. He believed that if he dared to do anything to Ruoxian, he would definitely be killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Some dark clouds gradually appeared in the sky of Muguang Wasteland, and the wind began to blow. Lin Tian stood quietly in Muguang Wasteland. Ever since the Shui family's Eye of Destiny and Rinnegan were opened, they had never been closed. With his current strength, the Eye of Destiny and Rinnegan were no longer a burden to him. Time slowly passed in this place. Afterwards, after who knew how many levels had passed, groups of figures appeared outside Muguang Wastelands, densely packed together. They're here. At the peak of the immortal peak, Ruoxian and the others all saw the cultivators of the sixth dimension rushing here. Lin Tian stood quietly in the center of Muguang Wasteland. He naturally saw these people, but he didn't do anything. At the same time, more cultivators arrived outside Muguang Wasteland in the blink of an eye. Then, in just an instant, these people saw Lin Tian in the center of Muguang Wasteland and Lin Tian's Rinnegan. Rinnegan. It's really the Rinnegan. He really controls the cycle of reincarnation. The group of cultivators was shocked, excited. Their eyes couldn't help but intertwine with a deep light. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard as a group of cultivators charged towards Lin Tian. Reincarnation is mine. Someone shouted. A surging aura immediately spread out. Several thousand people charged at Lin Tian at the same time. After arriving here, they did not stop at all. It was as if they were wild beasts that had seen the most delicious prey after a long time of hunger. Among them, the weakest was in the Hotian realm, while the strongest was in the Middle Heaven realm. Together, their aura was extremely strong. Lin Tian stood quietly in place, not moving at all. His eyes were indifferent. A group of Middle Heaven realm and Hotian realm cultivators dared to attack him like this. Did they think that he, who controlled the cycle of reincarnation, was a speck of dust? He stood in place and didn't make any extra movements. He allowed the group of people to pounce on him, ignoring everything. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cultivators rushed in front of him and grabbed at him. However, in the next moment, thousands of cultivators trembled and exploded one after another. They were all annihilated by the aura that naturally lingered around his body. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the ground red. Such a scene instantly shocked all of the other cultivators who had entered the Miguang wasteland. Not a single one of them had moved, but thousands of lesser Heaven Stage and Heaven Stage cultivators had exploded and died, which was somewhat horrifying. Instantly, some of the Hotian and Heaven Realm cultivators who had come here with the intention of reincarnation trembled violently. Let's attack him together. He's only one person. He won't be able to hold on for long. He must have used some special divine ability just now. Let's suppress him together and share the reincarnation. An expert who was infinitely close to the greater Heaven Stage roared as he held a quasi-Shantian grade precious weapon in his hand, which blossomed with dazzling holy light. Together. Many people responded. This time, more than 10,000 cultivators rushed towards Lin Tian from different angles. Their majestic holy might completely sealed off the space around Lin Tian. The aura was very frightening. Lin Tian stood quietly in place. Just like before, he didn't make any moves and let these people attack him. Then, anyone who came within 10 feet of him to attack him was shattered by the aura around his body. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air echoed out, and the greater Heaven Realm aura spread out. At this moment, a greater Heaven Stage cultivator made a move. It was an old man in a gray robe. He formed a hand seal that covered the sky and grabbed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, dozens of other greater Heaven Stage cultivators also made a move from different directions. In the blink of an eye, the greater Heaven Stage aura pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian still didn't move. Only his reincarnation eye shook slightly, and the purgatory of reincarnation was silently cast. Ah! Miserable screams rang out at the first moment. The dozens of greater Heaven Stage cultivators who had rushed over were all at the early greater Heaven Stage. At this moment, they fell to the ground one after another and struggled desperately. Streaks of blood interwove in their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they stopped breathing. At the same time, Lin Tian raised his hand, and the Tao-defying divine sword appeared in his hand. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the sharp sword light shook the 9 heavens. The Tao-defiant sword light swept through everything with the power to destroy everything. In the distance, on top of the immortal peak, the Shui clan's ancestor, Patriarch Shui, and the others all trembled, their faces much paler. In fact, they had already seen Lin Tianyi kill the first supreme elder of the blissful island, who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, with his sword. Lin Tianyi was much stronger than these people, but this time, they were still shocked and horrified. Because in just a moment, dozens of early-stage Xiantian warriors and more than 10,000 middle-stage Hotian warriors were all wiped out in this place. That kind of impact was really too great, and it shook their hearts. The number of 6th-dimensional heavens cultivators that Lin Tian had killed in an instant was definitely dozens of times more powerful than the Shui clan. In other words, if Lin Tian wanted to, he could destroy dozens of clans like the Shui clan with a single strike of his sword. Do you really think these people can take away Father's reincarnation? Ruoxian snorted. The group of people stood on top of the immortal peak and looked at the center of the Miguang wasteland from afar. With their cultivation bases, it was absolutely not difficult for them to see things within tens of thousands of miles with their divine consciousness. The Miguang wasteland was dyed with even more blood. Lin Tian stood quietly in the middle of the wasteland, not moving a single step. Blood dyed the ground around him red. He stood in the middle of the wasteland like a demon god. Everyone was shocked. Those were dozens of early-stage Xiantian experts and more than 10,000 middle-stage Hotian experts. But now, they were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant. He's only at the middle stage. How, everyone was in disbelief. How could someone at the early stage of the middle stage have such combat strength? Was this the combat strength of a middle stage cultivator? Even if he had mastered the reincarnation, it was obviously not complete. Under such circumstances, how could he easily kill enemies who were one realm higher than him after reaching the middle stage? This was simply a fantasy story. However, such a fantasy happened in front of everyone's eyes, and it made everyone's heart tremble. The sound of air being torn apart sounded one after another. The Maguang wilderness covered a large area. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered here, including some peak-stage Xiantian experts. Whoosh, in an instant, a peak-stage Xiantian expert moved. His speed was astonishing, and his pressure was terrifying. He directly grabbed at Lin Tian. Moreover, as this person made a move, other peak-stage Xiantian experts rushed out and pressed at Lin Tian together. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 peak-stage Xiantian experts attacked, and their combined momentum shook the area. The ancestor of the Luotian Immortal Palace. The sect master of the illusory moon cult. The sect master of the Cloud Hell Immortal sect. Many cultivators recognized these peak-stage Xiantian experts one after another. They were all reclusive old antiques. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked at these people indifferently. In the blink of an eye, someone rushed in front of him with unconcealable greed in his eyes. He grabbed at his head with a big hand that was intertwined with the light of ceiling. Obviously, he wanted to suppress him first, and then slowly find a way to seize his reincarnation. His eyes were indifferent. He simply leaned to the side and dodged the attack. The Tao-defying divine sword in his hand was intertwined with the power of the three-dimensional world. He slashed off the man's arm, intertwining with a dazzling blood mist. At the same time, he interweaved the power of the three-dimensional world in his left hand and clasped the man's neck. Rinnegan shook slightly. Under the suppression of the opponent with the power of the three-dimensional world, he forcibly read the opponent's sea of consciousness with Rinnegan. Bright Heart Celestial Temple. I will personally make a trip there later. Using his Rinnegan to forcibly read the man's spiritual sea, he instantly learned the origin of this man. He was the Grand Abbot of the Bright Heart Immortal Temple, a second-level power in the sixth dimension. As soon as he said that, the Tao-defying divine sword in his hand, which was mixed with the power of the three-dimensional realm, slashed mercilessly at this person. How powerful was the power of heaven and earth? Even though only a little of it was added to the Tao-defying divine sword, it was not something that a mere Xiantian realm cultivator could contend against. In the blink of an eye, the temple master of the Bright Heart Celestial Temple was killed in body and soul. Then, without any unnecessary movements, he waved the Tao-defying divine sword in his hand and threw out sharp sword lights that filled the sky. At the same time, he used the power of the three-dimensional world in his body to activate the four symbols seal. In the blink of an eye, the four symbols Tao diagram filled the sky. Driven by the power of the three-dimensional world, the four symbols Tao diagram was so powerful that more than 100 Xiantian realm experts were forced to dodge. He stepped forward and slashed with the Tao-defying divine sword from time to time. He dodged another person's attack and pierced through the man with his sword, suppressing him. Then, under the man's horrified eyes, he used his Rinnegan to forcibly read his spiritual sea. Heavenly Slaughter Taoist Sect. I will personally make a trip there later. This man was the patriarch of the Heavenly Slaughter Taoist Sect. After reading the man's memory, he showed no mercy. The Tao-defying divine sword that entered the man's body vibrated, mixed with the power of the three-dimensional world, and exploded in the man's body and soul. His expression did not change at all. After killing this man, he faced the others. The power of the three-dimensional world surrounded him. The Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared horizontally. Together with the power of the three-dimensional world, it annihilated wave after wave of attacks. He condensed a new Tao-defying divine sword and slashed horizontally. He faced more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts alone with no expression on his face. Luotian Immortal Palace, I will personally visit them on another day. Phantom Moon Cult, very good. Cloud Hell Immortal Sect, wait for me. He faced more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts alone. Every time he suppressed someone, he would first find out the opponent's origin and then kill him. He would remember all the people who had the inheritance of a sect and then go to them one by one to settle the score. Since he wanted to fight, he would fight until the entire sixth dimension trembled. Puff. 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 Dazzling blood splashed out streak after streak in this place, dyeing the void red, dyeing every inch of the ground red. This place was the periphery of Maguang wasteland. Millions of sixth dimension cultivators had gathered here. At this moment, they could not help but tremble when they saw the scene. Some of them who had turned pale before now turned even paler. Those were more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts. They were almost invincible under the sixth dimension. But now, more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts were besieging Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi faced the siege of more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts, but the result was like this. One peak Xiantian realm expert after another was killed by a simple sword strike. Moreover, during this process, Lin Tian would search these people's knowledge seas every time to find out their origins. Then, he would mention the names of the sects one by one, as if he was preparing to go to these sects to settle the score. This made people's hearts palpitate. How could an early-stage heaven cultivator have such a battle strength? How could he kill peak Xiantian realm experts like cutting vegetables? How could an early-stage heaven cultivator have such confidence to search everyone's knowledge seas during the battle to find out their origins and prepare to go to their sects to settle the score? Did he think that no one in the sixth dimension was his match? Far away, on the immortal peak outside Maguang wasteland, Shui clan's patriarch and the others were all trembling. At this time, the battle strength Lin Tian displayed shocked them even more. How powerful was the combined battle strength of more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts? They were definitely much stronger than the number one Grand Elder of the Blissful Island. But even in such a situation, Lin Tian still easily killed the invaders. This is so strong. So strong. Shui Jing'er's eyes were filled with shock. Even Ling Yun was shocked by the battle prowess that Lin Tian displayed at this moment. Only Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others were calm because they knew Lin Tian's current strength. Boom. Powerful saints roamed the Maguang wastelands. Among the 100 or so peak Xiantian realm experts, there were the ancestors of powerful immortal sects and the master of the sovereign sect, and there were also some powerful independent cultivators. As they were killed one after another, fear appeared on the faces of the others. With a whoosh, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. Someone abandoned Lin Tian and began to retreat, turning into a ray of light and fleeing into the distance. Now, Lin Tian's battle strength was simply too shocking. He was simply a monster and not human. Facing the siege of more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts with his early-stage heaven cultivation, he actually killed dozens of them in the blink of an eye. How could they fight this? They couldn't win at all. In the blink of an eye, this person had fled far away. Following this person's escape, the other peak Xiantian realm experts also retreating into the distance together. At this moment, these Xiantian realm experts were all scared. In their eyes, Lin Tian wasn't human at all. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he watched these people flee. His Rinnegan shook slightly, and he directly summoned the Endless Origin Reincarnation Light. Together with the power of the three-dimensional world, he directly propped up a powerful light barrier and forced these people back. Clang! Without any superfluous words, the Tao-defying divine sword in his hand that was mixed with the power of the three-dimensional world slashed out mercilessly. A mighty rain of swords swept towards everyone. Under this rain of swords, he pressed on one person after another, suppressing and forcibly reading their minds, and then directly erasing them. Xianxia Treasure Sect, Halberd Immortal Sect, Luiwe Sword Sect, Lycian Academy, Falling Star Ancient House, indifferent voices came out of his mouth one after another. Facing more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts alone, his eyes were indifferent. He found out the origins of all those who had the inheritance of a sect and killed them. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 peak Xiantian realm experts were all killed by the divine sword in his hand. It was also at this moment, almost at the very next moment after he killed over 100 pinnacle and 8-stage experts, an extremely horrifying pressure came from 6 different directions. 6 figures rushed over from 6 different directions and arrived in the blink of an eye. Pei Family Patriarch. Blissful Island Lord. The Grand Pavilion Master of the Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion. Xianxia Sect Patriarch. Hao Yue Divine Sect Patriarch. Heartless Palace's Grand Hall Master. Outside Maguang Wasteland, the 6th Dimension's cultivators trembled. In the 6th dimension, the strongest cultivators of the 6 top orthodoxies had all arrived at this moment. All of them were 6th dimension cultivators. Junior. I've found you. You exposed your reincarnation cycle and your traces. You're really bold. The blissful island lord's eyes were filled with endless light. The Tao-defying divine sword in Lin Tian's hand dissipated, and the 3rd dimension's force of heaven and earth surged out and formed a new divine sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling sword of light appeared in his hand. It was completely formed by the 3rd dimension's force of heaven and earth. The sword of heaven and earth. Clang. Without any superfluous words, he raised his hand and swung the sword at the blissful island lord. The swift and fierce sword aura and the terrifying speed of the sword arrived in front of the blissful island lord in the blink of an eye. The blissful island lord was shocked and quickly tried to dodge, but he couldn't avoid the sword at all. The sword was too fast. Puff. Dazzling blood splattered everywhere. Under the sword strike, the blissful island's Taisheng Island Master directly exploded into pieces. In an instant, everyone in Maguang Wasteland turned pale. How is this possible? The Grand Island Master of the Blissful Island was a 6th dimension cultivator, one of the top 6 figures in the 6th dimension. However, he had just been killed by Lin Tian, a heaven stage cultivator, with a single slash of his sword. On a peak far away, the Shui family's patriarch, and the Grand Elders all trembled. The Shui family's patriarch looked at Lin Tian from afar. His lips were trembling, and his eyes were filled with horror. Everyone was shocked. The Blissful Island Master was a 6th dimensional realm cultivator, but now, he had been shattered by Lin Tian's sword in just one move. His blood dyed the sky red. This was too shocking. How was this possible? Everyone could clearly feel that Lin Tian's cultivation base was only at the early stage of the heaven stage. The Blissful Island's Grand Elder's body was shattered, but his divine soul wasn't destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his body. You. Looking at Lin Tian again, the 6th dimensional realm cultivator was both shocked and angry. He was a 6th dimensional realm cultivator, but now, his body had been shattered by Lin Tian, who was only at the early stage of the heaven stage, in front of everyone. It was the same as slapping him in the face in front of everyone in the 6th dimensional realm, and the sound of the slap was extremely loud. What kind of humiliation was this? Lin Tian looked at the Grand Elder coldly. His left eye of destiny slightly trembled, and the teleportation ability of the Eye of Destiny was activated. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Blissful Island's Grand Elder and swung the sword of heaven and earth at him again. The Blissful Island's Taisheng Island couldn't dodge the attack at all, and was hit by it once again. With a puff, blood splashed everywhere. The 6th dimensional realm cultivator's body was once again shattered. Damn it! As a 6th dimensional realm cultivator, the Blissful Island's Grand Elder was undoubtedly very powerful. His divine soul trembled, and he quickly reformed his body. At the same time, he distanced himself from Lin Tian and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Twice. In such a short period of time, his body had been shattered twice by Lin Tian in front of everyone. Previously, when they were in the 3-dimensional world, Lin Tian could only dodge their attacks. But now, even though his cultivation base hadn't changed, his battle prowess had increased so much. What was going on? How was this possible? At the same time, the Pei family's ancestor, the Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion's Grand Pavilion Master, the Xianxia Sect's Grand Hall Master, the Heartless Hall's Grand Hall Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's ancestor were all shocked. Looking at Lin Tian, they could not help but narrow their eyes. Why did the Lin Tian from back then suddenly become so terrifying? He had actually killed the Grand Master of the Bliss Island twice in a row. The Island Master of the Blissful Island was no weaker than them. For a moment, looking at Lin Tian, the few ancient existences of the 6th dimension were momentarily stunned. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he glanced at the Bliss Island's Grand Master who had retreated far away. He didn't chase after him. Then, he looked at the Pei family's Grand Master, the Chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion's Grand Pavilion Master, the Xianxia Sect's Grand Master, the Heartless Hall's Grand Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's Grand Master. Didn't you want my reincarnation? What are you waiting for? He was very calm as he swept his gaze over the sixth dimensional experts. Come at me together. Let's have a good taste of what it means to be weak and powerless. His words were very calm, but when they fell into the ears of the Pei family's Grand Master and the others, they were undoubtedly filled with mockery. Insolent fool. The Pei family's Grand Master said coldly. The other sixth-dimensional realm Grand Masters' gazes were also cold as they moved one after another, attacking Lin Tian at the same time. The majestic sixth-dimensional realm aura was vast and mighty, suppressing the surroundings. The Bliss Island's Grand Master's body had been destroyed twice by Lin Tian, so his attacks were the fiercest. Tens of thousands of law energy interweaved and suppressed the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was completely sealed. Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he casually waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. The energy of heaven and earth boiled as he slashed out. The attacks launched by the sixth-dimensional realm experts were all shattered in the blink of an eye. The sixth-dimensional realm experts' expressions became even colder as they activated their law energy and various grand techniques. Boom! 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 The intense collision caused the surrounding space to shatter one after another. Lin Tian waved the sword of heaven and earth as he fought against sixth-dimensional realm experts. His expression didn't change in the slightest. That's enough. His voice was calm as the sword of heaven and earth in his hand suddenly became dazzling. More and more heaven and earth energy gushed out from the three-dimensional world within his body. He raised his right hand, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand slowly slashed towards the Bliss Island's Grand Master. The extremely fast and fierce sword energy instantly engulfed everything, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Bliss Island's Grand Master. Damn it! Give me, puff! The Bliss Island's Grand Master's words were interrupted, and the saint energy around his body was destroyed once again. Moreover, this time, his spirit body also disappeared along with it. In an instant, all the sixth-dimensional realm experts in Maguang Wasteland trembled. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The Bliss Island's Grand Master, a sixth-dimensional realm expert, was actually killed by Lin Tian. Dead, both his body and soul were destroyed. On a distant immortal peak, the Xue family's patriarch, Patriarch Xue, and the grand elders of this branch all trembled, and their faces turned pale. Lin Tian, with his early heaven stage cultivation base, actually killed a sixth-dimensional realm expert, the Bliss Island's Grand Master, one of the top 6 orthodoxies in the sixth-dimensional realm, was killed just like that. In the center of Maguang Wasteland, the Pei family's patriarch, the Chaotic Heaven Sword Pavilion's Grand Pavilion Master, the Xianxia Sect's Grand Hall Master, the Heartless Palace's Grand Hall Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's Grand Hall Master were all sixth-dimensional realm experts. The 5 of them stared at Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The Bliss Island's Grand Master was actually killed by Lin Tian just like that. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Lin Tian was very calm. As soon as he finished speaking, his Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and he used his teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Pei family's patriarch. When he appeared in front of the patriarch, he didn't make any unnecessary movements. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand mercilessly slashed down. The Pei family's patriarch didn't have time to react to Lin Tian's teleportation ability. Facing the sudden attack, he couldn't even counterattack. All he could do was hurriedly erect a majestic saint energy defense. However, this kind of defense was too weak in front of the sword of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered. Then, the sword of heaven and earth didn't slow down at all. It pressed down in a straight line and enveloped the patriarch's entire body. Pfff. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a scream of terror and despair. Then, the place became much quieter. Pei. Pei, in Maguang Wasteland, the sixth-dimensional realm cultivator's expressions changed again. After the Bliss Island's Grand Master, the Pei family's sixth-dimensional realm patriarch was also killed by a single sword strike. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Paying no attention to these people's shock, Lin Tian held the Sword of Heaven and Earth and slowly walked toward the Chaotic Heaven Sword Pavilion's Supreme Pavilion Master, Xianxia Sect's Grand Master, Heartless Hall's Grand Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's Grand Master. Seeing Lin Tian walking toward them, the Chaotic Heaven Sword Pavilion's Supreme Pavilion Master, Xianxia Sect's Grand Master, Heartless Hall's Grand Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's Grand Master couldn't help but tremble slightly. They couldn't help but grit their teeth. In the next moment, the Grand Pavilion Master of the Chaotic Heavenly Sword Pavilion retreated with a swoosh. He fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was extremely far away. The space around him distorted because of his extreme speed. At the same time, the Grand Master of Xianxia Sect, Heartless Hall's Grand Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's Grand Master also began to retreat. Currently, Lin Tian's combat strength was simply too outrageous. They couldn't figure out how Lin Tian, who was only at the early stage of the Heaven Realm, could possess such combat strength. This was because no matter how monstrous a person was, it was impossible for them to kill their enemies so easily and calmly when the gap between their cultivation was so large. This was simply too monstrous. Ran away? In Maguang Wasteland, the number of six-dimensional heavens cultivators who had gathered here at this time had almost reached 10 million. At this time, when they saw the Chaotic Heaven Sword Pavilion's Supreme Pavilion Master, Xianxia Sect's Grand Master, Heartless Hall's Grand Master, and the Vast Moon Divine Sect's Grand Master, they couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Tian watched the four people escape indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. His Eye of Destiny and Eye of Reincarnation trembled slightly at the same time. Boundless power of destiny and light of reincarnation emerged at the same time, transforming into countless vortexes of destiny and the heavenly river of reincarnation. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the four people were all blocked off and were repelled by the heavenly river of reincarnation and the vortexes of destiny. You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am? Lin Tian said coldly, the sword of heaven and earth in his hand erupting with a brilliant killing light. He raised his hand and slashed at the Grand Master of the Chaotic Heaven's Sword Pavilion. The Grand Master of the Chaotic Heaven's Sword Pavilion was shocked and furious. He roared wildly and fully displayed his six-dimensional saint energy at this moment. He met Lin Tian's sword attack head-on and propped up a majestic saint energy to protect his body. Lin Tian's Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and he used his teleportation ability again. In a flash, he appeared behind the Grand Master of the Chaotic Heaven's Sword Pavilion. Clang, without any superfluous words, the sword of heaven and earth in his hand slashed down again. The Grand Master of the Chaotic Heaven's Sword Pavilion was horrified and furious. Damn it! You! Poof, blood splattered, dyeing the void red. The Grand Master of the Chaotic Heaven's Sword Pavilion was directly cut into pieces, his body and soul destroyed. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had just cut a blade of grass. He looked at the Grand Master of the Xianxia Sect, the Grand Master of the Heartless Hall, and the Grand Master of the Haoyue Divine Sect, and the Grand Master of the Haoyue Divine Sect. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand slashed out again with a monstrous sword aura. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. It was mournful and unwilling. The Grand Master of the Xianxia Sect was hit by the sword. His head cracked, his spirit shattered, and the rest of his body turned into ashes. Lin Tian's expression still did not change. The sword of heaven and earth became even more turbulent. The brilliant sword light almost drowned the entire Maguang wilderness. His gaze fell on the Grand Master of the Heartless Hall, and he slashed down with the sword. The brilliant sword light and the unparalleled sword aura were unstoppable wherever it passed. Everything tangible was destroyed in the blink of an eye. A bloody mist bloomed in the next moment. The Grand Master of the Heartless Hall could not resist the sword and was instantly destroyed. The Haoyue Divine Sect's Patriarch was terrified. Lin Tian's combat power was too exaggerated, and there was no way he could resist him. In just a short while, the Pei family patriarch and Xianxia sect patriarch, who were at the same level as him, were killed one after another. They couldn't even escape. Little friend, if you have any requests, just say it. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to anything you want. The man looked at Lin Tian and spoke again. Request? I want your life. Lin Tian was very calm. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand intertwined with the power of heaven and earth as he slowly walked toward the Haoyue divine sex patriarch. The Haoyue divine sex patriarch's heart palpitated. He walked toward Lin Tian and couldn't help but retreat. You. Why do you have to be so ruthless? You have nothing to lose. Lin Tian said disdainfully, how can someone in the sixth dimension say something so ignorant? How did you cultivate to this level? As soon as he finished speaking, he used the teleportation ability of the Eye of Destiny. He appeared in front of the patriarch and slashed at him. With a clang, the sword of heaven and earth let out an ear-piercing sword whistle with an incomparably terrifying power that suppressed the surroundings. The Haoyue divine sex patriarch was shocked and angry. He roared wildly and pushed his saint energy to the limit to meet the sword. However, it was useless. Pfft. Blood splattered, and the endless life energy was annihilated. Under the sword of heaven and earth, the Haoyue divine sex patriarch exploded on the spot. His soul was annihilated along with it. In the blink of an eye, the vast Maguang wasteland became deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. How? How is this possible? The six known existences in the sixth dimension, the strongest patriarchs of this generation of the six top orthodoxies, on this day, on this Maguang wasteland. They were all killed in the blink of an eye by an early-stage middle heaven cultivator. On the vast Maguang wasteland, Lin Tian stood at the center and swept his gaze over the millions of sixth-dimension cultivators outside of Maguang wasteland. Who else wants to seize reincarnation? His voice was calm. In an instant, the tens of millions of cultivators on the outskirts of Maguang wilderness began to back away. To have the courage to rush to this place after hearing about samsara, these people all possessed extraordinary strength. They were all elite experts of the sixth dimension, and most of them were at the peak of the middle heaven realm or the Xiantian realm. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian's gaze, they all trembled and their faces turned pale. No one dared to make a sound, and their eyes were filled with horror. Lin Tian glanced at them, took a simple step forward, and appeared on the mountain outside Maguang wasteland. How about it? Are you convinced? Is my immortal court inferior to your Shui family? Ling Yin of my immortal court, a hall master, is worthy of the saintess of your Shui clan? He looked at the ancestor of the Shui family. The Shui family's ancestor trembled slightly, his face pale. Looking at Lin Tian who was approaching him, his limbs couldn't help but tremble. I'm convinced. One of them represented the immortal court and challenged the sixth dimensional heavens, which attracted countless experts from the sixth dimensional heavens. Even the sixth dimensional realm ancestors of the six top-notch orthodoxies had personally arrived. However, all of them were killed in the blink of an eye without exception. The other elites of the sixth dimensional heavens who rushed over were all pale with fright. No one dared to make a sound. On this day, Lin Tianyi represented the immortal court and fought until the entire sixth dimension went silent. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the early heaven realm. How could he not be convinced? At this moment, he felt the terror of Lin Tian and the immortal court from the bottom of his heart. His internal organs were trembling, and his eyes were filled with horror. As Lin Tian said before, the Shui family was nothing in front of the immortal court. As a hall master of the immortal court, how could the Shui family dare to look down on him? How could they be qualified to look down on him? Lin Tian looked at the ancestor of the Shui family. Now, are you still against the marriage between the saintess of your family and Ling Yun of the immortal court? The ancestor of the Shui family quickly shook his head and looked at Shui Jing-er. Jing-er, your marriage with nephew Ling is set from today onwards. It's the honor of the Shui family for you to marry nephew Ling. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Yun and said, Ling. Nephew Ling, we were blind before and brought harm to you and little Ling Jing. I'm here to represent the entire Shui family to apologize to you. From now on, I'll leave Jing-er in your care. Ling Yun and Ling Jing-er were pleasantly surprised. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, senior. The two of them bowed to the ancestor of the Shui family. Then, they looked at Lin Tian. Big brother Lin. Thank you. Thank you. Ling Jing'er said with tears of joy. She never thought that she would be reunited with Ling Yun and Ling Jing after being forced apart by her family not long ago. The ancestor of the Shui family had truly acknowledged her marriage with Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. And all of this was because of Lin Tian. If not for Lin Tian's help, she and Ling Yun would have no hope at all. She might never see her child again. Lin Tian, thank you. Ling Yun looked at Lin Tian and said, full of emotions. Lin Tian challenged the entire 6 dimensions of heaven alone just to get the Shui family to acknowledge him from the bottom of their hearts. He was extremely touched. Lin Tian smiled and hammered him. Do we still need to thank each other? Ling Yun smiled foolishly and scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Uncle Master. Ling Jing looked up at Lin Tian and said crisply. At the same time, his little face was full of admiration. Lin Tian squatted down and smiled as he rubbed the little guy's head. You're welcome, little nephew. Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the rest were all here to congratulate Ling Yun and Shui Jing'er. Now that the two of them could truly be together, and Ling Jing could have his mother by his side, everyone was happy. After a while, the ancestor of the Shui family stepped forward and said to Lin Tiandao, little friend Lin, how about coming to the Shui family to rest now? He looked at Lin Tian, then at Ling Yun and Ling Jing'er. He was a little reserved. Then, shall we hold an official wedding for Ling Yun and Jing'er? Lin Tian looked at the ancestor and smiled faintly. Senior Shui, you don't have to be so reserved. Since you've agreed to the marriage between Miss Jing'er and our Ling Yun, your Shui family and my immortal court are in-laws. There's no need to be so polite. Let's go, we won't disturb your family anymore. It's necessary to hold a wedding for them. The Shui family had truly acknowledged Ling Yun and agreed to the marriage between Ling Yun and Shui Jing'er. He naturally treated them with the same courtesy as before. On this day, he, Wu Yi, and the rest visited the Shui family again. However, it was different from before. This time, the Shui family welcomed them warmly and treated them as unparalleled honored guests. After that, the Shui family held a grand wedding for Ling Yun and Ling Jing'er. The entire Shui family celebrated. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the rest stayed at the Shui family for half a month. Then, they bid farewell and left. As for Shui Jing'er, she naturally followed Ling Yun and left with them. Soon, they walked far away from the mountain range where the Shui family was located. Father, are we going back to the 5th dimension to look for Senior Uncle Fengshen and the rest? After walking for a distance, Ruoxian asked Lin Tian. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the rest also looked at Lin Tian. No hurry. Lin Tian smiled. Let's visit some of the great sects in the 6th dimension. In the Miguang wasteland, the great sects in the 6th dimension had come to snatch his reincarnation. Although he had exposed his reincarnation to attract these people's malice could not be concealed. He would not let them go so easily. Long ago, he had searched the sea of consciousness of the experts who had attacked him and found out the origins of many of them. Now, he was going to attack them one by one. He would not go so far as to destroy these great sects, but he had to take something out. Hearing this, Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Combined with the previous battle in the Miguang wasteland, she naturally understood Lin Tian's meaning. Yes. I like it. She clenched her hands. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian was both amused and angry. She was exactly like a violent person. Oh, you take after me. He could not help but laugh. He led Ruoxian, Wu Yi, and the others through the 6th dimension. After half a month, they arrived in front of a group of holy mountains. The sacred mountain range was lofty and majestic, and the sacred spiritual qi mixed within it was incomparably terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous ancient sacred palaces laid horizontally within it, and numerous floating treasured islands were faintly discernible one after another. There were even ancient spiritual birds flying in the sky, and it was an extraordinary scene. Pei family. Lin Tiandao. Shui Jing'er followed them and was very familiar with the sixth dimension. Naturally, he knew the location of the Pei family. On this day, he led a group of people to this place. Without any hesitation, he directly stepped into the holy mountains and soon arrived outside the Pei family. Outside the Pei family, a group of Pei family experts trembled when they saw Lin Tian appear. Their faces were pale as they retreated. In the Battle of Maguang Wasteland, Lin Tianyi had beaten the sixth dimension's voice. This news had long spread throughout the sixth dimension. Naturally, the Pei family knew about it. Seeing Lin Tian, who had killed their sixth dimension's patriarch, appear in front of their door, they could not help but feel a sense of fear. They staggered back into the Pei family. Lin Tian led Wu Yi and the others into the Pei family as if they were walking on flat ground. For a moment, the entire Pei family was in a state of panic. What are you doing here? My family still has a guardian killing formation and a sixth dimension sacred weapon. Don't mess around. The Pei family was in chaos. The Pei family's patriarch and a group of supreme elders all walked out. Everyone could not help but tremble. Although they hated Lin Tian for killing their patriarch, the fear in their eyes could not be concealed. Moreover, the threats they made at this time were completely lacking in momentum. This was because, from the bottom of their hearts, they did not think that their guardian killing formation and sixth dimension sacred weapon could threaten Lin Tian. Lin Tian's performance in the Battle of Maguang Wasteland was simply too shocking. You can try the guardian killing formation and sixth dimension sacred weapon to see if they work. However, I advise you not to try it. Otherwise, this place may be stained with blood. Lin Tian was very calm. Your family has tried to kill me twice in an attempt to take back reincarnation. You have to pay a price. The reason I'm here today is very simple. Hand over all the ancient scriptures and cultivation resources your family has accumulated over the years, and I will turn around and leave. Otherwise, bear the consequences. As soon as he said this, the Pei family's patriarch and supreme elders' expressions changed. What did you say? Don't go too far. These people were shocked and angry. Overboard? Lin Tian remained calm as he listened to the words of the Pei family's upper echelons. With a faint sneer, he said, "When your family tried to kill me and snatch samsara away from me, did you ever think of this word? Now, you're talking to me about overboard?" The Pei family's upper echelons were speechless. Don't waste your breath. Do as I say and I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll personally cripple your family and take away what I want. Lin Tian Dao. The Pei family's upper echelons trembled. Some of them gritted their teeth and wanted to resist, but they held themselves back in the end. A few days ago, the incident at Maguang Wasteland had shaken the entire sixth-dimensional sky. Lin Tianyi's people had caused the entire sixth-dimensional sky to go silent. Now, they did not dare to resist. In the end, the Pei family gave in and handed over their sixth-dimensional ancient scriptures, sixth-dimensional sacred weapons, Xianxia and mid-heaven artifacts, immortal pills, and worldly treasures to Lin Tian. This is really, Shui Jing'er's eyes were filled with shock. The Pei family of the sixth-dimensional sky, one of the top orthodoxies of the six paths, had actually given in and handed over everything to Lin Tian. Too powerful. Ruo Xian snorted proudly. Her father's current might was simply too strong, he could sweep through everything. Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others were relatively calm. There was not much change in their expressions. Lin Tian himself did not say anything. He put away the Pei family's things and beckoned Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others to leave. He walked out of the Pei family's main gate and headed towards the Pei family's territory. The Pei family's patriarch and grand elders clenched their fists and allowed Lin Tian to leave. No one dared to stop him. It was only when Lin Tianyi's group disappeared from their sight that someone in the crowd roared in anger and humiliation. At the same time, there was a trace of sadness. Everything that their Pei clan had accumulated since ancient times was gone on this day. Everything had been taken away. Lin Tian led Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others out of the Pei residence. Soon, they were far away. "Daddy, where to next?" Ruo Xian asked. She looked like she was about to make a move, and her beautiful big eyes were very bright. Blissful Island. Lin Tian smiled. The sixth-dimensional sky was similar to the fifth-dimensional sky in that it was composed of countless stars and a vast central world. After that, he led a group of people and visited the inheritances of the Blissful Island, the chaotic Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the Xianxia sect, the vast Moon Divine sect, the Heartless Palace, the Illusion Moon cult, and the Cloud Howl Immortal sect. He took all the ancient scriptures and cultivation resources of these great inheritances. During this entire process, not a single great inheritance dared to resist. Even though they were unwilling and furious, they could only submit. Aya, I've struck gold this time. Ruoxian's eyes sparkled. We have to thank them for their generosity. Lin Tian said with a smile. He had passed through the Pei family, the Blissful Island, the chaotic Sky Sword Pavilion, the Xianxia sect, the vast Moon Divine sect, the Heartless Palace, the Illusion Moon cult, and the Cloud Howl Immortal sect. The cultivation resources he had obtained were absolutely astonishing. Not to mention the ancient scriptures and precious weapons, just the immortal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were enough to allow all of his friends and family to step into the Middle Heaven realm in a very short time. As for the artifacts and ancient scriptures of the great sects, they were also priceless. They were definitely enough to increase the strength of the immortal court by tens of thousands of times in a short time. Let's go back to the fifth-dimensional sky, he said with a smile. On this day, he left the sixth-dimensional sky with Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others, and quickly returned to the fifth-dimensional sky. After returning to the fifth-dimensional sky, he found Xianxia. With her divination skills, he divined the whereabouts of his 9 senior brothers, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others. Not long after, he found everyone and brought them back. In the depths of the fifth-dimensional immortal court, a group of familiar friends and family gathered together. There were many immortal brews and divine fruits on the table. Not bad, junior brother. We're proud of you. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Very powerful. Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign said with a smile. The 9 heavenly sovereigns of the 10 directions sky domain had learned about Lin Tian's battle achievements from Ruoxian. They were all very happy. Senior brothers are also very powerful. Lin Tian scratched his head. Although he had become very powerful and his strength had far surpassed Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, and the others, he was always very humble in front of the 9 people. These 9 people were not only his senior brothers. To him, they were like his blood brothers. Yeah. Little Taichu landed on Lin Tian's head. It could already speak human language, but it rarely spoke. Its childish voice was very cute. Master is so powerful. Yi Tong and the little fox were full of admiration. It wasn't just Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, and the others. They all knew about Lin Tian's battle achievements. Powerful. Baiziki and Yangqi were both relatively taciturn types, so they spoke at the same time. Yi Fengtian sat there quietly. He didn't say anything because he knew how powerful Lin Tian was. All of this didn't surprise him. In his opinion, Lin Tian was the one who could do this. He beat up the sixth-dimensional sky domain alone. I missed that battle. What a disappointment. White Tiger shook his head vigorously. He then looked at Ling Yun and clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that a pervert like you would have someone who likes you, and even has a child? Get lost. You're the pervert. Your whole clan is perverted. Ling Yun scolded. His wife and children were still watching. Io, pervert. You used to be called the peerless pervert duo with me. Now that you have a wife, you're kicking me aside. You can't do this. As the saying goes, a pervert has to be honest. Have you forgotten the oath we made at sunset? We agreed to lie among thousands of flowers and not live under a tree. Are you going to go back on our promise? White Tiger looked disappointed. Ling Yan's face suddenly turned red. Go away. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel very happy. Speaking of which, kid, I heard that you collected a lot of good things in the sixth-dimensional sky. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian. Hurry up and take them out. I've been training for the past few years and I'm so tired that I'm crying. It's more comfortable to cultivate with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's not troublesome at all. Lin Tian squinted at it. Look at your useless face. As he said this, he waved his hand and took out many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, immortal pills, and divine medicines. They were all intertwined with a holy light. These were not ordinary pills. On this day, he directly distributed them to everyone in this place. With these immortal pills and precious medicines, they would be able to step into the heaven stage in at most a year. Okay. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. The night passed quickly after the day's gathering. The next day, because Lin Tian gave them the immortal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the sixth dimensional sky, everyone went into seclusion in the fifth dimensional immortal court. They cultivated in different places in the depths of the immortal court with these immortal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Tian personally guarded them and cultivated silently at the same time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, lightning tribulations appeared in the sky above the immortal court from time to time. Among the group of people, those who had mastered the dimensional laws would attract heavenly punishment when they broke through a major realm. Then, they would go to the sea outside the immortal court to undergo the tribulation. A year later, the group of people came out of seclusion one after another. As Lin Tian had expected, they had all stepped into the heaven stage. Awesome! Whooshing Crocodile howled. In just a year, he had stepped into the early heaven stage from the peak of the Tao conversion stage. It was also on this day that ear-piercing thunder exploded in the sky above the immortal court again, and a huge lightning vortex appeared. Black lightning bolts ran rampant in it, and the destructive aura seemed to be able to annihilate everything. In this 1 year, Lin Tian had been silently guarding the group of people. He himself had also been simply cultivating, and could have stepped into the Xianxia realm long ago. However, he had waited until the day when everyone had truly come out of seclusion to step into the Xianxia realm. This is monstrous. The white tiger's eyes widened. The difficulty of advancing from the Tao conversion stage to the heaven stage was almost the same as advancing from the early heaven stage to the middle heaven stage. This was because the further one went on the path of cultivation, the harder it would be to cultivate. However, now, the group of people had reached the heaven stage from the Tao conversion stage or the all-creation stage with the help of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while Lin Tian had advanced from the early heaven stage to the Xianxia realm. This was simply shocking. After reaching the heaven stage, Lin Tian's cultivation speed was still so fast, and he didn't rely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures at all. As expected of the descendant of those two. Who in the world can compare to him? He's only unsealed his fifth soul root. Whooshing Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, before unsealing his soul root, Lin Tian was already very strong and terrifying, and he had always been able to crush his peers. But now, Lin Tian was even stronger. His strength was simply at a level that they couldn't comprehend. Rumble, in the boundless sea outside the immortal court of the fifth dimension, rolling thunder rumbled, and the aura of the lightning tribulation shook heaven and earth. Lin Tian stood under the heavenly tribulation, and he didn't fear it at all. Rumble, 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 lightning tribulation struck down one after another, and the ancestral Lord Sea domain was completely shrouded in darkness. After a total of 1,800 rounds of lightning tribulation, this Xiantian level heavenly tribulation finally stopped. This caused the group of people to choke with shock. He was only in the Xiantian realm and Lin Tian had already attracted close to 2,000 waves of lightning punishment. After this, when he reached the tribulation and tribulation realms, what kind of scene would the lightning punishment be? That old drunkard said that in the 1,000 tribulations realm, every time one steps up a small step, they will trigger 1,000 waves of lightning punishment. This grandpa who reckons that when that time comes, this kid will trigger at least 10,000 waves of lightning punishment. When he reaches the tribulation realm, I'm afraid it will increase by several times. The white tiger muttered. Hey! Tiger! Don't make wild guesses. Isn't it scary? Fanning Xiong glared at the white tiger. 10,000 rounds of lightning tribulation, tens of thousands of rounds of lightning tribulation, what kind of destructive scene would that be? Just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. In the ancestral Lord Sea domain, after the Xiantian level lightning tribulation dispersed, 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared. Lin Tian stood alone in the ancestral Lord Sea domain, using the 7-colored auspicious clouds to refine and stabilize his realm. When the 7-colored auspicious clouds dispersed, his Xiantian level cultivation base was completely stabilized. Now, after more than a year, Lin Tian had reached the Xiantian realm and decided to go to the 6th dimension to establish a new immortal court. His plan was to spread the immortal court all the way to the 9th dimension. At this stage, he no longer had any opponents in the 6th dimension. Now that he had intimidated the entire 6th dimension, it was definitely a very good opportunity to establish a new immortal court in the 6th dimension. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the Xiantian realm. Now, he could unlock the 6th seal on his soul root. There was no doubt that unsealing the soul root was best done in the 6th dimension, where the Holy Spirit Qi was much denser than in the 5th dimension. Hearing his words, the group naturally had no objections. On this day, he tore open the heaven and earth gate that led to the 6th dimension in the depths of the 5th dimension immortal court and brought Wu Yi, his 9 senior brothers, Baiziki, and the rest to the 6th dimension. In the 6th dimension, the immortal mountains and divine mountains were far more amazing than in the 5th dimension. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, as well as Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others, all couldn't help but be moved when they first arrived. Originally, the Holy Spirit Qi in the 5th dimension was enough to surprise them, but the 6th dimension was even more shocking. No wonder the cultivators in the upper dimension are all so powerful and terrifying. The Holy Spirit Qi in the air is really exaggerated. How can it not be strong? As for the offspring of such a powerful being, how could their bloodline not be astonishing? Wuxing Crocodile sighed. Compared to them, the starting point of the creatures in the upper dimension was so high that they couldn't be compared at all. It's no big deal. We'll fight our way to the top step by step. Lin Tian Ondao. The white tiger nodded and paused for a moment before saying, speaking of which, your growth experience is quite interesting. Others walk out of their homeland and fight their way to the outside world step by step. You, on the other hand, fight your way back to your homeland step by step from the outside world. It knew Lin Tian's background. Strictly speaking, Lin Tian was a creature from the 9th dimension, and the 9th dimension was his first homeland. Now, Lin Tian was fighting his way from the 4th dimension to the 9th dimension. Wasn't he fighting his way back to his homeland step by step? Lin Tian, he rolled his eyes, and said, I'll find a good place to release the 6th seal of the soul root first, and then build the immortal court. As he spoke, he led the group of people away from this place. Not long after, they found a relatively good place. The Holy Spirit Qi intertwined in the surrounding air was extremely dense. After the group of people retreated a bit further, they started to unseal the soul root. In just an instant, the 6th seal on his soul root was broken. Boom, within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, surging spiritual energy and Tao power crazily swept over. An endless amount of spiritual power instantly drowned him. In this place, for a time even the sky changed color. Terrifying phenomena appeared one after another, spreading out in all directions. This is really, the 5 elements alligator sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time it had witnessed the scene of Lin Tian unsealing the soul root. That scene was simply too magnificent. Hurricanes intertwined, and endless spiritual energy and Tao power of heaven and earth automatically surged over. That scene was simply too impactful. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were also moved. It was also the first time they saw Lin Tian unsealing the soul root. Back then, an old drunkard said that every time he unsealed a seal on the soul root, his potential would skyrocket. Moreover, in a short period of time after unsealing the soul root, he would attract endless spiritual energy and Tao power within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. So this is how it is. This scene. Ling Yun trembled. Boom, spiritual energy and Tao power surged over and poured into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian immediately activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and quickly refined the spiritual energy and Tao power. He merged it into his flesh and blood to improve his cultivation. At the same time, he also cultivated seriously and attracted more spiritual energy and Tao power. Suddenly, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger rapidly, and his cultivation also improved rapidly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Boom. 8 days later. On this day, the sky exploded, and a huge lightning vortex appeared. F***CK. I'm already in the 6th dimension? It's only been 8 days. This Lord Tiger is really. The white tiger couldn't help but curse. This cultivation was too easy, right? In just 8 days, he had reached the 6th dimension from the early stage of the Xianxia realm. Boom, the sky exploded, and ear-piercing thunder followed. The huge lightning vortex appeared horizontally, and darkness shrouded the surroundings in the blink of an eye. The destructive aura became more and more terrifying. Retreat further. Fengshen Tianzuan said in a deep voice, and the group retreated further. Lin Tian's 6th dimension heavenly tribulation descended. The destructive aura was too strong, and they were not far away from Lin Tian. Once they were affected, they would be in trouble. Soon, the group retreated more than 10,000 kilometers before stopping. It was also at this time that Lin Tian felt that they had retreated far enough. He completely released his aura and began to transcend the tribulation. Boom. 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 Lightning tribulation struck one after another, turning the area into a sea of lightning tribulation. Facing such lightning tribulation, Lin Tian was not afraid. He called back the Samsara sword and helped him transcend the tribulation, tempering it once again. In the blink of an eye, a total of 3,000 lightning tribulations had struck down. Only then did the 6th dimension heavenly tribulation dissipate. In Lin Tian's solitary field, 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared, and balls of 7 colored holy radiance descended, enveloping him. He used the holy radiance to refine and stabilize his current 6th dimension realm. At the same time, with a slight thought, the shattered Samsara sword reformed, and its sword aura became even sharper than before. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and the 7 colored auspicious clouds disappeared. Lin Tian's 6th dimension realm cultivation had completely stabilized. At this moment, he looked inside his body. His life force origin was brighter, his holy energy was more majestic, and his spirit was more powerful. Most importantly, with the release of the 6th seal on his soul root, he could clearly feel the changes in himself. His ability to understand the principles of heaven and earth had improved qualitatively. Moreover, when he was not actively cultivating, the spiritual energy that automatically surged into his body between heaven and earth was much faster than before. There was no doubt that the current him would cultivate faster than before. Furthermore, as his strength increased, the three-dimensional heaven and earth in his body became stronger as well. This was something that he, who controlled the three-dimensional world, could feel very clearly. He was naturally very satisfied with this, and strands of deep light interweaved within his eyes. He paused for a moment, and with a slight thought, the Samsara sword returned to his body. At this time, whooshing sounds could be heard. Wu-yi, Ji-yu, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Yang-Chi, Baiziki, Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Celestial, and the others had all arrived. Freak, freak. White Tiger couldn't help but shake his head. Other than this, he really couldn't find any other words to describe Lin Tian. The others also spoke one after another, and their eyes were filled with amazement. The current Lin Tian was really too amazing. Compared to them, they were no longer living beings on the same level. Lin Tian smiled and didn't have much of a reaction. After a pause, he left the place with the group. "Let's find a suitable place to establish our sect," he said. The 6th dimension was very vast, and the Saint Spirit Chi in the air was much denser than in the 5th dimension. However, since he wanted to establish his sect in the 6th dimension, he naturally had to find a relatively good place in the 6th dimension. Fortunately, among their group, his 4th senior brother, Celestial Venerable Dragon Zhonglong, created the Dragon Burial Scripture, and he himself also cultivated it, so he was very good at the path of the earth veins. In addition, Shui Jing'er was very familiar with the 6th dimension. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to find a very amazing place in the 6th dimension. Endless earth veins were intertwined, and the Saint Spirit Chi in the air was majestic and terrifying. It was more than 10 times more. amazing than the places where the Pei clan and the other top 6 orthodoxies in the 6th dimension were established. It was the most suitable place to establish the 6th dimension celestial court. Then, the group of people set out at the same time, setting up immortal palaces and floating islands. Then, Lin Tiantan personally engraved defensive arrays and other things. It took him about a month to complete the construction of the 6th dimension celestial court, and it was extremely glorious. Then, on this day, he personally sent out hundreds of thousands of divine consciousness imprints to the entire 6th dimension to announce the establishment of the 6th dimension celestial court. He also recruited disciples of the celestial court from all over the 6th dimension. Anyone who was benevolent and righteous could join the celestial court, and there were several 6th dimension ancient scriptures and many great arts for them to cultivate. For a moment, the entire 6th dimension was in an uproar. Is it the man from more than a year ago? He created an inheritance? The celestial court? Regardless of aptitude, as long as one is benevolent and righteous, they can join? Is that true? There are several 6th dimension ancient scriptures, and anyone who joins the celestial court can cultivate them? This. In the 6th dimension, the cultivators were shocked. Then, in the next moment, the cultivators in the entire 6th dimension began to move one after another. In every corner, cultivators quickly rushed toward the location of the 6th dimension celestial court created by Lin Tiantan. A year ago, he fought alone until he lost his voice in the 6th dimension. How amazing was the potential of an inheritance created by such a person? Moreover, this inheritance did not care about aptitude. As long as one was benevolent and righteous, they could join. At the same time, after joining, they could cultivate the 6th dimension ancient scriptures without any restrictions. How bold was this? This attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the 6th dimension. After a short period of time, the location of the 6th dimension celestial court set up by Lin Tiantan was filled with cultivators rushing there. I want to join. Please let me join. The weakest cultivators of the 6th dimension were in the Hotian realm, and their eyes were all shining. The crowd was surging, and the place where the 6th-dimensional immortal court was established was bustling with activity. On this day, the establishment of the 6th-dimensional immortal court could be said to be very successful, just like the grand occasion in the 5th heaven. In just one day, more than 20 billion cultivators joined the 6th-dimensional immortal court. Among them, the weakest was in the Hotian realm, and the strongest was even at the peak of the Xianxia realm. Their combined strength surpassed any inheritance in the history of the 6th-dimensional immortal court. It wasn't until a few days later that this grand occasion gradually calmed down. Yi Fengtian came along, Snow Wolf, Yi Tong, and the little fox were also present. Lin Tian handed over all the matters of the 6th-dimensional immortal court to the 4 of them. They were in charge of the new immortal soldiers and generals, and also established thousands of immortal court branches in the 6th-dimensional immortal court. These immortal court branches were responsible for collecting all kinds of information and cultivation resources in the 6th-dimensional immortal court. A month later, the 6th-dimensional immortal court was completely on the right track. Lin Tian was very satisfied with this. He was the one who established the immortal court. Watching the immortal court grow step by step, he naturally felt a sense of pride. Daddy, are you preparing to go to the 7th-dimensional immortal court? A month later, Ruoxian hugged Lin Tian's arm and asked. It's about time, Lin Tian smiled and said, oh, before that, let's relax a little. Let's take a walk in the 6th-dimensional immortal court. Now that he had reached the 6th-dimensional immortal court, he could already tear open the heaven and earth gate in the 6th-dimensional immortal court and enter the 7th-dimensional immortal court. However, he wasn't in a hurry at this time. He wanted to take Ruoxian and Wu Yi with him for a simple walk in the 6th-dimensional immortal court. This could be considered a kind of relaxation, and at the same time, it was also a way for him to accompany his family. After all, after entering the 7th-dimensional immortal court from the 6th-dimensional immortal court, who knew how many years would pass before they could see each other again? Okay. Ruoxian was naturally happy. Lin Tiantan smiled. On this day, he brought his precious daughter and Wu Yi out of the 6th-dimensional immortal court. They walked around the 6th-dimensional immortal court as if they were on a vacation. They walked around the corners of the six-dimensional immortal court with Wu Yi and Ji Yu. At the same time, he was also comprehending reincarnation from time to time during this process. This was because his comprehension of reincarnation had become much stronger after the 6 seals of his soul root had been unsealed. Occasionally, he would gain insights on reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. A year passed. He, Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others walked through many corners of the 6th dimension. On this day, a boundless energy suddenly surged out from his body. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly became much stronger. "Father, your cultivation has increased again?" Ruoxian glared at him. "Oh, middle 6th dimension," Lin Tiantan said with a smile. During this year, he only comprehended reincarnation from time to time and did not cultivate at all. However, after unsealing the 6 seals of his soul root, the rich saint spirit chi in the 6th-dimensional immortal court would automatically flow into his body at a much faster speed than before. This caused his essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation to constantly increase. Therefore, after a year, his cultivation had increased from the early 6th dimension to the middle 6th dimension. At the same time, during this process, after unsealing the 6 seals of his soul root, he also comprehended reincarnation from time to time and made great achievements in reincarnation. Now, he had mastered 20% of reincarnation. After this, he believed that as he seriously comprehended, it would not be long before he could master 30% of reincarnation. In fact, after the soul root in his body had its 6 seals undone, his potential had undergone an extremely shocking and drastic change. It was much stronger than when the soul root had its 5 seals undone. It was as if the difference between heaven and earth was enormous. "You are really abnormal." Sushu rolled her eyes. He clearly did not take the initiative to cultivate, but in a year, he actually went from the early 6th dimension to the middle 6th dimension. Even Wu Yi could not help but be slightly moved. The current Lin Tiantan was really too frightening. "Your soul root is too terrifying. You have only unsealed 6 seals. If you unseal all of them, then..." Bai Qiao could not help but tremble. She did not dare to imagine how terrifying Lin Tiantan would be after he unsealed all the seals on his soul root. At that time, he would probably be like Wu Yi's order divine ability. He would truly be the only one in the world. Ruoxian's big eyes were very bright. She hugged Lin Tiantan's arm and was full of worship. Then, she asked, "Then Daddy, when will you be able to unseal the 7th seal that Grandpa left on your soul root?" After hearing her question, Ji Yu, Bai Qiao, Shui Yi, Sushu, Violet Fairy, and the others all looked at Lin Tiantan. Even Wu Yi was no exception. They were indeed curious about this. After the 6th dimension, there is the Silent Void Realm, Solitary God Realm, Silent Soul Realm, 7th dimension. Lin Tiantan made a rough estimate and said, "Oh, basically, after reaching the Silent Soul Realm, I can unseal the 7th seal on my soul root normally." He was surrounded by a small forest, a very ordinary forest. He talked to them while walking into the distance. Soon, another month had passed. He brought Wu Yi and the others back to the 6th dimension immortal court. Then, in the next few days, Fengshen Tianzuan, the primal chaos celestial, Yang Qi, Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Tai Chu, Yi Feng Tian, Yi Tong, the Little Fox, and Snow Wolf all came back from their training. Everyone knew that Lin Tiantan would soon enter the 7th dimension. Everyone rushed back to see him off. Soon, 7 days had passed. 7 days later. On this day, Lin Tiantan was preparing to leave for the 7th dimension. On this day, he temporarily bid farewell to the group. On this day, the group still said the same thing to Lin Tiantan, safety first. At the same time, this time, still, no one wanted to enter the 7th dimension with Lin Tianyi. This was because the difference in strength between them and Lin Tiantan was too great. "If you're tired, come back and rest," Wu Yi said gently. Lin Tiantan smiled and nodded. He chatted with Wu Yi for a long time. Then, he said goodbye to the group again. Then, he directly tore open the heaven and earth gate in the depths of the 6th dimension immortal court. He stepped into it and disappeared from the 6th dimension. The heaven and earth gate that led to the 7th dimension was dark inside. He could not feel anything. It was very oppressive. After an unknown period of time, light appeared in front of him. He fell out of the heaven and earth tunnel and stepped on solid ground again. Looking around, there were mountains of immortal mountains. Each of them towered into the sky. The Holy Spirit Chi was extremely astonishing. It was far from what the sixth dimension could compare with. Looking at the mountains of immortal mountains around him and feeling the rich Holy Spirit Chi in the air, his eyes could not help but shine. I'm here. The seventh dimension, boom. Suddenly, an astonishing Holy Spirit Chi rumbled in front of him, interrupting his muttering. Looking around, there was a large road not far away. On both sides were relatively empty. An old man in a cloth robe was carrying a 6-year-old boy on his back. He was covered in blood and had been severely injured. Even his steps were a little staggered, and his aura was extremely weak. Behind him were dozens of cultivators. All of them had extraordinary auras and were powerful existences at the solitary god realm. Many cultivators were walking back and forth on the road. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked and quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. That's the descendant of the desolate saint? It seems like it is. The eyes of the cultivators were all on the 6-year-old boy behind the old man in a cloth robe. Looking at the dozens of people chasing after the old man and the little boy, their eyes were very complicated. Boom. Astonishing Holy Spirit Chi was vast and mighty. The dozens of solitary god realm experts were chasing after the old man, and each of them swept out killing lights. You can't escape. One of them said coldly. These dozens of people were dressed differently. As they chased after the old man, they were also vigilant of the others. Obviously, these dozens of people were not together. Boom. Majestic Holy Spirit Chi vibrated, and mixed with the power of killing, it violently sent the old man flying. His aura was extremely weak in an instant. The little boy on his back was thrown out by the vibration, but he quickly raised his hand to pull him back. The dozens of people stepped forward and quickly rushed toward the old man. Their eyes were all on the little boy that the old man pulled back to protect. At the same time, they were even more vigilant of the others. The old man struggled, wanting to stand up and continue to run with the little boy, but at this moment, he could not stand up. His strength was at its lowest. For a moment, there was deep despair, self-blame, and grief on his face. Lord Desolate Saint, do you see? Back then, you single-handedly forced the 3 ferocious ancient clans that wreaked havoc in the 7th dimension to retreat to the forbidden ancient demon region and seal it away. They fought to the death for the 7th dimension. After so many years, your direct descendant was targeted because he awakened your desolate heaven bloodline, and his family was completely wiped out. This old servant can no longer protect the young master. This old servant is useless. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he looked at the dozens of people charging at him. His eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Tian was in the distance. He had seen the old man carrying the little boy being chased, but he did not care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He was already far away, and he had already walked far away. However, at this moment, when he heard the old man's words that were filled with grief and hatred, he could not help but be moved, and he stopped in his tracks. At the same time, the dozens of people who were chasing after the old man got closer. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, and they only stared at the little boy that the old man was protecting. At the same time, they were wary of each other. The others all reached out to grab the little boy. The old man in the BU robe was in despair. He hugged the little boy tightly. I'm sorry, young master. This old servant could not protect you well. Saint energy intertwined into a hurricane. The dozens of people stared at the little boy. Their large hands intertwined with boundless saint light, and in the blink of an eye, they were close to him. Clang, suddenly, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A blinding sword ray slashed down, as if it had fallen from an eternal unknown place. It was sharp and terrifying. Lin Tian made his move. The 3-dimensional world in his body shook, and the rich power of heaven and earth condensed into a sword of heaven and earth in his hand. With a swing of the sword, it enveloped the dozens of people. At the same time, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the old man in the BU robe in the next moment. He slashed the sword in front of the old man again, and the sword momentum became even sharper. It pressed down on the dozens of people with the previous sword. The dozens of people were shocked at the same time. They immediately stopped and quickly dodged, avoiding the two sharp sword rays. Who is it? After dodging Lin Tian's two slashes, the dozens of people's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and there was a chill in their eyes. Seeing that they were about to be in trouble, the linen-robed old man did not expect that someone would step forward to help them. Before this, he had been on the run for far too long, and no one had ever thought of helping him. The 6-year-old boy was being protected by the old man, and his delicate face was filled with shock and fear. At this moment, his eyes also fell on Lin Tian. "Kid, how dare you stop us? Do you want to die?" The dozens of people looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes. They were about to seize the boy and obtain the desolate heaven bloodline, but now, someone had stepped in to stop them. They looked at Lin Tian with cold murderous intent in their eyes, but they did not make a move for the time being. This was because the sword of light in Lin Tian's hand made their hearts palpitate for no reason, and they felt an extremely strong sense of horror. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of people and said coldly, "Get lost." He did not know the linen-robed old man or the boy, but the linen-robed old man's words had moved him. The boy was the descendant of a hero who had once protected the seven-dimensional world, but now, he was being treated like this by the people of this world. It felt like the descendant of a martyr on the Milky Way imperial planet was being humiliated by a group of hooligans, and it was really unbearable. Therefore, even if he did not know the linen-robed old man and the boy, and was not even a person of this seven-dimensional world, he still could not help but help at this time. They did not deserve to be treated like this. When the dozens of people heard this, their faces turned even colder, and all of them revealed even colder murderous intent. "You're courting death." Some of the dozens of people immediately attacked. Although they were wary of the sword in Lin Tian's hand and could feel the terrifying aura, they were very concerned about the boy who had the desolate heaven bloodline, and directly cast a saint technique to suppress Lin Tian. Then, the others also attacked, and majestic killing aura pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time, sealing off all directions. Little brother, be careful," the linen-robed old man could not help but speak, and his voice was extremely weak. Lin Tian's back was facing the linen-robed old man, and he faced the dozens of people head-on. His eyes were still cold, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand became even brighter, as more power of the three-dimensional world poured into it. Then, he directly slashed at the dozens of people. After obtaining the three-dimensional world and branding of the foundation of time, nearly 3 years had passed, and the three-dimensional world had completed a qualitative transformation, to become much stronger. Then, as he stepped into the six-dimensional world, the three-dimensional world in his body, there was no doubt that, and now, he could mobilize the power of the world within him, to invincible under the silent soul realm. Clang, sword whistles rumbled, shaking the sky. With a sizzling sound, the saint-killing lights unleashed by dozens of people were all shattered in an instant. Then, the sword, and its momentum to the dozens of peoples to kill to the dozens of people to kill. Puff, poo, immediately, a bloody mist exploded. The dozen or so people who were charging at the front were instantly killed in both body and soul. Lin of the people to the side of A's to be to the side with a person with the people with a strong that light sword of his, what is it? He's only in the six-dimensional realm, but with one sword strike, These people were shocked. After the six-dimensional realm, there was the silent void realm, solitary god realm, silent soul realm, seventh-dimensional realm. Lin Tian was clearly only in the six-dimensional realm, and these people could feel it, but at this time, he killed dozens of solitary god realm experts with one sword strike, killing enemies with a gap of 2 realms. What kind of feeling was this? At the same time, the linen-robed old man was also shocked and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked because Lin Tian's battle prowess was too strong, and he could easily kill solitary god realm experts with his six-dimensional realm cultivation. He was also happy because Lin Tian, who helped them, was so strong. Today, the descendant of the desolate saint would not be in trouble. The 6-year-old boy looked at Lin Tian, and the fear on his face lessened a lot. Looking at Lin Tian's back, he couldn't help but have a look of worship in his eyes. The dozens of people who were chasing after the old man and the little boy, as well as those who were still alive, couldn't help but be horrified. "You. Who exactly are you?" Someone looked at Lin Tian with fear and asked. The others also looked at Lin Tian, and for a moment they didn't move. Lin Tian's sword strike was too terrifying. Lin Tian looked at the people who were still alive, and he raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and slashed down even more fiercely. These people were definitely not good people, and he didn't need to show mercy to them. Clang! The ear-piercing sword whistled, and the speed of the sword was extremely fast. The surging sword engulfed the remaining people. In the next moment, the blood mist exploded, and the people who were still alive died in the blink of an eye. Blood had dyed the ground red. In the distance, a group of people on the main road saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. With his six-dimensional realm cultivation, he killed dozens of solitary god realm experts with just 2 sword strikes. This was simply too shocking. That sword. What exactly is it? These people could see that the reason Lin Tian could kill dozens of solitary god experts so easily was all because of the sword in his hand. Lin Tian could naturally feel the group of cultivators looking at him. He could feel their shock and surprise, but he didn't care. He turned to look at the cloth-robed old man and the 6-year-old boy. Little brother, thank you. Thank you. The cloth-robed old man knelt down in front of Lin Tian and kowtowed shakily to Lin Tian. His voice was intermittent, and it was weaker than before. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped him. Uncle, please don't do this. He really felt that he couldn't bear such an old man kowtowing to him. He bent down and pulled the old man up. Big brother, thank you. You're so strong. The 6-year-old boy raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. His little face was filled with gratitude, and his eyes were filled with worship. Then, he looked at the old man. The fear from before had completely disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise. Grandpa Zhou, we're saved. The cloth-robed old man's surname was Zhou, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked at the little boy and nodded excitedly with a smile. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The little boy was shocked. He looked at the old man and panicked. Grandpa Zhou. What happened to you, Grandpa Zhou? Lin Tian crouched down, and 9-colored saint power surged out and enveloped the cloth-robed old man. A moment later, he frowned slightly. The old man's life origin and soul were all cracked and were collapsing irreversibly. There was no way to reverse the situation. At most, he would die in a few dozen breaths. No one could save him. Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou. The little boy kept calling. No, young master, this old servant is fine. The old man was covered in blood, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His pale face had an extremely forced smile. He trembled as he touched the little boy, and then looked at Lin Tian. Little brother, young master's surname is Mu Chen, is Lord Desolate Saint's descendant. Once, Lord Desolate Saint refined one of the 7 dimensions laws, the Desolate Heaven laws, into his body, fusing them into his blood essence, and formed the Desolate Heaven bloodline. Young Master Mu Chen felt, awaken Lord Desolate Saint's Desolate Heaven bloodline. As long as he grows up normally, he will be able to control the Desolate Heaven laws in 10 years. The news of young Master awakening the Desolate Heaven bloodline was leaked. Many people came to fight for it. Because, as long as you use a special method to exchange blood, and refine the origin, you can obtain the Desolate Heaven bloodline and control the Desolate Heaven laws. Lord Desolate Saint did not establish a large clan back then, so there were few people. The clan became weaker and weaker, and could not stop those people. They all died. Only, this old servant brought young master, and escaped. This old servant can't take it anymore. The old man's voice was getting weaker and weaker. He was stuttering and could no longer speak clearly. He looked at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. Little brother, I beg you to look at Lord Desolate Saint, for the sake of protecting this land, sacrificing his life, please take care of young Master Mu Chen. Lin Tian was silent. He paused for a moment and nodded. In front of him, the little boy's ancestor had sacrificed his life for the 7 dimensions. He used his life to protect the land and all living things. There was no doubt that he was a true sage. How could he abandon the descendant of a sage? Even if he was not a person of this land, even if he would cause trouble for him in the future. Seeing Lin Tian nod in agreement, the old man trembled. His pale face revealed joy. Thank you. Thank you. As he spoke, he looked at little Mu Chen. Young master, in the future, you have to listen to this. As he spoke, the old man trembled violently, and another mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. The luster of life in his eyes dissipated in the blink of an eye. Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou. What happened to you, Grandpa Zhou? Little Mu Chen suddenly became anxious. His little hand grabbed the old man's sleeve, and he could not stop trembling. Tears fell from his big eyes. Wake up, Grandpa Zhou, wake up, wake up. Lin Tian sighed. Although little Mu Chen was only 6 years old, he was not an ordinary mortal child. He was the descendant of a powerful cultivator. Therefore, at this time, how could he not see that the old man had died? It was just difficult to accept. Let him rest in peace, he said. No. Grandpa Zhou is not dead. No. Little Mu Chen shouted loudly, pulling the old man's sleeve. Tears kept falling from his big eyes, and he was heartbroken. His parents had passed away 2 years ago. It was the old man who had been taking care of him. Now, he had died. Lin Tian knew that little Mu Chen was very sad, so he did not say anything and did not comfort him. How could he comfort him at this time? It would be better to let the little guy cry completely. Grandpa Zhou. Don't die. Don't. Little Mu Chen threw himself on the old man and kept crying. There were many celestial mountains near the main road, and the Saint Spirit Qi was very dense. Lin Tian brought little Mu Chen into one of the mountains. Aoo! Roar! Between the celestial mountains, the roars of beasts shook the sky, and the demonic Qi was extremely dense. In the blink of an eye, a powerful sixth-dimensional realm demonic beast pounced towards them. However, just as it was about to pounce, the powerful sixth-dimensional realm demonic beast trembled violently and fell to the ground like a frightened puppy. It was frightened by the powerful pressure that naturally surrounded his body, and it didn't dare to move. He didn't pay any attention to the trembling demonic beast. He walked through the mountains and soon found a small valley. There were many green plants in the valley, and it was very quiet. He walked into the valley and placed little Mu Chen on a big rock in the valley, then sat quietly to the side. Time passed little by little. Soon, half a day had passed, and little Mu Chen woke up from his coma. Grandpa Zhou. The little guy seemed to be having a nightmare. The moment he woke up, he stood up abruptly and said these 3 words. Lin Tian stood to the side and watched the little guy wake up. He handed a space ceramic container to the little guy. The container was about an inch tall. Without needing him to say anything, the little guy immediately trembled and understood that it contained the old man's ashes. He trembled and took the container, tears dripping down his face as he tightly hugged the inch-tall container. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He let the little guy cry and quietly stood to the side. Soon, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the little guy hugged the space containing the old man's ashes. At first, he kept crying, but when his tears dried up, he was in a daze. He hugged the space container and shrank to the side, as if he had lost himself. Lin Tian looked at the little fellow in silence. At the same time, he was also moved by something else. This little fellow did not have a shred of cultivation base, and in the past 7 days, he had not eaten a single drop of water or any food, yet he was still alive and well. He knew that this might be because the 7th-dimensional spirit dimension was higher, but more importantly, it was related to the little guy's desolate heaven bloodline. After awakening that bloodline, even if the little guy hadn't stepped on the path of cultivation, he could already survive without eating or drinking. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. 7 days later, on this day, the dullness in little Mu Chen's eyes dissipated a lot, and tears dripped down his cheeks. Immediately, the little fellow wiped away her tears, walked down from the big rock, and knelt down in front of Lin Tian. Please enlighten me on my cultivation. The little guy hugged the space container that contained the old man's ashes and pressed his forehead against the ground. In fact, there were ancient scriptures passed down in the clan, but after the clan was destroyed, the ancient scriptures passed down had been taken away. Lin Tian had roughly guessed this as well. He raised his right hand slightly, and a gentle saint power lifted the little one up. He looked at the little fellow, a 6-year-old child with tear stains on his cheeks and determination in his eyes. At the same time, it was filled with hatred. Regarding this, he didn't say anything. His family had been annihilated, and the elders who had always taken care of him had died tragically in order to protect him. Who wouldn't have hatred in their hearts? Back then, when he was only 5 years old, he had already shouldered a similar hatred. He naturally understood the feelings of the little fellow. He understood very well. He raised his hand, and a 9-colored saint light enveloped the little fellow. A moment later, he discovered that the little fellow's bloodline was really incomparably powerful. Generally speaking, a 6-year-old child was not suitable for cultivation. If they insisted on cultivating, they would need special guidance. However, the little fellow's powerful bloodline made his physical body as strong as a great path cultivator's. There was no need for any guidance at all, and he could cultivate at this age. After a pause, he pointed his sword finger at the little fellow's forehead and passed the chaotic heavens sword scripture to the little fellow. This ancient scripture was an ancient scripture passed down in the chaotic heavens sword pavilion in the 6-dimensional world. It was a 6-dimensional ancient scripture, and it contained cultivation techniques, mysterious movement techniques, and many wonderful killing sword techniques. It was definitely a good ancient scripture for cultivation and was suitable for the little fellow to cultivate. At the same time, he used his powerful divine thought to personally demonstrate the various great path ancient techniques to the little fellow, so that the little fellow could understand it faster. As for the little fellow, with the support of the desolate heaven bloodline, his comprehension ability was naturally astonishing. He quickly integrated the entire ancient scripture and began to circulate the chaotic heavens ancient scripture on his own to cultivate, causing the surrounding saint spirit chi to surge towards him. Then, his essence, energy, and cultivation began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the body refinement realm, breaking all the way into the 9th heaven of body refinement realm. At the same time, his bloodline boiled, and a thick dark gray saint light intertwined from his bloodline, causing the surrounding space to distort. Moreover, there was even a faint desolate great world that appeared behind him. Desolate heaven laws? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and a wisp of light intertwined. As the little fellow began to cultivate, his desolate heaven bloodline began to boil, and the desolate heaven laws contained in his bloodline began to intertwine. It seemed that he would soon be able to control them. He couldn't help but be moved. Back then, the desolate saint was really amazing. He had refined the desolate heaven laws into every inch of his flesh, blood, origin source, spirit, and blood essence, turning them into the desolate heaven bloodline. After the later generations awakened this bloodline and embarked on the path of cultivation, they could directly guide the power of the laws contained in their bloodline. It was simply terrifying. Little fellow, don't cultivate for the time being. Focus on comprehending the power of the dark gray saint light that is gushing out from your bloodline, he said to little Mu Chen. At the same time, his eyes intertwined with light. He guided the desolate heaven laws in little Mu Chen's bloodline so that the little fellow could more easily comprehend them. He also fixed his eyes on the dark gray saint light that was gushing out from little Mu Chen's body. Time flew by, and an hour passed. Strands of dark gray saint light intertwined outside his body. This made little Mu Chen's body tremble violently while he was comprehending the desolate heaven laws in his bloodline. This was clearly the desolate heaven laws. Don't be distracted, Lin Tian said, continuing to guide the desolate heaven bloodline for the little fellow. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, he had been guiding the desolate heaven laws in little Mu Chen's bloodline. He only stopped when the little fellow was able to comprehend them on his own. He pushed the little fellow to the side of a large rock and sat down, allowing the little fellow to comprehend the power on his own. Sitting by the large rock, strands of dark gray light surrounded his body, causing the surrounding space to sizzle. 7-dimensional world, outside, failed? Immortal palaces and divine pavilions were laid out horizontally. In an ancient palace, a middle-aged man smashed an ancient wooden table with a bang. In the large ancient palace, there was a silent soul-class pressure intertwined, and the aura was terrifying. We investigated. We were about to succeed, but we were stopped by a young man. There were more than 10 people in the palace. They projected a divine sense imprint with Lin Tian's appearance on it. This person's cultivation is not high. It is said that he is only in the 6th dimensional realm, but he seems to be in control of an extremely terrifying saint sword. It was by relying on that sword that he was able to kill all the people sent by my clan with his 6th dimensional realm cultivation. The people from other clans were also killed. Half a month ago, when Lin Tian killed the dozens of people who had chased after Old Man Zhou and Little Mu Chen, there were many cultivators on the nearby main road who had seen that scene. After that, the matter naturally spread out. A 6th dimensional realm cultivator who can easily kill solitary god realm experts with a single artifact? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and a cold light intertwined within them. He opened his mouth and said coldly, "Go investigate. Find him for me." With a 6th dimensional realm cultivation, he could easily kill dozens of solitary god realm experts with just a single saint sword. What kind of feeling was this? There was still the solitary god realm in between. In that case, the sect saint sword was at least a silent soul class artifact. Their clan only had one such artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Once they found Lin Tian and seized it, their clan's strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, the descendant of the desolate saint, in his opinion, should be the same as Lin Tianyi. As long as they found Lin Tian, it would mean that Dang Rua had found the descendant of the desolate saint and found the desolate heaven bloodline. Yes. The 10 people in the palace immediately retreated, and then led many experts into the clan's residence. At the same time, in the other 6 regions of the 7th dimension, many experts from different clans and sects stepped out one after another and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the valley of the Celestial Mountain, Lin Tian casually sat on a large rock in the valley. Dark gray strands of saint light surrounded his body, and as time passed, it became thicker and thicker. Then, a desolate illusory world appeared behind him. It was barren inside, and yellow sand was everywhere. Even the scorching sun in the sky was covered and shrouded by dark clouds. It seemed illusory, but it also seemed real. It was mixed with an extremely dense power of law that seemed to be able to turn everything into a barren land. Then, in the next moment, the dark gray light around his body dissipated. Very strong. He muttered to himself, and a light flashed in his eyes. He had helped Little Mu Chen to guide his desolate heaven bloodline. Seeing the desolate heaven laws intertwined in his bloodline, he began to comprehend them. An hour later, he was able to control them in his hands. After that, he began to deduce them and cultivated them to the large success stage. This was the potential he now had after unsealing the 6th layer of soul root. Even if it was an obscure and powerful 7th dimension law, as long as he saw it, he could control it in the blink of an eye. He was naturally a little shocked by the desolate heaven law he had mastered because it was really powerful. Once such a law was used, it could almost instantly deprive all living things of their vitality. It was similar to the eternal divine path of life and death, but the power it possessed was far from what life and death could compare to. With this in mind, he did not pay too much attention to it. While watching Little Mu Chen seriously comprehending the desolate heaven law in the valley and guarding him, he also took the initiative to circulate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, drawing in rich spiritual power and Tao power. It madly surged into his body and was refined by the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. His entire spirit, chi, and spirit rose with each strand. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a full month had passed. He cultivated while guarding Little Mu Chen. The dark gray saint light around the little guy's body began to stabilize, circling around him like a water spirit. I can barely control it. A 6-year-old child had now grasped the desolate heaven laws. Although it was a little forced, it was still extremely terrifying. After all, he was only 6 years old. Under normal circumstances, a 6-year-old child could not even embark on the path of cultivation, let alone grasp a powerful 7th dimensional law like the desolate heaven laws. This made Lin Tian somewhat moved by the desolate heaven bloodline. Although the little guy was able to grasp the desolate heaven laws in a short period of time, a large part of the reason was because of his guidance. It was still very shocking. Outside little Mukin's body, dark gray light intertwined as the desolate heaven laws jumped. After a while, they gradually disappeared into his body. Following that, the light outside his body also dissipated. "Thank you, Master." The little guy came in front of Lin Tian and knelt down again, kowtowing to Lin Tian. His forehead touched the ground every time. Although he was only 6 years old, the little guy knew a lot of things. Lin Tian taught him cultivation, so he was naturally his master. Lin Tian was taken aback before nodding. He lifted little Mukin up with a gentle holy light and wiped the dust off his forehead. "You are my third disciple. You have a senior brother and a senior sister. I will introduce you to them in the future." He smiled at the little guy. It could be said that the little guy was the most similar to him in the past. He had originally planned to take him in as a disciple. Little Mukin nodded seriously. Okay, continue cultivating. I will protect you." Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head and said, "Although it's not good to raise your cultivation realm too much in one go and it will cause your foundation to be unstable, your desolate heaven bloodline has already awakened and you can barely control the desolate heaven laws. It has already made your physique very strong. Cultivating to the great Tao level in one go will not have any impact on your foundation. In the four-dimensional world, even ordinary creatures in the void realm could easily cultivate to the great Tao realm. It was like drinking water because the psionic energy in the air was very rich. And now, little Mukin was in the seventh-dimensional world. The psionic energy in the air was at least 1,000,000 times that of the four-dimensional world. In addition, little Mukin had the desolate heaven bloodline and could control the desolate heaven laws. With all these conditions added together, it was very easy for the little guy to cultivate to the great Tao realm. According to his estimates, the little guy could reach the great Tao realm from the tempered body realm in a month at most. "Yes, Master." Little Muchen was very obedient. After a pause, he looked up at Lin Tian and asked, "Master, was that the desolate heaven laws from before?" Previously, he had seen dark gray beams of light intertwining around Lin Tian's body. They were intertwined with the aura of the desolate heaven laws. Lin Tian smiled and raised his right hand slightly. A dark gray light intertwined and condensed into a dark gray ball of light. Rich waves of desolate heaven laws intertwined with each other. "I have gained some insight into the desolate heaven laws manifested by your bloodline. Now, I have reached the large success stage in controlling them," he said. With that said, he flicked his finger as a faint beam of light entered little Muchen's consciousness. It was his perception of the desolate heaven laws. The essence of cultivating such laws was definitely useful to little Muchen. "Thank you, Master." Little Muchen's eyes could not help but fluctuate violently. "Master, you are so powerful." Even though he was still very young, he knew how difficult it was for people without the desolate heaven bloodline to control the desolate heaven bloodline. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, his master had simply looked at the aura of the desolate heaven laws intertwined in his bloodline and was able to control the laws of the seventh dimension. Now, he had reached the large success stage and was teaching him how to better understand the desolate heaven laws. This made it difficult for little Muchen to calm down. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head again and said, "Go and cultivate. I will stand guard here for you." "Okay." Little Muchen nodded and walked to the side to cultivate. His eyes were even more determined. Occasionally, hatred would intertwine in his eyes. He wanted to work hard to become stronger with his master. He wanted to avenge his dead clansman and Grandpa Zhou who had always been by his side. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a large rock by the side. As he stood guard for little Muchen, he also cultivated seriously. In a blink of an eye, half a day passed. Dong. Half a day later, on this day, a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared in the sky, rumbling and rumbling. Lin Tian looked up at the lightning vortex and then looked at little Muchen. Divine Pulse Realm Lightning Punishment. Looking at little Muchen, he whispered, "This should be the first person to experience the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment when he broke through from the body refinement realm to the Divine Pulse realm." Under his guidance, little Mu Chen had already mastered the desolate heaven laws. Now, he had broken through from the body refinement realm to the divine pulse realm. He had crossed a major realm and attracted the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment. Dong! The sky exploded and thunder rumbled. It was deafening. However, the aura was very weak. After all, it was only the divine pulse realm lightning punishment. Use the lightning punishment to temper your body. Let it strike you and use its lightning power to cultivate, he said to little Mu Chen. After little Mu Chen had awakened his desolate heaven bloodline, his physical body was now comparable to a great virtue realm expert. Under such heavenly punishment, there would not be any problems even if he was struck by heavenly lightning. There was no need to worry at all. During this process, the benefits of using the lightning power of heaven and earth to cultivate were great. Yes, master. Although little Mu Chen was only 6 years old, he was not afraid of this lightning punishment at all. His eyes were filled with determination. According to Lin Tian's words, his small body allowed the lightning to strike him and drown him. Then, he used the lightning power to cultivate. Lin Tian watched from the side and nodded secretly. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and drew in more Saint Spirit Chi for cultivation. Boom! Thunder rumbled and kept striking. Soon, it dissipated, and 7 colored auspicious clouds condensed. The gift after the heavenly tribulation is the pure power of heaven and earth. Use it to stabilize your divine pulse realm cultivation. Use it to cultivate. Lin Tian said and imparted the knowledge of the heavenly tribulation to the little guy. Yes, master. Little Mu Chen obediently did as he was told. Time passed quickly. The little guy worked hard to cultivate. Every few days, there would be a lightning vortex in the valley, and he would experience the lightning punishment again and again. Then, 29 days passed. Just as Lin Tian had expected, little Mu Chen had survived another heavenly punishment and his cultivation had reached the great virtue realm. That's all for now. On this day, Lin Tian stopped cultivating and stood up. He called out to little Mu Chen and walked out of the valley. Including teaching little Mu Chen cultivation, more than 2 months had passed. While he was guarding little Mu Chen, he was also cultivating. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th dimensional realm from the middle stage. He could step into the solitary space realm after the 6th dimensional realm at any time. Now, he was ready to find a more suitable place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. After all, his solitary space realm heavenly tribulation was not comparable to the heavenly tribulations that little Mu Chen had experienced before. Once he started to undergo the heavenly tribulation, the entire celestial mountain would suffer. There were many other creatures in the celestial mountain. Once he underwent the heavenly tribulation here, it would inevitably cause many of the creatures in the celestial mountain to suffer. Naturally, he had to find another place. Soon, he left the celestial mountain with little Mu Chen. Soon, he found a relatively empty bathing area. With his powerful divine sense, he scanned the area and found that there were no other creatures around. It was very suitable for him to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Stay away from here, he said to little Mu Chen. It wasn't until little Mu Chen retreated far enough that he vibrated his aura and stepped into the solitary space realm. In an instant, the sky in this place turned pitch black, and a huge lightning vortex intertwined. Black lightning intertwined in it, like a destructive angry dragon. A destructive aura came down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Soon, the first round of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down. This was a vast sea of lightning. It was completely condensed from lightning, as if it really existed. Lin Tian did not dodge, allowing the heavenly tribulation to strike his body. At the same time, he took out the samsara sword to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled, and the heavenly tribulation continued to fall. It was not until more than 3,000 rounds of the heavenly tribulation had fallen that the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Colorful clouds appeared, and the sky was filled with colorful rays of light. Lin Tian used it to consolidate his solitary space realm cultivation. At the same time, he reconstructed the samsara sword that had been shattered by the heavenly tribulation. There were more heavenly lightning runes on it, intertwining with an extremely strong aura. He put the samsara sword back into his body, and the colorful clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, disappearing without a trace. This place, this vast swamp area, had been charred black by the solitary void realm's heavenly punishment. There was not a single piece of land that was intact. He sensed his body. He had unsealed 6 levels of his soul root, stepped into the solitary void realm, and mastered the desolate heaven's laws. Now, he could kill a solitary god-level expert just by relying on his own strength. At the same time, the three-dimensional world in his body was like his divine origin weapon. After his cultivation increased by a large realm, it also became stronger. If the power of this three-dimensional world was included, with his current cultivation, he could even kill a powerhouse at the end of the Silent Soul realm. Under the 7th dimension, he could be invincible. Can I imprint the dimensional laws into the three-dimensional world like time? Can I make it undergo another qualitative change? He suddenly came up with such an idea. Then, he felt that he could give it a try. If he succeeded, it would definitely be an amazing thing. After a pause, he glanced around and did not stay for too long. He took a step forward and approached little Mukin, who was waiting for him in the distance. "Let's go," he said to little Mukin and pulled the little guy into the distance. It didn't take long for them to walk out of the heavenly tribulation. "Master, where are we going now?" little Mukin asked. Lin Tiandao replied, "Let's find a hidden place. Master is going to do some, boom." Suddenly, a tyrannical fluctuation of saint energy emerged. In the northeast direction, a dozen figures appeared and rushed towards him. At the same time, almost at the same time, a dozen figures appeared in 6 other directions. Each of them was surrounded by an extremely amazing aura. All of them were powerful existences at the end of the silent god realm. In the blink of an eye, 7 figures appeared in 7 different directions. Found it. There were more than 10 people coming from 7 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Lin Tian and Mu Chen. Little Mu Chen looked at these people with deep hatred in his eyes. 7 directions. The people who were rushing over belonged to the Blood Devil Hall, the Great Moon Family, the Sealed Ghost City, the Evil Fury Palace, the Green Divine Immortal School, the 10,000 Slaughter Divine Pavilion, and the Purple Rainbow Dao Palace. These were the 7 great powers that had annihilated his family and killed old man Zhou, who had always accompanied and taken care of him. Lin Tian looked at little Mu Chen beside him and swept a glance at the approaching people. "Take him down." A cold voice sounded immediately. The people from the 7 major factions were on guard against the people from the other major factions. At the same time, they attacked at the same time. Murderous lights filled the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. A few days ago, the 7 major factions had been searching for Lin Tian's traces. Not long ago, Lin Tian had gone out to undergo a tribulation. Someone had seen his figure. Naturally, the people from the 7 major factions had tracked him down and killed their way here. Rumble, these people were all at the peak of the Lone God realm. When they attacked together, the power was terrifying and extremely tyrannical. The violent killing force swept straight towards Lin Tian. At the same time, someone grabbed at little Mu Chen who was beside Lin Tian. In the end, they were mainly here for the desolate heaven bloodline. Facing these people's attacks, Lin Tian's expression did not change. The dark gray sacred light interweaved around his body and directly annihilated the large amount of sacred light that surged towards him. Then, the dark gray sacred light drowned the person at the front. "Ah!" The person screamed and struggled in horror. The sacred light around his body was violent as he tried to break free from the dark gray sacred light. However, it was useless. The dark gray sacred light merged into his body, causing his body to dry up at an extremely fast speed. Then, in the blink of an eye, his body completely weathered and turned into a dried corpse. Then, with a whoosh, it shattered into dust and dissipated into the sky. This is desolate. Desolate heaven laws? In an instant, the expressions of everyone in this place changed. Their faces all became filled with shock. Lin Tian had mastered the desolate heaven laws. "You've already taken his bloodline?" An expert from Sealed Ghost City was furious. Controlling the desolate heaven laws was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This person immediately believed that Lin Tian must have snatched little Mu Chen's desolate heaven bloodline to control the laws of the seventh dimension. As for why little Mu Chen, whose bloodline had been taken away, was still alive, he did not care. All he cared about was the desolate heaven bloodline. Once such a bloodline was taken away and given to another person, it would be useless for others to take it away again. They had been constantly pursuing the desolate heaven bloodline, but now, it had been snatched away by someone else. You are not allowed to insult my master. Before Lin Tian could speak, little Mu Chen spoke up. He stared at these people with anger and hatred, clenching his fists. Master is different from you. Master relied on himself to control it. The people in front of him were his enemies, and now, they were slandering his master. The little guy was extremely angry. His desolate heaven bloodline boiled as the dark gray desolate heaven laws intertwined with his anger, causing the void to vibrate constantly. Such a scene caused the expressions of the people from the 7 factions to change drastically as they trembled violently. Following little Mu Chen's anger, they realized that the 6-year-old little Mu Chen had already mastered the desolate heaven laws. His desolate heaven bloodline still existed and had not been taken away. As such, Lin Tian had truly relied on himself to control the 7th dimension laws of the desolate heaven. To be able to control the 7th dimension laws, there were only a handful of people in the history of the 7 dimensions. A person who could control the 7th dimension laws was enough to shake the entire 7 dimensions. Instantly, these people's faces could not help but turn pale. But very quickly, these people's expressions turned even colder. We have more people, and our cultivation levels are far higher than his. Even if he has mastered the 7th dimension laws and has a sacred sword that is suspected to be a silent soul-grade artifact, he won't be able to do anything to us if we attack together. One of them said, let's cooperate and use all our strength to suppress and kill him. After that, we will fight for his sacred sword and desolate heaven bloodline. How about it? Sure. The others nodded in succession. This was the best solution at the moment. Immediately, the group attacked Lin Tian again. However, this time, the group began to consciously cooperate. As such, the group's attacks were clearly much stronger than before. The space in all directions was completely sealed. This attack was somewhat fierce and extremely terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. The large success stage desolate heaven law surged as the samsara tempering mind technique was activated, stacking 20 times his combat strength. At the same time, the indestructible laws were activated as well, increasing the power of the desolate heaven laws. A desolate great world immediately appeared. This was the manifestation of the large success stage of the desolate heaven laws. Under his will, the desolate great world came crashing down. He had unsealed his 6th layer soul root. Now, he was using all his strength. Chi. 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 Soft sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of nearly 100 experts were annihilated. At the same time, the desolate great world formed by the desolate heaven laws came crashing down, directly enveloping 3 of them. The 3 were horrified. They immediately struggled violently, trying to escape from the desolate great world. However, it was useless. They could not break free at all. Their life auras were drained at an extremely fast speed, and their bodies withered in the blink of an eye. No! Mournful and despairing screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, the life auras of the 3 people enveloped in the desolate great world were completely drained, and their souls were shattered along with them. For a moment, the others were horrified. Some time ago, it was said that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the 6th dimensional level, but a few months later, he had reached the silent void realm and had mastered the desolate heaven laws. At this time, without using the suspected silent soul-grade artifact, he had killed several experts at the end of the silent god realm. What kind of combat strength was this? After this, if Lin Tian used the suspected silent soul-grade artifact, how powerful would it be? In an instant, a sense of horror rose in the hearts of these people. They retreated at the same time, fleeing into the distance. They were not ordinary people. After a short confrontation, they naturally understood the difference in combat strength between them and Lin Tian. Originally, when they came here, they were told that Lin Tian was only at the 6th dimensional realm and that he had a holy sword that was suspected to be a silent soul artifact. With their cultivation at the end of the silent god realm, they would definitely be able to suppress such a battle prowess. However, when they arrived here, they realized that this information was wrong. Lin Tian had reached the silent void realm, and had mastered the legendary 7th dimensional desolate heaven laws. In the blink of an eye, he had killed several of them. The difference in combat strength was too great and completely different from what they had estimated. In an instant, nearly 100 people fled far away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian watched these people flee without any change in his expression. The desolate heaven laws turned into a storm and pressed down. At the same time, the three-dimensional world in his body trembled, and the three-dimensional world's power quickly condensed into a sword of heaven and earth. Clang! Following the desolate heaven laws, he waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and slashed out 9 times in a row. Every slash of these 9 slashes was accompanied by a sky full of sword blades. With the desolate heaven laws sealing off the escape route of the group, the slashes enveloped the people from the 7 major factions in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screams were heard immediately, and blood mist exploded one after another. Nearly 100 experts were destroyed in the blink of an eye. This place became much quieter in an instant. Little Muchen looked at this scene and was not afraid. Instead, he clenched his fists. These were all his enemies. Let's go. Lin Tian put away the sword of heaven and earth and said to the little guy. Master, when can I be as strong as you? The little guy asked him. Lin Tian was stunned, and then he smiled. Believe in Master, it won't be long. Including the three-dimensional world, his current peak combat strength was invincible under the 7th dimensional realm. With little Muchen's desolate heaven bloodline, it would take him at most 500 years in the 7th dimensional realm to reach his current height with some heavenly treasures. 500 years was a long time for ordinary people, but for cultivators it was really nothing. He did not stay there and left with little Muchen. Half a month later, he found a place with rich Saint Spirit Qi and was relatively hidden. You can continue to cultivate, he said to little Muchen, took out some extraordinary heavenly treasures and rare baodan from his body, and handed them to little Muchen. With little Muchen's physique and his current realm, half a month's time was enough for him to settle down and adjust. Thank you, Master. Little Muchen took some heavenly treasures and rare baodan that Lin Tian handed to him. His eyes were very firm, and he silently walked to the side and began to cultivate. Lin Tian sat on the side, guarding the little guy while using part of his divine sense to invade his body. He came to the three-dimensional world in his body and condensed a divine sense incarnation. After a few years of transformation, every corner of the three-dimensional world now had fluctuations of time, and the spirit qi intertwined in the air was thicker than before. He stood in this world as a manifestation of his consciousness. The great mastery of the laws of destiny began to interweave from his body, branding towards this three-dimensional world. He hoped to brand it into this world as completely as he had done before. Buzz. The precept of destiny pulsed and circled around him, swaying in all directions, and then merged into nothingness. This caused a deep light to appear in his eyes. From this point, it could be seen that the precept of destiny could indeed integrate into this world like the precept of time. At that moment, he activated the precept of destiny and branded the precept of destiny Dao marks in this three-dimensional world. Then, the huge three-dimensional world immediately trembled, and wisps of destiny aura began to intertwine in all directions. Very good. The light in his eyes became even brighter. The precept of destiny's origin Dao marks had perfectly integrated into this world. After that, the fluctuations of destiny would quickly intertwine in every corner of this world, so that this world would have the power of destiny. At that time, this world would definitely undergo a qualitative change, and his power would become even stronger as a result. Eternity, immortality, star creation, Tao-defying, dark light, barren heaven. The law of destiny could be successfully integrated into the three-dimensional world, which allowed Lin Tianyi to see a new door. In the four-dimensional world and above, each world was very powerful because of its special law of dimension. The more powerful the law of dimension, the stronger the psionic power and Tao power of the world. Only the law of reincarnation was a little special. Although the foundation of reincarnation existed in the four-dimensional world, the psionic power and Tao power of the four-dimensional world could not be compared to the world above. It was only the size of the territory, but it was far more vast than the worlds above. Lin Tian now mastered the law of reincarnation, the law of destiny, the law of all beginnings, the law of dark light, the law of indestructibility, the law of inverse, the law of star creation, and the law of desolate heaven. Except for the law of reincarnation, which was not fully mastered, the other law of dimension could be integrated into the three-dimensional world, which was bound to make the three-dimensional world transform again and again. To put it simply, if he were to perfectly integrate the law of beginning, the law of dark light, the law of indestructibility, the law of Tao defying, and the law of star creation into the three-dimensional world, and given a certain amount of time, the three-dimensional world in his body might grow into a world even more amazing than the five-dimensional world. How much would his strength increase by then? Without a doubt, a lot. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's eyes shone brighter. He took a deep breath and imprinted the law of all beginnings, the law of dark light, the law of indestructibility, the law of inverse, the law of star creation, and the law of desolate heaven into the three-dimensional world one by one. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, he had integrated all the dimensional laws that he had mastered into the three-dimensional world, except for the reincarnation cycle. It seemed that he had not interweaved them into every corner of the three-dimensional world, but he had still caused an extraordinary change in this world, and the spiritual energy had clearly become denser. It will take at least 100 years to make these law of dimension completely interweave into every corner of this world and make this world have these law of dimension. He said to himself. Boom! Outside, the sky shook, and a thunder vortex emerged. He withdrew his divine sense from the three-dimensional world and looked not far away. 3 months later, with the help of some heavenly and earthly treasures and bowdown that he gave, little Muchen reached the golden immortal realm. At this time a golden immortal level heavenly tribulation descended. Not bad. The bowdown heavenly treasures and earthly treasures that he had given to the little fellow previously corresponded to the little fellow's current cultivation base. He did not give the little fellow heavenly treasures or six-dimensional heavenly treasures and earthly treasures at the beginning. Now, after 3 months, the little fellow was able to reach the golden immortal realm. Half of it was due to these heavenly treasures, and the other half was due to her bloodline and her own hard work. Of course, it was also because the seven-dimensional world itself was very suitable for cultivation. The Holy Spirit Chi was too amazing. Rumble, thunder rumbled and continued to descend. Little Muchen was crossing the tribulation, forcibly bearing the thunder punishment and using the thunder power of the thunder punishment to cultivate. Even when his body was smashed into a bloody mess, he didn't cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and enduring one destructive bolt after another. Lin Tian watched from the side and nodded secretly. It was really good for a 6-year-old child to be able to endure such hardships. Of course, he also felt some heartache because he knew very well that the little fellow was supporting herself with hatred for revenge. In the end, his third disciple was still very young after all. Only 6 years old. Rumble, thunder roared in the sky, and one after another, it descended. Soon, this golden immortal level heavenly tribulation was over. Little Muchen used the 7-colored auspicious clouds after the tribulation to strengthen his body and stabilize his realm. Master, should I continue to cultivate? After the 7-colored auspicious clouds, the little fellow asked Lin Tian. Not for the time being. Come to Master, he said to the little fellow. Little Muchen was very obedient. With some dust left behind from the tribulation on his body, he quickly came to Lin Tian. Lin Tian asked the little fellow to sit beside him and patted the dust off his body. Then, wisps of pure reincarnation origin light surged out from his body and entered the little fellow's body bit by bit, helping to improve the little fellow's physique. The little fellow's desolate heaven bloodline was very powerful. It was even many times stronger than his second senior brother's chaotic body. However, it was not very good to bear such a bloodline at such a young age. It was a bit of a burden on the body. Now, he was using the reincarnation origin light to tidy up the little fellow's body. It could make the little fellow's physique stronger and allow the bloodline power to better adapt. How do you feel? He asked. Yes, very comfortable. Thank you, Master. Little Muchen nodded. As the reincarnation origin light surged in, he felt his body suddenly become tens of thousands of times more comfortable. Then, he asked curiously, Master, what is this light? It seems like the desolate heaven law and my body is afraid. Although he was a cultivator, the little fellow was still young and did not come into contact with many things. He did not understand reincarnation and could not sense what kind of power this was. Reincarnation is a very special power. I am using it to tidy up your physique so that your bloodline can better adapt to your body and better stimulate your strength. Lin Tian smiled and did not explain further. Oh. Little Muchen nodded again. As he had never come into contact with reincarnation and had not read about it in ancient books, he did not know how terrifying reincarnation was. Now, he could not understand how terrifying Lin Tian, who controlled reincarnation, was. He said obediently, Thank you, Master. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and become stronger. I will definitely not disappoint Master. As he said this, the little fellow's eyes could not help but reveal hatred. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. The Blood Demon Hall, Great Moon Family Clan, Ghost Lock City, Heaven Fiend Palace, Green Immortal Sect, 10,000 Slaughter Divine Pavilion, and Purple Rainbow Dao Abode. These 7 great factions had annihilated his family and killed Grandpa Zhou, who had accompanied and taken care of him. He wanted revenge. Lin Tian naturally saw the unconcealable hatred in the little fellow's eyes. That kind of hatred was too heavy and too tiring for a 6-year-old child to bear. As his master, he felt somewhat distressed when he saw this. However, even though he felt sorry for the little fellow, he did not say anything about it. This was because he had experienced something similar in the past, and he knew very well that this kind of hatred could not be diluted before the 7 great forces were destroyed. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he could actually directly annihilate the 7 great forces. However, he did not plan to do so because he knew very well that the little fellow wanted to rely on her own strength to personally destroy them in the future. Just like his teacher, back then when he wanted to kill Luanhui Wang and the others, he could actually do it with just a thought. However, he didn't do it because he knew that Yi Shiwen wanted to personally take revenge. He just silently protected Yi Shiwen from behind, allowing Yi Shiwen to constantly train and grow. In the end, Yi Shiwen personally destroyed Luanhui Wang and the others, personally ending the blood feud. He had the little fellow sit quietly before him while he used the light from the origin of samsara to gently adjust the little fellow's constitution. He only stopped after 7 days, causing the little fellow's constitution to undergo a total of 9 qualitative changes during those 7 days. Go to the nearby mountain range to find demonic beasts to gain experience. With your current cultivation and combat strength, you can find some immortal king-level demonic beasts to be your opponents because you have mastered the desolate heaven law. 7 days later, he said to little Muchen, Don't worry. On the path of cultivation, although the cultivation realm was the most important, actual combat was also very important. It could hone one's own combat strength and accumulate combat experience. Little Muchen nodded and asked, Master, what about you? Master will be here, doing some other things. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head and said, Go, don't be afraid during the battle. Master will always be watching you. Okay. Little Muchen nodded and immediately walked outside. According to Lin Tian's request, he went to the nearby area to seek demonic beasts to gain experience. Lin Tian watched the little fellow leave and paused for a moment. Wisps of divine light shone in his eyes. Next, he muttered to himself, dissolving soul, earth, sky, memory truth, stripping, and chaos reversal. He had read many ancient books in the 6th dimension, and some of them recorded the dimensional laws of the upper dimension. Dissolving soul, earth, sky, memory truth, stripping, and chaos reversal were the other 6 7th dimensional laws in the 7th dimension, excluding the desolate heaven law. The dissolving soul law was similar to his reincarnation soul-slaying technique. It could directly penetrate the physical body and attack the spirit. At the same time, by controlling this law, the controller's spirit would be nourished by the dissolving soul law over time, becoming stronger and stronger until it was indestructible. The earth law controlled the earth. No matter where one was, one could freely mobilize the power of thousands of miles of territory for one's own use. It was incomparably powerful. The sky law controlled the sky. One could freely mobilize the power of the sky, turning the sky into the best battlefield for oneself. The memory law could use this law to turn everything in one's memory into reality, creating a law of creation. The stripping soul law could seize the power of others, weakening the enemy and strengthening oneself at the same time, carrying out a crushing massacre. The chaos reversal law could disrupt order, Tao, and all other forces. It could even interfere with the flow of time. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, he closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he began to comprehend these 6 laws in this place. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Blue light intertwined around his body, causing his soul power to be at least 10 times stronger in an instant. Moreover, as time passed, it became more and more powerful. Dissolving soul. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself. In 6 days, he had mastered the dissolving soul law. Without opening his eyes, he continued to perfect the dissolving soul law while continuing to comprehend the other 5 seventh-dimensional laws. Time continued to pass. Beside him, the earth trembled slightly, the sky trembled slightly, and the air trembled. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. With the 7 seven-dimensional laws in his grasp, Lin Tian's aura was much stronger than it had been a month ago. His essence, energy, and spirit were even more intimidating. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded to himself. With the 7 seven-dimensional laws in his grasp, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had increased by a lot. I need to perfect it. He muttered to himself and did not get up. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the 7 seven-dimensional laws under his control. Now, of the 7 seven-dimensional laws he had mastered, other than the desolate heaven laws that he had mastered to the large success stage, he had only mastered the other 6 seven-dimensional laws. He had yet to cultivate them to the large success stage, so he needed to further deduce and comprehend them. As such, time passed, and in a blink of an eye, another month had passed. Another month later, his essence, energy, and spirit were even thicker. He had mastered all the 7-dimensional laws to the large success stage. Next, he still did not get up. A portion of his consciousness had fused into the 3-dimensional world in his body, transforming into a consciousness avatar. He imprinted the other 6 7-dimensional laws, excluding the desolate heaven laws, into the 3-dimensional world. Only after another month had passed was this matter considered complete. It made the 3-dimensional world clearly stronger. Very good. Looking at the 3-dimensional world he had created that was constantly strengthening, the light in his eyes intensified as he felt a sense of accomplishment. Following that, this portion of his consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes and stood up. After that, I will find some time to return to the 6-dimensional world and master the 6 six-dimensional laws. I will then control spacetime and karma and fuse them together. Among the dimensional laws of the 8-dimensional world, he still had the karma laws of the 4-dimensional world and the spacetime laws of the 4-dimensional world, as well as the 6 types of 6-dimensional laws of the 6-dimensional world that he had yet to master. To master them was an extremely simple matter for him now. He planned to find some time to return to these 2 worlds and master them together before integrating them into the 3-dimensional world. As for the 2-dimensional and 1-dimensional worlds below, he had never considered them. These 2 worlds did not have dimensional laws at all, and they did not even have dimensional hearts. This was because, fundamentally speaking, they could not be considered worlds, and they could not even be considered space. There was no life in them, and there was no time. It was very difficult for ordinary creatures to enter. He paused in his original spot and walked out of this place. He walked towards the southeast direction and soon, he had walked far away and arrived in front of a depression. Roar. Clang. The roars of the demonic beasts and the ear-piercing hum of the sword reverberated in the concave ground. Outside little Muchen's body, sword beams appeared. Although his body was small, the sword aura he emitted was extremely astonishing. Furthermore, there were dark gray desolate heaven dharma intertwining outside his body. One person was fighting against 9 ferocious beasts. Each beast had the combat strength of an immortal king. They were attacking little Muchen from 9 different directions. Moreover, even further away, there were other immortal king-level demonic beasts walking over. Some of them had crimson eyes, some radiating shocking demonic light. Little Mu Chen's body was stained with blood and he was injured, but his little face was extremely determined. He was not afraid of the fierce beasts around him that wanted to devour him. Instead, the sword power he exuded became sharper than before. Lin Tian came to this place and silently watched the little guy train. He nodded to himself. He was only 6 years old. Although part of the reason why he was not afraid of these ferocious beasts was because of his hatred, it was more because of his powerful fighting instincts. Even though he was constantly injured in the face of a terrifying opponent, he was still fearless. As expected of a descendant of the desolate saint who has awakened his desolate heaven bloodline. He can be said to be born to fight, he muttered to himself. Boom, at this moment, an extremely strong vibration suddenly came from the extreme north of the world, interrupting his muttering. He tilted his head and sensed in that direction, frowning slightly. In that direction, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a very terrifying aura coming out. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, that terrifying aura faded again. He looked in that direction, and after a moment, he turned his head again and his gaze continued to fall on little Mu Chen who was training. At this time, there were already more than 20 immortal king-level ferocious beasts attacking little Mu Chen together in the depression. The little guy's injuries had increased, and he was bleeding even more. However, his little face was still determined, and there was still no trace of fear. The clanging sound was endless. The little guy used the chaotic heaven sword scripture, and dense sword beams swept around like raindrops. Moreover, at the same time, the desolate heaven laws intertwined around him, defending and attacking at the same time. Lin Tian stood on the branch of a huge ancient tree, quietly watching the little guy fight. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra automatically circulated, absorbing the surrounding Saint Spirit Chi into his body and began to cultivate. Following the release of 6 layers of seals on his soul root and the control of all 7 types of laws in the 7th dimension, the speed at which he actively absorbed the Saint Spirit Chi was obviously much faster than before. For a time, the surging Saint Spirit Chi and the Tao of heaven and earth constantly surged into his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to increase bit by bit. Naturally, his cultivation also increased bit by bit. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, he stood on the ancient tree branch, watching little Mu Chen while cultivating. His cultivation was approaching the middle stage of the silent void realm. Outside of the 7th dimension, in the extreme north of the 7th dimension, the space was very barren. It was completely a vast desert with only some shrubs growing. In the desert, there were hundreds of figures living here. There were the current masters of the 7 top orthodoxies of the 7th dimension, as well as the important figures of other great sects and some extremely strong robe cultivators. Hundreds of people lived here, looking at the area at the end of the desert that was filled with dark light, all of them frowning. The seal left by the desolate saint is weakening. There are extremely strong people from the 3 ancient clans attacking the seal outside. According to this trend, it won't be long before the seal is broken, and the 3 ancient clans, someone spoke with a solemn expression. This person did not finish his words, but in this place, everyone knew what he was going to say. Once the seal left by the desolate saint in this place was broken, the 3 ancient clans would naturally come out. At that time, the 7th dimension would probably not be peaceful. The 3 ancient clans wanted to enslave all the living beings in this world and dominate this world. The 3 ancient clans were extremely tyrannical, and each of them had at least 10 7th dimensional experts. Moreover, most of them were at the peak of the 7th dimensional realm. This kind of strength was not something that the cultivation world of the 7th dimension could resist. In the entire 7th dimension, the 7 strongest orthodoxies only had 1 7th dimensional expert in each orthodoxy. Moreover, their cultivation was only at the early stage of the 7th dimensional realm. As such, once the 3 ancient clans broke the seal and came out, they would definitely sweep across the 7th dimension. All the great sects and cultivators in the 7th dimension would either be slaughtered or be suppressed and turned into slaves. We are unable to complete the seal left by the desolate saint. If we continue to ignore it, the 3 ancient clans will soon break the seal and come out. One of them spoke. Now, there is only one way to stop them from coming out. This person said in a deep voice, with the flesh, soul, and origin of the descendant of the desolate saint who awakened the desolate heaven bloodline as a guide, we can strengthen the desolate saint's seal and restore it to its strongest state. It might even become even more resilient. Perhaps, we can use this to trap the 3 ancient clans in the forbidden ancient demon zone behind us forever. As soon as this was said, the eyes of everyone in this place moved slightly and they all nodded. This method is indeed feasible, someone said in a deep voice. The others did not speak, but they all nodded in agreement. Their gazes fell on the dark area at the end of the desert. The seal left by the desolate saint was in that area. The forbidden ancient demon zone was behind the seal left by the desolate saint. For a moment, the place was quiet. After a while, a golden-robed middle-aged man spoke, spread the news of this matter to the entire 7th dimension. Let everyone in the 7th dimension know the current situation our world is facing. Together, we will find the boy who awakened the desolate heaven bloodline. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Gantian divine sect. He was at the end of the Silent Soul realm. The Gantian divine sect was one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. As this person spoke, the leaders of the other 6 top orthodoxies who came here nodded one after another. The other experts nodded in agreement. Yes, someone said. Then, on this day, millions of consciousness imprints were transmitted to the entire 7th dimension, causing the 7th dimension to be in an uproar. The seal there is about to break? How could this be? In the 7th dimension, the cultivators in the cultivation world were all shocked. According to the records in the ancient books, the 3 ancient clans sealed in the forbidden ancient demon zone were extremely terrifying. They were the source of disaster. Once the 3 ancient clans appeared, the 7th dimension would fall into darkness and blood would flow like rivers. All living beings in the 7th dimension would either be killed or enslaved. There was no third possibility. There is still a remedy. Find the descendant of the desolate saint who awakened the desolate heaven bloodline. That person can strengthen the seal. Many cultivators in various regions began to move. Clang! In the 7th dimension, in the concave ground, a sharp sword whistled and the desolate heaven laws surged. Little Muchen condensed a divine light sword and the desolate heaven laws vibrated. At this time, they faced 50 immortal king-level beasts together. Lin Tian stood in the distance, cultivating and watching quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, a roar came from his body and a tyrannical saint energy intertwined. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Silent Void realm from the early stage of the Silent Void realm. He was very calm about this and was not surprised. This was because after controlling all the 7th dimension laws and integrating them into the 3rd dimension, his cultivation was not far from the middle stage of the Silent Void realm. After half a month of serious cultivation, he naturally stepped into the middle stage of the Silent Void realm. He still stood on the branch of the ancient tree and sorted out his current cultivation realm. After 6 hours, he stopped and completely stabilized his cultivation at the middle stage of the Silent Void realm. Roar! The ferocious beast was about 10 feet tall. It came from afar, and its majestic demonic aura suppressed Little Muchen to the point that he could not move. After all, Little Muchen was only at the Gold Immortal realm. Compared to this ferocious beast, he was too weak. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he moved immediately. With a flash, he appeared in front of Little Muchen, protecting him behind him. He immediately conjured his desolate heaven laws and slapped the 100-foot-tall beast, sending it flying tens of thousands of feet away. Master! Little Muchen could move again. When he saw Lin Tian, who had suddenly appeared, he felt much more relaxed. The situation just now was really a dead end. If Lin Tian had not appeared in time, he would definitely have died. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. The majestic pressure caused the other immortal king-level ferocious beasts in the concave ground to lie down, not daring to move. Let's stop here for the time being. It's also necessary to rest properly. Little Muchen had been training in this place for nearly 3 months. His Gold Immortal realm cultivation had been completely stabilized, and his essence, qi, and spirit had become extremely condensed. He could easily feel it. Now, he felt that the little guy should not continue to cultivate for the time being. After all, the little guy was still a little young, and high-intensity cultivation was not suitable for him. He took little Muchen out of the concave ground and walked to the outside world, ready to take the little guy for a simple walk to relax. Soon, he walked out of the immortal mountain and appeared in the outside world, walking on a main road. There was no one else on the main road, only him and the little guy for the time being. Then, gradually, the figures of cultivators appeared in the distance. A large group of cultivators gathered together, talking as they walked, as if they were looking for something. They walked in his direction. This is? Found it. There were dozens of cultivators in the distance, and their essence, qi, and spirit were not weak. The next moment, they saw Lin Tian and little Muchen. All of them were moved, and their eyes fell on little Muchen. Everyone's eyes could not help but shine. At this time, when they looked at little Muchen, they felt as if they were drowning people who saw a life-saving boat. Immediately, a group of people rushed over and grabbed little Muchen. They even ignored Lin Tian, who was beside little Muchen. Lin Tian's expression darkened. A hurricane erupted from his body and pushed back the dozens of people who were charging at him. What are you doing? These dozens of people were clearly not the 7 cultivators from the Blood Demon Hall who had destroyed little Muchen's family. Furthermore, they did not have the greed for the desolate heaven bloodline in their eyes. Hence, he did not directly kill them. Instead, he used his aura to repel them. What are you doing? Dozens of cultivators were forced back. One of them, a skinny man, angrily shouted. The other cultivators also glared at Lin Tian. What am I doing? Lin Tian's expression darkened. You attacked my disciple in front of me. Instead of answering my question, you're questioning me? Your disciple? He is the descendant of the desolate saint. Since when was he your disciple? You want to steal his bloodline? The 7th dimension is in danger. Why are you still only thinking about yourself? Some time ago, Lin Tian had saved little Muchen and killed many people from the Blood Demon Hall and the other 6 major forces. However, the news did not spread too far. Hence, in the entire 7th dimension, very few people knew about it. Those who knew about Lin Tian were even fewer. The 7th dimension is in danger? Lin Tian frowned. Stop pretending. The skinny man among the dozens of people scolded. He immediately sent out a consciousness imprint about the impending breaking of the seal of the 3 ancient clans in the forbidden ancient demon domain. The news has spread throughout the 7th dimension. Do you dare say that you don't know about this? In the consciousness imprint, the image of the seal loosening in the forbidden ancient demon domain was intertwined. It was also mixed with a solemn voice saying that the seal used by the desolate saint to suppress the 3 ancient clans was about to break. When that time came, the entire 7th dimension would be plunged into misery and suffering. Only the blood essence, soul, and origin of the descendants of the desolate saint who had awakened the desolate heaven bloodline could stabilize the seal and avoid the calamity in the 7th dimension. It called on all the cultivators in the 7th dimension to quickly find the descendants of the desolate saint who had awakened the desolate heaven bloodline to strengthen the seal. Lin Tian's expression instantly turned cold. He swept his gaze across the dozens of people again as if he was looking at corpses. In the past, the desolate saint had risked his life to protect the 7th dimension and sealed the 3 ancient clans that were wreaking havoc in the 7th dimension. In this life, the descendant of the desolate saint, little Muchen, was targeted by the Blood Demon Hall and other major forces because he had awakened the desolate heaven bloodline. In order to seize the desolate heaven bloodline and control the desolate heaven law, those major forces directly exterminated little Muchen's family and killed old man Zhou, who had always accompanied little Muchen. Throughout the entire process, countless cultivators from various forces in the 7th dimension knew about this, but none of them extended a helping hand to little Muchen, the descendant of the desolate saint. They completely turned a blind eye to this matter. And now, because the seal left behind by the desolate saint to suppress the 3 ancient clans was about to be broken, the vast 7th dimension was the first to think of using the blood essence, soul, and origin of the descendant of the desolate saint, little Muchen, to repair the seal to ensure their safety and to ensure that they would not be slaughtered and enslaved by the 3 ancient clans when the seal was broken. How ugly was that? You. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the dozens of people trembled for no reason, as if a knife was placed on their necks. You. What kind of gaze is that? The skinny man shouted, this is the decision of the entire cultivation world in the seventh dimension. Do you have any objections? You have no right to object. The one who sealed the three ancient clans is the desolate saint. Now that the seal is about to be broken, it is only right for the descendant of the desolate saint to complete and strengthen it. Yes. The others echoed. Lin Tian's expression became even colder. Scram. Immediately. The dozens of people were shocked and angry when they heard this. You want to go against the entire seventh dimension? Who do you think you are? Hand him over. No need to talk nonsense with him. Do it. The dozens of people spoke and pressed forward again. Moreover, someone sent out a divine sense imprint to inform the other cultivators nearby. Rumble, the dozens of people, all of whom were in the silent void realm, combined together, their attack was very powerful. Looking at the dozens of people, Lin Tian did not say anything else. The sword rays around his body intertwined and clanged as they directly swept out. In an instant, the dozens of people were enveloped and exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed in body and soul. This place became quiet in an instant. Little Muchen pulled on the corner of Lin Tian's clothes. Master. The little guy also saw the divine sense imprint just now. Now, he was targeted by the entire seventh dimension. Even the 7 top orthodoxies of the Heaven Sky God sect were no exception. It was far more dangerous than when he was targeted by the Blood Demon Hall and the other major forces. Under such circumstances, if his master wanted to protect him, he would be involved in such a crisis and become the common enemy of the seventh dimension. Lin Tian looked at the little guy. From the little guy's eyes, he could see that the little guy did not consider his own dangerous situation and was completely worried about him. Master, if Xiaoqin can help the entire seventh dimension avoid the disaster, it is worth it to let Xiaoqin go. Master will not be targeted by those people because of Xiaoqin. The little guy pulled on the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and said, after Xiaoqin is gone, Master, can you help Xiaoqin to avenge Grandpa Zhou and the others? Lin Tian was moved. Little Muchen was only 6 years old, about 3 months away from 7 years old. A child who was not even 7 years old, knowing that the seventh dimension was about to suffer a catastrophe and that he could sacrifice himself to prevent it, actually said such words at this time. This sense of responsibility and dedication on this young fellow made him feel a burst of heartache. He squatted down and rubbed the little guy's head. Don't think too much. You have no obligation to do anything for the living beings of this world. You don't owe them anything. Only they owe you and your ancestors. He said, you don't have to worry about Master. This seventh dimension is nothing in Master's eyes. Master will protect you. The seventh dimensional sky is nothing in your eyes? Your tone is quite big. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? A cold voice sounded. In the distance, a dozen figures came from several different directions, each of them exuding an extremely tyrannical aura. Moreover, after these dozen people, more figures came from the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people had gathered. This group of people was originally in the vicinity, but because of the divine sense imprint left by one of the dozens of people killed by Lin Tian, they had rushed here. That divine sense imprint mentioned that little Muchen was in this place. You're the person who saved Desolate Saint some time ago? The first person to step here was an elder of the Gantian divine sect. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Silent Soul stage. He knew that Lin Tian had saved little Muchen. At this time, he looked at little Muchen who was beside Lin Tian. Hand him over. This is for the entire seventh dimension. His death can resolve the upcoming catastrophe of the seventh dimension and save countless living beings. Compared to the entire seventh dimension, which is more important? I think I don't need to say more. You should understand. Another person spoke. He was an elder of the Lucian sacred sect and was also at the early stage of the Silent Soul stage. The Lucian sacred sect and the Gantian divine sect were on par in strength. They were also one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the seventh dimension. The other 5 top orthodoxies were the Baishao Pavilion, Taifeng Dao sect, Heaven's Fate House, immortal slaughtering treasure temple, and the Jin family of the wilderness. At this time, among the dozen people who first came here, there were naturally experts from the top orthodoxies. Hand him over. The living beings of the world are the most important. Sacrificing him alone can exchange for the peace of the entire seventh dimension. This can be considered a great fortune in the midst of misfortune. The other hundreds of cultivators who came here were all from various heritage sections. At this time, they spoke one after another. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at these people. Without any superfluous words, the desolate heaven laws boiled and condensed into a desolate heaven divine sword. He directly slashed at these people. The surging desolate heaven aura immediately shrouded everyone. It was too ugly, it was too dirty. The dark gray desolate heaven laws surged as sword beams filled the sky, enveloping the entire space. Only a few solitary god experts and solitary soul experts were able to withstand this wave of attack and did not suffer any harm. Desolate heaven laws? When they looked at Lin Tian again, the expressions of all the people who were still alive in this place changed drastically. Lin Tian had mastered the desolate heaven laws? You took away his desolate heaven bloodline? A Cosmos Divine Sect elder looked at little Muchen behind Lin Tian, then looked at Lin Tian. His pupils could not help but shrink. Lin Tian did not say anything. The desolate heaven godly sword in his hand vibrated as he slashed out again. The sword beam that was imbued with the desolate heaven laws whizzed out in all directions. At the same time, outside his body, the soul-dissolving law, earth law, sky law, memory law, plundering law, and chaos reversal law appeared at the same time, causing the earth to tremble, the sky to tremble, and the void to become chaotic. Endless strange phenomena were born together, enveloping everyone. This is? How? Impossible. Everyone's expression changed immediately. Lin Tian had conjured all the seventh dimension laws of the seventh dimension. How was this possible? Since ancient times, as long as someone could control a single seventh dimensional law, it would be enough to shock the world. But now, Lin Tian alone could control all the seventh dimensional laws. Even the solitary soul experts from the seven top orthodoxies, including the Heavenly Heaven sect, were shocked and frightened. A person who mastered all the seventh dimension laws, was this a human? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a slight thought, 5 fifth dimension laws intertwined with the 7 seventh dimension laws, and together with them, they pressed forward. The majestic killing power immediately sealed every inch of the void in all directions, suppressing everything. Puff. Puff. Pooh. Bloody mists exploded one after another. Among the 7 seventh-dimensional laws, the law of plunder weakened everyone's battle prowess and aura, but in turn strengthened Lin Tian's own strength. Coupled with the addition of the law of indestructibility and the reincarnation forging spirit art, Lin Tian's attack was terrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, everyone below the Silent Soul realm was wiped out, leaving only a dozen or so Silent Soul experts from the Heaven Sky sect and the other top orthodoxies. You. The dozen or so people looked at Lin Tian in horror. Their cultivations were clearly much higher than Lin Tian's, but at this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. The Lin Tian at this moment shocked them. Don't be afraid. Even though he has grasped all the laws of the seventh dimension, he is still only at the middle stage of the Silent Void realm. We are all at the Silent Soul realm, so, we don't need to be afraid of him. A Silent Soul realm elder from the Flowing Immortal Sacred Sect said. The Silent Soul realm was 2 realms higher than the Solitary Void realm. Yes. That's right. He has grasped all the laws of the seventh dimension. Then, the reason why he grasped the desolate heaven laws is not because he seized the bloodline of the desolate saint's descendant. He must have grasped it himself. Let's work together to kill him, then take away the desolate saint's descendant to strengthen the seal. Kill. The Heavenly Heaven Divine Sect and a few other top orthodoxies agreed. They immediately used all their strength and cooperated with each other to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who had grasped all 7 kinds of laws of the 7th dimension at the same time, shocked them. However, in terms of cultivation, they were 2 realms higher than Lin Tian. Thinking about it carefully, with such a huge difference in cultivation, Even if Lin Tian had grasped all the laws of the seventh dimension, he would definitely not be their match. Boom, at that moment, the void here was annihilated piece by piece. The space where Lin Tian was at was directly suppressed. Lin Tian stood in the same spot and did not move at all. Looking at these people closing in, his eyes were extremely cold. If I miss today, I will destroy all of your orthodoxies, he said coldly. At this moment, he truly felt angry. Little Mu Chen's ancestor protected the seventh dimension with his life, but no one in the seventh dimension was grateful. Instead, they repaid kindness with enmity time and time again. Such an ugly and dirty attitude filled him with murderous intent. 7 kinds of laws of the seventh dimension and 5 kinds of laws of the fifth dimension were put away. He shook the three-dimensional world in his body and condensed the sword of heaven and earth. Clang, holding the sword of heaven and earth, he raised his hand and slashed down. Today's three-dimensional world had long become stronger. Under the situation where he condensed the sword of heaven and earth with the vigorous power of the three-dimensional world, and with his current cultivation of the middle stage of the silent void realm, the power of this sword could almost cut through everything. With a sizzling sound, the magical powers and secret techniques of the dozens of powerhouses were annihilated at once. Then, the 7 people who rushed at the front steadily met this sword and were directly hit by this sword. Ah! Miserable screams were heard as 7 bloody mists exploded. The 7 people, without exception, were all destroyed in the first moment. For a moment, the other 9 people who were still alive in this place could not help but tremble. Wasn't that a silent soul-level precious weapon? These people were once again horrified. They knew about some of the encounters in the Blood Demon Palace. They knew that Lin Tian seemed to have a silent soul-level sacred sword. However, now, seeing the light sword in Lin Tian's hand and Lin Tian's sword kill 7 silent soul-level powerhouses with a cultivation of the silent void realm, their hearts violently twitched. How could this only be a silent soul-level precious weapon? The 9 people trembled and staggered back. Then, they all fled into the distance. Their faces were all pale with fear. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and slashed again. With a clang, the sword of heaven and earth condensed the extremely thick power of the 3 realms of heaven and earth. He used it to activate the 9 swords of reincarnation. 9 beams of sword light shot out from the sword and immediately swept towards the 9 people. In the next moment, bloody mists exploded along with screams. 8 of them died in the blink of an eye, leaving only 1 person alive. Don't kill me. This person trembled. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked towards this person and directly imprisoned him. He deliberately left this person alive for the time being because he wanted to find something from this person's sea of consciousness. The divine sense of the origin sank into this person's sea of consciousness and soon retreated. This person was an elder of the Xianxia sect. He was suppressed by Lin Tian and trembled. Little brother, spare, puff. Lin Tian shook the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and directly destroyed this person's body and soul. Xiantian sect, Lucian sacred sect, Baishao pavilion, Taifeng Daoist sect, Tianming house, immortal slaughtering treasure temple. His eyes were cold. From the person's sea of consciousness, he found the locations of the 7 top orthodoxies in this world. At the same time, he also found the locations of the other inheritances who wanted to capture Little Mu Chen to complete the seal. Later, he would destroy these shameless and ugly inheritances one by one. They had no value in existing. This place was much quieter at this time. He put away the sword of heaven and earth and pulled Little Mu Chen away from this place. Not long after, he took Little Mu Chen into an extraordinary divine mountain. Inside the divine mountain, the Holy Spirit Qi was extremely rich and extraordinary. However, it was a bit remote and could be said to be inaccessible. Master, Little Mu Chen has caused you a lot of trouble. Little Mu Chen lowered his head and his voice seemed to be very soft. Although the little guy was only 6 years old, after experiencing the destruction of his family, he had matured like an adult. These days, first, it was the Blood Demon Palace and the other 7 great forces, and then the entire 7th dimension heaven. Lin Tian had always been the one to deal with them for him. This made the 6-year-old little guy feel very guilty. Little guy, don't think too much. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head. Your grandmaster once said that it is his responsibility as a master to not let his disciple die in front of him. If it were me, it would be the same. It is also my responsibility as a master to not let you die in front of me. We are master and disciple. There is no need to say that I have caused trouble for my master. Thank you, master. Little Mu Chen's eyes fluctuated and he choked with sobs. Then, he quickly wiped away his tears and looked up at Lin Tian. Master, do you also have a master? What kind of person is your grandmaster? Is he very powerful? Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head and smiled. Your grandmaster is the greatest person, the most powerful person. He is the pride of our lineage. After so many years, he also missed an old drunkard. Without an old drunkard, he would not be who he was today. In his heart, an old drunkard was more important than his parents. When little Mu Chen heard Lin Tian's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He wanted to see his grandmaster immediately. Lin Tian naturally saw through the little guy's thoughts and said, You can't see him now, but you will in the future. After saying that, he propped up a part of the three-dimensional world. This is the real world under Master's control. You can go in and cultivate. Master will also need to go into seclusion for a while. Now, the entire cultivation world of the seventh dimensional world wanted to capture little Mu Chen and use him as a sacrifice to repair the desolate sage seal that was about to break. Facing such a huge seventh dimensional world, his current cultivation was not enough to deal with it. After all, the strongest in the seventh dimensional world was the existence of the seventh dimensional world. With his current silent space realm cultivation, even if he controlled all the laws of the seventh dimensional world and had the support of the three-dimensional world, he was definitely not a match for a seventh dimensional world expert. Under such circumstances, he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time and raise his cultivation to the solitary god realm at least. With his solitary god realm cultivation and the help of the three-dimensional world, he would be able to kill a seventh dimensional world expert. At that time, he would not be afraid of the seventh dimensional world. Little Mu Chen was very obedient. He nodded seriously after hearing Lin Tian's words and took the initiative to step into the three-dimensional world. Lin Tian smiled and put away the three-dimensional world. He set up a large formation to conceal his aura and then sat down cross-legged at the center of the formation and actively operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Unsealing the sixth-layer soul root allowed him to control all the laws of the seventh dimension. Now, Lin Tian's speed of absorbing the Holy Spirit Qi was undoubtedly very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned in the surging Holy Spirit Qi, and his cultivation realm increased bit by bit. This speed of improvement was very obvious. If other cultivators were to see this, they would all be shocked. And the most important thing for this improvement was not the density of the Holy Spirit Qi that he attracted, but his own potential and comprehension ability. After all, on the path of cultivation, more than 90% of the increase in cultivation realm relied on one's own potential and comprehension ability of all things in the world. Spiritual energy and Taoist force did not even account for 10%. It was also because of this that under the same conditions of spiritual energy, some people's cultivation realm would improve very quickly, while others would find it difficult to improve their cultivation realm. However, although spiritual energy was only a small part of the increase in cultivation realm, it was impossible to lack spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, no matter how strong one's potential was, they would not be able to increase their cultivation realm. Potential and spiritual energy and Taoist force, the two of them complemented each other on the path of cultivation. Wang. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, and a faint nine-colored holy light intertwined, becoming stronger and stronger. He closed his eyes slightly. After unsealing the sixth-layer soul root, his comprehension ability of all things in the world was extremely strong. Many problems on the path of cultivation could be solved in the blink of an eye. Coupled with the dense spiritual energy of the seventh dimension, his cultivation realm increased rapidly. Outside the sacred mountain, in the seventh dimension cultivation world. Did you find him? The desolate saint's seal is even more unstable. At most, it can last for half a year. We must quickly find the descendant of the desolate saint. That descendant of the desolate saint, I saw that kind of divine sense imprint. Why is he hiding now? Damn it. Bastard. The seal set by the ancestor is about to break, but as a descendant, he is hiding at this time. How irresponsible. Find him quickly. Otherwise, the seventh dimension will be in great trouble. We will either die or be enslaved. We can't let that happen. Find him quickly. In the cultivation world, countless cultivators were looking for little Muchen in different corners. Some of the important figures of the various great sects in this world also walked out and began to move. Inside the sacred mountain in the seventh dimension, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and cultivating seriously. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom, 3 months later, on top of the divine mountain, a huge lightning vortex intertwined and formed. The oppressive power of the lightning was extremely frightening. Darkness instantly shrouded the space in all directions, and a destructive aura came down from the sky. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashing in his eyes. 3 months later, he had entered the solitary God realm from the mid-still void realm, and had attracted solitary God heavenly tribulation. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the destructive aura became even thicker. Lin Tiantan stared coldly at the lightning vortex in the sky. He didn't move and continued to undergo his tribulation. The Holy Spirit Qi in the sacred mountain was very dense, but because it was located in a remote area, there was not even a single demonic beast inside. There was no need to worry about transcending the tribulation here. Thunder boomed, and then the thunder punishment fell one after another. Time passed little by little, and it wasn't until nearly 4,000 rounds of the main lightning punishment had fallen that the lightning punishment dissipated. The 7 colored auspicious clouds condensed, and Lin Tian used them to consolidate his current solitary God realm, and at the same time, to temper his flesh and blood. Soon, the 7 colored auspicious clouds dissipated, and he truly stood in the solitary God realm. His essence, qi, spirit, and combat strength had been greatly improved. In this place, the sacred mountain was half destroyed, and the soil was scorched black. He didn't stop and directly left this place. After leaving this place, he stepped into the outside world and saw the entire cultivation world. Countless cultivators were searching for little Muchen. Many people even cursed little Muchen for hiding at this time, saying that the little guy had disgraced the reputation of his ancestors. It's you. The person who saved the descendant of the desolate saint. He walked in the cultivation world and headed towards the Heaven God sect. Soon, he was recognized, and someone pointed at him in surprise. He had saved little Muchen from the powerhouses of the Blood Demon Hall, the Great Moon family, and the Ghost Lock City. Although that matter hadn't spread throughout the entire 7th dimension, many people in the 7th dimension knew about it. Immediately, a group of cultivators surrounded him. Where's the descendant of the desolate saint? Hand him over. The seal that the desolate saint left behind to suppress the 3 ferocious clans is about to be broken. If the 3 clans are allowed to escape, a great disaster will befall our 7th dimension. Countless creatures will die tragically. Even if they survive, they will be enslaved. Do you know the seriousness of the matter? Only by using the descendant of the desolate saint to strengthen the seal can we avoid it. We're asking you a question, answer. Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? Tell us quickly. A group of people shouted and even surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian stared coldly at these people. The holy aura around his body fluctuated, turning into countless sword rays that swayed in all directions. In this place, everyone was enveloped by the sword rays that he had summoned and were all cut into pieces. Everyone was instantly destroyed in body and spirit. It wasn't that he was cruel, but that these people didn't deserve to be called humans. They had no value in living, a group of bastards that were worse than pigs and dogs. Blood was scattered in this place. He didn't stay here and walked in the direction he had set. Time flew by, and 7 days passed quickly. 7 days later, he arrived at a vast group of celestial mountains. Looking around, there were palaces and celestial pavilions in the celestial mountains, intertwined with the holy spiritual qi, which was extremely terrifying. It was the place where the Gantian divine sect was established, one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. Arriving here, he didn't stop and went straight inside. Soon, he arrived in front of the main gate of the Gantian divine sect. Who is it? In front of the main gate of the Gantian divine sect, a disciple guarding the gate saw Lin Tian and scolded coldly. Then, the next moment, he recognized Lin Tian and was shocked. It's you, the one who saved the descendant of the desolate saint? The Gantian divine sect was powerful and naturally knew many things about the seventh dimension. They knew that Lin Tian had saved little Muchen from the experts of the Blood Demon Hall and other major forces. They all knew about Lin Tian. Take him down. Find the trace of the descendant of the desolate saint. In front of the main gate of the Gantian divine sect, dozens of disciples guarding the gate immediately attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step forward without any change in his footsteps. A majestic pressure naturally spread out from his body. For a moment, blood mist splattered, and the people who rushed forward all died tragically. He took another step, and the sword radiance outside his body appeared again, turning into a rain of swords. The first thing he did was to smash the main gate of the Gantian divine sect into pieces. The place was filled with sand and dust as he stepped straight in. When he really stepped into the Gantian divine sect, the holy spiritual chi in the sect was far thicker than the outside world. It was like a holy spiritual realm. It's you. How dare you be so presumptuous in my Gantian divine sect? Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? You were the one who saved him. Hand over the descendant of the desolate saint. Within the Gantian divine sect, the disciples of this faction were shocked and angry because Lin Tian had barged into the Gantian divine sect. At the same time, they also recognized Lin Tian. Immediately, a group of people rushed forward and ordered Lin Tian to hand over the descendant of the desolate saint, little Mu Chen. Lin Tian didn't say anything to these people. The majestic aura outside his body shook, and the dense sword radiance spread out. Clang! The ear-piercing sword whistled. With his current cultivation of the solitary god realm, he directly sent a large number of Gantian divine sect disciples flying. Moreover, the treasured halls and divine pavilions of the Gantian divine sect around him were also destroyed. How dare you! With a furious roar, the sect leader and the grand elders of this faction stepped out one after another. Immediately, the sect leader of this faction attacked, directly suppressing Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian leaned to the side, avoiding the attack of the sect leader of Gantian divine sect. He grabbed the other party's wrist, and a majestic pressure spread out, suppressing the other party. The sect leader of Gantian divine sect was moved. You, Pa. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his other hand, and directly slapped the other party's face. The sect leader of Gantian divine sect was instantly shocked and furious. He was the sect leader of Gantian divine sect, but now, Lin Tian had actually slapped him in front of all the disciples of the sect. How dare you, Pa? Lin Tian flipped his hand, and another slap landed on the other party's face, giving out a crisp slap. It brought out a large amount of blood, and there were even teeth within. Sect leader. Within the Gantian divine sect, the expressions of all the Gantian divine sect disciples changed. Their sect leader was a solitary soul realm expert, but now, he was actually easily suppressed by Lin Tian, who had barged into the sect. Moreover, he had been slapped twice in a row. You're courting death. The 10 grand elders of this faction all had cold expressions. They all moved at the first moment, suppressing Lin Tian together. More than 10 people, all of them at the solitary soul realm, attacked together, and the intertwining aura surged to the extreme. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he suppressed the sect leader of Gantian divine sect with one hand. He didn't move at all, and the desolate heaven law boiled. Then, the earth law, the sky law, and the other 6 seventh-dimensional laws appeared together, spreading out towards the 10 people. The 10 people immediately turned pale. You, poo. 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 A mist of blood spurted out. The dozen or so silent soul stage grand elders of this faction were all shattered in the first instant. He, desolate heaven, earth, sky, chaotic reversal, peeling, memory truth, dissolving soul, this, how is this possible? In the Gantian divine sect, the other disciples' faces all changed, and they couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, they even temporarily forgot about the 10 grand elders of their faction whose bodies had been shattered. The seventh dimensional laws of the seventh dimensional sky had now appeared on Lin Tian's body at the same time. Lin Tian, alone, controlled all the seventh dimensional laws. Even the sect leader of Gantian divine sect, who was suppressed, had a huge change in expression at this moment, and his eyes were filled with horror. After being suppressed by Lin Tian, when he looked at Lin Tian, the anger in his eyes had disappeared, and was replaced by shock. One person controlled all the seventh dimensional laws of the seventh dimensional sky. What kind of concept was this? Since ancient times, when had anyone ever done such a thing in the history of the seventh dimensional sky? Since the existence of the seventh dimension, there had never been such a person who could control all the laws of the seventh dimension. But now, it had appeared. The experts of the Gantian God sect were all shocked as they looked at Lin Tian. They were all frightened and couldn't help but tremble. How? The dozen or so grand elders of this branch were horrified. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as the seven laws of the seventh dimension boiled and swept out in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, the ancient buildings in the Gantian God sect collapsed and the disciples were sent flying one by one. The dozens of grand elders of the sect each supported a majestic saint aura to block the seven laws of the seventh dimension. However, it was useless. The seven laws of the seventh dimension combined together was simply too shocking. It was unstoppable and annihilated everything. The Gantian God sect leader was suppressed by Lin Tian. When he saw the disciples of his sect dying one after another and the many important ancient halls in the sect collapsing one by one, he was horrified and furious. Damn it, stop. Lin Tian suppressed the person with his hand. The seven laws of the seventh dimension gathered and turned into a killing light that swept out from his hand. With a puff, the current master of the Gantian God sect was instantly shattered into pieces and his body and soul were destroyed. Previously, he had searched the sea of consciousness of an elder of the Gantian God sect and learned about the locations of many inheritances in the seventh dimension. At the same time, he also learned that the first person to ask everyone in the seventh dimension to find little Muchen to strengthen the seal was this person. Sect leader. The disciples of the Gantian God sect trembled. The dozens of grand elders of the sect were also shocked and furious. The current master of their faction had actually been killed by Lin Tian, who had barged into their sect, in their own territory. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He was cold as he walked deeper into the Gantian God sect. The seven laws of the seventh dimension intertwined around him. Wherever he passed, the space around him turned into a destructive abyss. Puff, puff, puff. The disciples of the Gantian God sect collapsed and died tragically. Moreover, the halls and treasure pavilions collapsed one after another. Gantian God sect's dozens of grand elders and some other disciples tried their best to block but they couldn't. Although Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the solitary soul realm, after unsealing the sixth layer of his soul root, he could easily kill a solitary soul realm expert with just his combat strength alone, not to mention that he also controlled 7 types of 7-dimensional laws at the same time. Within the huge Gantian God sect, no one could stop Lin Tian's footsteps. Lin Tian took a step forward. With every step he took, a bloody mist would explode, and with every step he took, a large number of palaces would collapse. Boom, suddenly, in the depths of Gantian God sect, a vast saint energy spread out, suppressing the 7 7-dimensional laws that Lin Tian summoned. It protected the 10 grand elders and the other Gantian God sect disciples and deacons. An old man stepped out from the depths of the Gantian God sect and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor. Gantian God sect's dozens of grand elders looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. At the same time, the other disciples and deacons were also pleasantly surprised. At this moment, they couldn't help but relax. This was because the old ancestor of their sect was at the 7th dimensional realm. With such a cultivation as support, even if Lin Tian controlled 7 types of 7-dimensional laws at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. Old ancestor, sect leader was, a deacon clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. This person didn't finish speaking, but the old ancestor of Gantian God sect naturally knew what he meant. Moreover, he also sensed that the sect leader's aura had completely disappeared. However, the old ancestor didn't care about this at all. His gaze was still cold and somewhat deep. Grasping all 7-dimensional laws, you're not bad. Not bad at all. Looking at Lin Tian, the old ancestor of Gantian God sect spoke, this old man cherishes talent and will give you a chance. Join my Gantian God sect, and this old man will pardon your crime of trespassing today. I won't kill you. Of course, there are still some restrictions that need to be placed on you. The old ancestor said coldly, also, hand over the descendant of the desolate saint. You should know where that boy you saved is. Grasping all 7-dimensional laws at the same time, such a person was no doubt world-shaking. If he could join the Gantian God sect, he would definitely be able to develop the sect to an unimaginable height in the future. And because such a world-shaking person was an enemy from the start, it was natural to place some restrictions when recruiting him. Otherwise, if he betrayed them in the future, it would be a disaster. The old ancestor of Gantian God sect was very clear about this point. Therefore, when he wanted Lin Tian to submit and join the Gantian God sect, he also requested for some special restrictions to be placed on Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, "How is it?" Test. Clang. An ear-piercing sword cry resounded. In Lin Tian's hand, the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth quickly condensed into a sword of heaven and earth. The swift and fierce sword aura rushed towards the old ancestor of Gantian God sect. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed. The old ancestor's expression changed instantly. He was shocked by the power of the sword and hurriedly raised a thick defensive light screen to block it. However, the power of the sword was far beyond his imagination. Chi. With a soft sound, the defensive light screen raised by the 7th-dimensional powerhouse of the Gantian God sect was instantly shattered. Then, the sword aura didn't decrease and directly landed on his body. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. The 7th-dimensional powerhouse was pierced through and flew away in a sorry state. Old ancestor. Everyone in the Gantian God sect was shocked. Their ancestor, an existence at the 7th-dimensional realm and one of the 7 hegemons of the 7th-dimensional realm, had been injured by a mere solitary God realm cultivator with a single strike. How was this possible? Almost at the same time, the sword cry resounded again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't show any mercy. Holding the sword of heaven and earth, he swung it again. In an instant, a rain of swords appeared and slashed in all directions. Immediately, the bloody mist exploded and the palaces collapsed one after another. The aura of destruction enveloped the surroundings. Ah! An ear-piercing scream was heard. A grand elder of this sect was hit by the sword light and turned into a blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed. How could a solitary soul cultivator block the sword of heaven and earth formed by the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth? You're courting death. The 7th-dimensional old ancestor stabilized his body. He was shocked and angry. He immediately used a power of order to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and shattered everything with a simple slash. With a puff, the old ancestor was pierced through once again and flew away. He crashed through dozens of palaces before stopping. Lin Tian walked from the edge of the Gantian God sect into the depths of the sect. Holding the sword of heaven and earth, 7 types of 7th-dimensional laws revolved around him. Everywhere he passed, people would die tragically. The old ancestor stabilized his body once again. He was even more shocked and angry. He was shocked because he had already used his power of order and displayed his strongest battle strength. However, he was still instantly defeated and injured by Lin Tian. He was shocked because the light sword in Lin Tian's hand was truly terrifying. He was angry because Lin Tian was wantonly destroying the Gantian God sect. Bastard! With a low roar, the 7th-dimensional old ancestor directly formed seals to support the Gantian God sect's protective killing formation. At the same time, a sect treasure mirror flew out from the depths of the sect. It was the sect's treasure weapon, the Gantian mirror. The protective killing formation and the Gantian mirror merged together. The entire place was instantly flooded by a surging aura of destruction. The unparalleled killing aura pressed down on Lin Tian. It was as if a destructive galaxy was falling here. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. More and more power of heaven and earth poured into the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, causing it to instantly become stronger. He slashed out with the sword. Sizzling sounds rang out and the protective killing formation of this lineage instantly collapsed. The Xianxia mirror was also directly slashed into pieces. Then, the sword force continued to spread out and once again landed on the body of the Xianxia ancestor, piercing through him once again. Such a scene shocked all the experts in the sect. Their sect's protective killing formation and treasure weapon couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't stop at all. His expression didn't change either. The 7 types of 7th-dimensional laws fluctuated, collapsing the palaces and ancient pavilions of the Gantian god sect, killing the disciples of the sect one by one. Then, he slashed at the old ancestor. The old ancestor resisted with all his strength, but it was useless. Under this sword, he was directly smashed into pieces. You stop. When did my Gantian god sect provoke you? Why are you slaughtering my sect like this? The old ancestor of the Gantian god sect was horrified. At this moment, he truly knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Tian. While he was shocked by Lin Tian's strength, he was also shocked and angry. Their Gantian god sect didn't seem to have provoked Lin Tian. Before this, they didn't seem to have any deep grudges with Lin Tian. Why did Lin Tian barge into their sect and wreak havoc like this? Previously, because he felt that he could suppress Lin Tian and easily kill Lin Tian, he didn't consider such matters. But now, as he realized that he couldn't defeat Lin Tian, he began to think of this problem. He was shocked and angry. Why? Since coming here, Lin Tian spoke for the first time. He said coldly, "You want to use my disciple to strengthen the seal and summon the entire 7th-dimensional sky to chase after my disciple. Tell me, shouldn't I do it?" When he said this, the old ancestor and everyone in the Gantian god sect were shocked. As for the disciples that Lin Tian mentioned, these people naturally knew who he was referring to. The descendant of the desolate saint, is your disciple? You took that boy as your disciple? The old ancestor immediately understood why Lin Tian had barged into the Gantian god sect. Then, he became furious and shouted, "The 3 great clans of the forbidden ancient demon region are about to appear. When that happens, the 7th-dimensional sky will be met with a catastrophe. All living beings will either be exterminated or enslaved. It will be an eternal catastrophe. A catastrophe that will destroy everything. Now, the boy's desolate heaven bloodline can strengthen the seal. Sacrificing him can stop the catastrophe and save the billions of living beings in the 7th-dimensional sky. We are doing this for the billions of living beings in the 7th-dimensional sky." Moreover, the 3 great ancient clans were sealed by his ancestor. The seal there was left by his ancestor. As the descendant of the desolate saint, he has the responsibility to strengthen the seal there. Now, not only are you hiding him, you even came to my Gantian god sect to wreak havoc and massacre because of this. Do you still have any sense of right and wrong? Do you still have this territory in your heart? Do you still have the common people in this world? Lin Tian's expression instantly turned cold as he looked at old ancestor Gantian, who was in the 7th-dimensional realm. He raised his hand and slashed out. With a loud clang, the sword whistled through the air, and the sword's momentum overflowed into the sky. With a bang, the patriarch was sent flying, and blood splattered all over the sky. At the same time, the other disciples of the Gantian god sect around them suffered as well. One after another, their bodies and souls were annihilated. Many palaces and pavilions were destroyed, and a large number of floating islands fell from the sky, shattering into pieces and splattering dirt everywhere. "You bastards, each and every one of you are doing ugly things, and you dare to question me?" His voice was cold as he raised his hand and slashed again. With one slash, the surrounding space was annihilated. Patriarch Gantian had just stabilized his body when he was pierced through again. He was sent flying again as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. What does he owe the spirits of the 7th-dimensional realm? Did the spirits of the 7th-dimensional realm raise him until now? Or did his ancestors owe this world something? In his hand, the sword of heaven and earth vibrated, and with the help of the 7th-dimensional laws, he slashed out again and shattered one of Patriarch Gantian's arms. Under the intertwining of the 7th-dimensional laws, the Patriarch would not be able to recover in a short time. Around them, many of the other disciples and deacons of the Gantian god sect suffered and turned into a bloody mist. Once upon a time, the desolate saint's ancestor, in order to protect the 7 dimensions and protect you bastards, fought against the 3 ancient clans alone. He sealed the 3 ancient clans and died from exhaustion. Today, the desolate saint has passed away countless years ago. As a descendant of the desolate saint, he is being hunted down by the people that the desolate saint once protected. They want to steal the desolate heaven bloodline and exterminate his clan. When his clan was annihilated, where were you? When he was being hunted down, where were you? You knew about this, but you just watched casually. You could have stopped it with a raise of your hand, but you turned a blind eye to it. Now, the seal left behind by the desolate saint is about to be broken, and the 3 ancient clans that once wreaked havoc in the 7th dimensional realm are about to come into being. You felt that you were in danger, so you immediately thought of him and wanted to use his flesh, origin, and soul to fill the seal? To solve the danger you are about to face, are you even worthy of being called humans? His eyes were cold, and his voice was cold. The 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension boiled, and the sword light of heaven and earth exploded as he slashed out again. Old Ancestor Gantian was in trouble once again. His other arm was chopped off, and half of his body exploded. Under the influence of the 3-dimensional powers of heaven and earth and the 7-dimensional laws, he temporarily lost the ability to repair his body. Blood kept flowing out. You're not even comparable to maggots. His voice became even colder as his black hair danced in the wind. The eye of destiny and the reincarnation eye opened at the same time. The vast power of providence and the terrifying light of reincarnation appeared at the same time and enveloped the entire Gantian god sect. When old Ancestor Gantian heard Lin Tian's words, his face turned green and ugly. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. At this moment, when he saw Lin Tian's eye of destiny and eye of reincarnation, his body couldn't help but tremble. Not only did Lin Tian control all the laws of the 7th dimension, but he also controlled the legendary reincarnation? At the same time, all of the other disciples in the same bloodline were shocked beyond belief, and were trembling in fear. Everyone who was still alive couldn't help but tremble. Even the ancient supremes of heaven and earth feared and couldn't control this power, but Lin Tian actually controlled it. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as killing intent boiled. The light of providence and the light of reincarnation circled around his body at the same time. You're doing this for this territory? For all living beings in the world? You're just afraid of death, afraid of losing everything you have now. Now, you're the top orthodoxy in the 7th dimension, and the entire 7th dimension worships you and is afraid of you. However, if the 3 major clans appear, you will lose everything. You want to use his life to maintain everything you have now. The black hair in front of his forehead danced in the wind as the rivers of destiny and reincarnation appeared at the same time and surrounded the entire Gantian god sect. Roar. Beastly roars filled the sky as tens of thousands of reincarnation beasts appeared in the reincarnation river. The light of reincarnation surged in all directions. Screams immediately sounded as the disciples and deacons of the Gantian god sect were killed one after another. There's no need to wait for the 3 major clans to appear. There's no need to think about being killed or enslaved by them. I'll destroy all of you now. His eyes were emotionless as the sword in his hand vibrated and let out an ear-piercing sound. He slashed at the Gantian god sect's ancestor. With a puff, half of the ancestor's body was destroyed, and he looked even more miserable than before. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. Stop. We can talk. We can talk. We know we were wrong. Let us go. Let us go. The person said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in the 7th dimension. Lin Tian didn't reply at all. The light of the sword of heaven and earth in his hand surged as he slashed at the person again. This slash was extremely sharp and terrifying, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the person. Ah! The ancestor screamed miserably as he couldn't block this violent slash. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Roar! The reincarnation beast roared, shaking the surroundings. Within the Gantian God sect, the disciples and deacons of the Gantian God sect were being killed one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear as they covered their heads and fled like rats. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless as he slowly rose into the air and arrived at the center of the Gantian God sect. Wang. The reincarnation diagram rushed out of his body and interweaved with the light of reincarnation. It started to expand rapidly and enveloped the entire Gantian God sect in the blink of an eye. Together with his sword of heaven and earth, it mercilessly descended. In a few breaths, the sword of heaven and earth and the reincarnation diagram descended at the same time. With a rumbling sound, the entire Gantian God sect collapsed. The dense floating islands collapsed, and the treasured halls and ancient pavilions shattered. Even the ancient scriptures and cultivation resources were destroyed, turning into ashes and disappearing. He didn't have the heart to take this kind of inheritance. He didn't want to dirty his hands. Boom. The rumbling continued as blood mist exploded and sputtered everywhere. After dozens of breaths, the rumbling stopped and the Gantian God sect was completely turned into ruins. There was no longer an intact piece of land. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he turned around in the void and stepped into the distance. Not long after, he arrived at the place where the Lucian Saint sect was established. Like the Gantian God sect, this sect was one of the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. They also participated in the search for little Mu Chen and wanted to use him to strengthen the seal. In other words, this matter was guided and manipulated by the 7 top orthodoxies in the 7th dimension. He wouldn't let any of these orthodoxies go and would destroy them all. They had no value at all. They were all trash that deserved to die. Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. When he arrived at this place, he didn't say anything else and directly condensed the sword of heaven and earth to kill. You are? The person who saved the desolate saint's descendant? How dare you come here? Where's the desolate saint's descendant? Hand it over. There's not much time left. We must catch the desolate saint's descendant as soon as possible and perfect the seal left behind by the desolate saint. Take him down first and then interrogate him. There were many experts in the Lucian Saint sect. Naturally, they knew that Lin Tian saved little Mu Chen and their eyes were filled with sinister light. Everyone attacked together and suppressed Lin Tian at the same time. However, the disparity in power was too great. Lin Tian, who had the sword of heaven and earth, possessed overwhelming battle strength. Facing Lin Tian, who had the sword of heaven and earth, no one in the Lucian Saint sect could stop him. One by one, they were killed mercilessly. You, stop. Ah. In the blink of an eye, terrified screams reverberated throughout the flowing immortal sacred sect. Blood mist exploded one after another, and one after another, the disciples of the flowing immortal sacred sect died tragically. Even though the 7th dimensional realm Grand Ancestor and the other higher-ups of the flowing immortal sacred sect attacked together, it was of no use. In just 2 hours, all of them were killed. Blood dyed the ground red, and the place where the flowing immortal sacred sect was built turned into ruins. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Lin Tian stepped on the void and left. Not long after, he went to the Baishao Pavilion, Taifeng Dao School, Heaven Fate House, Immortal Slaughtering Treasure Temple, and Desolate Gene Family. He ruthlessly destroyed these top orthodoxies and turned them into ruins. After that, he went to the other great sections. Previously, he had participated in the pursuit of little Mu Chen and wanted to search for him to strengthen the seal. He knew about hundreds of sects and also knew where they were established. He went to find them one by one. In just a month's time, one great sect after another was destroyed. The 7th dimension's cultivation world gradually found out about this matter. They knew that it was done by Lin Tian, knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and little Mu Chen, knew that Lin Tian was mercilessly attacking for little Mu Chen, and also knew that Lin Tian controlled 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension. Everyone was horrified. He single-handedly destroyed those great sects of the Heaven God sect. How is this possible? How can this be? We are doing this for the peace of the 7th dimension. We are doing this to protect the billions of living beings in the 7th dimension. As long as we sacrifice the descendant of the desolate saint, we can stop the calamity and ensure the peace of the 7th dimension. What's wrong with us doing this? Isn't this the best method? Why is he so cruel? Devil. Devil. Executioner. The seventh dimension's cultivation world was in an uproar. The cultivators were shocked, angry, and frightened at the same time. Many people became uneasy. Some of the great sex inheritances who had participated in the operation to hunt down little Muchen were even more panicked. This is too much. What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? For the sake of the world, what did we do wrong? Some of the sect leaders of the great sects spoke out, their anger mixed with fear. Lin Tian naturally heard the voices of the cultivators in the seventh dimension's cultivation world, as well as the voices of some of the great sections. The anger and killing intent in his heart became even more intense. At the same time, he was extremely disgusted by these people and the great sects who spoke out. At that moment, after destroying another sect, he stepped toward the great sects who spoke out. What did they do wrong? Mercilessly, he wiped out the inheritances of these great sects from the seventh dimension's cultivation world one by one. Ugly bastards, the desolate saint died of exhaustion in order to protect you. He was really blind. If you continue to bark like a dog, I don't mind washing the seventh dimension with blood. Massacre the seventh dimension? Why? Who does he think he is? The desolate sage did the seventh dimension a favor by sealing the three major clans back then. However, the seal there was indeed left by the desolate sage. Since it was left by the desolate sage's descendants naturally have the responsibility to reinforce the seal. What did we do wrong? What's wrong with exchanging one person for the peace of the entire seventh dimension? Could it be that letting the three major clans come into being and destroy the peace of the entire seventh dimension is the right thing to do? Can't you tell when to make a choice and when to make a choice? Do you have any sense of right and wrong? Damn it. That demon, does he really want the three major clans to destroy the entire seventh dimension? Damn it, damn it. Lin Tian's voice was heard, and the seventh dimension's cultivation world became even more furious. When Lin Tian heard such voices, he no longer responded. However, the killing intent in his chest became even more vigorous. For the first time, he felt extreme disgust toward this region. After that, his attacks became even more ruthless. He walked through one inheritance after another in the seventh dimension and destroyed one major sect after another. The three-wind Taoist palace was destroyed. The Green Peak sect was completely destroyed. The Luo clan was destroyed. Terrified and angry voices were heard. One by one, the major sects were wiped out by Lin Tian. The seventh dimension's cultivation world was in chaos. Damn it. Why did he do this? Isn't he afraid that the three major clans will come into being and destroy the entire seventh dimension? Damn it. Damn it. Many cultivators and major sects were furious. In exchange, Lin Tian killed even more ruthlessly. In just 2 months, hundreds of major sects' inheritances disappeared. For a time, the entire seventh dimension's cultivation world was silent. Everyone was terrified and trembled. From the beginning until now, in just 3 months, 7 top orthodoxies, hundreds of second-level powers, and hundreds of third-level inheritances were all destroyed by Lin Tian. The entire seventh dimension fell into endless fear. Who else wants the desolate sage's descendants to reinforce the seal? Get out here. Come to the forbidden ancient demon domain. I'll wait for you. Lin Tian said. All the inheritances of the great sects that had participated in the capture of Little Muchen to strengthen the desolate saint's seal had been destroyed. Today, he came to the forbidden ancient devil region and spread such a voice. He wanted to see if anyone still had such thoughts. As long as they had such thoughts, as long as they dared to come to this place, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy. He would kill them all. In the seventh dimension, the cultivation world was silent, shocked, and angry. Gradually, many people began to grit their teeth. Let's go together. With the combined power of the entire seventh dimension, it is impossible for us to not be able to take him down. He's alone. We don't have a choice now. We can only fight. Otherwise, when the 3 great evil clans appear, we will all be finished. I must find a descendant of the desolate saint and use the desolate heaven bloodline to strengthen the seal there. He had to be quick. We must do it as soon as possible. Many cultivators voiced such thoughts. Soon after, this voice spread far and wide. Many horrified cultivators in the entire Seven Maintenance world began to move again. Not long after, millions of cultivators arrived at the desert in front of the forbidden ancient devil region. Lin Tian stood alone in the middle of the desert and looked coldly at the people who had arrived. Hand him over. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the combined power of us from the seventh dimension. Hand over the descendant of the desolate saint. We are also doing this for the peace of the seventh dimension. If those three vicious ancient clans appear, you will also suffer. Those three great clans are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Where is the descendant of the desolate saint? These cultivators roared angrily and surrounded Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with fear and horror. After all, the things that Lin Tian had done previously were too frightening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In his hand, the desolate heaven laws interweaved into a sword. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slashed out. With a clang, the cold sword beam swept out. In a blink of an eye, blood mist exploded. In a blink of an eye, a large number of cultivators were destroyed. That darned executioner! Everyone, attack together and fight it out with him. Someone roared. Fight! Kill! Millions of cultivators moved at the same time and rushed towards Lin Tian in a frenzy. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He just stood in place. The 7 types of 7th dimension laws boiled and swept out in all directions. At the same time, the 5 types of 5th dimension laws interweaved together and turned into a destructive wave that swept towards the surroundings. Ah! Cries of agony and blood splattered everywhere as the cultivators of the 7th dimensional heavens who had rushed to this place were killed one after another. In a blink of an eye, the desert was dyed red with blood. It was a shocking sight. Boom! 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 Violent explosions of holy energy continued to ring out. With millions of cultivators working together, their combat power was truly terrifying. Even some of the ordinary experts in the early stages of the 7th dimension would frown and be moved. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change. The sword of heaven and earth condensed from the 3-dimensional heaven and earth. With a swing of the sword, a sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth swept out in all directions, instantly shattering everything. Time continued to pass. Puff. 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 Blood mist continued to splatter here as cultivators died one after another. In just half a day, the millions of cultivators were reduced to a few 100,000. At this time, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators were filled with horror. Their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, in the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Tian, who was holding the sword of heaven and earth, was like a demon god that could destroy the world. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators looked at Lin Tian and could not help but retreat. Their hands that were holding weapons could not help but tremble. Trash, why are you retreating? Don't you want the descendant of the desolate saint? Defeat me and you will get what you want. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He held the sword of heaven and earth and forced the hundreds of thousands of cultivators to retreat. These hundreds of thousands of cultivators were not weak. All of them were in the solitary god realm. However, at this time, their eyes were filled with fear. Don't come over. We just want to protect the peace of the 7th dimension. We just want to stop the upcoming catastrophe. Why are you doing this to us? Someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and swung his sword, directly destroying the person who spoke. Moreover, the swift and fierce sword force surged like a stormy sea, causing a group of cultivators nearby to die tragically. He would not show mercy to these trash. After killing these people, the air would be fresher. The sword of heaven and earth intertwined with an ice-cold killing light. He took a step forward and closed in on the remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the desert, where the Yin light intertwined, an extremely terrifying aura rushed up and shattered the void. We are back. A cold voice sounded, and the extremely thick pressure of the 7th dimension spread out. In the depths of the desert that was filled with Yin light, a huge spatial door appeared. The Een light and Devil light were vast and mighty, and in an instant, a large part of the sky was dyed black. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures stepped out. Among them, dozens of people at the front were at the peak of the seventh dimension realm. As for the rest, the weakest ones were at the peak of the silent soul realm. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were even more figures stepping out of the spatial door, each of them exuding an extremely terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, the air in this place became incomparably oppressive. The seal is broken. It's over, it's all over. The seventh dimension will never have a day of peace. In the desert, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who were still alive all turned pale in an instant, and their limbs trembled even more violently. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change at all, as if he could not see the powerful figures who had broken the desolate sage's seal. In his eyes, there were only the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the seventh dimension who were still alive, and he directly swung his sword away. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and in the blink of an eye, the sword rays wantonly swept in front of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Puff, puff, puff. Blood mist suddenly exploded, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of cultivators died tragically, their bodies and souls destroyed. The three great clans have appeared, and the common enemy of the seventh dimension is right in front of us. Now, you still want to kill us? Do you even have this land in your heart? The hundreds of thousands of cultivators trembled. Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. The sword of heaven and earth burst out with dazzling holy light, and a sword slashed a large number of cultivators into pieces. Blood mist constantly splashed in this desert. Such a scene was naturally seen by the three great clans who had appeared. There was a strange look in their eyes, but their gazes were very cold. After so many years, I never thought that there would be such a welcome ceremony when I just came out. Very good. Very interesting. The dusky forbidden ancient demon domain has been trapped in it for countless years. All the creatures in this world have to pay the price. I wonder if there are any descendants of that damned human from back then? If there are, heh. Cold voices came out one after another. Internal strife? We should also participate. Let's start the slaughter here. The sword in the young human's hand is not simple. It should be a peak seventh dimensional treasure. Very good. This lord wants it. Dozens of experts at the peak of the seventh dimensional realm had cold eyes, and their gazes gradually fell on Lin Tian. One of them moved. It was an expert from the Dark Scale clan of the three great ancient clans. He took a step forward, and wherever he passed, the space directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, this expert of the Dark Scale clan arrived behind Lin Tian. His eyes were cold and cruel. He directly raised his hand to grab the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. At the same time, a dark killing light enveloped Lin Tian. Scram! In Lin Tian's hand, the sword of heaven and earth boiled, and the power of the third dimensional realm surged to the extreme. He slashed out without turning his head. The destructive sword force instantly annihilated the attack of the Dark Scale clan expert. Then, the sword force did not decrease and continued to press forward, landing directly on the expert's chest. Puff! Blood mist burst out. This expert of the Dark Scale clan at the peak of the seventh dimensional realm did not even have time to scream. His body and soul were directly destroyed. How is this possible? The three great clans that stepped out of the forbidden ancient demon domain were the Dark Scale clan, the Serene Flame clan, and the Horned Demon clan. At this time, when the experts of the three great clans saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. This was especially true for the experts of the Dark Scale clan. The person who attacked just now was an elder of their clan who had reached the peak of the seventh dimensional realm. But now, he was killed with a single sword strike. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of people who were still alive in the seventh dimensional realm trembled in fear. This battle prowess, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the seventh dimension were terrified and horrified. In the past few months, Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed 7 top orthodoxies and other inheritances in the seventh dimension. Everyone in the seventh dimension knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but they estimated that his battle prowess was at most in the middle stage of the seventh dimension. However, they did not expect to see Lin Tianyi kill a terrifying existence at the peak of the 7th dimension with a single sword strike. Killing an existence at the peak of the 7th dimension with a single sword strike, what kind of terrifying battle prowess was this? The strongest battle prowess of the three ancient clans is at the peak of the 7th dimension. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian could kill an expert at the peak of the 7th dimension with a single sword strike. Didn't that mean that he could destroy the three ancient clans by himself? For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the 7th dimension were shocked, and some of them were pleasantly surprised. Fellow Taoist, we will no longer look for the descendants of the desolate saint to strengthen the seal. Now, you alone will be enough to wipe out the three ancient clans. Yes. If we knew that you were so strong, we would not have looked for the descendants of the desolate saint. We are all compatriots in the 7th dimension. Now is not the time for internal strife. Fellow Taoist, please deal with the three ancient clans first. Protect the peace of the 7th dimension. Yes, fellow Taoist, let us all stop. Please deal with the three ancient clans first. They are very vicious and cruel. Some cultivators spoke one after another. Their eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Tian with surprise and anticipation. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he raised his sword and slashed. Clang, the sharp sword ray blocked the attack and destroyed the bodies and souls of those who spoke. A group of 7th dimension cultivators nearby also suffered and died one after another. You. What are you doing? We have already stopped. Why are you still attacking us? You should be dealing with the three ancient clans now. These people were shocked and angry. Lin Tian did not say anything else. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated and slashed out again. Clang, the sound of the sword was astonishing, and the momentum of the sword was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it brought about patches of bloody mist. Just a moment ago, in order to ensure that they wouldn't die, they wanted to sacrifice his disciple to reinforce the seal. They were terrified when they were no match for him. But now, after seeing his true battle prowess, it was as if nothing had happened. They all relaxed and shamelessly asked him to kill the three great ancient clans and protect the safety of the 7th way. Regarding this, he was full of disgust. The three ancient clans were ferocious and cruel. In his opinion, these people were far more ferocious and cruel than the three ancient clans. After the 7th dimensional realm, there was the Alpha Origin realm, Breaking Desolate realm, Tribulation realm, 8th dimensional realm, Primordial realm, Creation realm, Tribulation realm, 9th dimensional realm, and Sovereign of heaven and earth. Now, with the three-dimensional world in his body, he was invincible under the Alpha Origin realm, and killing people at the peak of the 7th dimensional realm wouldn't take too much effort. He could easily wipe out the three ancient clans by himself. However, he had no reason to do such a thing. Was it to wipe out the three major clans to protect the peace of the 7th dimension? That was a joke. Back in the 5th dimension, when he was no match for the five-tailed vicious beast, he also took action to buy time for the creatures of the 5th dimension to escape. In the end, he suppressed the vicious beast because he couldn't bear to see the countless creatures of the 5th dimension suffer. But now, when the 7th dimension was facing a similar situation, he would never take action. This world wasn't worth protecting. Clang, the sword of heaven and earth in his hand boiled. Sharp sword light swept out once again, and the 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension boiled along with it. You. Ah. Stop. Stop, don't. Ah. Mournful screams continued to be heard. An hour later, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. For a time, the place became deathly silent. The sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand dissipated. He didn't even look at the people of the three ancient clans and directly left. The experts of the three ancient clans looked at Lin Tian's departing figure and didn't stop him. Even the Dark Scale clan, which had lost a grand elder, was no exception. Their faces were solemn as they watched Lin Tian leave and Lin Tian disappear into the horizon. After so many years, such a terrifying person has appeared in this land. 7 types of laws of the 7th dimension, and that terrifying sword. This man. Who exactly is he? The higher-ups of the three ancient clans all had solemn expressions. Lin Tian's battle strength made their hearts palpitate. Unless the supreme ancestor of our clan steps into the alpha origin stage, otherwise. Someone said in a low voice. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. The current Lin Tian was absolutely invincible under the alpha origin stage. Even if the three ancient clans joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. Now From the looks of it, he clearly has a strong killing intent towards the human cultivators in this land. He doesn't care about the life and death of the living beings in this land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered those people like that. Otherwise, he would have directly attacked us when we broke out of the seal. He didn't try to stop us at this moment, and he probably won't do so in the future. If he doesn't do anything, we shouldn't provoke him for the time being. First, we should seize control of this seven-dimensional territory. Some people said. Among them, a Grand Elder from the Serene Flame clan of the three ancient clans spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent as he said in a deep voice, previously, among those he killed, someone mentioned the descendant of the Desolate Saint. Back then, the human who forced us into the forbidden ancient demon region and sealed us still has a descendant in this world. Moreover, it seems to be related to him. When these words were said, the eyes of the other experts of the three ancient clans turned cold. The three ancient clans naturally hated the Desolate Saint. If not for the Desolate Saint, they wouldn't have been trapped in the forbidden ancient demon region for such a long time. If not for the Desolate Saint, the three ancient clans would have long occupied the entire seven-dimensional world. They naturally wanted to kill the descendant of the Desolate Saint, and it was an extremely strong killing intent. So what if it's related to him? We're not his match for the time being. One of the elders of the Horned Demon race said, now that we've split up, the most important thing is to seize control of this territory. Don't worry about him for the time being. Once our three races' supreme ancestors step into the Alpha Origin stage, the three supreme ancestors will suppress him and find the Desolate Saint descendants to kill. We can also find out how he controlled the seven-dimensional laws from his body. The Grand Ancestors aren't far from the Alpha Origin stage, and it won't be long before they step into the Alpha Origin stage. Hearing that person's words, the other experts of the three great clans all nodded. Let him live a little longer. An expert from the Dark Scale race said. His voice was extremely cold. Lin Tian had killed a senior elder from their race before. The three Grand Ancestors are in seclusion in the forbidden ancient demon region and are guarded by their clansmen. Now, let's kill. A Serene Flame clan Grand Elder said coldly. Let the land know that we're back. Let the land tremble. A Horned Grinder clan Grand Elder said. Boys, let's move. A Dark Scale clan Grand Elder said coldly. Kill. 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 A cold shout was heard, shaking the sky. There were many members of the three ancient clans. Each of them had a frightening aura and a cruel look on their faces. From the desert where the forbidden ancient demon region was located, they charged towards every corner of the seventh dimension. In the blink of an eye, the seven-dimensional world fell into disaster. Countless cultivators in the seven-dimensional world began to suffer. Who will save us? Screams rang out in the seven-dimensional world as the cultivators in the seven-dimensional world fell into panic. At this time, Lin Tian was residing in an immortal mountain. He had been here for a long time. He opened up a small cave in this immortal mountain and went into seclusion to cultivate. It had been a few months since he broke through to the solitary god realm. He was ready to continue cultivating. From the solitary god realm to the solitary soul realm, he would be able to unlock the seventh seal on his soul route. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra began to circulate on its own. For a time, dense spiritual energy rolled out from the immortal mountain. Combined with these psionic Tao powers, coupled with his powerful potential and powerful understanding of all things in the world, his entire cultivation realm immediately began to increase at an obvious speed. His essence, energy, and spirit also became stronger with each strand. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, he had been cultivating in seclusion for 3 months. His cultivation realm rose from the early stage to the peak of the solitary god realm. Almost there. He muttered to himself and continued cultivating without opening his eyes. Now, he was only a small step away from the solitary soul realm. He estimated that he would reach it in 2 months if he cultivated seriously. In the outside world of the seventh dimension, the 3 ancient clans broke the wild sage's seal and appeared in the world. In just 3 months, blood flowed like rivers in the seventh dimension. Countless cultivators died tragically. Wails of agony continued to be heard. In this world, the inheritances of great sects were destroyed one after another. Wherever the 3 ancient clans passed, no one survived. Where is that person? He has mastered all the laws of the seventh dimension. He should be able to fight back against the 7 top orthodoxies that he destroyed. Why didn't he come out to stop them? Is he hiding because he's afraid of the 3 ancient clans? Damn it. What should we do now? The seventh dimension was in a miserable state. 7 top orthodoxies were destroyed by Lin Tian. Hundreds of other powerful sects were also destroyed by Lin Tian. The seventh dimension was now a world. When faced with the 3 ancient clans who broke the seal, it was as weak as an ant. Another month passed. The entire seventh dimension had fallen completely. The seventh dimension was completely under the control of the 3 ancient clans. There's no need to kill all the humans in this territory. We still need slaves. We learned from some human cultivators that the human from before is indeed related to the wild sage's descendant. The 3 ancestors will step into the alpha origin stage in at most a month. At that time, we will find that person and suppress him. We will find the only remaining bloodline of the wild sage and use it as a blood sacrifice for the clansmen of our 3 clans who died at his hands. We will vent our hatred for being sealed for such a long time. We will make sure that the wild sage has no more descendants. The grand elders of the 3 ancient clans gathered together and looked down at the seventh dimension. Their eyes were filled with an extremely cold light. In the immortal mountain, Lin Tian was in seclusion and silently cultivating. Outside his body, a 9-colored holy light surrounded him. His entire person seemed incomparably ethereal, as if he had become one with the world. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Dong, half a month later. On this day, the sky shook violently as a lightning vortex appeared in the sky where he was cultivating. A pitch-black thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning interweaved, surging violently. Darkness enveloped this place in the blink of an eye, and the space became distorted inch by inch. Lin Tian opened his eyes. There were no living beings in this immortal mountain, so he chose to undergo the tribulation here. Boom, the sky exploded. Not long after, the first round of the main lightning punishment fell. This was a group of incomplete immortal palaces formed by lightning. They looked as if they really existed, and their aura was intimidating. Lin Tian was fearless. He quietly stood in place, allowing the main lightning punishment to fall on his body. At the same time, he summoned the reincarnation sword from his body, allowing this one and only origin divine weapon to undergo the tribulation together with him. Boom, 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 the main lightning punishment fell one after another. More than half a day later, the silent soul heavenly punishment finally dispersed. Lin Tian used his will to reform the reincarnation sword that was shattered by the lightning punishment and stored it back into his body. Then, he used the rainbow-colored auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation to temper his flesh and blood, stabilizing his current silent soul realm cultivation base. After a quarter of an hour, the rainbow-colored auspicious clouds disappeared. At this time, he truly stood in the silent soul realm, and he could clearly feel that he had become much stronger. Moreover, as his cultivation base increased, the growth of the 3-dimensional world in his body also became faster. The immortal mountain here was completely destroyed, and the ground was charred black. He paused for a moment, then directly left this place. Stepping out of this charred immortal mountain, he prepared to find a suitable place to release the 7th seal on his soul route. He already had some plans for such a place. He wanted to go to a place in the 7th dimension called the soul-severing Forbidden Valley. He had previously searched the sea of consciousness of an elder of the Gandian divine sect, so he knew about this Forbidden Valley. The Holy Spirit chi inside was so dense that it was almost liquid. Moreover, there were all kinds of strange heavenly treasures, each of which was extremely extraordinary. However, at the same time, it was also incomparably dangerous. People under the 7th dimension realm didn't dare to step inside. He followed the coordinates of the soul-severing Forbidden Valley and headed there. Not long after, he saw many figures. Crash! The sound of metal chains clashing reverberated through the air as a group of cultivators were chased away by a group of foreign beings who had a single horn on their heads and were emanating devilish chi. When Lin Tian saw these people, he indifferently swept his gaze over them. In an instant, he had guessed many things. Those foreign races with a single horn on their heads and devilish aura were obviously horned demon elites who had stepped out of the forbidden ancient demon region. As for those who were shackled, they were undoubtedly cultivators from the seventh dimensional world. It seemed that these cultivators from the seventh dimensional world had been suppressed by the horned demon race and turned into slaves. At the same time, the cultivators of the seventh dimensional heaven and the powerhouses of the horned demon race also saw him. Fellow Taoist, save us! The strongest among them is only in the solitary God realm. Given your strength, fellow Taoist, you can definitely defeat them easily. Fellow Taoist, please help. When the group of seventh-dimensional cultivators saw Lin Tian, they were pleasantly surprised as if they had seen their savior. This caused the hearts of the group of horned demon elites to skip a beat. Their expressions changed as they hurriedly put up their guard. A few months ago, when the three great ancient clans had first appeared, Lin Tian had been listed as the most dangerous person in the seventh-dimensional world by the three great ancient clans. The higher-ups of the three great ancient clans had sternly warned their clansmen that if they encountered Lin Tian, they were not his match at all. Now, when these horned demon elites saw Lin Tian appear and heard the suppressed cultivators of the seventh-dimensional world asking Lin Tian to deal with them, they naturally felt their hearts palpitate and a chill ran down their spines. They were afraid that Lin Tian would make a move at this time. Lin Tian heard the voices of the seventh-dimensional world cultivators asking for help, but he acted as if he did not hear them. He did not even look at these people and directly left. The cultivators of this world disgusted him to the extreme. It was impossible and meaningless for him to save these people. Fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist, please help us. These foreign races are not a threat to you at all. Why did you leave us in the lurch? Are you still a member of the seventh dimensional world? Seeing Lin Tian in the distance, the suppressed cultivators of the seventh dimensional world were both shocked and angry. Lin Tian completely ignored these people and quickly left, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was only at this time that the group of horned demon elites let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Tian did not make a move. Immediately after, the gazes of the horned demon powerhouses all fell upon the seventh-dimensional heaven cultivators. Lowly slaves, how dare you ask people to deal with us? You're courting death. Kill them. The group of horned demon elites' eyes glinted with a cold light. They were extremely dissatisfied with the seventh-dimensional world cultivators asking for Lin Tian's help. Murderous glints intertwined in their eyes as they attacked at the same time. All kinds of murderous glints mercilessly pressed down on these people. Immediately, horrified screams rang out as bright red blood splattered everywhere. The group of seventh-dimensional world cultivators who were shackled were all mercilessly slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Blood had dyed the ground here red. The leader of the horned demon elites coldly snorted as he looked in the direction Lin Tian had left. After taking a deep breath, his eyes involuntarily glinted. Go back and inform the Grand Ancestor. That human has appeared. The Grand Ancestor of their clan had already stepped out of the Alpha Origin stage, and the same was true for the Grand Ancestors of the other two ancient clans. Lin Tian could not possibly withstand the attacks of such experts. A descendant of the Desolate Saint. 7 types of seventh-dimensional laws. Heh! The other horned demon elites cried out. Their eyes were filled with cruelty and eerie light as they returned in the direction they had come from. After leaving his previous location, Lin Tian headed south towards the soul-severing Forbidden Valley. He was already very far away. After tearing open several spatial doors, he finally appeared outside the soul-severing Forbidden Valley not long after. As far as the eye could see, the soul-severing Forbidden Valley was shrouded in mist. It was like a valley of the underworld, giving people a strange feeling that they could not see through it. At the same time, it was also filled with extremely dense saint spirit chi. It was like a mother sea of world spirit chi. Looking at the situation inside, he nodded inwardly. this soul-severing forbidden valley was not bad. Purely based on the density of Saint Spirit Chi and World Tao force, it was not inferior to the 7 top orthodoxies in this world. As for the degree of danger, he did not care. If the experts of the 7th dimensional world could enter and leave this place as they pleased, then he could naturally do so as well. He did not need to enter the 3-dimensional world. Without any hesitation, he directly stepped into the valley. The forbidden valley was shrouded in thick mist. Not long after he stepped in, strange mutated beasts attacked him. A vicious beast with sharp blades on its back pounced towards him, bringing with it a sinister wind. It was comparable to an expert at the end of the Silent Soul realm. At the same time, other mutated beasts appeared and pounced together. In an instant, gusts of demonic wind were stirred up. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He directly raised his hand and slapped away all the beasts that pounced on him. Then, not long after, he arrived at the center of the soul-severing Forbidden Valley. This place had the densest Saint Spirit Chi and World Tao force. After arriving here, he took a deep breath and immediately unlocked the 7th seal on his soul root. Suddenly, with a boom, the entire place boiled. In the forbidden soul-severing valley, the turbulent Saint Spiritual Chi and the way of heaven and earth tumbled and swept toward him. At the same time, in the sky above his head, countless heaven and earth anomalies appeared. They all looked so real. Moreover, in this forbidden valley, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. At this time, all the heaven and earth treasures in the valley directly turned into light and turned into pure spirit Tao force. Together, they surged towards him and entered his body along with the heaven and earth spirit Chi. In this regard, Lin Tian appeared to be very calm. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra automatically circulated and cooperated with the Spirit Tao force to cultivate. Buzz. 9-colored saint light intertwined, and his essence, Chi, and spirit began to rise at an astonishing speed. At the same time, his cultivation also rose bit by bit. Just like this, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After unlocking the 7th seal on his soul root, the speed at which he absorbed spirit Tao force became faster and faster. His understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth also became stronger and stronger. On this day, 7 days later, his cultivation broke through to the 7th dimensional realm. Immediately, with a boom, the sky shook and instantly turned dark. A thunderous vortex immediately appeared. The 7th dimensional realm heavenly tribulation began to descend. Lin Tian stood quietly in the forbidden valley, not moving at all. He raised his head and looked at the 7th dimensional realm heavenly tribulation in the sky. Immediately, he summoned the reincarnation sword from his body. Boom! With another boom, thunder and lightning surged. The first round of heavenly tribulation appeared, forming a sea of lightning that mercilessly pressed down. Then, the second round, the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round, the 6th round, the dense heavenly tribulation struck down one after another. After a total of 6,000 rounds of heavenly tribulation, this heavenly tribulation finally disappeared. The thunderous vortex was no longer there. Instead, 7-colored auspicious clouds interweaved and intertwined, and an astonishing 7-colored holy radiance fell from the sky. Lin Tian condensed the reincarnation sword and stored it in his body. He used the 7-colored holy radiance to stabilize his current 7th dimensional realm heavenly tribulation cultivation. Just like that, 7 or 8 minutes later, the 7-colored auspicious clouds also dispersed. 7th dimensional realm. He muttered to himself. Now that his cultivation was in the 7th dimensional realm, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had increased by a lot. Most importantly, after unlocking the 7th seal on his soul root, he could clearly feel that the greater heaven and earth had become clearer and simpler. He could quickly understand the essence of many things with just a glance, and it was almost as if he could see the Tao of heaven and earth clearly. The Forbidden Valley was scorched black. He clenched his fists and sensed his body. Then, he stepped out of the Forbidden Valley. Soon, he stepped out of the Forbidden Valley and walked into the distance. I can go back to the lower heaven and earth to take a look. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th dimensional realm, he could step into the 8th dimensional realm. However, before that, he planned to go back to the lower heaven and earth to control all the laws of the 6th dimensional realm, as well as the laws of causality and spacetime. He would integrate them into the third-dimensional realm and strengthen the third-dimensional realm in his body. At the same time, he would also go back to see Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others, as well as his 9 senior martial brothers and other old friends. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. He immediately took action and tore open a heaven and earth gate that led to the 6th-dimensional realm. The 3 figures were all old men, and they exuded either demonic or demonic aura. The pressure they exuded was extremely tyrannical. Lin Tian looked at the 3 with a calm expression. Alpha origin experts from the 3 ancient clans? In reality, from the characteristics and auras of the 3 of them, he could already determine the origins of the 3 of them. He was only casually asking such a question. At the same time, he was somewhat moved. After all, the 3 ancient clans didn't have such experts before. Of course, he was only moved because of the sudden appearance of so many Alpha origin experts from the 3 ancient clans. It wasn't because he was afraid of the 3 of them, as there was no need to be afraid. With his current 7-dimensional cultivation, he could easily kill Alpha origin experts by relying on his own battle prowess without the help of the 3-dimensional world. At almost the same time, whooshing sounds continued to ring out. One figure after another rushed over from the direction the 3 old men had come from. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people had gathered. They were all the 7-dimensional Grand Elders of the 3 ancient clans. Grand Elders, it's him. From the human cultivators of the 7 maintenance world, we found that the descendant of the Desolate Saint has a close relationship with him. They seem to be master and disciple. Not long ago, Lin Tian had gone out to the soul-severing Forbidden Valley and was discovered by the Horned Demon race experts. They then reported to the Grand Elders of the race, who then reported to the Grand Elders of the race who had reached the Alpha origin stage. At the same time, they also informed the other 2 ancient clans. At this moment, all the experts of the 7-dimensional stage and above from the 3 ancient clans had arrived. Nearly 100 Grand Elders stood at the back, reporting to the 3 Grand Elders of the Alpha origin stage as they looked at Lin Tian with sneers. Not long ago, Lin Tian had broken out of the seal and was so powerful that they didn't dare to make a move. However, it was different now. Now that the 3 ancient clans' supreme ancestors had stepped into the Alpha origin stage, they no longer feared Lin Tian. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a corpse, but also as if they were looking at a huge treasure trove. This was because Lin Tian controlled all the laws of the 7th dimension. If they could obtain the method to control all the laws of the 7th dimension from Lin Tian and obtain the experience of controlling all the laws of the 7th dimension, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Desolate Saint's descendant, hand him over. The supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan said indifferently. The grand forefathers of the Nether Flame race and the Horned Demon race looked at Lin Tian. They did not say anything, but their gazes were indifferent. Now that they were in the Alpha origin realm, who in the 8-dimensional world could be their match, Lin Tian looked at them and said, I can't be bothered to do anything to you. Don't even think about my disciple. It's best if you know your place. With that, he stepped forward and stepped into the gate of heaven and earth that led to the 6th dimension. Boom, a ray of demonic light slashed over. The supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race attacked and used his powerful demonic energy to shatter the gate of heaven and earth. Do you think you can escape? The supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race's gaze was cold and indifferent, demonic light rolling in his eyes. Hand over Desolate Saint's descendant and tell us how to control all the laws of the 7th dimension. I'll let you die a quick death. The supreme ancestors of the Nether Flame race and the Dark Scale clan also had cold gazes. The supreme ancestor of the Dark Scale clan said, after you find everything, hand him over to this old man. A grand elder of my race died in his hands. I'll use his head as a memorial. Naturally. The supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race nodded. The supreme ancestor of the Nether Flame race also had no objections. Behind them, the 100 or so grand elders of the 3 great ancient clans all looked at Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 3 grand elders of the 3 great clans and the 100 or so 7th dimensional experts behind them. Some people always like to force themselves into trouble. He said indifferently. As his words fell, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race. Such astonishing speed caused the supreme ancestor of the Horned Demon race to be immediately shocked. He subconsciously retreated. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian pointed a sword at the center of the Supreme Ancestor's brows. The desolate heaven laws transformed into sword rays. Pfft! Bright red blood splattered. The head of the Supreme Ancestor of the Horned Demon race was directly penetrated. He fell straight from the sky, the luster of life in his eyes disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Ancestor? The group of Horned Demon elders who had arrived couldn't help but cry out. They all rushed toward the falling body of their clan's Grand Elder and caught him in their arms. Then, everyone realized that their branch's Grand Elder's body was still there, but his spirit had been shattered. He was already dead. How is this possible? The group of Grand Elders was shocked, terrified, and furious. Their branch's Grand Elder had reached the Alpha Origin stage not long ago, but now, he was instantly killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, the expressions of the Supreme Ancestor of the Serene Flame clan, the Supreme Ancestor of the Dark Scale clan, and the other seven-dimensional Grand Elders of the two ancient clans also changed. How is this possible? These people were shocked. An expert of the Alpha Origin stage was killed so easily. The Supreme Ancestor of the Serene Flame clan and the Supreme Ancestor of the Dark Scale clan looked at Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Lin Tian tilted his head, looked at the two, and walked towards them. His steps were very slow, but in just one step, he appeared in front of the Supreme Ancestor of the Serene Flame clan. Without any superfluous movements, 7 types of 7-dimensional laws interwove together and swirled around his palm. He directly slapped out. The Supreme Ancestor of the Serene Flame clan was horrified. He pushed out all his saint energy to block, but it was useless. Lin Tian's palm, interwoven with 7 types of 7-dimensional laws, was majestic and terrifying, and directly destroyed the Supreme Ancestor of the Serene Flame clan. A bloody mist floated in the air, a ghastly sight. Ancestor! This time, it was the group of Grand Elders of the Serene Flame clan who cried out, trembling. Their branch's Grand Elder, who had reached the Alpha Origin stage, was killed just like that, with a single slap. The Supreme Ancestor of the Dark Scale clan felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Lin Tian again and immediately turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had easily killed the Horned Demon Ancestor and the Serene Flame clan Elder, who were at the same cultivation level as him. At this moment, this ancient expert naturally knew how terrifying Lin Tian was. With his current strength, it was absolutely impossible to stop him. Lin Tian watched this person flee, but he didn't chase after him. Instead, he slashed out the 9 swords of samsara with 7 types of 7-dimensional laws. Clang, 9 light swords emerged from 9 different directions and arrived in front of the Supreme Ancestor of the Dark Scale clan in the blink of an eye. With a plop, there was no suspense. The Supreme Ancestor of the Dark Scale clan was destroyed in both body and spirit. Ancestor! The group of Grand Elders of the Dark Scale clan cried out. After the Serene Flame clan and Horned Demon clan's Grand Elders, their clan's Grand Elders had also been killed. The Alpha Origin stage. The 3 ancient clans' Grand Patriarchs were all Alpha Origin experts, yet they had all been so easily killed by Lin Tian. For a moment, they couldn't help but tremble when they looked at Lin Tian again. Their faces turned deathly pale. Everyone was trembling at this moment. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Grand Elders of the 3 clans. His expression was very calm. You brought this upon yourself. As he uttered these 3 words, his mind moved slightly, and the reincarnation sword light intertwined and spread out in all directions. Plop, 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 blood spurted out one after another. In the blink of an eye, only one Grand Elder of the 3 ancient clans was left. The others were all destroyed in both body and spirit. Spare me. I will no longer have any ideas about your disciple, nor will I dare to disturb you again. The last remaining Grand Elder of the Horned Demon clan was at the end of the 7th dimension, and he was trembling non-stop. Lin Tian didn't care at all. He had deliberately left this person behind to imprison him and forcibly search his consciousness. After a moment, his expression changed slightly. His origin spirit withdrew from the Grand Elder's consciousness and killed him with a slap. It's completely fallen. After searching the Grand Elder's consciousness, he truly understood the current situation of the seventh dimension. The seventh dimension had completely fallen and was controlled by the three ancient clans. The original sects of the cultivation world had all disappeared, uprooted by the three ancient clans. He had deliberately left behind the 7 legacies of the blood demon hall that destroyed Little Muchen's family and killed Elder Zhou. He had originally wanted to let Little Muchen destroy the 7 legacies and take revenge himself. Now, it was impossible. He had deliberately left behind the 7 legacies, but they were destroyed by the Horned Demon clan and the other 2 ancient clans. Now, half of the living beings in the 7th dimension had been wiped out, and the other half were controlled by the 3 ancient clans and turned into slaves. He paused, glanced at the 7th dimension, and once again tore open the gate of heaven and earth that led to the 6th dimension. With his strength, it was very easy to restore peace to the 7th dimension. He could easily wipe out the 3 ancient clans. However, he was too lazy to do so. This world had no value for him to do so. He had even thought of establishing the immortal court in the 7th dimension, but now he had dismissed this idea. The immortal court was established by him, and it was like his child. He didn't want to establish the immortal court in such a land. At least, he didn't want to for now. He glanced at the world one last time, stepped into the gate of heaven and earth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tunnel of heaven and earth was dark. He waited silently. Then, after an unknown amount of time, he was shaken out of the tunnel of heaven and earth and once again stepped on solid ground. Looking around, he happened to be in a celestial mountain. Although the intertwining Saint Spirit Chi was not comparable to the 7th dimension, it was still very rich and extraordinary. He stood there and comprehended the 6 sixth-dimensional laws of the world. He spent a month to grasp all the laws of the 6th dimension, and another half a month to comprehend the 6 laws of the 6th dimension to greater mastery. After that, he spent another month to fuse the 6 laws of the 6th dimension into the 3-dimensional world in his body. I wonder if Wu Yi and the others are still in this world. Lin Tian's speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the main clan of the immortal court in the 6th dimension. He then learned that Wu Yi, Ji Yu, Shui Yi, and the others had returned to the 4th dimension not long after he left. Well, it just so happens that I have to return to the 4th dimension. He muttered to himself and directly tore open the gate of heaven and earth that led to the 4th dimension. He stepped through it and left the 6th dimension. Soon after, he appeared in the 4th dimension through the gate of heaven and earth. Now, he was in a small world in the 4-dimensional world, in an empty old forest. He stood there, closed his eyes, and began to analyze the 10,000 principles. He had now comprehended and mastered the 5 types of 5th dimension laws of the 5th dimension, the 6 types of 6th dimension laws of the 6th dimension, and the 7 types of 7th dimension laws of the 7th dimension. He had mastered the 4 types of 4th dimension laws of the 4th dimension, reincarnation and destiny. The remaining ones were the space-time laws and the karma laws. At this time, he began to comprehend these 2 laws. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. He had mastered the karma laws and the space-time laws at the same time, and then imprinted these 2 laws into the 3rd dimension in his body. Good. A ray of light intertwined in his eyes. Now, except for the reincarnation laws, all the dimensional laws he had mastered had been integrated into the 3rd dimension. Although they had not yet intertwined in every corner of the 3rd dimension, it still made the 3rd dimension much stronger. He stood in place, paused, and took Little Muchen out of the 3rd dimension. Master, where is this? Little Muchen was now 7 years old. He looked around and was a little puzzled. The 4th dimension. Lin Tiandao then briefly explained the situation of the 7 dimensions to Little Muchen. For a moment, Little Muchen was a little stunned. The 7 great forces of the Blood Demon Palace, the 7 inheritances that destroyed his family and killed Elder Zhou, were no longer there. Now, the 7th dimension had fallen into the hands of the 3 ancient clans. Master. Little Muchen paused and said, in the future, when I return to the 7th dimension, can I deal with the 3 ancient clans and restore peace to the 7th dimension? He whispered, our ancestors sealed them in the past. They are truly vicious, and the 7th dimension is under their control. Not good. Lin Tian paused for a moment. He didn't know if this disciple of his was too kind or too naive. He was treated so badly by the cultivation world of the seventh dimension. Previously, he thought that he could use his own life to strengthen the seal. Now that the three ancient clans had broken out of the seal, he thought that he would deal with the three ancient clans in the future and restore peace to the seventh dimension. This made Lin Tian sigh. However, even though he sighed, he was actually very gratified. After all, this showed that the little guy's temperament was really good. He was indeed worthy of being the descendant of the primordial era's sage. Sure. He rubbed the little fellow's head and said, as long as you don't do evil, Master will not disagree. N. Little Muchen nodded. Thank you, Master. Lin Tian smiled and pulled Little Muchen to open a spatial portal. They appeared right outside of 10 Directions' ancient star. Compared to the stars around it, the 10-directional ancient star was very small, but it gave off an astonishing sense of haziness. That kind of haziness was difficult for him to understand even with his current cultivation. He paused outside the 10-directional ancient star, and then directly brought Little Muchen into the 10-directional ancient star. Soon, they arrived outside the immortal court of the 9th heaven of 10 Directions' ancient star. Daddy. When he returned, he didn't conceal his aura. He even deliberately exuded his aura. Wu Yi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others quickly discovered him and came out to greet him. Ruoxian was the first to rush over. She threw herself into Lin Tian's arms. Ruoxian was a little happy. Daddy, why are you back so soon this time? It had only been a year since Lin Tian stepped into the 7th dimension from the 6th dimension. Compared to the previous few times he left, the interval between his departure this time was indeed very short. I'm preparing to go to the 8th dimension, so I came back to see you and comprehend some dimensional laws. Lin Tian said with a smile. Ruoxian nodded. After a pause, her eyes fell on Little Muchen. She blinked and asked, Daddy, this is? Wu Yi, Sushu, and the others naturally saw Little Muchen. At this time, their eyes fell on the little guy. Lin Tianyi smiled. This is my new disciple in the 7th dimension. This little guy is very extraordinary. He's a descendant of a sage. He introduced Little Muchen to Wu Yi and the others, and then briefly introduced Wu Yi, Shui Yi, and the others to Little Muchen. Little Muchen was very well behaved and knew etiquette. He immediately bowed to Wu Yi, Shui Yi, and the others. Good boy. Ruoxian said with a smile. She rubbed the little guy's head and gave him a pile of small gifts. On this day, Lin Tian returned here and chatted a lot with Wu Yi and the others. The inside of the immortal court could be said to be very warm. Then, the next day, in the depths of the immortal court, he gathered Wu Yi and the others together and practiced 6 types of 6th-dimensional laws and 7 types of 7th-dimensional laws for them. He was very serious, hoping that they could control these powers. At the same time, during this process, he also divided his attention to comprehend and deduce reincarnation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Now, only Wu Yi, Shui Yi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Sushu, Violet Fairy, Xianxia, Lin Shi, Ziyu, AI, Ruoxian, and Little Muchen who he brought back from the 7th dimension were left in the 10 Directions immortal court. After a year of practice, Shui Yi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Sushu, Violet Fairy, Xianxia, Lin Shi, Ziyu, and AI did not achieve much. Little Muchen controlled 2 types of 6th-dimensional laws, while Ruoxian controlled 4 types of 6th-dimensional laws. As for Wu Yi, she controlled all 6 types of 6th-dimensional laws and 3 types of 7th-dimensional laws. Although she barely controlled them, she could already use them skillfully. This made Lin Tian once again sigh with emotion at Wu Yi's comprehension ability. This was really too shocking and too powerful. After that, he took another half a year to practice the 4 types of 7th-dimensional laws that Wu Yi could not control. This allowed Wu Yi to control all 7 types of 7th-dimensional laws, including the space-time and destiny laws. Only the reincarnation laws could not be controlled by Wu Yi. It was not that she could not comprehend them, but that her body could not bear the weight of reincarnation. Even if she had Lin Tian's reincarnation origin in her body, she could not do it. Mistress, you're so powerful. Little Muchen looked at Wu Yi with eyes full of worship. This kind of comprehension ability, in the seventh dimension, was definitely not comparable to anyone since ancient times. As expected of Mother Ruoxian also spoke. Jiyu, Shuiyi, and the others were all shocked. Although they knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, they were still shocked at this moment. Wu Yi chuckled softly. She was quiet and gentle, and the world became brighter because of this. Lin Tian did not say anything. He gave Wu Yi a thumbs up with a smile on his face. Over the past year or so, he had helped Wu Yi and the rest practice the dimensional laws while comprehending reincarnation. His results were not small, as he had already grasped 60% of reincarnation, and was not far from grasping 70% of reincarnation. Let's go for a walk in the outside world. He smiled. Wu Yi and the others naturally had no objections. On this day, he led a group of people out of the 10 Directions Immortal Court and went to the outside world. In fact, he did not have much time to be with his family and friends. He was about to enter the 8th dimension, and like before, he went to many places with Wu Yi and the others. Then, when he entered the 6th dimension, with Xianxia's divination, he quickly found his 9 senior brothers, Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others, and gathered together in the main clan of the Immortal Court in the 6th dimension. Desolate Heaven bloodline? She has mastered the 7th dimension Desolate Heaven law at such a young age? Really? Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian's new little disciple and could not help but show a shocked expression. Little junior brother is really amazing. Little Fox hugged Little Muchen and said. Little Muchen was now almost 9 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the Sage King realm and he had mastered the 7th dimension. No matter how one looked at it, he was a super monster, and the group was shocked. Not bad. Even Empyrean Divine Seal spoke up. As he looked at Little Muchen, a thick light shined in his eyes. Lin Tian chuckled. After this day of gathering, he practiced the dimensional laws for his 9 senior brothers, Baiziki, and the others in the 6th dimension Immortal Court. He was very serious and practiced for a full year. In a year, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others had mastered 2 or 3 dimensional laws. Baiziki, Yangqi, Yifeng Tian, and Little Taichu had mastered 1-dimensional law. The others were still unable to master 1-dimensional law. It's too difficult. White Tiger rolled his eyes. Dimensional laws were mostly the foundation of a large world, the strongest force, and it was really difficult for ordinary people to master. Lin Tiantan smiled. In this year, he was still comprehending and deducing reincarnation, and now he had mastered 70% of reincarnation. Moreover, after such a long time, even if he did not take the initiative to cultivate, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 7th dimension. You can really improve your cultivation while sleeping. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. Now that Lin Tian had broken the 7 seals on his soul root, it was really too abnormal. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. This time, he spent a long time with his family and friends. On this day, Lin Tian was ready to go to the 8th dimension. You said that the 7th dimension is now very chaotic, and the 3 big fierce ancient clans are there, and the strongest are only Silent Soul Realm experts? Before you go to the 8th dimension, send us there to gain experience. Real battles are also very necessary. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Master, disciple will also go back to the 7th dimension. Little Muchen also said. Lin Tian thought about it and did not refuse. On this day, he directly tore open the gate of heaven and earth to the 7th dimension and took his 9 senior brothers, Little Muchen, Yi Tong, Little Fox, Baiziki, and the others to enter the 7th dimension. Senior brothers, you must pay attention to your safety. He looked at his 9 senior brothers and the others and said. Now, in the group, the strongest cultivation was in the 6th dimension. With this cultivation, going to the 7th dimension to gain experience was not too dangerous. Even so, he was still a little worried. After all, these people were very important to him. Don't worry, we understand, Fengshen Tianzuan said, then looked at Lin Tian. You too. Safety first. Daddy, be careful. Ruoxian said. Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the other girls also said. They had also come to the 7th dimension and wanted to gain experience here. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Wu Yi. I'll leave them to you. Wu Yi was now in the 6th dimensional realm and had mastered all the dimensional laws from the 4th dimensional realm to the 7th dimensional realm, except for the reincarnation cycle. Even an ordinary silent void realm cultivator would not be able to withstand a single blow from Wu Yi. Okay. Wu Yi nodded gently. Lin Tian said a few words to Wu Yi and said goodbye to everyone again. He directly tore open the gate of heaven and earth to the 8th dimension. Now that he was in the middle of the 7th dimension, it was naturally very easy for him to open the gate of heaven and earth to the 8th dimension. After waving goodbye to everyone, he stepped into the gate of heaven and earth to the 8th dimension and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tunnel of heaven and earth was dark and oppressive, and the flow of time seemed very blurry. Inside the tunnel of heaven and earth, Lin Tian waited silently. After an unknown amount of time, light appeared in front of him. There were irregular intertwining forces in the tunnel of heaven and earth, which shook him out and stepped on solid ground again. Almost at the same time, a scream came from about 10 feet away, accompanied by the cry of a young girl. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. About 10 feet away, a young girl was riding on a strange beast covered in snow-white fur and with a pair of snow-white wings on its back. A boy was beside her. Xinglu. His gaze fell on the strange beast, and his expression changed slightly. Xinglu was an extremely rare auspicious beast. It was rare to see one even in thousands of years, and he never thought that he would see one here. Who is it? How dare you frighten the holy knight of my miss and my master? Next to Xinglu, the boy shouted and stared coldly at Lin Tian. He was about 6 years old. Lin Tian looked at the boy and vaguely remembered that when he first fell out of the tunnel of heaven and earth, he heard the cry of the beast and the girl's scream. The boy seemed to have scolded him because of this. Sorry, the gate of space set itself here. I didn't mean to disturb you. He apologized and then turned and walked into the distance. When he landed in this place, he already felt that the Saint Spirit Chi in the air was shockingly dense, far from the 7th dimension. This place was the 8th dimension. Clang, a sharp sword light slashed over, bringing with it strands of demonic chi. It landed beside Lin Tian's feet and split the ground. Lin Tian stopped and tilted his head to look at the boy. The sword light came from the boy. Xinglu? He Xinglu. Xinglu, 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 Xinglu. Xinglu Teat. Xinglu Xinglu. Xinglu is the holy knight of my master, and we will ascend the 9th dimension together. Looking at Lin Tian, he said coldly, now, destroy your own cultivation, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you will die here. The girl sat on Xinglu and looked indifferently. She didn't say anything, but there was a trace of arrogance in her expression. Lin Tian looked at the boy, glanced at him indifferently, and continued to walk into the distance. You're courting death. The boy had red lips and white teeth, but his attacks were extremely ruthless. He took a step forward and instantly came in front of Lin Tian, directly grabbing the top of Lin Tian's head. His 5 fingers were as sharp as immortal swords, and his aura was cold and gloomy. Don't look for trouble. Lin Tian said coldly, slapping out with a flip of his hand. This was an immortal forest, a land of freedom. He was jolted out of the tunnel of heaven and earth and landed here. The strange beast Xinglu and that young girl were frightened because of his sudden appearance. This was not his fault. It was completely fine even if he did not apologize. However, he still apologized. However, this boy was relentless and aggressive. Just because of this small matter that wasn't entirely his fault, after he apologized, he wanted him to cripple his own cultivation. After he ignored this, he actually directly grabbed at the top of his head, clearly wanting to kill him. It was truly sinister and cruel. Bang, he swung his hand and met the boy's attack. With a bang, the boy was blasted away and staggered back a dozen steps. You. The boy was moved, and his face turned even colder. The girl on Xinglu's back was also astonished. She was well aware of how powerful her elder brother's boy was. He was transformed from a ferocious beast that had been suppressed in a demonic mountain. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 7th dimension, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. In terms of physical strength, even some Alpha Origin experts were far from his match. However, in this place, the boy had been blasted away by a single palm strike from Lin Tian, an intermediate 7th dimension human cultivator. Lin Tian swept an indifferent glance at the boy and continued to walk away. The boy's face twisted, and a cold light burst out. His body directly expanded, transforming into a giant beast that was 100 feet tall. His eyes were red and green, and his claws were sharp. With a low roar, boundless demonic chi surged as he clawed at Lin Tian's head. Die. Cold words came out of his mouth, extremely sinister. Wherever the beast paw passed, the surrounding space would be forcefully distorted and then collapse in pieces. Lin Tian raised his hand, grabbed the other party's claws, and twisted them. With a crack, the other party's claws were shattered on the spot. He was suppressed and forced back into his boy form. Let go. If Master knows, you won't have a good death. The boy roared, staring coldly at Lin Tian. It was very sinister, and the killing intent in his eyes was very strong. Lin Tian's face darkened, and he no longer showed mercy. He raised his leg and kicked. Accompanied by boundless saint power, he directly sent the other party flying. With a poof, the person's physical body collapsed as he was sent flying, and the spirit in his knowledge sea also collapsed. You. On Xinglu's back, the girl was shocked and angry. You dare to kill my brother's servant? How dare you? Under her, Xinglu felt her anger. With a low roar, boundless saint power surged and directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Its body was snow white and surrounded by saint chi, but at this time, its eyes were full of fierceness, like a murderous beast. It raised its claws, and saint light gathered. It was full of murderous intent, as if it wanted to kill Lin Tian. The auspicious beast has become a great ominous beast? Lin Tianling said, showing no mercy. The divine sword in his hand, which was condensed with the desolate heaven law, directly slashed down. Poof, blood splattered. The auspicious beast, Xinglu, was at the Alpha Origin realm, but it could not block the sword and was directly beheaded. His divine soul was also shattered. With a bang, the auspicious beast's body fell to the ground, and the girl was thrown out. Bright red blood with traces of gold constantly flowed out from Xinglu's body. You killed my brother Saint Knight? You. How dare you do that? This is my brother Saint Knight. It's an auspicious beast. The girl was extremely shocked and angry. This was an auspicious beast that her brother had subdued in Xianbai Sacred Mountain, and its value was immeasurable. This time it was specially sent back with the boy to bring her to an ancient land, but she did not expect that it would be killed by Lin Tian here. You didn't kill it and let it kill me? Lin Tian said indifferently. He would never show mercy to people or demons who wanted to kill him, regardless of their origin or whether they were auspicious beasts or not. You. The girl glared at Lin Tian, wanting to say something, but facing Lin Tian's indifferent eyes, she did not dare to say anything. The boy was at the end of the 7-dimensional realm and was killed. The auspicious beast, Xinglu, was at the Alpha Origin realm and was also killed by Lin Tian. As for herself, she was only at the early stage of the 7-dimensional realm. So, how could she dare to continue to contradict Lin Tian? At this time, she did not even dare to show the slightest hostility or killing intent, afraid that Lin Tianxia would kill her. Lin Tian looked at her, swept an indifferent glance, and walked away. This girl was definitely hostile to him, but since she did not make a move, he naturally would not kill her. He walked into the distance, his steps calm and steady. The girl watched Lin Tian leave until Lin Tian was far away and disappeared from her sight. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it. Brother will not let you off. She gritted her teeth and walked in another direction, quickly leaving this place. After leaving the previous place, Lin Tian had already walked far away. Everywhere he passed, there were magnificent celestial mountains, one after another, and the Holy Spirit chi in the air was at least 1,000 times stronger than in the 7-dimensional world. He could not help but be moved by this, and once again thought of the difference between the dimensions of each world. Living in such an extremely dense Holy Spirit chi space, the living beings of this world had a much higher starting point than the living beings of the lower worlds. Take the 7-dimensional world for example. In the 7-dimensional world, the difficulty of reaching the 7-dimensional realm was comparable to ascending the heavens. However, in the eight-dimensional world, it was definitely not a difficult thing. He walked in this world, passing by celestial mountains, looking for places with relatively dense Holy Spirit chi. After the seven-dimensional realm, the Alpha Origin realm, the Breaking Desolation realm, the Tribulation realm, the eight-dimensional realm, he muttered to himself, "This time, I will probably be able to unlock the eighth seal on my soul route when I reach the Breaking Desolation realm." Now, he was in the middle stage of the seven-dimensional realm, not far from the Breaking Desolation realm. He planned to find a place with dense Holy Spirit chi in this world to cultivate and raise his cultivation base to the Breaking Desolation realm as soon as possible. Then, he would unlock the eighth seal on his soul route to reach the eight-dimensional realm as soon as possible, and from there, enter the nine-dimensional world. Entering the nine-dimensional world was his current biggest goal. His master, master's wife, and father and mother were all in the nine-dimensional world. He walked through the celestial mountains and ancient forests, using the dragon burial scripture and the seven-dimensional earth law to explore the layout of the world to determine where the Holy Spirit chi and the Tao of heaven and earth were the densest. Soon, he arrived in the eight-dimensional world. About 3 days had passed. Boom! On this day, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot up from the distance. It was extremely dazzling, and extremely shocking saint spiritual chi interweaved within it. It evolved into a series of miraculous phenomena of the heavens and the earth, as if a super-divine domain had opened. Lin Tian was still very far away from that direction, but he could still see the glaring light beam. He could feel the dense saint spirit chi that surged along with the light beam. He could also see the blurry heaven and earth phenomenon. He was immediately moved. Not a bad place. The beam of light in the sky was too dazzling and blazing. It was accompanied by a shocking amount of saint spiritual chi and various heavenly wonders. Lin Tian did not need to think too much to know that that place was definitely a very shocking place. He was certain that the saint spiritual chi was extremely dense. Other than that, there might even be some very amazing divine items there. After all, those heavenly wonders did not seem like they were formed by pure saint spiritual chi. They were probably formed by other amazing treasures and immortal treasures. Immediately, without any hesitation, he headed in that direction. Soon, he discovered that many other cultivators were heading in the same direction as him. Duan Muki's auspicious beast was actually killed by someone. That person is too bold, isn't he? When he was young, he fell into a demon's den but did not die. He obtained the inheritance of a heaven and earth sovereign. Then, at a young age, he stepped into the limits of the eighth dimension and mastered 3 types of eighth dimension laws. Now, even the top orthodoxies are incomparably fearful of him. That unknown person dared to kill Duan Muki's auspicious beast. What was he thinking? Is there something wrong with his brain? Duan Muqi seems to be dealing with some other matters now and can't do anything himself. However, he has spread the word that whoever can subdue that person and send him to him will owe him a favor. Now, some of the patriarchs of the top orthodoxies are very concerned about this matter. It seems that some of them have come out from their clans. In front of him, a group of cultivators were discussing. Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly. A few days ago, he had killed a ferocious beast and an auspicious beast. He heard the name Duan Muqi from the ferocious beast. Now that he heard these cultivators, he instantly understood. In the end, it was the young girl who told Duan Muqi about that matter. After that, it became known to the entire 8th maintenance world. You can't get away from your own matters, so you spread the word that the entire 8th maintenance world will subdue me? That's quite impressive. He sneered. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised by Duan Muki's strength. He had actually reached the peak of the 8th dimension and controlled 3 types of 8th dimension laws at the same time. In the entire 8th dimension, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, although he was a little surprised, he did not care much. Origin Seal, Tao Transforming, Heaven Suppressing, Grand Yen, Void, 8 Extremities, Inner Demon, Connecting Saint. The 8-dimensional laws of the 8-dimensional world were the Origin Seal Law, the Tao Transformation Law, the Heaven Suppression Law, the Dian Law, the Void Law, the 8 Extremities Law, the Mind Magic Law, and the Sage Law. Mastering the first 3 of them would be heaven-defying and divine to others, but to the current him, it was as easy as drinking water. There was nothing to be concerned about. Now, only the comprehension of reincarnation was difficult for him. The other aspects of cultivation were really too simple. The ninth dimension has been cut off for so many years. Speaking of which, what is the reason? Why can't we ascend? Who knows? It has nothing to do with us. In any case, only those who have reached the eighth dimensional realm have the qualifications to enter the ninth dimension. With our strength, it is impossible for us to reach the eighth dimensional realm. There is no need to think about it. That is the problem of those eighth dimensional realm experts. Let those old fogies of the eighth dimensional realm worry about it. Well, the words are crude, but the reason is not. Now, those eighth dimensional realm experts have placed their hopes on Duanmuchi. Duanmuchi has obtained the inheritance of the supremes of heaven and earth. In the future, Duanmuchi may be able to find a special method to reach the ninth dimension from the eighth dimension. That Duanmuchi does have the strength and the hope. It is also because of this that his influence is so great. Those eighth dimensional ancestors of the top inheritances are all very concerned about him. Therefore, the person who killed Duanmuchi's auspicious beast is really bold. How dare he kill Duanmuchi's auspicious beast? In front of him, a group of cultivators was talking as they walked. Soon, they had walked far away. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he could not help but stop in his tracks. The ninth dimension has been cut off? Should he ascend or not? How could there be such a thing? Immediately, he took a step forward. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the group of people who were talking. Fellow Taoists, I have a question. Can you tell me more about the matter of the ninth dimension being cut off? He asked. Isn't this something that everyone knows? Why are you? The group of cultivators felt that Lin Tian's question was a little strange, but when they saw Lin Tian's appearance, their expressions changed, and they all widened their eyes. It's you. During this time, Lin Tian's appearance had spread throughout the entire eighth dimension, so these cultivators naturally recognized him. You. We didn't do anything to you. We were just talking about you. Don't do anything rash. This group of cultivators had cultivations ranging from the early stage to the peak of the seventh dimension, but the auspicious beast that Lin Tian killed was at the alpha origin stage. These people naturally knew that they were no match for Lin Tian. Therefore, when Lin Tian appeared at this time, they did not think of suppressing Lin Tian and handing him over to Duanmuchi so that Duanmuchi would owe them a favor. They simply did not have the strength to do so. They were now worried about their personal safety, afraid that Lin Tian would attack them. This was because they had previously discussed Lin Tian, and some even said that Lin Tian had lost his mind. At this time, they were quite anxious. No. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I just want to ask about the ninth dimension being cut off. These cultivators had already heard Lin Tian mention the matter of the ninth dimension being cut off. At this time, when they heard Lin Tian mention it again and really confirmed that he was not going to harm them, one by one, they relaxed a little. Immediately, one of them quickly informed Lin Tian of many things, and then the group hurriedly bid farewell and left. For a time only Lin Tian was left in the same place, his brows deeply furrowed. According to the cultivators from before, under the ninth dimension, cultivators who had reached the eighth dimension could tear open the gate of heaven and earth that led to the ninth dimension and step into the ninth dimension to cultivate. However, many years ago, the ninth dimension was suddenly shrouded and cut off by an extremely powerful force. In the eighth dimension, even if experts who had reached the eighth dimension could tear open the gate of heaven and earth, after stepping into the gate of heaven and earth, they could not enter the ninth dimension and could only helplessly retreat. How could this be? He frowned. The ninth dimension was cut off by a powerful force, and the cultivators of the lower worlds could no longer step into the ninth dimension. What was going on? For a time, he paused in place, looking extremely puzzled. Soon after, a bright light flashed in his eyes. First reach the eighth dimension. With his current cultivation, he still did not have the ability to tear open the gate of heaven and earth that led to the ninth dimension. Therefore, he could not sense the specific situation of the ninth dimension being cut off. The information he could get from listening to others talking about it was very limited. Once he reached the eighth dimension and tore open the heaven and earth gate that connected to the ninth dimension, he would be able to sense the majestic power that separated the ninth dimension and analyze it himself. At that time, he would be able to get more precise information about it. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed towards the place where the light beam came from and rushed over at an even faster speed. Soon, 3 days had passed, and he arrived at the place where the blazing light beam came from. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast ocean in front of them. At the center of it, a blazing beam of light shot horizontally towards the heavens. All kinds of strange phenomena lingered around it. The holy spiritual chi was extremely astonishing, and groups of cultivators were rushing towards it. Splash! 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 The sound of water splashing could be heard from time to time. One after another, cultivators rushed towards the place where the blazing light beam came from and disappeared into the ocean. When Lin Tian arrived, he did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the place where the light beam came from in the middle of the ocean. Nearby, many cultivators were rushing in that direction together. Some of them suddenly saw him and were immediately moved. "It's you." One of them was a bald middle-aged man. When he saw Lin Tian, he immediately made a move and grabbed at Lin Tian with his Saint Spirit Chi. For a time, the pressure of the barren stage was vast and mighty, surging violently. Almost at the same time, many other cultivators nearby also saw Lin Tian, and their expressions all changed. "It's the man who killed Duan Muki's auspicious beast." Not long ago, Lin Xianxia had killed Duan Muki's auspicious beast, and this was already known to the 8th dimension. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian appear in this place, it immediately caused the cultivators to be moved. Then, after the bald middle-aged man, some other powerhouses also made a move, suppressing Lin Tian from every corner. Duan Muki had received the inheritance of the sovereign of heaven and earth. At a young age, he had already reached the peak of the 8th dimension and had mastered 3 types of 8th dimension laws at the same time. Now, he was already the most powerful person in the 8th dimension. Rumor had it that he was the most likely to break through the severed 9th dimension, and his influence in the 8th dimension was extremely great. Suppressing Lin Tian and sending him to Duan Muki in exchange for a favor was a great temptation to anyone, and the patriarchs of the top orthodoxies were no exception. Rumble! Majestic Saint Spirit Chi surged, and those who made a move were all in the barren stage. In the blink of an eye, all the space around Lin Tian was sealed, not giving Lin Tian any chance to retreat. Looking at these people, Lin Tian naturally knew what they were thinking at this moment, and he knew their purpose. In his body, the 3-dimensional force of heaven and earth condensed and gathered into the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, and he directly slashed out with it. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and it turned into a sword blade storm, shattering all the incoming attacks. Then, the swift and fierce momentum of the sword did not diminish, and it continued to sweep out. In the blink of an eye, a series of muffled bangs rang out, and all the people who made a move were swept away, splattering blood everywhere. This? He's only in the 7th dimension, how, that sword in his hand, that is? Near the ocean, the cultivators were all stunned. From the previous rumors, these cultivators knew that Lin Tian had the battle prowess to kill a grand initial stage expert. After all, the auspicious beast that Duan Muqi had killed was at the alpha origin stage. But now, seeing Lin Tian himself, and seeing that Lin Tian was only at the middle 7th dimensional realm, and that he was able to sweep away dozens of breaking desolate stage experts with a single strike, the crowd's heart palpitated even more. The breaking desolate stage was the cultivation level above the alpha origin stage. Lin Tian was able to send a group of breaking desolate stage experts flying with a simple sword strike even though there was a gap of 2 major realms between them. This was simply too shocking. His battle strength was too terrifying. Of course, at the same time, these cultivators more or less understood why Lin Tian was able to do such a thing so easily. It has something to do with the sword in his hand. That sword, could it be? Could it be a tribulation treasure weapon? This seems very likely. Some cultivators discussed. Blood splashed in the air, and the group of breaking desolate stage experts who had attacked Lin Tian steadied themselves. They couldn't help but be moved. They were all breaking desolate stage experts, while Lin Tian was only at the 7th dimensional realm. His cultivation was obviously much higher than Lin Tian's, but now, he was easily injured by Lin Tian. It's mainly because of the sword in his hand. One of them said. Let's attack together. After suppressing him, we will share the benefits equally. Another person said. Duan Muqi was very concerned about his auspicious beast, and only he and his sister could ride it. Now, he had announced that whoever could suppress Lin Tian and bring him to the 8th dimensional realm would owe the other party a favor, and within a certain range, they could agree to one thing. After suppressing Lin Tian together, they could ask Duan Muqi for a heaven-shaking treasure technique. At that time, they could cultivate it together. One had to know that Duan Muqi had obtained the inheritance of an ancient paragon of heaven and earth. All of the techniques he had mastered were earth-shattering. Even the 8th dimensional realm ancestors of the top orthodoxies would covet those techniques. Okay. Attack. At that moment, the group of people nodded one after another and agreed to this suggestion. Then, they cooperated with each other and pressed toward Lin Tian at the same time. There were 76 people in total, and all of them were at the Breaking Barren realm. At this moment, they were all attacking together. They were all looking at the worldly sword in Lin Tian's hand. As far as they knew, this sword was the only thing that could threaten them. Rumble, the 76 people attacked together. For a moment, the saint power was majestic, vast and intimidating, as if it was going to crush the sky. Lin Tian looked at these people indifferently. Previously, he had already shown mercy to these cultivators. The slash of his sword had only forced them to retreat. However, he did not expect these people to be unrepentant and charge at him again. Clang! The sword of heaven and earth in his hand let out an ear-piercing screech. This time, he no longer held back, and the power of the 3 dimensions of heaven and earth boiled. With a slash of the sword, the sky was filled with sharp sword lights. They turned into a rain of swords and slashed toward the dozens of people. In an instant, the saint power divine arts cast by the dozens of people were all shattered. Then, the rain of swords came down mercilessly. Puff! 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 The blood mist exploded one by one, interweaving into blood-red buds above the sea. The 76 people were all destroyed in the blink of an eye. None of them survived. The surrounding cultivators immediately trembled violently. Many people felt a chill on their backs, and their divine souls trembled slightly. One slash, just one slash, and more than 70 Breaking Barren realm cultivators were killed. He was being merciful with that strike? That sword. I'm afraid it's a peak level 1000 calamity precious weapon? Absolutely. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the middle stage of the 7th dimension, how could he do such a thing? Many cultivators were frightened. The blood mist lingered in the void. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the surrounding people. Who wants to come again? He said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators suddenly trembled. Many of them met his gaze and stepped back. What a joke. He killed dozens of Breaking Barren realm cultivators with a casual slash. Among them, there were people who were at the peak of the Breaking Barren realm. With such combat strength, who would dare to fight him except for those above the Calamity realm? That would be courting death. Lin Tian glanced at these people, put away the sword of heaven and earth, and stepped forward, disappearing into the sea. This person is really, where did he find such a terrifying precious weapon? It's really terrifying. Right now, there are no Tribulation Realm experts here yet. But in the near future, there will definitely be Tribulation Realm experts appearing. At that time, Qin Wendian would be in grave danger. Even if he has that sword, it's impossible for him to win against a Tribulation Realm expert. After all, the difference in cultivation base is too great, it's not something that can be compensated for by artifacts. That's right. Let's not care about that. Anyway, we're just nobodies in the 7th dimension. The matter between that person and Duan Muqi has nothing to do with us. Let's hurry down to the sea. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to get a few super treasures. That makes sense. Let's go. The group of cultivators chatted casually, and also went down into the sea. At the same time, in the distant sky, more cultivators rushed over, and one by one, they went down into the sea. The sea was vast, and the inside was dark and deep. Lin Tian went into the sea, and a faint saint power surrounded his body, naturally isolating him from the surrounding seawater. The light beam pierced through the bottom of the sea, and gradually dissipated. He went all the way down, and soon, a transparent light screen appeared in his field of vision. The area covered by the light screen was very wide. He looked inside and saw that there was a group of celestial mountains. At the center, there was a large number of palaces. Although some of the palaces had collapsed, most of them were still standing. They were surrounded by an extremely shocking aura of time. This made his eyes twitch. It seemed like this was the place of an extremely ancient inheritance. He paused, and came close to the light screen, and stepped into it. The light screen couldn't stop him. Nature barrier. He muttered to himself. This nature barrier wasn't very powerful, and it could isolate the nearby seawater. However, for powerful cultivators it was nothing. Normally, ordinary Great Dao cultivators could easily pass through it. There were already groups of cultivators inside the light screen. Obviously, they had stepped into it before and were searching for something in the group of celestial mountains. Back then, the number one inheritance in the 8th dimension, the sky-raising gate, disappeared without a trace overnight. I didn't expect it to be here, submerged under the sea. I really can't figure it out. How did it appear here? Why do you care so much? Look for treasures. Back then, the number one inheritance in the 8th dimension, the celestial treasures inside. Clang, some cultivators were discussing as they walked in the group of celestial palaces. However, in the next moment, someone seemed to have touched something. Killing patterns instantly intertwined in the vicinity, and a killing light suddenly burst out, shattering all the nearby space. Ah! Screams immediately sounded, and it was horrifying and mournful. Then, in an instant, the group of cultivators walking in that direction all collapsed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. This is? There are killing patterns that can be activated by touching them? What's going on? Some of the other cultivators walking in the group of celestial palaces saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Tian, who had just passed through the nature barrier, also saw the scene. At the same time, he also heard the discussions of those cultivators. His eyes flashed, and his gaze flickered. At first glance, he guessed that this was once the place where an inheritance was established. He didn't expect it to be the case. Moreover, it was the number one inheritance in the 8th dimension. As for the killing patterns that those cultivators had touched before, he also saw many things. It was an 8th dimension killing array, which should be the protective killing array of this inheritance. Originally, this kind of killing array required a special ancient seal to be activated, but now, it seemed that some changes had occurred. As long as one came into contact with some of the special killing patterns of the killing array, it would directly trigger the nearby killing patterns to manifest and erupt with a terrifying 8-dimensional killing force. Moreover, he saw that these killing patterns belonged to the peak of the 8th dimension. Obviously, they were engraved by the peak 8th dimension powerhouse in the Sky Pillar sect. In an instant, he had a simple understanding of this place, the number one inheritance in the 8th dimension. There were many treasures and ancient scriptures inside. At the same time, the protective killing array of this inheritance had mutated, which had become a fatal threat here. A super treasure trove, but anyone who steps into it under the 8th dimension may face death at any time. He muttered to himself. Once the mutated peak 8th dimension killing array was touched, it would be disastrous for cultivators below the 8th dimension. He saw this, but he didn't care. He directly stepped into the group of celestial palaces. In the group of celestial palaces, the Saint Spirit Chi was so dense that it was frightening. As soon as he stepped in, the pores all over his body naturally vibrated, causing the Saint Spirit Chi in the surroundings to naturally surge into his body, flowing to every corner of his body. He didn't care too much about this. Instead, he immediately operated the Dragon Burial Scripture and the 7th Dimension's Law of Earth at the same time to explore the group of celestial palaces here, looking for the various secret treasures inside. This was the place where the number one inheritance in the 8th dimension was established. There were definitely many ancient treasures inside. Using the Dragon Burial Scripture and the Law of Earth to explore the group of celestial palaces, at the same time, the Divine One Soul tactic was also operating, naturally avoiding the many killing patterns. Moreover, He secretly imprinted his soul power into these killing patterns with the Divine One Soul tactic. Now, in this group of celestial palaces, the Sky Pillar sect's 8th dimension killing array had mutated. Without the special ancient seal to activate it, it was already ownerless. Under such circumstances, with the Divine One Soul tactic combined with his powerful strength, he wanted to try to bring the killing patterns here into his control. This was absolutely beneficial to him. In such a place, he naturally had to make use of all the powerful forces that could be brought in. Weapon repository? Lin Tian's eyes involuntarily twitched as he sensed the powerful aura within the treasure repository. Such a powerful aura was clearly emitted by a weapon. He immediately stepped into the treasure repository without any hesitation. Clang! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry rang out as a beam of sword light slashed straight towards him, piercing through space. Lin Tian frowned as he retreated to avoid the attack. The sword light whizzed past his ears and smashed a nearby palace into pieces. Your reaction is not bad. A cold voice rang out as a middle-aged man appeared in the distance. His eyes were cold as he stepped into the treasure repository and pressed forward again. Clang! Sword cries rang out as the pressure of a Tribulation Realm expert interweaved around his body. Swathes of sword light once again pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he dodged to the side. This was a Tribulation Realm expert. Even if he had the support of the three-dimensional world, it would still be difficult for him to resist with his current seven-dimensional cultivation. Sword cries rang out incessantly, echoing continuously. In the surroundings, one palace after another was slashed into pieces, causing sand and dust to fly up into the air. That is? The sect master of the Wind Flame Sword sect is here. There were quite a few cultivators in the Immortal Palace group. The battle here had naturally been witnessed by many, causing their gazes to look over. One after another, they recognized the Tribulation Realm middle-aged man. As for Lin Tian, the cultivators who had entered at the beginning had naturally already seen him and recognized that Lin Tian was the one who had killed Duanmu Chirue. However, because the strongest was only at the Alpha Origin stage, no one dared to make a move. Clang! Sword light flashed, bringing with it scorching heat and fierce wind, causing the surrounding space to distort inch by inch with cracking noises. Lin Tian executed the Samsara steps, swiftly dodging the Wind Flame Sect Master's attacks, leaving behind afterimages. You're pretty good at jumping. The Sect Master of the Wind Flame Sect said coldly. His attacks were even more ferocious and his attacks were even faster. His gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. Duan Muki had said that if he suppressed Lin Tian, he would owe him a favor. Within a certain range, Lin Tian was undoubtedly a moving treasure trove in the eyes of the cultivators of the 8th world of cultivators. At this moment, Duan Muki's attacks were increasing in intensity. He wanted to suppress Lin Tian in the shortest amount of time possible in exchange for Duan Muki's favor. Lin Tian used the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body and used the reincarnation step to increase his speed, dodging the sharp sword lights. Sect Master of the Wind Flame Sword Sect, your Wind Flame Sword Sect will soon completely disappear from the 8th dimension. He said calmly. From the discussions of the cultivators here, he had already learned of the middle-aged man's background. The Wind Flame Sword Sect Master was disdainful. Soon, my Wind Flame Sword Sect will completely disappear? You mean you'll take revenge later? Looking at Lin Tian, he sneered, do you think you can escape from my hands? Do you still have a chance to take revenge? As soon as he finished speaking, another sharp sword light slashed toward Lin Tian. The speed of the sword was even faster. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He stepped back and formed a seal alone. Boom! Suddenly, the void beside him boiled. Killing runes intertwined one after another, and the peerless killing power was instantly vast and mighty. Chi! 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 The Wind Flame Sect Master's sharp sword light that was pressing down was completely crushed in an instant. This is? The Wind Flame Sword Sect Master's expression changed slightly. Lin Tian's expression did not change. With a thought, the killing runes that appeared vibrated, and an even more shocking killing light intertwined. The killing light of the killing runes surged, and a glaring cold light burst out, striking toward the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master. Previously, when he first stepped into this group of immortal palaces, He had used the One Heaven Soul mantra to imprint his soul power into some of the 8th dimension killing runes in this group of immortal palaces. Now, a large number of killing runes in this area were under his control. At this time, he directly awakened these killing runes, and a sharp killing light burst out, attacking the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master. Pfft! Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master was hit, and his body was immediately shattered. Such a scene caused the nearby cultivators to be visibly moved. That, killing runes. When did he carve them? No. It doesn't seem like he did it. It seems to be the killing runes in this group of immortal palaces. Someone touched it before, and it's exactly the same as the killing runes back then. That means, he mobilized the killing runes in this group of immortal palaces? The protective killing runes of the Skybearing sect? How did he do it? Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the sound of flesh squirming was heard. The Wind Flame Sword Sect Master's body reformed, and he looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. You, boom. The sect leader of the Wind Flame Sword Sect had only spat out a single word when the killing runes around him flared up once again. Under Lin Tian's thought, waves of killing glows interweaved and hacked towards him. This was an 8-dimensional killing rune. Although the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master was not weak, he could not block it at all. With a pft sound, the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master was directly chopped into pieces again, leaving only his soul intact. Damn it! The Wind Flame Sword Sect Master cursed. He did not even have time to reform his body. He used his soul to wrap around his flesh and bones and quickly retreated. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian to be able to mobilize such a killing rune. He could not block it at all. Lin Tian did not chase after him. Under his thought, the killing runes boiled, and a blinding killing light appeared and struck toward the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master. In the blink of an eye, the killing light swept toward the Wind Flame Sword Sect Master, sealing all the space around him. The Wind Flame Sword Sect Master trembled, and he could not even dodge. His soul trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with fear. Stop, pft. The killing light swept past, interrupting his words, and directly shattering his soul. In an instant, the place became dead silent. Many cultivators could not help but shiver. The Wind Flame Sword Sect Master, a Tribulation Realm cultivator, was killed by Lin Tian, a mid-7-dimensional realm cultivator. Lin Tian did not care about this. He did not look at the other cultivators here, and once again stepped in front of the treasure pavilion. With a squeak, he pushed open the door of the treasure pavilion. Immediately, the sound of clanging rang out incessantly. Dazzling lights shot out from the pavilion of treasures with extreme sharpness. Inside, there were densely packed treasure weapons. Sabers, swords, halberds, shields, cauldrons, and so on. There should be an end to all kinds of saint weapons. Among them, there were nearly 100 Tribulation Realm treasure weapons. There were more than 10,000 Desolation Realm and Grand Primary treasure weapons. As for the other levels of treasure weapons, it was even harder to count. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but intertwine with a sharp light. This was indeed the treasure pavilion. Moreover, there were a lot of treasure weapons, and their grades were not low. The overall value was extremely shocking. He nodded inwardly. With a wave of his hand, Saint Light intertwined, and the treasure weapons were absorbed into his body one by one, and into the 3-dimensional world. Nearby, the other cultivators looked on, their eyes filled with excitement, and many of them clenched their fists. There were so many treasure weapons. It was a super treasure, however, at this time, no one dared to go up and fight for it. After all, a Tribulation Realm cultivator was killed by Lin Tian. At this time, in this place, no one dared to provoke Lin Tian. The treasure weapons clanged. Soon, all the treasure weapons in the treasure pavilion were absorbed into Lin Tian's 3-dimensional world. Not bad. Lin Tian said to himself. Then, he left and walked towards the other places in the Immortal Palace group. Around him, the cultivators looked at his back. Many of them had fear in their eyes, and some even shrunk their necks. A Tribulation Realm cultivator was killed by Lin Tian so easily. This made the cultivators' hearts palpitate. Although it was because Lin Tian used the killing runes here to attack, it was still very scary. After all, to be able to use a killing formation that did not belong to him to kill the enemy, this in itself showed that Lin Tian was not ordinary. It was strange and terrifying. Lin Tian felt the eyes of the crowd on him, but he did not care at all. He walked in the Immortal Palace group, using the Dragon Burial Scripture and the seven-dimensional law of Earth to explore, and went to various places in the Immortal Palace group. It wasn't long before he found the branch's sacred medicine pavilion. Inside, many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were laid out. Because they were protected by special saint runes, the spiritual energy of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures did not leak at all. They emitted a very rich fragrance, causing his eyes to shine. There were many amazing heavenly treasures among them, which were very useful to him now. At that moment, he waved his hand and put away all the heavenly treasures. He roughly estimated that if he absorbed and refined these heavenly treasures, he would definitely be able to step into the breaking barren realm. It could be said that this was a great harvest. Boom! Not far away, Saint energy surged. A sacred medicine pavilion was discovered. There were many mystical Baodan inside, which caused a group of cultivators to fight over it. Hundreds of people fought fiercely, and blood splattered everywhere. In other places, other fights broke out. Someone found a herb garden with many heavenly treasures growing in it. Lin Tian walked in and looked at the place where hundreds of cultivators were fighting. His gaze fell on the Baodan. Some of the Baodan were very valuable. At that moment, he made a move. The four-dimensional space-time law manifested, stirring up space and time, forming a space-time vortex that sucked the Baodan into it. Then, it fell into his hand and was put away by him. Among these Baodan, there were many Baodan that could allow a cultivator to directly step into the early Alpha origin realm from the peak of the seventh dimensional realm. Moreover, some other Baodan were also very useful for strengthening one's Tao foundation, warming one's spirit, and tempering one's order. He used the space-time law to take away most of the Baodan in the sacred medicine pavilion. Including the treasure weapons and heavenly treasures from before, his harvest could be said to be extremely rich so far. He couldn't help but nod to himself, and he was very satisfied with this. With the rich harvest of this trip, he could quickly step into the breaking barren realm, then unlock the 8th seal on his spirit root and step into the tribulation realm. After that, he would advance to the 8th dimensional realm. It was estimated that this process would not take too long. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying Saint aura shook, and a giant hand of light appeared in the distance, pressing straight towards him. Lin Tian was the first to react. He used the samsara steps and dodged at an extremely fast speed. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and the pressure of an 8th dimensional expert descended once again. An old man with fiery red hair and deep eyes appeared. It was as if there was a boundless galaxy contained within them. Xianxia family's old ancestor. Within the immortal palaces, a large number of cultivators looked over and recognized the red-haired old man. Almost at the same time, the same level of pressure appeared from two other directions. Two old men shrouded in holy light appeared and pressed down on Lin Tian. Northern Cold Palace's Grand Palace Master. Immeasurable Ancient Pavilion's old ancestor. Some cultivators exclaimed. They recognized these two old men. Just like the Qianshan family's old ancestor, they were famous 8th dimensional experts in the 8th dimension. In an instant, the three 8th dimensional experts attacked together. The surrounding space distorted, and the 8th dimensional aura was extremely frightening. Lin Tian used the samsara steps and supported the samsara divine domain as well as the three-dimensional energy of heaven and earth to protect his body. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he willed it, and a rumbling sound could be heard. All of the killing runes in the area had been awakened and were now under his control. At this moment, a monstrous killing light erupted, and the aura of an 8th dimensional expert surged out. Xianxia coldly snorted and smashed down with his palm, shattering a large amount of killing light. At the same time, the Northern Cold Palace's Grand Palace Master and the Immeasurable Ancient Pavilion's old ancestor also crushed a large amount of killing light in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian frowned. The three-dimensional energy of heaven and earth condensed into a sword of heaven and earth and slashed towards the three. Then, he retreated even faster. The 8th dimensional killing runes here were very powerful, but in the end, they were still unable to do anything to an 8th dimensional expert. After all, he had only controlled a portion of the killing runes and had yet to fully control the sect-protecting killing formation within the heaven-raising gate. You think you can escape? The Grand Palace Lord of the North Cold Palace said. Cold air gushed out from the sky, freezing the space and the land. At the same time, this person was also on guard against Ancestor Xianxia and the immeasurable ancient pavilion's ancestor. After all, their goal now was to suppress Lin Tian in exchange for Duan Muqi's favor. However, there was only one Lin Tian. Whoever snatched the Lin Tian would get Duan Muqi's favor. The ancestor of the Qianshan family and the ancestor of the immeasurable ancient pavilion were also wary of each other. Their attacks were exceptionally fierce. The 3/8-dimensional auras almost crushed Lin Tian on the spot. Lin Tian used all of his techniques to defend himself, but it didn't have much of an effect. He kept retreating, dodging the attacks of the three great cultivators. Right now, his cultivation base was only at the middle stage of the 7th dimension, so it was impossible for him to fight against an 8th-dimensional expert. Being able to rely on the 8th-dimensional killing runes and the 3rd-dimension force of heaven and earth to avoid being suppressed by the three of them for a short period of time was already extremely astonishing. Most people at his level would not even be able to resist the aura of an 8th-dimensional expert. 3 8th-dimensional giants were actually unable to suppress him in an instant? The nearby cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. Facing 3 8th-dimensional experts with a cultivation base at the middle stage of the 7th dimension and being able to last for so long, this was simply too shocking. Even the ancestor of the Qianshan family, the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, and the Sect Master of the Immeasurable Ancient Pavilion were shocked. Although they were still on guard against each other and were far from using their full strength, they were still 8th-dimensional experts. However, Lin Tian was actually able to withstand their attacks with a cultivation base at the middle stage of the 7th dimension. Immediately, the three of them began to increase their attacks while remaining vigilant against the other two, causing the pressure to become even denser. Lin Tian's brows furrowed even deeper. As the attacks of the three increased, the pressure on him skyrocketed. Although he was still not suppressed by the three of them, intense pain was already rising all over his body. Even his soul body was no exception. It seemed like it would disintegrate at any moment. Rumble. Suddenly, in this place, the immortal palaces trembled. On the ground, streak after streak of large cracks appeared, extending in all directions like a spiderweb. An extremely terrifying wave of demonic energy suddenly rushed out from underground, rushing into the heavens. With a chi sound, the natural barrier surrounding the group of immortal palaces was directly penetrated. Roar. A beast-like roar came from the ground as an incomparably tall and sturdy middle-aged man stepped out. His face was full of demonic runes, and his eyes were scarlet red. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying, and the pressure of a peak 8th-dimensional expert spread out in all directions. Hurricanes intertwined as the tall and sturdy middle-aged man once again let out a beast-like roar. The sound waves were filled with killing intent, and together with the soaring demonic aura and the pillar of spiritual energy, the natural barrier surrounding the group of immortal palaces was completely destroyed. In an instant, the surging water from the outside gushed in and submerged the group of immortal palaces in the blink of an eye. Such an unforeseen event caused the expressions of everyone present to change. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace and the other two 8th-dimensional experts also changed their expressions and temporarily stopped attacking Lin Tian. Their gazes fell on the tall and sturdy middle-aged man who was covered in demonic aura. Sky Pillar Ancestor. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace was shocked, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Ancestor Qianshan and the ancestor of the Immeasurable Ancient Pavilion were also shocked. Just like the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, they also recognized the tall and sturdy middle-aged man. The Sky Pillar Ancestor was the most powerful existence of the Sky Pillar sect in the past. He was only half a step away from the primordial realm in the 8th dimension. They had all seen him with their own eyes. At that time, they were only young cultivators. A long time ago, the Sky Pillar sect disappeared without a trace. The fact that its ruins were discovered here already surprised the three of them, but they didn't expect to see the Sky Pillar Ancestor at this time. At the same time, the other cultivators in this place also changed their expressions. Although they had not seen the great ancestor with their own eyes like the Grand Palace Master of the North Cold Palace, they had read about him in ancient books and knew his appearance. At this time, they naturally recognized him immediately. All of them could not help but change their expressions and tremble violently. The Sky Pillar ancestor was the most powerful person in the 8th dimension. Lin Tian was also shocked. The aura that the Sky Pillar ancestor was emitting at this time was too frightening. The Grand Palace Master and the other two couldn't compare at all. The surging water surged in, and the cultivators all raised a barrier of light to isolate the water. Roar! The Sky Pillar ancestor roared again like a wild beast. With a roar, a vast demonic light surged and turned into a black vortex of demonic light. It directly sucked in a large number of cultivators, and they were all crushed into pieces. Even their blood and divine souls were directly absorbed into the Sky Pillar ancestor's body and were directly devoured. Roar! He was like a wild beast, and his mouth was full of blood as he roared towards the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the water in the depths of the sea was pushed away by his aura. Then, the demonic light vortex intertwined and sucked in the nearby cultivators, devouring their flesh and divine souls. Immediately, the other cultivators were frightened. They all moved and quickly fled into the distance. At this time, the Sky Pillar ancestor was somewhat terrifying. There was no difference between him and a bloodthirsty demon. The Sky Pillar ancestor's face was full of demonic runes, and his eyes were blood red. He suddenly stared at the Grand Palace Master of the North Winter Palace, the ancestor of the Xianxia family, and the ancestor of the immeasurable ancient pavilion. As if he felt the majestic soul power of the three people, he immediately rushed over. Roar! A beast-like roar was heard, and it shook the surroundings. The Grand Palace Master of the North Winter Palace and the other two were immediately shocked. They each supported a majestic saint power and faced the Sky Pillar ancestor who was closing in. They recognized the other party, but they didn't speak at this time because the Sky Pillar ancestor had obviously lost his self-awareness. Words wouldn't work. Only martial arts would work. Lin Tian was standing in the distance. His right reincarnation eye flashed and disappeared in a flash. His gaze couldn't help but flicker slightly. He briefly opened his reincarnation eye and saw that there were countless souls in the Sky Pillar ancestor's body, including the cultivators who had been devoured by the Sky Pillar ancestor. These souls were roaring in the Sky Pillar ancestor's body like vengeful spirits. Back then, the other cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect were all devoured by him? His eyes narrowed slightly. In the Sky Pillar ancestor's body, apart from the cultivators who had been devoured by the Sky Pillar ancestor, the rest were most likely the disciples of the Sky Pillar sect. Rumble, Saint energy trembled as the Sky Pillar ancestor pounced toward the Grand Palace Master of the North Winter Palace, the Grand Ancestor of the Xianxia family, and the Grand Ancestor of the immeasurable ancient pavilion. Demonic chi surged out, and the aura of a peak 8th dimensional expert was vast and mighty. Waves of demonic chi storms forced the three of them into a somewhat sorry state. Lin Tian looked at this scene from afar, paused for a moment, and immediately retreated. Now, the appearance of the Sky Pillar ancestor had temporarily restrained the three Grand Palace Masters of the North Winter Palace. He naturally had to take advantage of this rare opportunity to leave and get rid of the three 8th dimensional experts. The Grand Palace Master of the North Winter Palace, the Grand Ancestor of the Xianxia family, and the Grand Ancestor of the immeasurable ancient pavilion naturally noticed that Lin Tian was retreating. They wanted to grab Lin Tian, but in the face of the Sky Pillar ancestor, who was surrounded by demonic chi, they were unable to free their hands to grab Lin Tian. They could only watch as Lin Tian escaped into the distance. Damn it! The three of them were shocked and angry. Roar! The Sky Pillar ancestor's face was covered with demonic runes, and his body was covered with demonic light. Boundless demonic chi swept toward the three of them at the same time, as if he wanted to devour them. Lin Tian looked back and increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. Not long after, he stepped out of the ocean and used the reincarnation steps. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the ocean. About 6 hours later, the sky became dark, and the stars and the moon intertwined. He entered an incomparably desolate mountain range and used his saint energy to dig out a cave. He engraved dozens of sealing runes around it, and then sat down cross-legged in the cave. The Thousand Shan family, the North Winter Palace, the immeasurable ancient pavilion, and Duanmuqi. He sneered, slightly adjusted his breathing, and took out some of the heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and saint medicines that he had obtained from the bottom of the ocean. He then operated the Reincarnation Sutra and directly began to refine them in this place. Immediately, his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation increased bit by bit. The number of heavenly treasures and sacred baodan obtained from the bottom of the ocean was quite large, and their value was astonishing. In the desolate mountain range, Lin Tian operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine some of the heavenly treasures and sacred baodan. His essence, qi, and spirit rapidly increased, and his cultivation base also rapidly rose from the middle of the seventh dimension to the peak of the seventh dimension. At the same time, as he operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the spiritual power between heaven and earth also surged together. Suddenly, the speed of his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation base increased a little. Buzz. 9-colored holy light lingered on the surface of his body, dyeing the nearby space with a layer of 9 colors. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, with a dong sound, the heavens of this place exploded. An enormous thundercloud vortex appeared. Pitch-black lightning interweaved within, crackling as if black dragons of destruction were wreaking havoc. Lin Tian opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He put away the heavenly treasures that he had not finished refining and stepped out of the cave. In half a month, he had reached the Alpha Origin stage from the seventh dimension and attracted the Alpha Origin heavenly tribulation. Come. Facing the lightning in the sky, he calmly said. At the same time, he summoned the reincarnation sword from his body and went through the tribulation with him. This place was very desolate. Except for him, there were no other living creatures. Transcending the tribulation here would not affect him at all. With a rumble, almost as soon as his voice faded, the first round of the main lightning tribulation struck down. After that, the lightning punishment continued to fall, and the sound of thunder continued to explode. It was not until half a day later that the lightning punishment finally dissipated. The sky regained its clarity, and a rainbow-colored auspicious cloud appeared. This was a gift from the heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian used it to temper his flesh and blood, stabilize his cultivation base, and also to reconstruct the reincarnation sword. Soon, the 7-colored auspicious clouds dissipated, and he steadily stayed at the initial stage of the Alpha Origin stage. He could clearly feel his current strength. He was much stronger than half a month ago, and he could now kill a desolate stage expert with his own strength alone. In this place, the desolate mountain range had become extremely dilapidated because of the heavenly tribulation. He glanced around and directly left. Not long after, he found another barren mountain without any living creatures. He continued to refine the treasures he had obtained from the bottom of the ocean, as well as some special baodan, so that his cultivation could reach the breaking barren realm. Buzz. Holy light shrouded his body, and his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation all increased bit by bit. At the same time, he diverted a portion of his attention to comprehend the 8 laws of the 8-dimensional sky. The 8th dimension, the outside world, the person who killed Duanmuqi is too amazing. He actually managed to escape unscathed from the hands of 3 8th-dimensional realm experts. It is indeed terrifying. Oh, I don't know where that person ran off to now. Many great figures are searching for his tracks. In the 8th maintenance world, the news of what happened at the bottom of the ocean spread. Many cultivators in various places of the cultivation world were discussing it. Some of the matters of the Sky Pillar sect were also spread, causing everyone to be shocked. Who would have thought that the Sky Pillar sect, which had mysteriously disappeared overnight, would actually be at the bottom of the ocean? How did it get there? Also, the Sky Pillar sect's patriarch actually became demonic and lost himself. The other disciples of the Sky Pillar sect all disappeared. It's really strange. Back then, there was a rumor that the Sky Pillar sect had obtained a very extraordinary ancient artifact that was intertwined with a shocking demonic nature. Now, it seems that the Sky Pillar sect's disappearance without a trace after the Sky Pillar sect's patriarch became demonic. Could it be related to that ancient artifact? Oh, it's very likely. Now that the Sky Pillar sect's patriarch has become demonic and has crazily devoured living creatures everywhere, many cultivators have already suffered. We must be careful. If we encounter him, we will be completely finished. Now, the only person who can deal with the demonic Sky Pillar Sex Patriarch is Duanmuchi. Previously, it was said that the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, the immeasurable ancient pavilion's patriarch, and the Qianshan family's patriarch were almost devoured by the Sky Pillar Sex Patriarch. We can only wait for Duanmuchi to come out of seclusion and end the Sky Pillar Sex Patriarch as soon as possible. He is already a true demon. Many cultivators discussed, occasionally trembling. The Sky Pillar Sex Patriarch was really terrifying after becoming demonic. 8th Maintenance Boundary, in a barren mountain. Buzz. Strands of 9-colored holy light revolved around Lin Tian's body. Compared to before, it was even more resplendent. Some extraordinary natural treasures were placed beside him. He used them to cultivate, and his cultivation base steadily increased. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. A month later. On this day, his cultivation base rose from the Alpha Origin stage to the Breaking Desolate stage, causing the sky to shake violently. A Breaking Desolate stage heavenly tribulation appeared, and thunder rumbled. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He stood up, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Dong, the sky exploded, and the thunder rumbled. He summoned the reincarnation sword and waited for the main lightning punishment to descend. His entire person seemed very calm. Then, after 3 breaths, another shocking thunder rumbled. The first round of the main lightning punishment descended mightily. Then, the lightning punishment continued to descend. It was not until half a day later that the lightning punishment of the Breaking Desolate stage dissipated. A rainbow-colored auspicious cloud appeared and floated above his head. Rainbow-colored rays of light cascaded down. He used the rays of light to stabilize his cultivation base and refine his body. It was not until half an hour later that the 7-colored auspicious cloud dissipated. At this time, his cultivation base was still at the early stage of the Breaking Desolate stage, and his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely strong. Next, he glanced at the barren mountain that had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning, put away the reincarnation sword, and directly left. Now that he had stepped into the Breaking Desolate stage, he could unlock the 8th seal on his soul route. But before that, he had to go to a place where the Saint Spirit Qi and the way of heaven and earth were very rich. This was because every time he unlocked the seal on his soul route, it would attract the spiritual power and way of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to help him improve his essence, qi, spirit, and realm. Therefore, it was naturally very good to choose a place where the Saint Spirit Qi and the way of heaven and earth were relatively rich. In fact, he had already made up his mind to go to such a place, so he chose to go to the Qianshan family. A few days ago, the ancestor of the Qianshan family treated him like that, so he naturally would not let it go. It was excellent to go to the Qianshan family at this time to unlock the 8th seal on his soul route. Not only could he get back at them, but it would also be very beneficial for him to unlock the 8th seal on his soul route. After all, the Qianshan family was one of the 8 top orthodoxies in the 8-dimensional heaven. The foundation of the family was absolutely amazing, and there were many heaven and earth treasures, immortal pills, and sacred medicines in the family. If he unlocked the 8th seal on his soul route in the Qianshan family, the foundation and heaven and earth treasures of the family would be at his disposal. As for his combat strength, he was not worried at all. Now that his cultivation had stepped into the Breaking Desolate stage, coupled with the 3-dimensional world in his body, he could kill 8-dimensional experts. The Qianshan family was no longer a threat to him. Soon, he walked out of the range of the barren mountain and found some ordinary cultivators on a road. "Excuse me, where is the Qianshan family established?" He stepped forward and asked. The strongest in this group of cultivators was only at the initial stage of the Alpha Origin stage. He suddenly stepped forward, scaring the group of cultivators. "I mean no harm, may I ask where the Qianshan world is?" he asked again. The group of cultivators were all frightened. Someone quickly spoke and told him where the Qianshan family was established. "Thank you." He simply thanked them and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, about 3 days later, he came to a group of immortal mountains. The Holy Spirit Qi in the immortal mountain range was extremely dense. At the center of the immortal mountain range, there were many immortal palaces, floating islands, and some extraordinary immortal birds flying in the sky. It was the Xianxia family. When he came here, he did not hesitate and directly went to the immortal mountains. Soon, he arrived outside the Xianxia family. Outside the Xianxia family, there were many guards in front of the main gate. After seeing his true appearance, each and every one of them changed color. "It's you," one of them said to the other guards. "Quick. Go and inform the family master that the person who killed Duanmuchirue has broken into our family." As this person's words fell, someone immediately rushed into the Xianxia family to report to the higher-ups of the family. Lin Tian did not care. His pace did not change as he walked towards the Xianxia family. Outside the Xianxia family, a group of guards pointed the long hairs in their hands at Lin Tian and kept retreating into the family. After all, these people's cultivation was only at the initial alpha origin stage, and they did not think they could stop Lin Tian. Lin Tian's pace did not change, and he soon stepped into the Xianxia family. As soon as he stepped into the Xianxia family, he felt that the Saint Spirit Qi inside was extremely rich and astonishing. "How dare you?" a cold voice sounded. The family master and some supreme elders of the Xianxia family had received the report and stepped out one after another. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian, their gazes sharp. Their Xianxia family was one of the top orthodoxies in the 8th dimension. Yet, Lin Tian dared to barge into their family. He was too arrogant, and it made them feel a chill in their hearts. However, Duanmuchi wanted Lin Tian. If they suppressed Lin Tian, Duanmuchi would owe them a favor. Lin Tian was a moving treasure. Now that Lin Tian had stepped into their Xianxia family and delivered himself to their door, many people's eyes involuntarily lit up. "Take him down." The family master of the Xianxia family waved his hand and ordered coldly. Immediately, dozens of attendants of the Breaking Desolate stage acted together, each summoning a powerful magical ability to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Strands of special ancient seals intertwined around his body, and a sacred and terrifying aura lingered around him. Chi, 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 the dozens of Breaking Desolation realm deacons who were rushing over were instantly crushed. Then, the ancient imprints continued to move and landed on the dozens of deacons' bodies. Pu, 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 pu. Those dozens of deacons' bodies and souls were all destroyed. All of a sudden, everyone in the Xianxia family was moved. Origin Seal Law? The family master's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but exclaim. Everyone in the Xianxia family, including the head of the Xianxia family, recognized the ancient seals that Lin Tian had used. It was clearly one of the 8 dimensional laws of the 8th dimensional sky, the legendary Origin Seal Law. This law could summon the Origin Seal of heaven and earth. Its aura was sacred, but it also had the power to destroy everything. How did you? All the cultivators in the Xianxia family were shocked. Lin Tian had mastered the Origin Seal Law. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reactions. His gaze fell on the depths of the Xianxia family. In the past month, while he was diligently cultivating, he was also comprehending the 8th dimensional laws of the 8th dimensional sky. Now, he had already mastered the Origin Seal Law, Tao Transformation Law, and Heaven Suppression Law of the 8th dimensional laws. Looking at the depths of the Xianxia family, he raised his hand and directly slashed with his sword. Clang, the sharp sword light slashed straight towards that direction, shattering a pagoda there. With a whoosh, an old man stepped out. His expression immediately changed, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. "It's you." This was the patriarch of the Xianxia family. Some time ago, he was seriously injured by ancestor Qing Tian and had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. When Lin Tian broke in, no one in the family had reported it. At this time, Lin Tian's sword had shattered the ancient pagoda, forcing him to step out of seclusion. When he saw Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tian had broken into the Xianxia family at this time. "How have you been?" Lin Tian looked at the man and said calmly. Ancestor Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He immediately stepped forward and said coldly, "Stupid thing, you broke into the Xianxia family of your own accord." He couldn't understand why Lin Tian had taken the initiative to break into the Xianxia family. Wasn't this courting death? However, although he didn't understand, at this time, he didn't care too much about this matter. He directly raised his hand, and the pressure of the 8th dimensional was vast and mighty. He directly grabbed at Lin Tian. You escaped last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. In the blink of an eye, the great palm of light pressed down on Lin Tian, completely sealing off the space around Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he condensed the 3-dimensional heaven and earth sword in his hand. Combined with the origin seal laws, he casually swung his sword. With a clang, this sword had a terrifying sword aura. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the void and shattered the other party's giant palm of light. Then, the sword light's momentum did not decrease, and it carried the power of origin seal laws as it directly approached the other party. You, poo. Blood splashed out as ancestor Xianxia was immediately pierced through. Patriarch. Within the Xianxia family head, the great elders of this branch, and other experts all paled. Although their patriarch was injured because of Patriarch Qing Tian, he was still an 8th dimensional realm expert. But now, his chest was pierced through by Lin Tian with a casual swing of his sword. Ancestor Xianxia stabilized his body and looked at Lin Tian with shock and anger. In just an instant, he sensed a lot of things. Lin Tian's cultivation had actually reached the breaking barren realm from the middle of the 7th dimension. Moreover, Lin Tian had used the power of origin seal laws. How do you feel? Lin Tian looked at Ancestor Xianxia and said calmly. Ancestor Xianxia's face suddenly turned cold. Although Lin Tian's voice was calm, it was full of sarcasm. Madman. He growled, and the pressure of the 8th dimension was vast and mighty. His battle strength was directly pushed to the peak. He took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian again. The surrounding space was directly suppressed by his power. Lin Tian was still calm. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand, combined with the 8th dimensional origin seal laws, slashed again. With a puff, Ancestor Xianxia was once again pierced through, and his whole body flew out tens of thousands of feet away. Along the way, dozens of treasure pavilions and immortal palaces were directly smashed by his body. Within the Xianxia clan, the expressions of the experts changed again. Just now, their clan's ancestor had used all his strength, but he was still easily injured by Lin Tian. How could this be? The experts of this clan were all in disbelief. They could feel that Lin Tian had just broken through the barren realm. How could he injure their 8th dimension ancestor twice in a row? There was still a tribulation realm between them. Boom, in the distant sky, Ancestor Xianxia rushed up, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his eyes were full of shock and anger. There was still a tribulation realm between him and Lin Tian. How could Lin Tian injure him twice? Then, in the next moment, his gaze fell on the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. What level of treasure weapon is this? Where did you get it? At this moment, he realized that the reason why Lin Tian was able to injure him twice with his barren realm cultivation was because of the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. However, he didn't know the nature of the sword and thought that it was a treasure weapon. Lin Tian looked at him and smiled indifferently. Naturally, he wouldn't answer this question. He just stood there, and with a slight movement of his mind, the 8th seal on his soul root let out a sizzling sound and immediately collapsed. The 8th seal was unsealed. Boom, in an instant, a shocking halo rushed out of his body and turned into a blazing light beam that soared into the sky. With him as the center, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, surging spiritual power immediately rushed toward him. At the same time, in the Xianxia family, the underground foundation began to glow. All the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as sacred pills and precious medicines, also turned into the purest psionic power and Taoist power, surging toward him. Together with the psionic power of heaven and earth that surged from other places, it madly surged into his body and spread to all parts of his body. Suddenly, his essence, qi, and spirit rose like a volcanic eruption, and his cultivation stepped into the middle stage of the barren realm in the blink of an eye. Above his head, mysterious anomalies of heaven and earth intertwined. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Each anomaly of heaven and earth seemed to be real, as if they were going to crush and destroy the entire 8-dimensional world. Such a scene immediately made the old ancestor of the Xianxia clan's face change in shock again. At the same time, the other powerhouses of this clan were all shocked. The dense visions of heaven and earth that surrounded Lin Tian's head made them tremble uncontrollably at this moment. One person could trigger so many visions of heaven and earth. Yu, the old ancestor of the Xianxia clan, who was in the 8th dimensional realm, suddenly realized that he seemed to have kicked a super iron plate. How could a person who could trigger so many visions of heaven and earth be an ordinary person? His background must be so powerful that it could scare people to death. Boom, psionic Tao power rolled and surged, constantly pouring into Lin Tian's body. There was psionic Tao power floating naturally between heaven and earth, and there was also psionic Tao power from the foundation of the Xianxia clan and endless heaven and earth treasures. They poured into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit to rise even faster. Ancestor, the foundation, and the heaven and earth treasures, divine pills, and precious medicines in our clan's treasury are all. The head of the Xianxia clan was horrified. Ancestor Xianxia, who was in the 8th dimensional realm, naturally sensed this. He gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal to support the defense killing formation. However, this killing formation had just been set up when it was forcibly destroyed by the aura outside Lin Tian's body. Don't waste your energy, Lin Tian said calmly. He raised the 3-dimensional sword in his hand and slashed at Ancestor Xianxia again. Now, the 8th seal on his soul root had been unlocked. In an instant, he felt as if he had become a different person. Majestic potential overflowed, and his perception of heaven and earth became sharper. Everything was incomparably clear. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. As he swung the sword, the sharp sword light arrived in front of the Xianxia clan's ancestor in the blink of an eye. This time, more than half of the Xianxia clan's ancestor's body was blasted into pieces. Blood splattered across the void. The Xianxia clan's ancestor was horrified. He quickly repaired his body, growled, and summoned the clan's treasure weapon. This was a treasured cauldron named the Xianxia cauldron. It was at the 8th dimensional level. As soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, the space was destroyed. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. The 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth intertwined with the source seal law to meet the cauldron. When the two collided, the cauldron buzzed and was directly shaken away. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the cauldron. The 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth combined with the source seal law pulled the cauldron back. After that, with the 3-dimensional power of heaven and earth, he directly erased the Xianxia clan's imprint in the cauldron. Then, he put the 8-dimensional cauldron into the 3-dimensional world. You. Again. Ancestor Xianxia was shocked, frightened, and angry. His whole body burst out with a monstrous holy light, and he rushed straight toward Lin Tian. His Xianxia clan's treasure weapon had been taken away by Lin Tian. How could he bear this? Facing this person rushing toward him, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He slowly raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. Goodbye. He said these 2 words calmly. The 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth burst out with the most dazzling light, and the sword slashed down. With a clang, a dazzling sword light burst out and pressed down as if it was going to split the sky. Puff. A bloody mist burst out, and the holy light outside Ancestor Xianxia's body was instantly annihilated. Then, his whole body was immediately enveloped by the sword. He did not even have time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. In an instant, within the Xianxia clan, all the powerhouses of the Xianxia clan could not help but cry out in horror. How? How could this be? Ancestor, ancestor. Many people trembled, and their cheeks turned pale. The strongest person of this generation of their clan, an 8-dimensional realm cultivator, was killed by Lin Tian in the clan. You, the group of grand elders looked at Lin Tian, their eyes turning red as they clenched their fists. Lin Tian glanced at these people. I'll give you a warning, and also a chance. He glanced at the powerhouses of this clan. Now, don't move. Otherwise, you will go to hell with your ancestor. The powerhouses of the Xianxia clan trembled. Some of them were clenching their hands, but after hearing Lin Tian's warning, they immediately loosened their hands. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to move. Lin Tian glanced at the trembling members of the Xianxia family and didn't pay them any attention. He continued to guide the spiritual energy in his surroundings. Wang. 9-colored holy radiance shrouded his body, and in the sky, numerous phenomena appeared. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Dong. 7 days later, on this day, the sky exploded, and a huge lightning vortex appeared. Black lightning crackled within, and a destructive aura blanketed the sky. 7 days later, he unlocked the 8th seal on the soul root. On this day, he had reached the tribulation realm. A tribulation realm heavenly tribulation appeared, surging violently. Within the Xianxia family, all the cultivators were frightened and trembling. At this time, facing the lightning tribulation summoned by Lin Tian, even the grand elders and patriarch of this branch were no exception. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was simply because the might of the tribulation realm heavenly punishment that Lin Tian summoned was simply too strong. Lin Tian glanced at these people, paused for a moment, and temporarily returned to the desolation realm, causing the heavenly tribulation to disperse. This could be considered as him being merciful to the people of the Xianxia family. Otherwise, if he were to directly undergo his tribulation here, not many people in the Xianxia family would be able to survive. After all, the 8-dimensional ancestor of the Xianxia family had already been killed by him, and the strongest person in the Xianxia family was only a tribulation realm expert. How could they withstand his tribulation lightning tribulation? Then, he stepped into the center of the Xianxia family and collected all the divine arts, ancient scriptures, and ancient weapons of this branch. Consider it a reward for being merciful. He casually said and left. The patriarch and the grand elders of this branch all had extremely ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. At this time, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Tian. Lin Tian's battle prowess was too terrifying, and it was beyond common sense. It wasn't until Lin Tian walked far away and disappeared into the immortal mountains that the Xianxia family's patriarch and grand elders couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. On this day, Lin Tian's people crushed the entire Xianxia family. The cultivation resources that their family had accumulated until now were all gone, and even the foundation of the family was gone. The price was too great. Lin Tian left the Xianxia family and soon arrived at a desolate mountain range. Dong. Thunder exploded in the sky. He stepped into the tribulation realm here and triggered a tribulation lightning tribulation realm tribulation. Thunder rumbled, and destructive lightning tribulation came crashing down one after another. The heavenly tribulation only dissipated after a total of 10,000 lightning strikes. Then, 7-colored auspicious clouds began to appear. Others' tribulation is only 1,000 tribulation lightning tribulation, but 10,000 tribulation lightning tribulation, he muttered to himself and smiled. He didn't care too much about this tribulation. Then, he used the 7-colored light from the 7-colored auspicious clouds to stabilize his cultivation and temper his physique. About half an hour later, the 7-colored auspicious clouds disappeared and his tribulation realm cultivation base was stabilized. His combat prowess had increased by a lot. The most important thing was still his potential. Now that the 8th seal on his soul root had been broken, he felt that the world had become extremely clear. Everything in the world entered his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he could understand the essence of everything. A faint light intertwined in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then began to comprehend on the ground that had been scorched black by the lightning tribulation. Of the 8 types of 8th-dimensional laws in the 8th-dimensional sky, he had mastered the origin seal law, the Tao transformation law, and the heaven suppression law. At this moment, after breaking the 8th seal on his soul root, his perception of heaven and earth and his understanding of all things had reached an extremely high point. At this time, he began to comprehend the remaining 5 types of 8th-dimensional laws. Soon, 7 days passed. Buzz. 7 days later. On this day, various kinds of light intertwined around his body, and various law fluctuations revolved around him. With the soul root that had broken the 8th seal, he had also mastered the remaining 5 types of 8th-dimensional laws in 7 days. At this point, all 8 types of 8th-dimensional laws were in his hands, and he had cultivated them to great success. This could be said to be heaven-defying to the extreme. If other people were to find out that he had grasped all the laws of the 8 dimensions in such a short period of time and had even cultivated them to great success, they would probably be scared silly. It was because this was truly too shocking. Reincarnation. He paused for a moment, stood in this place without moving, and began to deduce reincarnation. The cultivation and deduction of the Tao of reincarnation were many times more difficult than the other laws. He used the soul root that had unsealed the 8th seal to comprehend the Tao of reincarnation. He stood here for a whole month, and his comprehension of the Tao of reincarnation became more profound. After that, he fused all of the 8-dimensional laws into the 3-dimensional world in his body, causing the 3-dimensional world in his body to undergo a huge transformation within a short period of time. It became at least several hundred to 1,000 times stronger than before. In about a few decades, I will be able to completely refine all the dimensional laws that have been imprinted into it. He muttered to himself. Once the 3-dimensional heaven and earth smelted all the dimensional laws, its power would definitely be frighteningly strong. He took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and then left. In the Xianxia family, he had taken away all the ancient scriptures and ancient books of the Xianxia family, including the immeasurable ancient pavilion, northern cold palace, and the wind and flame sword sect. At this time, he was prepared to visit them one by one and return the favor. Soon, he walked far away and headed towards the northern cold palace. That Duanmuchi is really terrifying. He has already mastered the 4th type of 8th-dimensional law. This is unprecedented in history. The first in history. Who can compare to him? I don't know where the person who killed Duanmuchi's beast went. I heard that Duanmuchi is personally searching for him. Of course he is hiding. If he doesn't hide, he will be killed by Duanmuchi the moment he shows himself. That's true. In front of him on a road, a group of cultivators walked towards him, and they were discussing as they walked. In the next moment, this group of people saw Lin Tian, and their expressions changed drastically as they trembled violently. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reactions and just walked past them. The strongest in this group of cultivators was at the alpha origin stage, and they were all horrified. Only when Lin Tian walked far away did they breathe a sigh of relief, and some even trembled. He actually came out and didn't hide? Someone's heart palpitated. Next to him, a trace of greed appeared in someone's eyes. Duanmuchi has come out and announced that as long as you provide clues about that person's whereabouts, he will find Lin Tian and suppress him. He will also give you some good rewards. Why don't we? Forget it, don't be greedy. How many people have died in that person's hands? Even the Tribulation Realm sect master of the Wind and Flame Sword sect was killed. If that person doesn't die and comes to find us, can we bear his anger? A more rational person said. The person who spoke opened his mouth, and the greed in his eyes gradually disappeared. That makes sense, then forget it. Let's go. The group of people left and continued walking in the direction they came from. Lin Tian didn't change his direction after leaving the place he came from. He continued to walk toward North Winter Palace. At the same time, with a slight thought, he brought out hundreds of thousands of divine sense imprints. Duanmuchi, if you want to kill me, come to North Winter Palace and I'll send you to your death. His voice was mixed in with the hundreds of thousands of divine sense imprints, and it spread throughout the entire 8 dimensions in 2 days. For a time, all the cultivators in the 8 dimensions world were shocked. That person, is he crazy? How dare he expose his whereabouts and provoke Duanmuchi? How dare he do that? He's at North Winter Palace? Or is he going to North Winter Palace? Why is he going there? That's nonsense, isn't it? To mislead Duanmuchi. After all, he shouldn't be so stupid to expose his whereabouts. Seeing Lin Tian's divine sense imprints, all the cultivators in the 8 dimensions world were shocked. They couldn't understand. Everyone in North Winter Palace was also shocked. Lin Tian had provoked Duanmuchi and included their North Winter Palace in it. Arrogant brat, you want to come to my North Winter Palace? You're courting death. The higher-ups of North Winter Palace had extremely cold eyes. They even reported to their ancestor who was in seclusion after being injured by the Sky Pillar Patriarch. At the same time, in another place, a cold man and a 17 or 18-year-old girl were walking together. Despicable thing, brother, we can't let him off so easily, the girl said hatefully. The cold man didn't say anything. He wrapped the girl in majestic saint power and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The man was Duan Muqi. Although he felt that Lin Tian was most likely talking nonsense, he still moved and headed toward North Winter Palace. Time passed in a flash, and 5 days passed. 5 days later. On this day, Lin Tian arrived at a stretch of sacred mountains. Looking around, there were many immortal palaces in the sacred mountains. They were all intertwined with a shocking aura of immortality and Tao. It was one of the top 8 orthodoxies in the 8 dimensions world, North Winter Palace. When he arrived at this place, he headed straight for the Northern Cold Palace. He's really here? What is he trying to do? I heard that the North Winter Palace's patriarch attacked him. Is he here to take revenge? Is there any other reason other than that? Yes. That is. He's crazy. He's a fool. Many cultivators had gathered around the sacred mountains where North Winter Palace was located. After seeing Lin Tian's divine consciousness imprint, they rushed over from the vicinity of North Winter Palace to watch the show. Originally, these cultivators didn't really believe Lin Tian's divine consciousness imprint. They didn't believe that Lin Tian would dare to expose his real whereabouts, and they didn't think that Lin Tian would come here. However, they were really concerned about this matter. Therefore, even if they thought that Lin Tian was talking nonsense, they still came here. Lin Tian didn't care about the expressions of the cultivators around the Saint Mountain. He went straight to the Northern Cold Palace. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace had attacked him before, so he came here to pay him back. Humph. A cold voice sounded, and Saint Aura surged. Inside the North Winter Palace, dozens of figures stepped out. The leader was the Grand Palace Master of the North Winter Palace, followed by the current Palace Master of the North Winter Palace, a few Grand Elders, and a group of other cultivators. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, and he walked toward him calmly. You're courting death. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace's eyes were cold, but at the same time, there were wisps of light in them. Duan Muqi hadn't arrived yet, and Lin Tian had already arrived. If he suppressed Lin Tian and handed him over to Duan Muqi would still owe him a favor. Immediately, he stepped forward, and his 8th-dimensional Saint Aura intertwined and grabbed at Lin Tian. What happened in the Xianxia family was strictly forbidden by the higher-ups of the Xianxia family, so no one in the 8th-dimensional realm knew about it. Naturally, the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace didn't know that Lin Tian had killed the Grand Ancestor of the Xianxia family. At this time, he didn't care about Lin Tian at all. He looked at Lin Tian as if he was looking at an ant. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He simply raised his hand and grabbed the Grand Palace Master's wrist. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace was shocked. You, crack. Lin Tian exerted force and crushed the Grand Palace Master's wrist, and then he kicked the Grand Palace Master's abdomen. With a bang, the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace was sent flying. Grand Ancestor. The cultivators of the Northern Cold Palace were all shocked. At the same time, the cultivators in the Saint Mountain Range were also shocked. How is this possible? These cultivators couldn't believe it. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace was an 8th-dimensional realm cultivator, but now he was injured by Lin Tian in a single move. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace stabilized his body, and his broken hand bones recovered in the blink of an eye. Tribulation Realm, he said coldly. When he first met Lin Tian was only at the mid-7th dimensional realm. But now, in just a few months, Lin Tian had actually stepped into the Tribulation Realm from the mid-7th dimensional realm. You obtained quite a lot of heavenly treasures at the bottom of the sea. He wasn't surprised that Lin Tian had stepped into the Tribulation Realm. After all, Lin Tian had taken all the treasures of the Heaven Pillar sect at the bottom of the ocean. With those treasures and divine pills, it was entirely possible for Lin Tian to reach the Tribulation Realm in a few months. He looked at Lin Tian, and with a loud boom, his saint energy surged to its peak. This time, you, clang. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a sharp sword light slashed out. Its speed was astonishing, and at the same time, the sword force was also very frightening. Puff. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace was directly penetrated. Blood splattered across the void. How is this possible? In the Saint Mountain, the faces of all the cultivators changed in shock. The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, who was in the 8th dimensional realm, had used all his strength just now, but he was still injured by Lin Tianyi. How shocking was this? He's only in the Tribulation realm, how can he enter the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace so easily? The cultivators couldn't figure it out. The Northern Cold Palace was even more shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror. With a loud boom, the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace stabilized his body and healed his injuries. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He was a dignified 8th dimensional expert, but now, he was injured twice by Lin Tian, a Tribulation realm cultivator, in front of everyone in a short period of time. Die. With a furious roar, he activated his Order God Art and pressed down on Lin Tian one by one. The pressure of an 8th dimensional expert immediately covered the entire place. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. The 4-symbol seal intertwined and met the Grand Palace Master's attack head-on. The unparalleled seal power intertwined and completely sealed the Grand Palace Master's Saint power. Then, a punch landed on the Grand Palace Master's body. He didn't show any mercy in this punch, and his pure physical strength completely erupted. Reincarnation fist, puff, blood splattered, and the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace was crushed on the spot. His divine soul was immortal and didn't shatter under this attack. Shocked and angry, he quickly flew toward Hui. Lin Tian looked at the Grand Palace Master's divine soul and didn't say anything else. He silently activated the reincarnation god-slaying technique. This was a technique he created himself. It attacked the divine soul and hit the Grand Palace Master's divine soul in the blink of an eye. Ah! The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his divine soul immediately shattered. Ancestral Patriarch. The current Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, the Grand Elders of the Northern Cold Palace, and the other cultivators all trembled. At the same time, the other cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Many people even shuddered at the thought of this. How is this possible? The Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, an 8-dimensional realm cultivator, was killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He was only in the Tribulation realm. How could he have such combat strength? Lin Tian glanced at these people and didn't pay them any attention. He walked toward the Northern Cold Palace. Although he killed the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace, he didn't want to destroy the Northern Cold Palace. Instead, he wanted to take away the cultivation resources of this branch and use them to strengthen the Celestial Court. You, the current Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace and the other cultivators of the Northern Cold Palace were not far away from the main gate of the Northern Cold Palace. When they saw Lin Tian walking toward them, they were all shocked and couldn't help but step back with fear in their eyes. Their 8th dimensional realm ancestral patriarch was killed by Lin Tian just like that. Is Lin Tian going to kill them next? Lin Tian knew what these people were thinking at this moment, but he didn't say anything. His footsteps didn't change at all. However, in the next moment, he stopped and looked toward the northeast. Almost in the next moment, 2 figures appeared there. One was a man, and the other was a girl. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Duan Muqi. Duan Muyu. The cultivators' expressions changed as they recognized the newcomers. For a moment, many people couldn't help but shudder. Duan Muqi, the strongest person in the 8th dimension who had mastered 4 types of 8th dimensional laws, was here at this moment. The current Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace and the other cultivators of the Northern Cold Palace were stunned at first. Then, they clenched their fists and hatred appeared in their eyes. They looked at Lin Tian without the fear from before. It was as if they were looking at a corpse. Duan Muqi had arrived at the end of the 8th dimension and had mastered 4 types of 8th dimensional laws. Lin Tian could only die today. Brother, it's him. Kill him. Next to Duan Muqi, Duanmuyu pointed at Lin Tian and said hatefully. A few months ago, because she couldn't defeat Lin Tian, she didn't dare to show any hostility in front of Lin Tian. She was afraid that Lin Tiansha would kill her. But now, her brother Duanmuchi was next to her. She had no scruples at all because she knew how powerful her brother was. Lin Tian was definitely not a match for him. Duanmuchi's eyes were deep, and there seemed to be thousands of stars revolving around them. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian, he didn't say anything superfluous and directly attacked. Thousands of rays of holy light surged out of his body with undisguised killing intent, pressing straight toward Lin Tian. Die with my holy night. That was all he said. Thousands of rays of holy light surged and surged, instantly annihilating a large area of the void, causing the surrounding cultivators' hearts to palpitate. So scary. Someone's heart palpitated. Duanmuchi's casual attack was thousands of times more powerful than the full power attack of the North Chill Palace's ancestor. The destructive holy light fell in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. His right hand was intertwined with dazzling holy light, and he directly slapped down. With a whoosh, the holy light released by Duanmuchi was instantly annihilated. Such a scene caused the expressions of all the cultivators present to change. Duanmuchi's attack just now was absolutely terrifying. Even a mid-8th dimensional expert couldn't withstand it. But now, Lin Tian actually shattered such an attack with a single slap. Even Duanmuchi's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze deepened. Lin Tian was clearly only at the early stage of the tribulation realm, but he was actually able to shatter the attack he had just unleashed. This truly moved him. You have some ability, he said coldly. Around his body, ancient seals appeared. They were sacred and terrifying. Origin Seal Law. At this place, the eyes of all the cultivators lit up. Duanmuyu looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "See? This is the 8th dimensional law that my brother controls. It's one of the 8 strongest forces in this world. Moreover, my brother also controls the Tao transforming law, the heaven suppressing law, and the Dian law. You're dead today." Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. His gaze only fell on Duanmuchi. Then, ancient seals appeared around his body. This is? Origin Seal Law? He also controls the 8th dimensional law? At this place, the cultivators couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the Origin Seal Law that Lin Tian released. The current palace master of the North Chill Palace, the Grand Elders, and the other experts of the North Chill Palace were also shocked. Even Duanmuchi's eyes narrowed again. However, in the next moment, his expression returned to normal. Outside his body, ancient seals pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian controlling the Origin Seal Law wasn't a big deal to him because he controlled 4 8th dimensional laws. Moreover, his cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's. As the ancient seals pressed down on Lin Tian, Duanmuchi also made a move. A giant hand of light grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He met the attack with the Origin Seal Law. At the same time, he activated the 9 reincarnation swords and used the Origin Seal Law to slash at Duanmuchi's giant hand of light. Do you think that you're amazing because you control 4 8th dimensional laws? His voice was calm as he looked at Duanmuchi. After the Origin Seal Law, he activated the Tao transforming law, the heaven suppressing law, the Dian law, the void law, the 8 extreme law, the mental demon law, and the sage law. Along with the Origin Seal Law, all 8 8th dimensional laws appeared. Beside him, the void started to distort and crackle. How is this possible? Everyone in the Saint Mountains trembled, and they were all dumbfounded. 8 types of 8th dimensional laws. 8 types of 8th dimensional laws were intertwined around Lin Tian's body at the same time. How is this possible? The current palace master of the North Cold Palace, the Grand Elders, and the other overlords were all dumbfounded. Duanmuchi was the #1 expert in the 8th dimensional sky. He had mastered 4 types of 8th dimensional laws, and no one could compare to him. But now, in front of them, Lin Tian had mastered all of the 8th dimensional laws at the same time. A single person had mastered all of the 8th dimensional laws. What was this? Was this something that a human could do? No. Impossible. It's impossible. Duan Muyu's expression changed. Her brother, the #1 expert in the 8th-dimensional sky, had only mastered 4 types of 8th-dimensional laws. But Lin Tian had mastered all of them. Even Duan Muqi's expression changed at this moment, and his pupils couldn't help but twitch violently. Then, his eyes turned cold. The Tao-melting law, heaven-suppressing law, and Dian law appeared at the same time. Terrifying grand techniques intertwined and manifested. The pressure of the peak of the 8th dimensional was vast and mighty, directly pressing down on Lin Tian. He had obtained the inheritance of a sovereign of heaven and earth. Along the way, he had crushed everyone. Even after using all his strength, he could only control 4 types of 8th-dimensional laws, and it was very difficult. However, Lin Tian had mastered all of them. This made him, who had mastered 4 types of 8th-dimensional laws, seem like nothing. How could he endure this? Boom! 4 types of 8th-dimensional laws appeared at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. Ancient grand techniques manifested at the same time, and the aura was extremely terrifying. The space in all directions was distorted and shattered, forcing the cultivators in the Saint Mountains to retreat, for fear of being affected. Once affected by such an attack, even an early-stage expert in the 8th dimensional would be instantly annihilated. You said that everyone in the world would suppress me, and you thought that you were the sovereign of the 8th dimensional sky. Now, are you anxious? Facing Duan Muqi's attack, Lin Tian seemed very calm. Because you, who thought that you were the sovereign of the 8th dimensional, only mastered 4 types of 8th dimensional laws. But now, someone in front of you has mastered all of them. Do you think your halo has been overshadowed? As he said these words, 8 types of laws of the 8th dimension surged out from outside his body. They were majestic and mighty, crushing all the space. Qi. 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 In the blink of an eye, all of Duan Muqi's 8th-dimensional laws and ancient techniques were blocked. Duan Muqi's eyes turned cold, and the 8th-dimensional aura around his body became even more turbulent and violent. His cultivation base was much higher than Lin. Kill Duan Muqi killed? Boom! He raised his hand, and with one hand facing the sky, a giant wheel of light appeared, as if it could crush everything. Moreover, the 4 types of 4th-dimensional laws shook together and pressed down on Lin Tian. The attack this time was thousands of times stronger than before. Facing such an attack, Lin Tian's expression still did not change. You think that your cultivation base is much higher than mine, and you can't beat me with your 8th-dimensional laws, so you use your cultivation base to suppress me. He was very calm. Unfortunately, you will still be disappointed. As his words fell, the 3-dimensional world in his body shook, and a sword of heaven and earth quickly condensed in his hand. Combined with the 8 types of 8th-dimensional laws, he slashed down. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, shaking heaven and earth. The sword of heaven and earth was extremely powerful. Combined with the 8 types of 8th-dimensional laws, it instantly shattered all of Duan Muqi's attacks. Then, the sword light did not slow down and continued to press down on Duan Muqi. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Puff! Blood splattered. Duan Muqi's chest was penetrated, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Brother! Duan Muyu's expression changed. At the same time, the other experts in the sacred mountain range were all shaken. Lin Tian controlled all of the 8-dimensional laws by himself. In terms of control of the 8-dimensional laws, he was far stronger than Duan Muqi. Then, at this moment, Duan Muqi's cultivation base was at the peak of the 8-dimensional laws, but he was still suppressed by Lin Tian, who was in the tribulation realm. In the distance, Duan Muqi stabilized his body, and his expression changed completely. His gaze fell on the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. He could see that Lin Tian was able to injure him with one strike because of this sword. His eyes were extremely deep, and thousands of stars revolved in them. He paused for a moment, then retreated and came to Duan Muyu. The next time we meet, I will kill you. As his words fell, divine light intertwined, and he left with Duan Muyu. With his powerful strength and sharp divine instinct, he could feel that Lin Tian with that sword of light was extremely strong. He was definitely not his opponent now. Only when he reached the primordial realm after reaching the 8th dimension would he be able to suppress Lin Tian. Ran away? In the Saint Mountains, the faces of the cultivators all changed. Duan Muqi, the current number 1 in the 8th dimension, actually ran away in front of Lin Tian, who was in the tribulation realm. Brother, Duan Muyu was wrapped in Duan Muqi's divine light. Seeing her brother running away at this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, she glared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent. Seeing Duan Muqi running away, his expression did not change. The sword in his hand slashed down once again. With a clang, the sword of heaven and earth was intimidating. Accompanied by 8 types of 8-dimensional laws, it instantly pressed down on Duan Muqi, sending him flying. Duan Muyu was no exception. The brother and sister coughed out large mouthfuls of blood from afar. Duan Muyu was protected by Duan Muqi, so her injuries were not serious. At this moment, she fell a few hundred feet away from Duan Muqi. Lin Tian held the sword of heaven and earth. He did not care about Duan Muyu. His gaze fell on Duan Muqi. Activating his space-time laws, he stepped in front of Duan Muqi. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and slashed down at Duan Muqi. The sharp sword moved Duan Muqi's expression. He immediately activated his full strength and met Lin Tian's sword head-on. However, it was useless. The saint energy that he summoned was shattered by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Poof, the sword of heaven and earth pressed down steadily and landed on his body. It directly shattered his body. Only his spiritual soul was left. With a whoosh, his spiritual soul retreated. Along with the broken flesh and bones, his body reformed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian looked at his opponent. His expression did not change at all. He raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand again. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He tilted his head and looked in Duan Muyu's direction. His eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, Duan Muqi was also moved. "Little you, leave there." Behind Duan Muyu, a tall figure appeared. His face was full of demonic runes, and his demonic aura filled the sky. Roar, a demonic roar shook the heavens and earth. Demonic light surged and directly engulfed Duan Muyu. With a poof, in the boundless demonic light, Duan Muyu exploded before he could even scream. His flesh and blood, along with his spiritual soul, were swallowed into the tall figure's stomach. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. "That is, Sky Pillar Ancestor." The group of cultivators was shocked. They immediately fled at top speed. In the past, the Heaven Pillar sect, the number 1 expert in the 8th dimensional sky, the Heaven Pillar Ancestor, had disappeared for countless years. He had reappeared at the bottom of the ocean and turned into a world-destroying demon. He had already slaughtered and devoured many living beings, but who would have thought that he would appear here at this time? He was the source of destruction. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He had not expected the Sky Pillar Ancestor to appear here at this time. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Sky Pillar Ancestor's aura was even more terrifying. He had already reached the primordial realm. Roar, the demonic roar filled the sky. After devouring Duan Muyu, the Sky Pillar Ancestor's gaze fell on Lin Tian. With a long roar, he pounced straight at Lin Tian. The boundless demonic light reached Lin Tian first and swept toward Lin Tian like a raging wave. The terrifying demonic power was vast and mighty. The sacred mountain was drowned in the demonic light. Patches of green plants instantly withered. Has he sensed the strength of my spiritual soul and wants to devour it? Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He pounced toward the Sky Pillar Ancestor and used the reincarnation step to dodge the demonic light. On the other side, Duan Muqi's expression was ugly. His own sister had died here just like that. He clenched his fists and looked at Lin Tian. When he saw the Sky Pillar Ancestor pouncing toward Lin Tian, he paused for a moment and immediately retreated. He turned into a beam of light and rushed into the distance. His sister was already dead. He could not change anything. Now, he had to protect himself. At this time, taking advantage of the Sky Pillar Ancestor pouncing toward Lin Tian to leave this place was the best choice. Whoosh, there was a loud piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed far away. Lin Tian avoided the Sky Pillar ancestor's boundless demonic light. He saw Duanmuqi retreating, but his expression did not change. "You can't escape," he said indifferently. The space-time laws moved, and space-time distorted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duanmuqi. "Die." Without any superfluous words, he used all his strength this time. 8 types of 8-dimensional laws combined with the 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth. He also used the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the 4-dimensional indestructible law together to form an apocalyptic sword light. Duanmuqi was immediately horrified. Poof, blood splattered. Under the sword, Duanmuqi was immediately smashed into pieces. His spiritual soul was also completely annihilated under the sword. In an instant, the cultivators who had escaped far away from the sacred mountain were all shocked. "Dead, dead," someone said in a trembling voice. Duanmuqi, the top cultivator in the 8-dimensional sky, had been killed by Lin Xianxia just like that. This group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian from afar, and all of them were terrified. Who was the real top cultivator in the 8-dimensional sky? Was it Duanmuqi? Obviously, it was not. In this generation, the top cultivator in the 8-dimensional sky was Lin Tian, the current palace master of the Beihan Palace, and the other overlords of the Beihan Palace were all trembling. What kind of terrifying person did their ancestral patriarch offend? Roar! At this moment, the demonic roar shook the sky and sounded again. The demonic aura surged and was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the sky-high ancestor was right in front of Lin Tian. The boundless demonic aura pressed down on Lin Tian. The surrounding space was instantly annihilated. Lin Tian dodged to the side and used the samsara steps to retreat dozens of feet away. Roar! The sky-high ancestor was completely bewitched. Like a wild beast, he changed directions and pounced on Lin Tian again. The suppression of the primitive realm was mighty and terrifying to the extreme. Primitive realm. The sky-high ancestor from back then, actually. That person, can he defeat him? How can he defeat him? After all, he's only in the tribulation realm. There's no way he can defeat a primitive realm cultivator. But someone's voice trembled as he clenched his fists. But he must win. You must win. Now that Lin Tian was in the tribulation realm, it was almost impossible for him to defeat the primitive realm sky-high ancestor. That was why everyone thought that Lin Tian's chances of defeating the sky-high ancestor was 0. Even so, these people hoped that Lin Tian could defeat the sky-high ancestor. They hoped that Lin Tian could kill the sky-high ancestor. This was because even though Patriarch Qing Tian had been devouring living beings all over the 8th dimensional space, he was still in the 8th dimensional space at that time. Even though the 8th dimensional cultivation world was wary of him, they still thought that with Duanmuqi around, Duanmuqi would be able to deal with him. But now, Duanmuqi was killed and the sky-high ancestor had stepped into the primordial realm. Under such circumstances, if Lin Tian couldn't kill him, the 8th dimensional sky would fall into the demonic purgatory of death. Who would want their world to become like that? Who would want to live in fear of being devoured by demons every day? Now, they could only hope that Lin Tian could deal with the sky-high ancestor. Rumble, boundless demonic aura surged. Beside the sky-high ancestor, boundless demonic aura rushed toward Lin Tian with extreme speed. The demonic aura of the primitive realm surged violently, its aura terrifying to the extreme. Lin Tian dodged again. He felt a huge pressure, but his expression didn't change at all. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated as he slashed at his opponent. With a clang, the monster sword force surged, bringing with it the power of the 3-dimensional world, piercing through the other party. Blood splattered everywhere. Instantly, all of the cultivators in the area were shocked. Lin Tian had actually managed to injure the primordial realm patriarch with a single strike. Roar! The Sky Pillar Grand Elder roared, and his injuries healed instantly. Demonic light gathered all over his body, interweaving into boundless demonic waves that pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, combined with the 8 types of 8-dimensional laws, slashed down once again. The sword momentum was swift and fierce, and it pierced through the Sky Pillar Patriarch again. Now that he had unlocked 8 layers of seals on his soul root, his potential was limitless and he had reached the tribulation realm. Coupled with the 3-dimensional world in his body, it was not difficult for him to deal with an early-stage primordial realm cultivator who had lost his consciousness. Clang! He waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, and the sword momentum was extremely swift and fierce as he slashed again. This time, the sword momentum was many times stronger than before, and it shattered half of the Sky Pillar Patriarch's body. The Sky Pillar Patriarch's body quickly reassembled, and his eyes were crimson red. Then, he suddenly trembled. Kill, 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 kill me, kill me, intermittent sounds came from his mouth, and a trace of light flashed in his blood-red eyes. This scene moved all of the cultivators in the area. The Sky Pillar Patriarch, who had turned demonic, actually spoke. At this moment, he had regained consciousness. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and his gaze fell on the Sky Pillar Patriarch. What happened? He was slightly curious about the other party's condition. Demonic soul, demonic consciousness, soul devourer, once, ah. The Sky Pillar Patriarch's voice was intermittent, and he suddenly screamed, kill me. Kill me now. The Sky Pillar Patriarch, who had once been the #1 inheritance in the 8th dimension, was now struggling. A thumb-sized black bead suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows, and endless demonic light intertwined within it. Its demonic nature was extremely frightening. Inside the black bead, one could vaguely see countless souls screaming, as if they were endless vengeful spirits from hell. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed again. Previously, he had used his Rinnegan to see the densely packed souls in the Sky Pillar Patriarch's body, and those souls had now all entered the black bead. Moreover, there were clearly more souls inside. At least, the number of souls in the Sky Pillar Patriarch's body was hundreds of thousands of times more than what he had seen with his Rinnegan. In other words, the Sky Pillar Patriarch had devoured countless living beings in the past few months. Is this the ancient artifact that the Sky Pillar Patriarch obtained back then? He looked at the black bead that was exposed between the Sky Pillar Patriarch's eyebrows. Previously, he had heard from some cultivators that the Sky Pillar Patriarch had found a shocking ancient artifact that was intertwined with demonic nature. They wanted to remove the demonic nature and use it for great purposes, but not long after that, the Sky Pillar Patriarch disappeared. Now, it seemed that the black bead between the Sky Pillar Patriarch's eyebrows was most likely the ancient artifact that the Sky Pillar Patriarch had obtained back then. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard, and the demonic power was monstrous. The Sky Pillar Patriarch's face was covered with demonic runes, and his eyes were red. Because he had temporarily recovered a trace of self-consciousness after being severely injured by Lin Tian, he had completely disappeared at this time. He had truly turned into a great demon and madly pounced on Lin Tian. Moreover, his aura had become even stronger because of this. With a move, the space in all directions instantly collapsed. Here, a group of holy mountains immediately collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Lin Tian felt an even stronger pressure. He could feel that the Sky Pillar Patriarch had become stronger, but his expression still did not change. In his hand, the sword of heaven and earth became even brighter, and the rolling power of heaven and earth madly surged into it. In the blink of an eye, the sword of heaven and earth in his hand boiled, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. The power of heaven and earth was vast and mighty. Clang! He raised his hand and slowly slashed down with the sword, releasing an earth-shattering sword whistle. With a whoosh, the demonic light that the Sky Pillar Patriarch had summoned was annihilated in an instant. Then, the momentum of the sword did not decrease and directly penetrated the Sky Pillar Patriarch's body. Poof! Blood splattered, and the Sky Pillar Patriarch collapsed. The black bead fell to the ground, and his spiritual body began to collapse bit by bit. Thank you. Be careful of the demonic bead. Destroy it. Intermittent words came out of his mouth, and the Sky Pillar Patriarch's broken spiritual body revealed an expression of relief. Then, in the next moment, his spiritual body completely collapsed and completely disappeared from the world. For a moment, the cultivators in this place trembled slightly and could not help but tremble. The Sky Pillar Patriarch, who had reached the primitive level, had been killed by Lin Tian so easily. At the same time, the cultivators were pleasantly surprised. The terrifying source of disaster that had threatened the entire 8th dimension sky had been eliminated by Lin Tian, the current palace master of the Northern Cold Palace, and the other powerhouses of this branch were all shocked. The person that Duan Muqi and their Grand Palace Master had provoked was too terrifying. Lin Tian did not care about the others around him. His gaze fell on the black bead on the ground. The black bead was surrounded by demonic light, and one could see that there were endless souls roaring inside it. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at the demonic bead. He thought about the Sky Pillar Patriarch's last words and paused for a moment. He raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, and a dazzling light shone brightly as he slashed directly at the demonic bead. Based on the Sky Pillar Patriarch's experience, even without the Sky Pillar Patriarch's words, he could tell that the demonic bead was definitely not a good thing. It was too evil and dangerous, and he had planned to destroy it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black demonic bead vibrated as if it had a mind of its own. It dodged his sword of heaven and earth and turned into a black beam of light. Its speed was extremely fast, and it rushed into his body. Suddenly, endless demonic chi grew in his body and spread to every part of his body, as if it wanted to control him. This made Lin Tian's expression change. His Tribulation Realm cultivation surged and reached its peak, forcing the demonic bead out. I am the demonic ancestor of the 10 heavens and 10 earths. Give up resistance and submit to me. I will give you the supreme demonic power to look down on the world. A deep voice sounded in his heart. Lin Tian's expression changed again. His divine will instantly landed on the demonic bead in his body. The demonic bead had a mind of its own? The demonic ancestor? Rumble, the demonic light surged and attacked every part of his body, forcing his life force origin and divine soul into his sea of consciousness. He gritted his teeth and fully activated his cultivation to resist the demonic bead and force it out. He finally understood why the Sky Pillar Patriarch had become like that. He was controlled by the demonic bead and turned into a puppet. The demonic bead wanted to control him, he exerted all his strength. His saint power was majestic, and the 8 dimensional laws were all activated, forcing the demonic bead out of his body. However, it was useless. The demonic light of the demonic bead was extremely powerful, and the 8 dimensional laws were all suppressed. The demonic light of the demonic bead quickly extended to his life force origin and divine soul into his sea of consciousness. Get lost. He was instantly enraged, and his killing intent was vast. He opened his reincarnation eyes, and the boundless reincarnation light burst out from his body. Suddenly, the demonic bead in his body trembled and was forced out. At the same time, he retreated, panting heavily. Just now, he was so close to being controlled by the demonic bead. That is? Reincarnation. Reincarnation light? He. The group of cultivators who were originally here had already retreated far away. They were shocked when the demonic bead suddenly rushed into Lin Tian's body. Now, they were even more shocked. Reincarnation. Lin Tian revealed the reincarnation light and opened his reincarnation eyes. Lin Tian controlled the reincarnation light. The group of cultivators was shocked. The legendary reincarnation light was a power that even the supremes of heaven and earth feared. It was said to be an invincible power that no one could control. Lin Tian actually controlled it. The current palace master of the North Winter Palace, the Grand Supreme Elders, and the other powerhouses of the North Winter Palace were all shocked and could not help but tremble. Their Grand Supreme Palace Master had provoked a person who controlled the reincarnation light. Rumble, the demonic light was vast and mighty, and it broke through the clouds. The demonic bead was forced out by Lin Tian, and it floated in the air about 3 feet away from Lin Tian. Reincarnation. A low and shocked voice came from inside the demonic bead. This time everyone could hear it. Outside the demonic bead, the demonic light surged and condensed into a demonic shadow. Its eyes were extremely deep as it stared straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. The demonic shadow's aura was too terrifying. He could clearly feel that the space around him had been frozen. Moreover, the other cultivators who were further away could not even move because they were too weak. He gritted his teeth and retreated, turning into a ray of light and retreating into the distance. Ever since he stepped into the 4-dimensional space, he had been suppressing all his opponents. However, he felt the threat of death in the face of this demonic shadow. His opponent's aura was too terrifying. In an instant, for words appeared in his mind. Supreme of heaven and earth, he intertwined the rinnegan in his right eye and opened the Eye of Destiny in his left eye. The teleportation ability of the Eye of Destiny was activated and he kept teleporting. However, he was shocked the next moment. No matter how he teleported, he could only move within a radius of 10 feet. He could not escape at all. Boom, Mo Ying's eyes were extremely deep. A beam of demonic light shot out, covering the surroundings and pressing down mightily. Reincarnation. He looked at Lin Tian and said in a low voice. There was no killing intent in the demonic light. It was obvious that he wanted to suppress Lin Tian. The power of reincarnation was too shocking. It was the first time he had seen someone who could control reincarnation. Lin Tian was shocked. He activated the Tao of reincarnation with all his might. His life origin and soul energy surged as he faced the demonic light. When the two met, the light of reincarnation was destroyed on the spot. He was sent flying by the impact. Bright red blood gushed out of his mouth. His face turned pale and his body felt like it was about to fall apart. The demonic shadow's eyes were deep. He moved with the demonic orb and reached out to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed as he struggled to move. However, he was unable to move at this moment. The opponent's aura had directly imprisoned him at this moment. Damn it! Move! He roared in his heart. He used all his strength to activate the power of the three-dimensional space, but it was still useless. The demonic shadow's aura was too strong. Boundless demonic light came down. The demonic shadow's eyes shone brightly. The pitch-black demonic palm print landed in front of him in the blink of an eye. I used demonic jade to collect demonic souls. I didn't expect to find reincarnation. Very good. Junior, I allow you to become a part of me. Looking at Lin Tian, the light in his eyes grew even brighter. As long as he fused with Lin Tian using a special demonic secret art, samsara would become his. Lin Tian was extremely anxious. He roared madly in his heart. He wanted to move, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not move. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his opponent's large hand reached out to grab him. Despair welled up in his heart. The devil shadow stared straight at Lin Tian, and the devil light giant palm that had fallen in front of Lin Tian directly grabbed at Lin Tian. Reincarnation, I will take, he said coldly, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. The demonic palm print that was grabbing at Lin Tian shattered, and he retreated hundreds of feet away with the demonic orb. Almost at the same time, in front of Lin Tian, tens of thousands of Daos appeared on their own. A gentle but extremely powerful power of heaven and earth surged. A ray of light fell from the sky, as if it had come from an eternal unknown place. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a woman. The woman was dressed in white, like snow. She was so beautiful that no words could describe her. Because of her appearance, this part of the world became faintly brighter. The tens of thousands of Daos of heaven and earth circled around her and jumped along with her. The devil shadow's eyes were deep and cold. He looked at the woman from hundreds of feet away, and he suddenly trembled violently. It's you. Looking at the woman, the devil shadow's deep eyes instantly revealed a deep fear, and even a trace of fear. In this place, in the distance, a group of cultivators were also moved. They were all stunned, as if they had lost their souls. So beautiful. Everyone's eyes fell on the woman, and they were all stunned by her beauty. They had never seen this kind of beauty before. At this moment, the crowd even forgot that they were unable to move because of the devil shadow. On the other side, because the woman appeared in front of him, Lin Tian immediately felt that the terrifying demonic power that was pressing down on him disappeared. He could move again. He raised his hand to look at the woman in white in front of him, and then he immediately trembled violently. This woman was too beautiful. In the past, he had always thought that Wu Yi was the most beautiful woman in this world. There was absolutely no woman in this world who could compare to Wu Yi. But now, he was moved. This woman in front of him was even more beautiful than Wu Yi. And most importantly, at this moment, looking at this woman, although it was the first time he had seen her, he felt an incomparable sense of familiarity. He felt an incomparable sense of closeness from her, which made his heart beat wildly. Almost at the same time that he looked at the woman's eyes also fell on him, full of gentleness and love. Wisps of holy light overflowed and fell on Lin Tian, quickly healing Lin Tian's injured body. At the same time, she tilted her head and looked at the devil shadow. Wisps of holy light appeared between heaven and earth, and in the sky, thunder exploded. The devil shadow trembled and immediately said, "Goddess, let's talk things over. I didn't know that he was related to you. If I had known, I would've." Boom, holy light surged between heaven and earth, and in the sky, destructive thunder struck down, instantly drowning the devil shadow. Together with the pitch-black devil orb, it was directly crushed into pieces and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Then, the sky became clear again. At the same time, in the distance, the group of cultivators who could not move regained their freedom because of the devil shadow's disappearance. The gazes of the crowd landed on the woman. At this moment, they were no longer shocked by her indescribable beauty. At the same time, they were also stunned by her strength. That terrifying devil shadow was actually destroyed in an instant. Lin Tian's body trembled violently, and his eyes trembled violently as he looked at the woman in white. It was not because of the woman's strength, but because of the two words that the devil shadow said before. Goddess. The woman in front of him was a goddess? When he was in the fourth dimension, his teacher, an old drunkard, told him that in the ninth dimension, his mother was called a goddess. The woman looked at Lin Tian, and wisps of holy light enveloped Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's injuries were healed. She was as beautiful as snow, pure and noble. Looking at Lin Tian, her eyes were mixed with joy, love, and guilt. She pulled Lin Tian into her arms and said, "You've grown up." Lin Tian's body trembled violently. Being hugged like this by the woman, he no longer had any doubts. His nose was a little sour, and he could not hold back his tears, which instantly gushed out. Leaning into the woman's arms, he felt the warmth of the woman's body. That warmth was extremely gentle, but it was as if it could melt everything in the world. Was this the feeling of being hugged by a mother? Ever since he grew up, this was the first time he experienced the feeling of being hugged by a mother. He opened his mouth, and his voice was slightly choked. After a few breaths, he said one word, "Mother." In the distance, the group of cultivators trembled. He, and she, everyone was shocked. The son of a supreme being of heaven and earth? Everyone trembled. Everyone had seen how terrifying the devil shadow was. When the devil shadow appeared, the words "supreme being of heaven and earth" appeared in everyone's mind. He was definitely a supreme being of heaven and earth. And the woman, who had easily defeated the devil shadow and the devil orb, was undoubtedly a supreme being of heaven and earth. Moreover, she was an extremely terrifying supreme being of heaven and earth. She was one of the top existences among the supreme beings of heaven and earth. And such a terrifying supreme being of heaven and earth was Lin Tian's mother? The current palace master of the North Winter Palace, the Grand Elders, and the other experts of the North Winter Palace all looked horrified. Their lineage's Grand Palace Master had provoked someone with such a terrifying background. He was the son of a heaven and earth supreme, the son of a supreme being of heaven and earth. What did their old ancestor do? Some of the people of the North Winter Palace even cursed Duan Muki in their hearts. How could he say that he would go to the 8th dimension to suppress the son of a supreme being of heaven and earth? Was there something wrong with his head? Many people wished they could drag Duan Muki out of hell and kill him 1,000 times over. This was simply a scam. What a scam! In the distance, the goddess let go of Lin Tian. When she saw the tears in Lin Tian's eyes, she was slightly startled. She reached out to wipe away Lin Tian's tears. Lin Tian naturally felt it. He wiped away the tears himself. "I'm fine. I'm just a little excited and happy." The goddess's eyes flickered. She put down her hand and looked at Lin Tian. There was love in her eyes, but it was gradually replaced by guilt. "I'm sorry that I didn't grow up with you. I'm really sorry." She reached out and caressed Lin Tian's face. The guilt in her eyes intensified. She was full of self-reproach. "If I could go back in time, I would have let go of everything in the 9th dimension and personally brought you to the 4th dimension. I I didn't think that you would have to endure that in that world. The Heavenly Emperor knew about what Lin Tian had experienced in the fourth dimension from the human king. Naturally, she knew about it too. Many things had deviated from her and the Heavenly Emperor's expectations. The stone seal that the Heavenly Emperor had imprinted with all the information had been separated. Her child didn't know about his background. He was adopted when he was an infant. Then, he lost everything when he was 5 years old. He had been living in hatred ever since he was 5 years old. After knowing that, she felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. She was a cultivator, but she was also a mother. If Lin Tian had suffered because of his cultivation, she wouldn't have felt sorry for him. This was because their family was all cultivators. It was normal for cultivators to suffer because of their cultivation. However, Lin Tian's suffering wasn't because of his cultivation. It was because he had to watch the family that raised him get killed. That was a mental pain. That kind of pain was incomparable to the pain of cultivation and physical pain. Back then, she and the Heavenly Emperor wanted to use the power of the reincarnation foundation of the fourth dimension to suppress Lin Tian's overly powerful soul root. This would allow Lin Tian to grow up normally without being affected by the overly powerful soul root. At the same time, they also hoped that Lin Tian would be able to take control of the complete reincarnation foundation. Therefore, they came up with a plan. They would first seal Lin Tian's 9-layered soul root, then send Lin Tian into the fourth dimension. They would let Lin Tian grow under the suppression of the reincarnation foundation. As his cultivation grew stronger, the seal on his soul root would slowly be lifted and he would gradually become stronger. Then, they would use the powerful soul root to control the complete reincarnation foundation. However, it was difficult for her and the Heavenly Emperor to escape during the ninth dimension's disaster. Therefore, they could only cast a spell to send the infant Lin Tian into the fourth dimension. However, they didn't expect that in the following years, something like that would happen to Lin Tian in the fourth dimension. If she had known in advance that something like this would happen, she would not have simply sent Lin Tian, who was still an infant, to the fourth dimension. She would have personally brought Lin Tian, who was still in swaddling clothes, to the fourth dimension. She would have accompanied Lin Tian as he grew up in the fourth dimension. At that time, she would not have cared about the disaster in the ninth dimension. How could the ninth dimension be more important than her own flesh and blood? Lin Tian knew what the goddess was thinking. It's all in the past, it's much better now. The disappearance of the small tribe that raised him, the disappearance of the old tribe leader and the others, was an eternal pain in his heart. Even though he had taken his revenge, it was hard for him to forget what happened back then, and he would still think of the old tribe leader and the others from time to time. However, the past was the past, he had to look forward and cherish his family and friends who were still alive. The goddess's gaze fluctuated. Her child had grown up and was very sensible. This made her feel gratified, but also made her feel even more guilty. After a pause, she smiled and said, "I heard from your master and masteress that you found a few wives and even have children." The soul consciousness that the human king and the saintesses projected into the four-dimensional world dissipated, and the memories in the soul consciousness returned to their original bodies. Therefore, their original bodies in the nine-dimensional world naturally knew many things in the four-dimensional world. After that, the goddess and the celestial emperor naturally knew everything about Lin Tian in the four-dimensional world. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Do you want to go and take a look? They will be very happy to see you, especially little Ruoxian. There was a glimmer in the goddess's eyes, with a kind of yearning, but after a pause, she shook her head and smiled. I'm afraid there won't be a chance this time. As she spoke, her body became faint. It's just a strand of divine consciousness projected from the nine-dimensional world, it will disappear very soon. Lin Tian was shocked. This was just a strand of divine consciousness projected from the nine-dimensional world by the goddess? This surprised him, but he quickly regained his composure. What happened in the nine-dimensional world? From his instincts, he knew that something big must have happened in the nine-dimensional world, and he had been very concerned about it. Something did happen. The goddess nodded, and strands of divine light interweaved, forming a soundproof enchantment in the blink of an eye, surrounding her and Lin Tian. Only the goddess and Lin Tian could hear her voice. Do you believe in gods? Lin Tianwei paused, and said, no. There were gods in the world, but as far as he knew, the so-called gods were merely powerful beings. The goddess smiled gently. There is an astonishing space in the ninth dimension. It is known as the 10 divine regions. The living beings there are all born from the heaven and earth. From the moment they were born, all of them have divine bodies. From the moment they were born with eternal life. They are gods. Lin Tian's expression changed. Is this, for real? There were actually quite a number of living beings born from heaven and earth. However, all the living beings in a large space were all born from heaven and earth. Moreover, all of them had divine bodies when they were born. All of them had eternal life. This was a little frightening. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The goddess nodded. They are born from the heavens and earth, and they cannot be destroyed. All of them have divine bodies. They are indeed qualified to be called gods. After saying that, she continued, this matter was first discovered by the most ancient almighty expert in the ninth dimension after he accidentally spied on the sacred land. The word God also came from the mouth of that almighty expert. It was a conclusion obtained from the will of heaven and earth. As such, there is no reason to doubt it. Because of this, that almighty seemed to have touched a taboo, or suffered a backlash from the will of heaven and earth. Soon, he disappeared and died. Before he disappeared, that almighty seemed to know a lot of things, but he didn't have time to tell them in detail. He only left behind a commandment to warn the future generations that although the divine region was a sacred land, it was also a forbidden area. They should never try to open the door to the divine region. Otherwise, it would lead to a devastating disaster. Countless years ago, a few supremes of heaven and earth finally couldn't hold back and opened the door to the divine region. Monstrous spiritual power poured out immediately. At the same time, it also attracted one terrifying figure after another. The living beings in the divine region stepped out, and the entire ninth dimension trembled. One of the supremes of heaven and earth was crushed immediately. She sighed and smiled bitterly. From that day onwards, the ninth dimension was thrown into chaos. It fell into the endless flames of war, and even now, it still hasn't ended. How long has it been? Even I can't remember it clearly. Lin Tian's body couldn't help but tremble slightly when he heard this. What he heard at this time really shocked him. The door to the 10 divine regions above the ninth dimension was opened by someone? A god stepped out and wandered in the ninth dimension? An ancient supremes of heaven and earth was crushed in an instant by the living beings who stepped out of the divine region? He couldn't believe it. Supremes of heaven and earth were at the end of the known cultivation path. How could such a person be killed in an instant? They are called gods. The living beings in that sacred land are unimaginably powerful. I said they were qualified to be called gods because of their terrifying strength. The goddess said, moreover, the crushed supremes of heaven and earth are nothing. Even I can easily kill them. Lin Tian was shocked by what happened in the space of the 10 divine regions. Hearing the goddess' words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mother, are you that powerful? Is it that easy to kill other supremes of heaven and earth? As he said this, he thought of the demonic shadow from before and muttered to himself, that's right, the demonic shadow called himself the demonic ancestor. He was also a supremes of heaven and earth. He did disappear in an instant. The goddess chuckled. There are 9 supremes of heaven and earth in the ninth dimension. The demonic ancestor is one of them. He entered the Tao as a demon and is not a good person. However, that was just a strand of his demonic consciousness. The demonic orb is one of his origin artifacts. She continued, among the 9 supremes of heaven and earth in the ninth dimension, except for your father and master, the other 6 are actually very weak to me. If we really fight, I can defeat them in half a quarter of an hour alone. Lin Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes again. This was the first time he met his mother, and she was really terrifying. Except for his father and master, the human king, who he had never met before, the other supremes of heaven and earth were so weak in front of his mother. So powerful, he said with a smile. The goddess also smiled. Her gaze was gentle as she sat on the ground facing Lin Tian. After a pause, her gentle smile turned into a bitter smile. Even so, compared to the divine spirit clan in that divine region, mother is nothing. The smile on Lin Tian's face faded a little. Was the Divine Spirit clan in that space really so terrifying? Even his mother, who was so powerful, claimed that she was nothing compared to the creatures of that clan. Then, he paused for a moment and said, "What about father? Compared to that clan, how is father?" Hearing his words, the goddess' expression softened. She smiled and said, "Your father is the emperor of the ninth dimension, so he is naturally very strong. In the Divine Spirit clan, except for the most powerful 10 ancestral gods, the others are actually nothing in front of your father." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. "However, although your father is strong, the 10 ancestral gods are even stronger. Your father can't defeat them," she said. "Even if you count your master, who is the king of the ninth dimension, the two of them together can't defeat them." 10 ancestral gods? Lin Tian's expression changed. His father and master couldn't defeat them even if they joined forces? That's the king of the Divine Spirit clan. The goddess said, "The world barrier of the 10 divine domain is very strange. It is surrounded by the laws of heaven and earth. Even the 10 ancestral gods of that clan can't break through the barrier from the inside. However, it's not difficult to break through the barrier from the outside, as long as one has reached the supreme level of heaven and earth." Countless years ago, several supreme beings of heaven and earth disregarded the warning left behind by that supreme being. They wanted to become stronger and explore the new world, so they opened the gate to the 10 divine domain without permission. This caused the Divine Spirit clan to step out one after another. Because of this, the ninth dimension turned into a battlefield of death. Lin Tian's expression changed. The Divine Spirit clan and the 10 divine domain couldn't open the way out from the 10 divine domain? Then, why did the Divine Spirit clan start a war? He was curious. It was impossible for the God-Spirit race of the 10th divine domain to start a massacre just because a few supremes of heaven and earth had opened the portal to the 10th divine domain from the 9th dimension heaven. There must be a deeper reason. The goddess paused for a moment. "Now that you've reached the tribulation realm, you can know the reason." She sat opposite Lin Tian and said, "The 10 divine domain is, in fact, the 10th dimension. The sacred land at the center of the 10 divine domain, the heart of dimension, fell out from the 10 divine domain countless years ago and landed among the 9 greater worlds below. The Divine Spirit clan wanted to find the heart of dimension and bring it back, but they couldn't sense the exact location of the heart of dimension. It was too difficult to find it among the 9 greater worlds, and it would take countless years. Therefore, they planned to merge the 9 greater worlds directly into the 10 divine domain. This way, the heart of dimension would return to the 10 divine domain. By doing so, not only will the dimensional core of the 10th dimension return to the 10th dimension, but it will also allow the 10th dimension to become even stronger after being fused with the other 9 worlds. It can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and it will allow the Divine Spirit race to become even more prosperous." She continued. "However, they also knew that the 9 greater worlds wouldn't agree to such a thing. Therefore, the moment they stepped out, they started a merciless massacre. They wanted to use force to forcefully merge the 9 greater worlds." Lin Tian finally understood. So that's how it was. However, in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat. 10 divine domain? Sacred land? 10 divine domain? The heart of dimension of the 10 divine domain, could it be? At this moment, he suddenly remembered what an old drunkard said to him before leaving the 10 divine domain. The 10 divine domain didn't belong to the 10 divine domain, but it fell out of the 10 divine domain. It belonged to the core of the 10 divine domain. Now that he heard the goddess' words, he instantly guessed that the 10 divine domain was formed from the heart of dimension of the 10 divine domain. The goddess looked at his expression and seemed to know what he was thinking at this time. She said, "Back then, your master and master's wife projected their soul consciousness into the lower worlds to search for the heart of dimension of the 10 divine domain. They found it, and it's an inconspicuous star in the 4 divine domain. The soul consciousness projected by the human king and the all-heavens saintess dissipated, and the memories in the soul consciousness returned to their bodies. They told the Sky Emperor and the goddess many things that happened in the 4 divine domain. Therefore, she naturally knew about the 10 divine domain. It should be said that as expected of the human king, he actually found the heart of the 10 divine domain, which even the ancestral gods of the 10 divine domains found difficult to find." End of chapter 2455. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.